Chapter 1. Female, take care of me. Calico cat. You've snatched my newly purchased lingerie again. With a fierce roar, Wu Mengmeng glared, hands firmly planted on her hips, directing her ire at the gray shadow that leaped through the window. Meow. The calico cat glanced back lazily, its gaze tinged with a hint of defiance. The extensive gray burn marks on its body were overshadowed by the conspicuous pink fabric it had clutched in its mouth. 3 days without punishment, and you think you can run rampant, don't you? This scene provoked Wu Mengmeng to leap out of bed, cheeks flushed, gritting her teeth as she chased after the retreating calico, oblivious to the strange glow emanating from the door as she stepped outside. What on earth is happening? Wu Mengmeng stood dumbfounded at the sight before her. Clusters of trees were coated in silver snow, and as she took a couple of astonished steps, the crisp crunch of snow echoed beneath her feet. Turning in a circle, all she could see was a vast expanse of white, with the calico completely vanished. Could it be that she was dreaming? Achoo! A gust of frigid wind swept by, causing Wu Mengmeng, clad only in a summer short-sleeved shirt, to let out a thunderous sneeze. Woof! Who's there? Startled, Wu Mengmeng whipped around to find a cluster of frozen grass nearby. There's a dog. Oh no, there's a person. From the grass emerged a bare-chested man and a woman with her back exposed. Upon seeing them, Wu Mengmeng felt her face flush. I'm so sorry. They'll just leave you to it, Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, covering her face while revealing her large, dark eyes before turning to flee. This dream was far too stimulating. Plop, plop. What just fell on her head? Looking up, Wu Mengmeng spotted an enormous serpent coiled around the tree above, its gaping maw directed straight at her, with droplets of its saliva falling like icicles. Goodness. Snake, shouldn't you be hibernating? After her initial shock, Wu Mengmeng recalled it was just a dream, so she felt no fear. You must be tired from keeping your mouth open. Why not close it for a bit? Reaching up, she attempted to pat the serpent's mouth, just as another drop of saliva fell, freezing by the time it struck her face, leaving a stinging sensation. Wait a minute. Did it hurt? Can one feel pain in a dream? Wu Mengmeng's complexion turned pale as she noticed the serpent's triangular eyes filled with malice, and she took small, cautious steps backward. My apologies, Snake. I didn't realize you were real. How rude of me. With a nervous chuckle, she turned to flee as the serpent prepared to strike. Her short legs were no match for the serpent, whose shadow loomed over her in an instant. In her frantic dash, Wu Mengmeng squeezed her eyes shut, letting out a final scream as she bid farewell to the world. That couple just now, I sacrificed my life for your love. Farewell. I still haven't retrieved my lingerie. Just as Wu Mengmeng prepared for her last farewell, a white flash zipped overhead, followed by a thunderous crash, akin to a meteorite striking the earth, startling Wu Mengmeng into opening her eyes. She hadn't died? Scanning her surroundings, she noticed that the fearsome serpent, which had just threatened her, lay lifeless in the snow, blood gushing from subtle wounds near its vital spot, staining the pristine snow crimson in mere moments. What creature could be more terrifying than the serpent? It had been dispatched with such swiftness. Wu Mengmeng trembled in fright. It seemed she hadn't been consumed by the snake, but rather by another beast. Glancing around warily, Wu Mengmeng failed to spot the terrifying predator, but beside the serpent's tail, she noticed a cat. Calico cat? Wu Mengmeng blinked in surprise, observing the snow-colored feline before shaking her head in denial. No, you're not that calico. The calico was a stray she had adopted a month prior, discovered on the roadside, severely burned and barely clinging to life. She had assumed it wouldn't survive, initially not intending to take it home, but it had followed her, dragging its injured body along. Unable to abandon it, she took it in, but due to its burns, its appearance had become unrecognizable, with patches of black and white fur. To her astonishment, just days later, it had bounced back to health, and its greatest delight was snatching her lingerie. In just a month, she had lost 10 pieces. Meow. To her surprise, it was a solitary female. The snow-white cat's silver eyes brightened upon seeing Wu Mengmeng, and with a joyful meow, it leaped toward her, nuzzling its small head against her chest. Wow, so adorable. Enchanted by the cute creature, Wu Mengmeng instinctively scooped it up. Meow. Such a delightful female. Do you perhaps fancy me? Seeing that Wu Mengmeng didn't seem to dislike her, the snow cat joyfully licked her face. Don't lick, haha, it tickles. Wu Mengmeng had already cast aside thoughts of the serpent, her heart swelling with affection for the snow cat. What a cute cat. What breed is it? I adore it. I must have one when I get home. Meow. Female, are you so greedy? Am I not enough for you? The snow cat's eyes narrowed, displeased as it swatted its paw, landing fortuitously on Wu Mengmeng's chest. I won't allow you to seek other cats. A deep, serious voice resonated beside her ear, leaving Wu Mengmeng momentarily dazed. She instinctively looked down, only to find the snow cat glaring at her with a fierce gaze. This cat paw feels just like a man's hand. Before Wu Mengmeng could ponder further, the adorable cat suddenly transformed, morphing into a bear man. With alabaster skin and mouth-watering muscular contours, her hand was resting on the man's unclothed waist. A rich, magnetic voice emanated from above her. "Female, take care of me." Jihan squinted his exquisite silver eyes, looking down at Wu Mengmeng, yet his hand remained motionless. "Ah, a monster. Exhibitionist. Die, you lecherous wolf." Wu Mengmeng's eyes widened in shock as she glanced down at the hand pressing against her chest, immediately letting out a scream and instinctively kicking in a most inappropriate direction. Jihan was momentarily taken aback. Was this female truly this eager? "Careful, female. If you hurt yourself, you won't be able to bear my offspring," Jihan added earnestly, effortlessly intercepting her leg with his hand, gripping her ankle. "Who would want to bear your offspring?" "Ah." Before she could finish her retort, Wu Mengmeng stumbled, about to fall, but Jihan quickly released a hold on her chest and caught her around the waist. Wu Mengmeng blinked, staring blankly at the handsome face merely 10 centimeters away from her. His silver eyes seemed to contain the universe, framed by a strong jaw and a proud nose, while his lips parted to release a deep voice that resonated like a perfect blend of piano and violin, tugging at her heartstrings. "This man is incredibly handsome." In Jihan's dark eyes, a smirk tugged at his lips. "Smack! Pervert!" Wu Mengmeng unceremoniously slapped him, breaking free from Jihan's grasp. Infatuation aside, it was a pity he was a pervert. Jihan's expression darkened instantly. "Female." Chapter 2. I won't let you die. In his entire life, he had never been struck by a female, and this was an utter humiliation. "What female? I have a name. I am Wu Mengmeng." Wu Mengmeng rolled her eyes, only to catch sight of Jihan's darkened expression and his bare form, causing her confidence to wane. "You should put on some clothes before speaking." Wu Mengmeng turned her back to him, but she heard a bewildered voice respond. "What is clothing?" Wu Mengmeng felt as if struck by lightning. This monster was not only an exhibitionist, but also a fool. It made sense in this desolate wilderness. He likely had never seen civilization. "It's something that covers your private parts." Wu Mengmeng turned her head, pointing at his exposed body. "Why cover it?" Jihan stood there with an air of righteous indignation. In these frigid lands, males only transformed when they saw a female they favored, hoping to win her affection. Although he had never transformed in front of female before, he had witnessed others do so, and the female's reactions were always positive. Why was this one seemingly frightened? A glint of mischief flashed in Jihan's eyes. He was doing this on purpose. "Because achoo! Achoo!" Just as she began to speak, Wu Mengmeng's nose tingled, and she let out 2 colossal sneezes, realizing she was on the verge of freezing, her body shaking uncontrollably. Originally intending to tease Wu Mengmeng, Jihan's expression shifted to one of concern. "Female, you're getting sick." "Huh? Not bad. This mountain-dwelling monster knows about illness," Wu Mengmeng thought as her body suddenly lifted off the ground, the sound of rushing wind filling her ears. When she opened her eyes, she realized it wasn't Windy. The creature was sprinting while holding her. "Stop. Slow down. What kind of wind did this pervert catch?" He was running so fast, she felt as though her skin might peel off from the chill. "No, you will die." The female he desired could not perish. Jihan, with a serious expression, drew Wu Mengmeng closer into his embrace, his arms and chest forming a warm sanctuary that shielded her from the biting cold wind. Ever since he had promised his old friend to embark on a quest for that unique female, he had not encountered a solitary one along the way. Now that he had finally found one, he could not allow her to perish. Wu Mengmeng was taken aback, her mind clouded with confusion. Was he cursing her to a short life? Shielded from the harsh gusts, she curled up against Jihan's broad chest, feeling warmth seep through his heated skin, gradually melting away the chill that had enveloped her. Unfamiliar emotions stirred within her, prompting her to refrain from further complaints. The expanse of snow stretched infinitely before them as they reached the edge of an icy forest. Jihan recalled Wu Mengmeng's earlier words, and his silver eyes glimmered as he glanced at the lower branches. He casually tore off a vine adorned with icy leaves and wrapped it around his waist. After traversing several snow mounds, they arrived at the base of a massive hill, where a large, dark opening loomed conspicuously at a height of 2 or 3 meters. Jihan's gaze sharpened as he sprinted toward the cave's entrance, leaping gracefully inside. Immediately, several robust males surrounded him. "Where did you find this female?" "Our cave has gained another," one exclaimed. Such a beautiful female, though too small to bear many offspring. Another added. As Wu Mengmeng opened her eyes, she met the gaze of several pairs of eyes as large as copper bells, their dark depth sending shivers down her spine, accompanied by incomprehensible words. Female? Offspring? Surely, she had not been brought into a den of monsters by this fellow. Jihan, noticing the gaze of the males fixed upon the female in his arms, felt a surge of pride mixed with displeasure. Step aside, this is my female, he declared, striding forward. Though his physique was not as imposing as the other males, a formidable aura emanated from him, and his deep voice resonated. Where is the old veterinarian? He's in the cave attending to a cat. The males fell silent, one brave soul pointing toward the interior. Jihan's cold gaze swept over the beasts, and those who had intended to follow hesitated, retreating at the sight of the flickering mark that appeared on Jihan's forehead. Cat demon, where are you taking me? Wu Mengmeng inquired, her voice tinged with panic as she watched Jihan step further into the dark cave. Was it still possible for her to escape? Demon? What is that? I'm a cat beast, not a cat demon. Jihan's response only deepened Wu Mengmeng's confusion. Beast. Was that also a type of demon? Fear not. Female, I shall not let you perish. Jihan's serious expression led him to believe Wu Mengmeng was worried about her health, their conversation entirely mismatched in understanding. Wu Mengmeng's face turned pale with dread. Not allowing her to die. Did he intend for her to live merely as his sustenance? Before long, Wu Mengmeng was led into a spacious cave, where several glowing crystals adorned the walls, providing light. At last, she could see clearly. As she raised her gaze, she noticed a woman and an elderly man seated in the center of the cave, flanked by 5 bare-chested men intently observing the woman on the ground, while several women were encircled by men around the cave's perimeter. Were these beings humans or demons? Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd turned their curious gazes toward them. Old veterinarian, my female is ill, please save her, and do not let her die, Jihan implored, his eyes solely focused on the elderly man, urgency permeating his tone as he stepped forward, blocking the woman on the ground from view. Hey, I arrived first. Why should this female receive treatment? Protested the woman on the ground, her rough voice directed at Jihan. In this chaotic cave, she, Cat Xiaomi, was the most esteemed female, entitled to priority in all matters. How could this newcomer usurp her position? Leave, Jihan retorted, his deep voice accompanied by a piercing gaze that struck Cat Xiaomi like a heavy blow. Who are you? And who permitted you to speak to me in such a manner? Cat Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback, but her proud nature could not bear such indignity. What are you all waiting for? Drive these outsiders out, Cat Xiaomi commanded angrily, gesturing towards the 5 towering males behind her. Her partner was among the strongest in the cave, and none dared to challenge her authority. What foolish male would raise his voice against her for the sake of an inconsequential female? As she spoke, Wu Mengmeng curiously regarded Cat Xiaomi, noting her fair skin, shoulder-length chestnut hair, and towering stature, easily standing at least 175 centimeters tall. No wonder her voice was so commanding, given her muscular physique. Listening to her words, Wu Mengmeng became increasingly certain that the creature before her was no kindred spirit. Xiaomi, he is Jihan, not an outsider, the largest of the tiger beasts, Hu Tu explained. He was Cat Xiaomi's first partner and the strongest male in the entire cave. Jihan, Cat Xiaomi squinted, seemingly recalling something, her tone laced with disdain. Isn't he the most useless cat beast in the cave? Chapter 3. Ready to bear offspring. A month prior, during a blizzard, a frail cat beast had arrived at the chaotic stone cave, unable to transform and burrowing into a small hole in the far corner to make a home. It is understood that without the ability to transform, one cannot mate with a female in the eyes of the beastmen. Such a being is deemed utterly worthless. That cat beast was Jihan. Though the fierce creatures were unaware that he was not incapable of transformation, he simply lacked the motivation to do so. Female senses are far less acute than those of males, and Cat Xiaomi had never seen Jihan in his transformed state, thus failing to recognize him as the very cat beast she dismissed. To have just transformed and found a female as useless as yourself. This one is so emaciated that she is likely on the brink of death. You should just give up. Cat Xiaomi scoffed at Wu Mengmeng, regarding her as a frail creature who would not survive long. Wu Mengmeng, too, had a temper. This was the second time a strange being had cursed her to death. She prepared to retort, but Jihan's voice preempted her. Do you dare repeat that? Jihan's expression darkened, anger flickering in his silver eyes. An invisible pressure radiated from him, causing all the beasts in the cave to turn their attention toward him, their previous impatience morphing into shock. One marked beastman, a voice exclaimed, causing an uproar to erupt within the cave. Heavens! A one-patterned beastman has emerged from our stone cave, truly a blessing from the beast god. How could this be possible? He has only just learned to transform. How could he be a one-patterned beastman? Listening to the murmurs of confusion, Wu Mengmeng felt a warmth rising in her embrace. Upon looking up, she beheld a silver pattern emerging on Jihan's forehead, accentuating his resolute and handsome face, which appeared even more furious. Is this the mark of a one-patterned beastman? What does a one-patterned beastman signify? You. Xiaomi's eyes widened as she gazed at Jihan, her previous disdain now transformed into astonishment. He is merely an ordinary cat beast. How could he possibly be a one-patterned beastman? It is important to note that while her partner is the mightiest male within the cave, he remains an ordinary male. However, a beastman adorned with patterns possesses a power bestowed by the beast god. Xiaomi, we cannot contend with him, the honest tiger head behind Cat Xiaomi timely cautioned. Humph. In light of his being a one-patterned beastman, I shall grant him this one occasion. Cat Xiaomi, her teeth clenched in frustration, felt a surge of dissatisfaction at the thought that her partner was no longer the strongest male in the cave. With a fierce glare cast at Tiger Head, she stormed out of the old veterinarian's den, her 5 companions hastily following in her wake. As tranquility enveloped the cave, Wu Mengmeng found herself akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, positioned before the old veterinarian. What is this place? Moreover, I am in perfectly good health. I could live for several more decades. Gazing upon the kindly old man with a white beard, Wu Mengmeng's wariness did not diminish. The monsters in television dramas often deceive people to use them as food. Who knows what kind of monster lurks beneath human skin? Wu Mengmeng adjusted her invisible biceps, only to be startled by a shiver brought on by the frigid air within the cave. How could this dreadful place be so cold? If she lingered any longer, she might truly freeze to death. Female, are you not frozen in shock? The old veterinarian regarded her with an expression akin to that of one observing a fool. What beast could survive such a prolonged period? He gently touched Wu Mengmeng's forehead. It was cool, not warm. With a puff of his white beard, his tone shifted to one of urgency. Such chill is perilous. You must consume a living fruit to dispel the cold. Upon hearing this, Jihan furrowed his brow. Where might one find such a thing? In this frigid land, there exists naught but snow and ice. It is difficult for even the hardiest of plants to grow, let alone bear fruit. Deep within the ice forest, where fierce beasts resided, there might be a chance, but that was far too dangerous. I understand, Jihan said. His brow deeply creased as he scooped Wu Mengmeng into his arms and began to make his way out of the cave. Hey, what are you doing? Where are you taking me? Wu Mengmeng exclaimed in alarm, bewildered by the incomprehensible words of those around her. From behind, the old veterinarian's voice floated in gently. The next cold period is fast approaching. The female is far too slender. She will not endure. She must consume something hearty. His tone was imbued with hope. The arrival of a new female was indeed a tremendous boon for the rocky cave. The passages within the rocky cave twisted and turned, a main pathway branching into numerous smaller ones, with each male possessing his own den, whether grand or modest, amounting to over 100 in total. Jihan carried Wu Mengmeng to the end of one of the smaller passages, a burrow he had excavated a month prior. Brother cat, where are we? Wu Mengmeng's feet finally touched the ground, yet she was met with utter darkness, rendering her blind in this place. This is our den, Jihan said, carefully attending to her as a hen would her chicks. Even at night, the beastmen possess the ability to see. No, it is your den, not mine, Wu Mengmeng countered. Pressing her forehead with her hand, Jihan's bright silver eyes caught the discontent on her face. Was his mate expressing disdain? If you find it small, I can enlarge it. It can be as big as you desire, Jihan declared with utmost conviction, his expression one of readiness to dig anew. In the rocky cave, the size of one's dwelling was the measure of its quality. Please, no. It's not like we are raising pigs, Wu Mengmeng quickly interjected, waving her hand in front of her eyes, unable to see even her fingers. Could you perhaps create a skylight or something? It is far too dark. Wu Mengmeng reconsidered, realizing a skylight might be quite challenging. Instead, she amended her request. What about just making a small hole? A minute passed in complete silence. Where is the cat? Why have you stopped speaking? In the pitch-black void, where not even a whisper of wind could be felt, Wu Mengmeng felt her hair stand on end, her mind buzzing with a singular thought. He has actually run away. Wu Mengmeng could hardly suppress the urge to slap herself. Why did she have to meddle? Now, even the monsters were reluctant to acknowledge her presence. Was she destined to perish in this obscure and shadowy place? A tumult of complex emotions surged within her, compelling Wu Mengmeng to cautiously navigate the darkness. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed as if transmitted through an unseen barrier. Ah, please, stop. Just take it. A gentle breeze caressed her face, and as she turned, she beheld Jihan approaching, cradling a luminous crystal. What have you been doing? Wu Mengmeng gazed at Jihan in astonishment, her heart skipping a beat. I brought you light, Jihan replied solemnly, treating the crystal as if it were a sacred object, presenting it before Wu Mengmeng's eyes. The palm-sized crystal emitted a radiance powerful enough to illuminate the 50-square-meter cavern. Just as Wu Mengmeng was about to feel moved, the next sentence abruptly extinguished her emotions. There is light now, little female. We can have offspring here. A towering figure loomed closer, the potent scent of masculinity invading Wu Mengmeng's senses. Chapter 4. Be my partner. All the light crystals belong to you. Nonsense. Who would want to bear offspring with you? Wu Mengmeng glared sternly at the serious man before her. After releasing a loud fart, she realized that the creature in front of her was no mere human. Fearful that this beast might unleash its primal instincts and devour her. Her voice faltered. Offspring? She was no cat. Even if his lineage was exceptional, could she really bear him a litter of kittens? Not with me. You wish to mate with another feline? Suddenly, Jihan leaned closer to Wu Mengmeng, his bright silver eyes reflecting 7 parts displeasure and 3 parts grievance. Wait. Wu Mengmeng swallowed hard, extending a delicate hand to press against Jihan's face. Was it possible that this cat was in heat? I am human. You are a cat. Our paths diverge. And there can be no favorable outcome. Release me, and perhaps I might attain the status of a cat deity or something of the sort. Wu Mengmeng mused aloud, her expression contemplative as she subtly shifted toward the cave's entrance. The beast had already seen through her intentions. A large hand suddenly grasped the collar of Wu Mengmeng's garment, lifting her effortlessly. This is the land of extreme cold, devoid of the cat demons or deities you speak of. Only beasts exist here. Jihan placed Wu Mengmeng on a pile of hay in the corner. The land of extreme cold? Upon hearing Jihan's description, Wu Mengmeng felt as if struck by lightning. She realized she had entered an entirely unfamiliar world. Here, only beastmen existed, and there were no humans. Most importantly, it seemed she could not return. I don't care. I will find you. You can only bear my offspring. Jihan, misinterpreting Wu Mengmeng's hesitation as disdain, declared his possessive intent. The females he had encountered were usually accompanied by numerous partners. Meeting one without a mate was rare, and he had no intention of sharing, due to the harsh environment. Female survival was challenging, resulting in their rarity in the land of extreme cold. If a female was willing, she could have many partners, while a male could only choose one female for life. Well, matters of procreation require an emotional foundation. We have yet to fall in love. We must take it step by step, right? Wu Mengmeng chuckled awkwardly, crossing her arms defensively while watching Jihan with suspicion. She felt as though those silver eyes were poised to consume her whole. Jihan appeared bewildered, then suddenly contemplative. He realized that the female must be testing him. Very well, as long as you stay, I will agree to whatever you wish. Although Jihan could not comprehend Wu Mengmeng's words, he resolutely acquiesced. After all, his companion had merely asked him to help find that special female without setting a time limit or forbidding him from seeking a mate. Moreover, after parting ways with his companion and searching for so long without a single clue, who could say if he would ever help his friend find that female in his lifetime? A female capable of melting the ice and snow. How could such a creature possibly exist in the land of extreme cold? If he could not find her, having offspring might allow them to continue the search, achieving 2 goals at once. Gurgle, gurgle. A chorus of sounds from her stomach shattered the silence, prompting Wu Mengmeng to smile sheepishly, her cheeks tinged with crimson. It was all that wretched, lustful cat's fault. She hadn't even had breakfast before she inexplicably ended up in this dreadful place. Female, wait here. I shall go hunt. Recognizing Wu Mengmeng's hunger, Jihan handed her a glowing crystal, transforming into the white cat she first encountered, and swiftly vanished from sight. This cat truly was as capricious as the wind. Wu glanced around the cave, finding it devoid of anything save for a heap of dry grass and several dark, glistening animal hides. Fortunately, the temperature within the cave was moderate, unlike the biting cold outside. Otherwise, she would have succumbed to the frost. After sitting atop the pile of hay for a while, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside the cave. Unable to quell her curiosity, Wu grasped a luminous crystal and ventured toward the entrance. Is this the place? Are there truly females without companions? I witnessed Jihan bringing her back. Step aside, do not contest with me. Before she could see the creatures, she heard their voices. Approaching the cave's mouth, she beheld the passage, originally 3 or 4 meters wide, now crowded with figures. Oh no, it was filled with beastmen. A group of bare-chested males stood at the entrance, chattering animatedly, seemingly engaged in some discussion. As Wu Mengmeng made her entrance, the atmosphere instantaneously fell into silence. Dozens of eyes turned in unison towards her, sending a chill down her spine. Could it be that this group of beastmen had discerned her as an outsider and intended to devour her? It was she. The girl exclaimed. Our light crystal is in her possession. Suddenly, a sharp male voice emerged from the throng of beastmen. With the sound of his call, the other beastmen fixed their unwavering gaze upon Wu Mengmeng, their luminous eyes gleaming eerily in the dim cavern. Wu Mengmeng instinctively glanced over, noticing a lean male pointing at her, his face bruised and battered as though he had just been in a fight. Beside him stood a corpulent female. Why did these 2 creatures seem somewhat familiar? Suddenly, it dawned on her. Were they not the very pair she had encountered moments ago in the snow? What a remarkable twist of fate. Wait, was that light crystal? Wu suddenly glanced down at the luminous crystal in her hand, recalling the abrupt departure of Jihan and the chilling scream she had just heard. In that moment, it seemed she understood the gravity of the situation. This was undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Wu hastily attempted to explain, hoping to return the crystal to the males to ensure her own safety. However, the next scene took her completely by surprise. Female, become my partner. All my luminous crystals are yours. A towering figure, at least 2 meters tall, suddenly pushed his way to the front of the beastman crowd, cradling several large luminous crystals in his hands. His eyes, as large as copper bells, gazed earnestly at Wu Mengmeng. This action appeared to ignite a frenzy among the other males, who immediately surged forward, creating an astonishing spectacle. I also possess luminous crystals. Choose me. Female, be my partner. The male beastmen clamored, eagerly presenting their own luminous crystals and an array of peculiar items. Frantically pressing toward Wu Mengmeng, Wu Mengmeng was filled with terror, her expression betraying her as she involuntarily quivered. What was happening? It seemed that not only that cat was in heat, the beastmen here were also experiencing their seasonal fervor during winter. But wait, I already have someone I admire. A male I like. Wu Mengmeng recalled how the beastman had addressed that cat. It was named Jihan, and you all know him, right? Thank you for your kind intentions. But please go back. As she gazed at the horde of suitors before her, resembling a flood of ferocity, Wu Mengmeng felt a surge of panic and, in a moment of desperation, hurled the pot at Jihan's head. You foul creature, these rivals are your own doing. Little did she know. This group of beastmen grew more emboldened, completely defying her expectations. After 3 seconds of silence, the air erupted with declarations. Let me be your second partner. I want to be the third, the fourth, and the fifth. The males, who would not live beyond 25 years, continued to vie for her attention. Wu Mengmeng was utterly bewildered. Could it be that a polyandrous arrangement, as rumored, was in effect here? It sounded as though she had struck a remarkable fortune, however. Her indifference towards small creatures lingered in her mind. As she pondered, a feminine voice emerged from a short distance away. Humph, an outsider female. And you all behave this way? What a disgrace to our rock cave. The tone of the female was akin to a tranquilizer, instantly quieting the males, who parted to create a path. A robust female, with dark skin and an air of disdain, strutted through the passage with an air of superiority. Wu Mengmeng glanced over and recognized the slender female who had just been driven away by Jihan in the cave of the old veterinarian. Her name seemed to be something like Cat Xiaomi. Having arrived at the rock cave, she was indeed a member of their community. So how could she possibly be considered an outsider? The towering figure, standing at 2 meters tall, broke the silence, and seemingly in response, the other males began to murmur in agreement, their whispers stirring the atmosphere among the beastmen. You all. Cat Xiaomi glared at this group of males who had previously obeyed her every command, now contradicting her with fervor, her face flushed with anger. Humph. This female is so frail, it's uncertain whether she can even survive longer than you all. You might just end up regretting this. Upon hearing her words, hesitation flickered across the faces of the other males, save for the large one. They understood that a male could only ever have one mate in his lifetime. Should that mate perish, he would never find another. After all, the female before them was the weakest they had ever encountered. And Cat Xiaomi's words held a semblance of truth. I don't mind. I only have half a year to live anyway. Finding a mate before I die is a joy in itself. The large male boasted, pounding his chest, resolute in his pursuit of Wu Mengmeng. He had previously courted Cat Xiaomi. But she had not only rejected him but had also spread disparaging remarks about him to other females, resulting in no one being willing to accept him as a partner. After all, Cat Xiaomi was the most physically impressive and sought-after female in the cave. Everyone listened to her. With only 6 months left, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Hey, slender female, where is Jihan? Just as Wu Mengmeng felt lost and bewildered, Cat Xiaomi approached her with her customary haughty demeanor. Being the most esteemed female in the cave, her partner must be the strongest male. A one-pattern beastman had never appeared in the rock cave, and she was determined to make Jihan her mate. He went hunting, Wu Mengmeng replied truthfully. This formidable lady exuded an air of authority, and it seemed prudent to avoid offending her. I'll tell you this, Jihan is mine. And only I can bear the healthiest offspring with him. Don't even think about competing with me. Cat Xiaomi cast a dismissive glance over Wu Mengmeng from head to toe. Huh? Wu Mengmeng's expression transformed into one of confusion. Sister, you might be overthinking this. Which of your eyes saw anyone trying to take that cat from you? Seeing that Wu Mengmeng did not retort, Cat Xiaomi assumed she was intimidated and lifted her chin, snorting haughtily as she departed with the males who supported her, with the majority of the males dispersing. Those who had heard that Cat Xiaomi had her eyes on Jihan suddenly felt a glimmer of hope and returned to the cave, determined to pursue Wu Mengmeng more fervently. Little female, don't take it to heart. That's just how Cat Xiaomi is. A plump female, who had yet to leave, approached Wu Mengmeng and comforted her in a gentle tone. Behind this female stood a male with a bruised visage. Wu Mengmeng recognized them and reflected that the luminous crystal in her hand was undoubtedly pilfered by Jihan from someone else, causing her to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Thank you. This must be yours. Let me return it to you. I truly apologize. It was not intentional, she said awkwardly, gesturing towards the male's face. Thinking to herself, that cat must have done it on purpose. No worries, I have another one. Consider this a gift, the female replied, pushing the crystal back with a smile as gentle as a breeze, her round, cherubic face exuding cuteness. I am called Katnyo, and I reside in the burrow next to yours. This is my partner, Dog's Eye. And you? Katnyo pointed to a nearby hole, introducing the battered male. I am Wu Mengmeng. You may call me Mengmeng, she said while observing the two creatures before her. A cat and dog couple? This is indeed my first encounter. Mengmeng, from which burrow do you hail? Was the male there unkind to you? No worries, you will grow plump and healthy here, Katnyo said with a concerned expression. as if Mengmeng had suffered abuse. "Oh, I come from." Wu Mengmeng hesitated, realizing she could not disclose her true identity to these creatures, lest they mistake her for food. Noticing her discomfort, Katnyo seemed to understand and spoke generously. "It's all right. I comprehend that you may not wish to recall painful memories. I shall not press further." Wu Mengmeng let out a sigh of relief, grateful that this imaginative feline girl possessed a vivid imagination. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to navigate the situation. "By the way, I believe I have seen you in the forest. Weren't you cold out there?" Recalling that blush-inducing moment, the ever-curious Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but ask. The cat girl's chubby cheeks flushed, yet she did not exhibit the usual coyness of a woman. The old veterinarian mentioned that it is easier to conceive outdoors. "My partner has only 6 months left, and I wish to bear his offspring," the cat girl expressed, casting a tender glance back at the puppy. The old veterinarian certainly possesses a wealth of knowledge. Mengmeng mumbled, contemplating the parts she could not comprehend. What does it mean that only half a year remains? She gazed at Moni in confusion. Just moments ago, that burly figure seemed to have uttered something similar. "You are unaware, aren't you? Males in the extreme cold lands can only live until the age of 25. Dogsy is already 24 and a half. Moni spoke with a tone imbued with both doubt and a hint of sorrow. Due to the harsh environment and scarce prey in the extreme cold lands, males typically leave their catches for the females, subsisting instead on ice crystals. While these crystals provide a semblance of sustenance and energy, the frigid essence permeates the males' bodies. And after years of such exposure, it is rare for any beast to survive past the age of 25. But what of the old veterinarian? Mengmeng questioned. Puzzled. Isn't he just an old man? I cannot say. However, aside from the old veterinarian, I have never encountered a male who has lived beyond 25. Moni shook her head, her eyes reflecting both confusion and certainty. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed from the corridor. Katmu has died. The ensuing chaos was marked by hurried footsteps and murmurs. And the fear and worry etched on Moni's face was mirrored in Mengmeng's expression as they both followed the sound. Trailing behind Moni, Mengmeng soon spotted a gathering of beastmen encircling something. Just as they prepared to approach for clarity, a sudden tightening at her collar halted her movement. "Where do you think you're going?" Chapter 6, Who Dares to Touch My Female? Are you seeking another cat? Jihan glared at Mengmeng with a dark expression, his powerful hand lifting her as if she were but a chick. As though the mere utterance of a single word would lead him to devour her. "What?" Wu Mengmeng kicked the air with her legs, her dark eyes filled with a mix of panic and bewilderment. "I merely wished to witness the commotion. I had heard that someone, no, a beast, had perished." As she lowered her head, she raised a finger to indicate the cluster of orcs not far away, almost revealing too much. Orcs, such a tongue twister. "I shall accompany you." Jihan's frosty silver gaze lingered on Wu Mengmeng for quite some time, as if weighing the veracity of her words. Seeing that she appeared sincere, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and gently set her upon the ground. Upon landing, Wu Mengmeng quickly adjusted her collar, feeling as though it might strangle her. A glance at Jihan revealed the vines and icy leaves adorning his waist, and inexplicably, she felt a sense of ease. In that moment of distraction, Jihan had already taken her small hand and was leading her towards the throng of orcs. "What do you have in your hand?" Wu Mengmeng walked slowly, struggling to keep pace behind. Suddenly, she noticed Jihan holding a 1-meter-tall, fluffy white creature in his other hand. It resembled some kind of animal. Motionless, devoid of snow, with 2 long ears and a body akin to that of a small pig. This was the long-eared beast, the food he had captured. Jihan, grasping the enormous rabbit by its ears, spoke with a hint of flattery in his tone. The creature weighed at least several dozen pounds. Yet he seemed to handle it as if it were merely a small bunny. The long-eared beast was notoriously difficult to catch, its pure white fur blending seamlessly with the snow, making it hard to spot. Its hide was highly coveted by females, while other females adorned themselves with animal skins. Wu Mengmeng's attire barely concealed her limbs, and Jihan had exerted considerable effort to capture this long-eared creature. He recalled that not long ago, Miao Miao had quarreled with her partner, yearning for the hide of a long-eared beast. A long-eared beast? Wasn't it just a rabbit, albeit one with the size of a pig? Initially filled with pity, Wu Mengmeng found it hard to regard such an adorable creature as food upon seeing its size. "How about it?" Jihan, unable to comprehend Wu Mengmeng's words, paid little mind and looked at her with pride. Surely, now his female would willingly choose to remain by his side. "Impressive," Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "This rabbit is truly remarkable. If even the rabbits are this large, I wonder how enormous the elephants here must be." Jihan mistakenly believed Wu Mengmeng was praising him, his face illuminating with joy. Indeed, the female still held affection for him. Hand in hand, one person and one beast, with Jihan leading the way. Wu Mengmeng effortlessly squeezed into the crowd of beastmen, reaching the innermost circle. How tragic. Cat Mu has yet to find a partner and has perished. Who could blame us for having so few females in the stone cave? Cat Mu was so weak, even if he lived for another 2 years, he would never be chosen. There are so many males in the cave without partners. Wu Mengmeng gazed intently and beheld, at the center of the circle formed by the orcs, a frozen corpse. Despite the large block of ice, it was evident that the body was smaller than that of the other male orcs, as if it had suffered from malnutrition. How did he become encased in ice? Wu Mengmeng covered her mouth, for it was the first time she had witnessed death. Any male who reached the age of 25 would meet a frozen demise. Jihan pulled Wu Mengmeng closer into his embrace, safeguarding her with a careful demeanor. His voice was cool, devoid of any trace of fear. Will you also die? Wu Mengmeng suddenly looked up, her dark eyes shimmering as they fixed upon Jihan. Her tone laced with a hint of anxiety, as if seeking confirmation of a troubling thought, though this cat had its mischievous side. The mere notion of his premature death stirred a sense of discontent within her. Jihan remained silent, his silver eyes solemn and focused, his thin lips pressed together. Yet he tacitly acknowledged her concern. He had never regarded life and death with trepidation, naturally assuming that 25 years would constitute his existence. Yet now, he felt differently. Rest assured, I shall not perish before you bear your offspring. He still had time. Wu Mengmeng's worries were instantly dispelled. No wonder you were so eager to have a child. It turns out it was for this reason. Wu Mengmeng pouted, her tone drenched in mock sympathy. It seems impossible for you to give birth. But there may still be a chance for you to collect the remains. Wait, a male suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Katmu still had a month to turn 25. It shouldn't be happening a month early. As soon as this remark was made, the crowd of beastmen erupted in chaos. Has the time of death been advanced? Does this mean our days are also numbered? No. I have yet to find a partner and wish to have a litter of my own, in the frigid lands. Male beastmen do not survive past 25, yet there has never been a case of premature death, at least not in the Shattered Stone Cave. Making this an unprecedented source of panic. The male beastmen were in disarray, while the females, observing the commotion, were well protected by their partners. On the other side of the beastman crowd, Xiaomi suddenly noticed Wu Mengmeng and Jihan present, and recalling the humiliation she suffered because of Wu Mengmeng today. A venomous glint flickered in her eyes as she approached the center of the gathering. Such a situation has never occurred in the Shattered Stone Cave. Doesn't anyone find it peculiar? As the best partner beast in the cave, Xiaomi's voice commanded immediate silence among the other males. Xiaomi, do you know the reason? A male, whose time was running short, asked with concern. It is all because of her. The arrival of this female has brought a curse since she came. Katmu has died because of her. As long as she remains in the cave, more males will surely meet the same fate. Xiaomi suddenly pointed at Wu Mengmeng. Her expression filled with sorrow, her voice, typically rough and unrefined, now harshly reprimanded. The crowd of beasts turned their gaze towards Wu Mengmeng in unison. Me? Wu Mengmeng's eyes widened in disbelief, her finger uncertainly pointing at her own mouth, her dark pupils rolling about as she shook her head in confusion. It is you. Speak. What scheme do you have in the Shattered Stone Cave? Why do you wish to harm the males within? Xiaomi glared at Wu Mengmeng, as if they were sworn enemies. Most of the males in the Shattered Stone Cave aspired to be Xiaomi's partner. Upon hearing her words, they naturally did not hesitate to believe her. I did not. Even Wu Mengmeng, though naive, understood she had been unfairly accused. Angrily, she retorted, I don't even know him. How could I harm him? You are talking nonsense. I will not take the blame for this. Wu Mengmeng was certainly not the type of female protagonist who could be easily bullied if others wronged her. She would retaliate without fail. Upon hearing her, the beasts began to ponder. A frail female could hardly pose a threat to a robust male. Xiaomi. You must be mistaken. She is merely a weak female. How could Katmu's death possibly relate to her? This remark came from a hefty male who had recently insisted on gifting Wu Mengmeng a luminous crystal. Consider this. Why had such incidents never occurred before her arrival? The moment this female stepped in, Katmu perished. Even if you do not believe me, the facts are right before your eyes. Just look for yourselves. Xiaomi seethed with frustration, witnessing the males who had once never defied her now standing alongside another female. A wave of resentment surged within her. No female shall usurp her position in the Shattered Stone Cave. Xiaomi made a valid point. Indeed, the moment she arrived, Katmu died. The beastmen, who survived solely by brute strength, had grown accustomed to obeying the females, seldom engaging in independent thought. Hey, why are you all looking at me? This has nothing to do with me. As the male beastmen turned their gazes toward her, Wu Mengmeng swallowed hard, feigning calmness as she called out. Outnumbered and unable to fight back or flee, she felt the weight of despair settle upon her. Little did she expect that her once illustrious name would meet a tragic end in this desolate place, laden with injustice. Just as Wu Mengmeng mourned her plight, Jihan suddenly grasped her cold hand, stepping protectively in front of her. His deep, wrathful voice resonated through the air, reaching both Wu Mengmeng and the gathered beasts. Who dares to harm my female? Chapter 7. The cause of Katmu's death. The crowd of beasts stood as if frozen, not daring to breathe a word. Wu Mengmeng suddenly gazed at Jihan's silhouette, her mind momentarily blank as a single thought emerged. He obstructed the light, as well as the peril, shielding her from the fears that resided within her heart. Yet, Wu Mengmeng cautiously poked Jihan's back. We are outnumbered, so speak softly, if you provoke them. You won't be able to escape either. This cat has at least saved her life. It would be one thing for her to bear the burden alone. But dragging unrelated individuals into danger is not in her nature. Wu Mengmeng believed her voice was sufficiently hushed, such that the other beasts could not hear her. In reality, the orc's senses were remarkably acute. Every word she uttered was captured by the males present. How absurd for this female to worry about the safety of a first-tier orc. Shouldn't her concern lie with their group of ordinary males? The beasts felt a profound sense of despair, even if they were to trust my Xiaomi's words. None dared to act against Wu Mengmeng. Who would be foolish enough to provoke a female of the first-tier orc? Jihan cast a cold, piercing glance at the assembly. And upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's words, a hint of warmth graced his otherwise frigid countenance. Was this female genuinely concerned for him? The death of Mumu had no connection to Wu Mengmeng. I can attest to that. A soft voice shattered the silence that enveloped the corridor. Wu Mengmeng peered out, aware that there was seemingly only one female who knew her name. Cat Neo ambled into the space from the orc's corner, her corpulent figure rendering her movements somewhat cumbersome, which in turn irritated Cat Xiaomi. Cat Neo, why are you speaking up for an outsider? Are you in cahoots with her? Cat Xiaomi glared at Cat Neo in exasperation. Do not forget. Your partner has little time left. Instead of meddling in others' affairs, you ought to focus on how to bear offspring sooner. Cat Neo, having been overweight since childhood, was not favored by the orcs. In the rocky cave, there were 6 females, and the males vied for mates, yet only a handful were willing to pursue her. Consequently, she was not well regarded by the other females. Naturally gentle, she often became the target of ridicule and found few companions to play with. However, Cat Mu's death was indeed unrelated to Wu Mengmeng. Cat Neo choked back her emotions, casting a fearful glance at Cat Xiaomi. Why? With Cat Neo insisting on defending Wu Mengmeng. Cat Xiaomi's eyes reddened as she raised her voice in inquiry. Cat Xiaomi, speak more courteously. Dogsy interjected, his tone unfriendly as he grasped Cat Neo's hand. Though his expression was somewhat comical. Afterward, Dogsy lowered his head, his eyes shimmering with tender affection, speaking in a tone both indulgent and sorrowful. Nyoer, why are you defending that female who stole our precious crystals? Her male has harmed me so, and look at how Cat Xiaomi is targeting you. Let us return. He was acutely aware that he had only 6 months left. Should he perish and the other females fail to care for Cat Neo, while also incurring Cat Xiaomi's wrath? What fate awaited Cat Neo? Cat Neo frowned, her typically gentle disposition making her susceptible to fear, yet she firmly shook her head at Dogsy. A few days ago, I saw Cat Mu secretly consuming an excessive amount of ice crystals. He must have overindulged, hastening his demise. Cat Neo clutched Dogsy's hand tightly, claiming she was not anxious or afraid, though that was a falsehood. She had never contemplated opposing Cat Xiaomi. Yet Wu Mengmeng was the first female who had never mocked her for her size, treating her as if she were not merely a plump female. She would forever remember how Cat Xiaomi and the others regarded her. Wu Mengmeng was different. Therefore, she was resolute in her determination to stand up for her. It appeared that Cat Mu had managed to catch a rare prey yesterday and had intended to present it to Cat Xiaomi. Believing that such a gesture would win her affections. Cat Xiaomi, did you receive Cat Mu's prey? I wondered how Cat Mu suddenly became so capable. It turns out he had consumed more ice crystals. A few males who had interacted with Cat Mu pieced together the clues. Upon hearing this, Cat Xiaomi's expression shifted drastically, her demeanor growing somewhat unnatural. Yes, Cat Mu did give me his prey, but I never agreed to be his mate. I merely stated that to be my partner. One must possess hunting skills. Cat Xiaomi's tone was awkward, betraying her unease at having lied, yet she quickly regained her composure. Remembering her status as the most esteemed female in the cave, she had no desire for an ineffectual male as a partner. Furthermore, Cat Mu was on the brink of death. Even if he could hunt, she would not accept him. Thus, it was clear to all that Cat Mu's demise had nothing to do with Wu Mengmeng. Eager to clear Wu Mengmeng's name, Cat Neo glanced toward her and saw her smiling and giving a thumbs up, which, though she did not fully comprehend, alleviated her fears. Seeing the slander backfire and almost ensnare herself, Cat Xiaomi stomped her foot in frustration and, mindful of the males present, left with a scowl. Most of the beasts dispersed, leaving only a few males to attend to Cat Mu's remains. Thank you, Cat Neo. You are truly the finest female I have ever encountered, Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, abandoning Jihan and bouncing over to Cat Neo with a beaming smile. She had come to know only Cat Xiaomi and Cat Neo. And in comparison to the fierce Cat Xiaomi, Cat Neo was like a little fairy among females. Humph. Before Cat Neo could respond, Dogsy rolled his eyes, now resembling a line, and emitted an irritated snort. Jihan had appeared behind Wu Mengmeng, his icy silver eyes casting a fleeting glance at Dogsy. The silver markings on his forehead flickering into view. Dogsy's fur bristled, and he immediately deflated. I truly apologize, Dogsy. How about this? Jihan just caught a large rabbit, and I, the chief chef, would like to invite you both for dinner. Wu Mengmeng chuckled, offering an earnest suggestion. To her surprise, Dogsy's face turned pale. No need. With that, he anxiously scooped up the hefty Cat Neo, darting away in a flurry. As Dogsy fled, Jihan concealed the ruthless glint in his eyes from Wu Mengmeng's view. Observing Dogsy's panicked retreat, Wu Mengmeng appeared puzzled, scratching her head and murmuring softly. Hey, has Dogsy ever had my cooking? Those who have dined on my meals at home react similarly when they hear I'm cooking. How strange. Wu Mengmeng was utterly perplexed as she gazed at Jihan, who was pulling her hand and leading her back. Do you know what happened? Some beastmen often present food to those they admire, and it seemed Jihan, with his expressionless demeanor, was merely explaining, as if nothing had transpired. Thinking to himself that this little paparazzo was indeed perceptive. In truth, the paparazzo already had a partner. Any attention from other females would be futile. For a male can only possess one mate throughout his lifetime. So that's how it is. I have no interest in him anyway. Wu Mengmeng mused. Jihan glanced down at her expression of sudden realization, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. It appeared that his female companion was rather oblivious. We also have a rule. If a male offers food to a female he fancies and she accepts, it signifies that she reciprocates his feelings. Wait. Chapter 8. Rest assured. I shall collect your remains. Wu Mengmeng suddenly slapped her forehead as a thought struck her. Let me make it clear regarding your rabbit. I intend to follow the proper course. Courtship, proposal, and marriage, each step is essential. If not, I will not bear your children. Ing regarded Jihan with a wary gaze, her round, glistening eyes darting up and down. This feline, appearing almost gentlemanly, seemed unlikely to engage in anything less than honorable behavior. However, as a delicate woman with little means of self-defense amidst these beasts, she must devise a strategy to ensure her safety. Delaying for time seemed prudent. Normal procedure? Marriage? Jihan's eyes reflected confusion, clearly unable to comprehend Ng's words. Why did this female constantly utter phrases he had never encountered? Was it perhaps a dialect from her homeland? Are you unwilling? Ng gazed at Jihan in terror, clutching her chest tightly. Was he truly hesitating? Had she stumbled upon a beast? Yet, to be fair, he was not truly human. Very well, female, as long as you agree to be my partner, I shall grant you anything you desire. Jihan replied without hesitation, fearing that Ng might change her mind. This female appeared somewhat slender, with numerous desires. It was no wonder he would need to hunt more diligently to nourish her, ensuring she was robust enough to bear offspring. You said it, so do not renege. If you do, you shall never find another partner. Ng boldly patted Jihan, her hand brushing against his heated skin, only to retract it quickly. Also, do not address me as female, call me Ng. Ng attempted to shift the conversation, concealing her embarrassment as her ears tinged with crimson. After all, she was to share her life with this feline, so it would be wise to treat him kindly, lest she provoke him and find herself cast into the snow to feed snakes. Wu Meng has already developed a shadow of fear towards the serpents here. It is her first encounter with snakes that do not hibernate. Jihan's cold silver eyes revealed a hint of amusement. Mengmeng, what is it? Did you not ask me to call you Mengmeng? Wu Mengmeng could not help but place a hand on her forehead, remarking that it was not for amusement that she had called out. By the way, what happened to the corpse of the male catwood? In this place where winter reigns year-round, if the ice does not melt, wouldn't the bodies accumulate into a veritable mountain? Wu Mengmeng suddenly shivered, a sense of eeriness enveloping her thoughts. She had been cast into an icy forest. Jihan spoke with an air of nonchalance. Why? Are we not burying it? Wu Mengmeng questioned, perplexed. Suddenly, she realized that in such frigid weather, even snakes ventured out, and surely other wild beasts did as well. In this desolate, frigid land, food was scarce, not only for the beastmen but also for the prey within the forest. Jihan's expression remained ordinary, as if what had been discarded in the woods was not a corpse, but merely a loaf of bread. How cruel! Wu Mengmeng exclaimed in shock, shaking off Jihan's hand. When Jihan turned back, a look of confusion adorned his face. Had she become angry? Was this not the custom from her homeland? Rest assured. Considering you saved my life and took me in, when you die, Wu Mengmeng thought, realizing she could not overpower a male. After a moment of contemplation, she revised her statement. Let us find a place without beasts to meet our end. I will not allow your body to be fed to the wild animals. The tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. All right, Jihan replied, a smile gleaming in his eyes. He reached out, gently pulling Wu Mengmeng closer by her head. It turned out his female companion was merely concerned for him. Who allowed you to touch my head? Let go. Release me. As the pair returned to their cave, the presence of the luminous crystal alleviated Wu Mengmeng's struggle with the darkness. Jihan deftly revealed his claws, skinning a rabbit the size of a pig, and presented the bloodied carcass before Wu Mengmeng, his voice enticing. Here, eat. Ugh. The sight of such gory food made Wu Mengmeng gag, and she quickly turned her face away, waving her hand in the air. Hurry, take this away. Remove it. What's wrong? Don't you like this? Jihan withdrew the rabbit slightly, his ice-cold demeanor momentarily betraying a childlike bewilderment. Are you deliberately teasing me? This is dripping with blood and raw. Who would enjoy consuming such a thing? Yet, the other females in the cave relish freshly skinned prey. If you do not fancy it, I shall discard it and hunt another. Wait a moment. Wu Mengmeng turned back, observing the seriousness etched on Jihan's face, which suggested he was not jesting. Accidentally, she caught sight of the skinned rabbit, its crimson eyes still twitching. You. Please set it down. She had prepared chicken and fish before, but this, skinning a rabbit alive, was a different matter altogether. She nearly forgot that this was not a world of ordinary people, but rather a realm inhabited by beastly transformed beings, where the consumption of raw meat was not considered peculiar. I did not say I disliked it. I simply do not eat it raw. How about this? You start a fire, and we shall feast on roasted rabbit tonight. Wu Mengmeng clapped her hands in delight, eagerly gazing at Jihan, only to be met with another unexpected revelation. Fire? What could it be? The orcs of the frigid land, utterly oblivious to the concept of fire. After a prolonged period of shock, Wu Mengmeng gradually accepted the reality before her. She looked at the aggrieved expression on Jihan's face and helplessly rubbed her forehead. Fire can provide warmth and nourishment, serving numerous purposes. Do the orcs here never utilize fire? Without it, wouldn't their existence be even more primitive than that of early humans? Fire can facilitate the propagation of prey, yet Jihan remained perplexed. In his eyes, food equated to prey, with no distinction between what was palatable and what was not. Such a dense-headed individual. Unable to articulate her thoughts clearly, she urged him to fetch some firewood, explaining that it was merely wood, and she would attempt to create fire by friction. Noticing Jihan's mouth opening as if to inquire further, Wu Mengmeng quickly interjected, forbidding him from asking what this method entailed, assuring him that he would soon understand. She was eager to demonstrate the essence of fire. To her surprise, the seemingly cold Jihan harbored a curious spirit within. Furthermore, she merely refrained from consuming raw meat, yet he appeared to feel aggrieved. She herself had yet to express any complaint. Jihan soon returned from outside the cave, carrying a bundle of wood, which Wu Mengmeng noticed was still frosted over, causing her to frown. This wood is useless. It must be dry. Look, it's covered in ice. Wu Mengmeng grumbled as she approached and prodded the wood. While she was lamenting, she suddenly caught sight of the frost on the piece she had poked, which astonishingly diminished at a visibly rapid pace. What is this? Wu Mengmeng gasped in astonishment, lifting the wood to examine it closely. The frost that had previously enveloped it was now gone, as if it had basked in the sun for several days, ready to catch fire. Witnessing this, Jihan's silver eyes glimmered with a spark of realization, and echoes of his mentor's words resonated in his mind. Chapter 9. She is the female that Lao Tai seeks. This female possesses abilities that do not belong to the frigid land, capable of melting ice and igniting foliage. Her powers are complementary yet opposing to yours. Help me find her and bring her back. Though Jihan did not comprehend the notion of igniting foliage. Could it be that Mengmeng was indeed the female Lao Tai sought? A wave of joy surged through him. What was happening? With wide eyes, Wu Mengmeng murmured, oblivious to Jihan's peculiar demeanor. She set down the wood and poked the frosted log in Jihan's arms. To her astonishment, the log she had prodded transformed to resemble the one she had just handled. Your superpower? Oh no, it is I who possess a superpower, Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, smacking her forehead, her eyes sparkling with delight as a bold idea suddenly struck her. She went on to poke each piece of wood, and without fail, an entire bundle converted into dry timber. Heaven has treated me kindly. The efforts of my family for years in pursuit of fire have not been in vain, she thought, gazing at her hands in wonder. Though she could not fathom the mechanics behind it, given that she had already traversed realms, the emergence of a superpower seemed hardly extraordinary. In a fleeting moment, a memory of her pilfering snacks in the laboratory flashed through her mind, but before she could ponder it further, Jihan interrupted her reverie. Mengmeng, do you need more wood? Observing Wu Mengmeng's fluctuating emotions, from anger to exuberance, Jihan felt a sense of joy akin to hers, despite his confusion. It was no wonder that his friend had remarked on the capricious nature of female beastmen. Once the recent cold spell passed, he planned to take Mengmeng back to meet his friend, fulfilling the task entrusted to him, while also securing a companion. Truly a double blessing. No, thank you. This is sufficient, Wu Mengmeng replied, coming to her senses and waving her hand. With the wood secured for fire, half the battle for roasting meat was won. However, due to the frigid temperatures outside and her lack of warm clothing, she instructed Jihan on how to clean the rabbit while she remained in the cave to ignite the fire for cooking. After half an hour, when Jihan returned with the cleaned rabbit, Wu Mengmeng had arranged the firewood but found herself troubled by the logs. She had only seen the technique of friction fire in survival documentaries, yet she had no practical knowledge of it. Well, it's worth a try, she resolved. Treating the situation as a last-ditch effort, Wu Mengmeng discovered a slender stick and a sizable piece of wood, and began to drill fervently on the spot. To her delight, sparks soon began to emerge. However, as she continued, the wood revealed no further signs of igniting beyond those initial sparks. Allow me to give it a try, Jihan said, observing Wu Mengmeng's hands growing red from the friction. He pursed his lips and took the wood from her, replicating her method. Yet, minutes passed, and despite his swifter pace, he failed to produce even a flicker of the sparks she had managed, falling short of her earlier meager flame. Perplexed, Wu Mengmeng scratched her head in confusion. Never mind, I'll handle it. You bully me, and if you don't help me create fire, I'll be burning with frustration. With a huff of irritation, she jabbed the stick forcefully into the wood. To her astonishment, it seemed as if the wood understood her words, and with a sudden whoosh, fire ignited. Yes, there is fire. Wu Mengmeng swallowed hard, momentarily forgetting the peculiarity of the occurrence, as she hurriedly used the flames to ignite a larger fire. Jihan, who naturally harbored an innate fear of flames due to his cold nature, witnessed Wu Mengmeng's frantic activity and rushed to assist her. As the fire blazed, Jihan felt an exhilarating warmth emanating from it. It became clear why his old companion had claimed that this female could melt ice and ignite flora. Indeed, it was true. Wu Mengmeng was precisely the female his friend had been searching for. Lacking a knife, Jihan relied on the sharpness of his feline claws, swiftly dismembering a rabbit into pieces. Meanwhile, Wu Mengmeng procured several long sticks and eagerly skewered the rabbit meat, preparing to roast it. Before long, The tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Wu Mengmeng turned the meat over the flames, and soon the crimson chunks began to sizzle and exude grease, their golden juices making one's appetite surge. The warmth from the fire enveloped Wu Mengmeng, and a wave of drowsiness washed over her, causing her to doze off. What is that smell? What is burning? In her drowsy state, Wu Mengmeng caught a whiff of charred food, and with heavy eyelids, she opened her eyes only to be jolted awake. Ah, my roasted meat. It's burnt. She grasped the meat and hurriedly distanced herself from the fire, yet it was too late to salvage its fate. What had once been a delectable and mouth-watering treat was now reduced to a charred lump, the outer skin blackened. With an acrid scent of burnt meat wafting through the air, Wu Mengmeng gazed sorrowfully at the charred meat, suddenly recalling that another person resided within the cave. Turning her head, she found Jihan watching her intently. You've been awake all along, haven't you? Why didn't you alert me? The meat is burnt to a crisp. How can we possibly eat this now? It's all gone to waste. Wu Mengmeng glared at Jihan in frustration. I noticed you were asleep. And I didn't wish to disturb your rest, Jihan replied with a serious expression. As a male, he believed it improper to interrupt a female's slumber. At the very least, you could have kept an eye on the meat. Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, her face reflecting exasperation. Is this cat truly so foolish? It doesn't he even realize the meat is ruined? Wasn't it your intention to cook it this way? Jihan remarked, glancing at the charcoal-like remnants of the meat. Seemingly oblivious to any issue, Wu Mengmeng felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly succumbing to exasperation. Sighing deeply, she took a moment to calm her spirit, waving her hand dismissively. After all, one should not hold grudges against those less enlightened. This cat, clearly ignorant of fire, surely did not comprehend the art of roasting meat. With this thought, Wu Mengmeng felt a renewed sense of relief. She poked out a piece of rabbit meat, resuming her roasting with determination, vowing not to doze off this time. As the sizzling sounds of fire mingled with the meat began to fill the air, golden juices emerged from the chunks of meat. Wu Mengmeng, salivating, gazed longingly at the roasting delicacy, fervently wishing for it to be ready soon. Yet, as she continued, she noticed something amiss. The color seemed off. Something was indeed wrong. The flavor was peculiar. How had her meat burned once again? Watching as the exterior of the meat blackened further, Wu Mengmeng felt a pang of regret. It appeared somewhat better than the charred remains, but not by much. Mengmeng, you roast splendidly, just like the last piece. Jihan, mistaking her frustration for joy, remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Why you? Wu Mengmeng's face flushed with anger. You foul cat, how dare you mock me? Jihan, oblivious to the misunderstanding, simply believed she was overcome with happiness. Now that the meat is ready, you should eat, Mengmeng. Jihan offered her the charred remains she had discarded. I'll eat after I finish roasting, Wu Mengmeng retorted, her face still red with irritation as she shot Jihan an annoyed glance and returned to the fire to continue her task. She refused to believe that with so much meat, she couldn't manage to cook at least one piece properly. As it turned out, Wu Mengmeng's culinary skills were unparalleled. And before long, the fresh rabbit meat had transformed into a pile of blackened, charred remnants. How can this be? Wu Mengmeng lamented. Disbelief etched on her face as she surveyed her disastrous creation. Could it be that my skills have dulled from lack of practice? Searching through the charred pile, she finally located a piece that looked somewhat edible, her expression tinged with guilt as she approached Jihan. Her voice softened. I didn't perform well today. Perhaps you could tolerate a small taste? She remembered that she was currently under someone else's roof, and the food belonged to them. Males should not consume the food of females. Jihan frowned, ready to decline, but upon seeing Wu Mengmeng's pleading eyes glistening with unshed tears, he could not refuse and took a symbolic bite. Chapter 10, Cat Xiaomi is pregnant old veterinarian. Must we really take in that foreign female? Our food supply will dwindle even further. Inside the cave of the old veterinarian, Cat Xiaomi was exceedingly anxious. The cave, the smallest communal area in this frigid land, was named the Stone Cave, as it was constructed entirely of massive rocks, thus providing greater stability than others. Although the old veterinarian was not the strongest female in the Stone Cave, her scarcity and profound knowledge naturally positioned her as the leader of the cave. Though food is limited, females are even more precious, the old veterinarian said, stroking her beard with a serious demeanor, showing no intention of expelling Wu Mengmeng. However, seeing the old veterinarian defend Wu Mengmeng only fueled Cat Xiaomi's resentment. What was so special about that female? She had nearly usurped her position upon arrival. If that is the case, let the female stay. Once she has Jihan as a partner, without his protection, she will perish even quicker. Rest assured, old veterinarian. I will take good care of the new female, Cat Xiaomi said, a cold glint flashing in her eyes, while her face maintained a gentle smile. She always played the obedient one in front of the old veterinarian, as she was the most authoritative figure in the cave. Very good, very good. The old veterinarian squinted her eyes, smiling kindly, when suddenly recalling something important. Oh, Xiaomi, you are expecting. Really? Cat Xiaomi exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Despite having 5 partners, this was her first pregnancy. The news of a female expecting offspring was bound to stir jealousy among the males. And soon the word spread throughout the cave. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, neither she nor her companions received any congratulations from the beasts in the cave. Do they not know I'm with child? Left waiting in vain. Cat Xiaomi's patience began to wane. Don't be upset, It's not good for the baby. The beasts do know. But they have all gone to the new female, Hutu, sitting before Cat Xiaomi said excitedly, trying to soothe her with gentle words, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wishing to cherish her. This is my first litter. Hutu, however, was unaware that his words could infuriate Cat Xiaomi. Useless. Get away. Hearing that the beasts flocked to Wu Mengmeng. Cat Xiaomi's eyes burned with fury, and she kicked Hutu aside, gritting her teeth as she stormed towards the entrance. Meanwhile, in Jihan's cave, so, how is it? Is it delicious or not? Wu Mengmeng, her big sparkling eyes wide with anticipation, looked at Jihan. When she saw his impassive expression as he swallowed the meat and glanced down at the charred remains in his hand, her hope turned to disappointment. Oh well. It must be terrible, she murmured, turning away, yet the spark in her eyes remained undiminished. Did she really think a minor mistake could defeat her? Not a chance. It's delicious. A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind her. I knew it would be terrible. Wu Mengmeng's casual remark was abruptly halted, replaced by disbelief and joy as she dashed toward Jihan. What did you say? Delicious? You're not deceiving me? Overwhelmed with excitement, Wu Mengmeng forgot all propriety and leapt in front of Jihan, clutching his arm for an answer. She glanced back at the charred piece of meat in her hand, which resembled the epitome of culinary disaster, and linking it with the notion of deliciousness felt rather far-fetched. Delicious, Jihan said, his gaze fixated on her exposed skin, his nostrils flaring as if he could detect a fragrance even more enticing than the meat itself. His fingers twitched involuntarily, just as he was about to reach out to investigate further. Is it here? Is this not Jihan's cave? Yes, right here. Just smell it. That's the aroma. Hearing commotion from outside the cave, Wu Mengmeng released her grip, peering curiously towards the entrance. Why do these beasts love to visit so much? They just left. And they are not back to trouble me again, are they? Jihan's expression darkened as he approached the cave entrance. Is there something you need? As Jihan spoke, Wu Mengmeng, too, was intrigued and followed closely behind him, still clutching her roasting meat. Outside, a dense crowd of beasts had gathered. Among them 4 females surrounded by males. And no, nothing. The males, wary of Jihan, shrank back into the crowd the moment they laid eyes on him. Resembling mice fleeing from a cat. What prey did you catch? It smells divine. I've never encountered such an aroma. Would you mind sharing? One female, slightly slimmer than Xiaomi, stepped forward, her words betraying her hunger. Jihan had no intention of answering, preparing to lead Wu Mengmeng back into the cave, but unexpectedly, she spoke up to address the female. Oh, any prey is fine. As long as it's roasted, it will always smell like this. Wu Mengmeng stepped out from behind Jihan, holding a skewer of roasted meat, and introduced herself with great confidence. If we could foster better relations with the orcs here, living in this place would be far more convenient, wouldn't it? If you don't mind, I have some extra roasted meat that I can share for you to taste. If you enjoy it, I can teach you how to prepare it. This was the first time Wu Mengmeng had attracted so many diners with her culinary skills, and her heart raced with excitement. These orcs truly had discerning palates, able to uncover her talents with just a whiff. Really? You are willing to share your food with us and even teach us how to make it? The female orc gazed at Wu Mengmeng in disbelief. Orcs traditionally regarded food as vital, and apart from their mates, no orc had ever been willing to share their sustenance with others. Unbeknownst to Wu Mengmeng, her unintentional remark instantly endeared her to the assembled beastmen. Of course, it was genuine. I have never been one to deceive. In her moment of delight, Wu Mengmeng failed to recognize her slip of the tongue, and the attention of the beastmen remained focused on the food, rendering them oblivious to her faux pas. A total of over a dozen sizable pieces of rabbit meat had been roasted, for this rabbit had been captured by Jihan, and she could not arbitrarily distribute all of it. Thus, she only set aside 2 pieces as a token offering to the beastmen. Observing Wu Mengmeng's evident joy, Jihan, despite his reluctance, refrained from intervening. Having grown accustomed to a life of wandering, he did not regard food with the same reverence as the beastmen within the cave. His primary concern was the happiness of his mate. Soon enough, the roasted meat was divided into countless small portions and shared among them. Delicious. I have never tasted anything so exquisite, exclaimed one, though they noted a hint of bitterness. After finishing her meal, the plump female's eyes sparkled with delight, and she could not resist licking her lips. Wu Mengmeng smiled awkwardly, fully aware that the embarrassment stemmed from the burnt meat outside. Only upon slicing the roast did she realize the interior was still delectable, and when her companions praised the taste, it was undoubtedly because they had savored the unburnt portions. It appeared her culinary skills were not as lacking as she had presumed. The flavor of raw meat could never compare to that of cooked. Males, with their instinct to hoard food, could not resist the temptation when the discerning females declared it delicious, and thus they indulged as well. Delicious. Absolutely divine. The furious feline, Xiaomi, stormed over with her partner, and upon witnessing the scene, her anger flared, her eyes ablaze with indignation, as if she were ready to wreak havoc. What a pitiful lot. Just a morsel of food has swayed you all. How could she possibly have such goodwill to share her food? There must be something amiss. Chapter 11. Oh dear, you're poisoned. What are you laughing at? Xiaomi approached the gathering of beasts, her ire intensifying as she noticed Wu Mengmeng chuckling. Are you delusional? Everyone just consumed the roasted meat. Why are you standing there so nonchalantly? With Jihan by her side, Wu Mengmeng felt no trepidation towards Xiaomi. She was never one to harbor ill feelings unless provoked, and she maintained clear distinctions in her treatment of others. Just like her father, who was consumed by his research and indifferent to familial duties, she regarded him as no different from a stranger. Wu Mengmeng, don't be upset. My Amami is merely concerned for us, a plump female interjected, hastily mediating between the two, anxious that Wu Mengmeng might retract her offer to teach my Amami the art of roasting. How could that be? I never harbor resentment towards beasts, Wu Mengmeng replied with a carefree smile. I reserve my anger for humans. When it came to small creatures, if they bit her, she would never retaliate. However, she added, my Amami, this is my roast, untouched. Would you care to sample it? I've heard it's quite exquisite. A lean male extended the roast towards my Amami, wearing a solicitous grin. If he could bring her joy, perhaps she might consider him as a potential partner. I haven't eaten mine either. I saved it just for you. Another male stammered nervously, his face flushed. My Amami initially intended to decline, but the tantalizing aroma of the meat was irresistible. As a beastman, her sense of smell was exponentially more acute than that of ordinary humans, making it difficult to ignore. The words I won't eat barely escaped her lips as she fixated on the succulent roast, salivating, before finally taking the piece from the stammering male's hand. Since you're so thoughtful, I suppose I shall taste it. Having grown accustomed to the raw, bloody flesh, consuming cooked meat rendered the raw variety unpalatable. This meat is rather good. Where did you procure this game? I shall ask my partner to catch some as well. My Amami relished the meat, savoring its delightful flavor. Never having experienced anything quite like it before, she felt a sudden urge to possess the same food that the other female had. Wu Mengmeng, didn't you just claim my roast was problematic? What has changed now? Wu Mengmeng, standing beside Jihan, spoke teasingly, subtly inching behind him, ready to seek refuge at any moment. After all, if the beast charged, Jihan would shield her. My Amami felt somewhat humiliated by Wu Mengmeng's taunt. It was an affront to her pride, yet her desire for the game compelled her to endure the moment. Didn't you assert there was no poison? Besides, we all ate it. I'll trust you this once, my Amami said, her gaze drifting elsewhere, feigning nonchalance as she attempted to appear unconcerned about Wu Mengmeng. Wait. Upon hearing my Amami's words, Wu Mengmeng suddenly covered her mouth in shock. Jihan, poised to inquire, was discreetly restrained by Wu Mengmeng, who sensed the need for silence. Why are you making such a ruckus? My Amami, already apprehensive about the roast she had consumed, was startled by Wu Mengmeng's exclamation, her anger boiling over as she shouted at Wu Mengmeng. To her surprise, Wu Mengmeng seemed genuinely frightened, her eyes widening in terror as she stammered, oh no, my Amami. You've been poisoned. She clutched Jihan's arm, as if that alone could bolster her courage. What did you say? My Amami exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury flooding her. Didn't you say the roast was safe? I knew it. You intend to harm me. To harm the beast of our rocky cave. With that, she struck the stammering male soundly across the face. Are you in cahoots with her? I'm not. The stammering male was left dazed, too intimidated to retaliate, his words tumbling out in a rush. The other beastmen who had consumed the roast began to grow anxious, a wave of unrest sweeping through the crowd. Poisoned. I'm poisoned. It's over. I don't have a partner yet, nor have I birthed any offspring. Wu Mengmeng, why would you do this to us? Seeing the chaos unfold, Wu Mengmeng hastily clarified. Do not accuse me unjustly. I merely stated that you were poisoned. I never claimed that the other beasts were afflicted. Rest assured, you are all perfectly healthy. No one else is poisoned. Only my Amami has been affected. Wu Mengmeng gazed at my Amami with feigned innocence, then turned to reassure the others. Her words acted as a soothing balm, swiftly calming the crowd as they learned they were not poisoned. However, my Amami remained agitated. That is impossible. Everyone consumed your meat. Why am I the only female poisoned? Her expression radiated disbelief. Even if there were poison, it would have affected everyone equally. Moreover, the meat was given to me by another male. How could Wu Mengmeng possibly predict that this male would offer me the roast? It's inconceivable. Absolutely impossible. Observing my Amami's anxious demeanor, Wu Mengmeng stifled a laugh internally, then donned a sorrowful expression. My roast was originally free of poison, however. I only shared it with the others, never intending to offer you any. Food possesses its own consciousness, if it is not willingly given to you. Consuming it could lead to poisoning. Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brow, maintaining a serious facade while suppressing the urge to giggle. You're deceiving me. How could food have its own consciousness? My Amami scoffed, her gaze piercing like a dagger directed at Wu Mengmeng. This female was quite clever, indeed, to be so skeptical. In the depths of her thoughts, Wu Mengmeng suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Look, this food, have you ever tasted anything like it before? Do you know why the food you consume does not possess this unique flavor? It is because my food is alive, thus its taste differs from yours. Wu Mengmeng shook her head in resignation, seemingly lamenting the ignorance of Cat Xiaomi. What? How is that even possible? Cat Xiaomi exclaimed, her heart pounding in terror as thoughts of her own demise flooded her mind, causing her lips to tremble, despite her reluctance to accept such a grim notion. Every word Wu Mengmeng uttered rang with undeniable logic, leaving her unable to find a flaw in the argument. Xiaomi, you cannot die. You carry my offspring. Who too? Anxious and supportive, held Cat Xiaomi tightly, noticing her fear rendered her speechless. He turned to Wu Mengmeng, pleading, female, is there no way to save Xiaomi? She must not perish. Please, help her. once the mightiest male of the chaotic stone cave, who too found himself overwhelmed by panic. His brute strength rendered useless as he sought assistance from Wu Mengmeng. Do not fret. Allow me a moment to ponder, Wu Mengmeng replied, thoughtfully stroking her chin. Meanwhile, Jihan grew increasingly impatient, casting a disdainful glance at the gathered beastmen, as if to warn them, disturb us here again, and you shall find yourselves unable to return. You must be deliberately trying to harm me. You have no intention of saving me. Cat Xiaomi, overwhelmed, shouted at Wu Mengmeng, only to be silenced by Jihan's icy glare. Oh dear, I was on the verge of a revelation, and now you've caused me to forget. Wu Mengmeng exclaimed in frustration, smacking her forehead, her expression filled with regret as she regarded Cat Xiaomi, her dark eyes shining brightly. Cat Xiaomi gritted her teeth, yet dared not speak further, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. I have thought of something. There is a way to save Cat Xiaomi. Chapter 12. The beast attacked Wu Mengmeng, in a fit of excitement, slapped her forehead as if a sudden realization had struck her. What method? Hu asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. As a male, he could afford to feel fear if he were alone, but now, as a partner, it was imperative to safeguard his companion's well-being, even at the cost of his own life. Otherwise, mere survival would be akin to a living death. The poison stems from the disrespect shown to the food's master, and the antidote is quite simple. One must sincerely apologize to the owner of the food and then consume 50 generous mouthfuls of snow to negate the toxin. Wu Mengmeng suppressed her urge to laugh and spoke earnestly. In this frigid, desolate place, consuming 50 mouthfuls of snow would certainly be quite an ordeal for her. It must be you who did this on purpose. Upon hearing the antidote, which required an apology to Wu Mengmeng, Mao Xiaomi immediately gritted her teeth and rebuked her. With a look of trepidation, Wu Mengmeng timidly hid behind Jihan, her expression one of poignant distress, instantly garnering the sympathy of the others. Xiaomi, this female does not know that you would consume her flesh. How can you blame her? They exclaimed. Indeed, she kindly shared her provisions with all of us. How could she possibly wish you harm? As the other creatures rallied in support of Wu Mengmeng, Xiaomi could hardly contain her irritation, nearly fuming with anger. Xiaomi. The little tiger cast a questioning glance towards her. Humph. Xiaomi shot Wu Mengmeng a furious glare, yet fearing the possibility of genuine poisoning, she begrudgingly yielded. Her face darkened as she uttered, I apologize. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that, Wu Mengmeng responded, perplexed as she cupped her hands around her mouth. I said I'm sorry. Xiaomi shouted in outrage before turning away, hastening to depart with her companions. Wary of any further schemes from Wu Mengmeng. Remember to eat a full 50 bites, otherwise, the poison cannot be cured. Wu Mengmeng called out, hands cupping her mouth. Her voice raised in a benevolent warning. As the farce concluded, night had already fallen. Wu Mengmeng and Jihan sat face to face in the cave, indulging in roasted meat. After the recent commotion, she realized that although the exterior of the meat was charred, the interior remained tender and delectable, despite its unappealing appearance. The meat was still quite edible. Let me tell you, encountering me is truly a blessing from your past life. I want to be a freeloader. I'll take care of the cooking from now on. Of course, today was an unexpected mishap, Wu Mengmeng assured grandly, picking at the charred bits of the roasted meat. Jihan, seemingly accustomed to her nonsensical chatter, handed her a piece of meat that had been stripped of its burnt layer, his voice devoid of doubt as he remarked. You were just deceiving the little cat, weren't you? Wu Mengmeng was taken aback, surprised that this cat possessed a more astute mind than other beasts. She let out a couple of awkward chuckles. How could that be? I never lie. I was merely joking with her, taking a hearty bite of roasted meat. Her gaze faltered and shifted elsewhere. After all, who could blame her for retaliating against such blatant bullying? Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. She was merely jesting, indeed. Just jesting. From now on, if any beast approaches, you must not go out. Jihan observed Wu Mengmeng's guilty expression but chose not to expose her. Beasts retain their animalistic instincts, and their dwellings were generally off-limits to outsiders unless permitted by their owners. Otherwise, it would be as grave as trespassing, even in Jihan's absence. Wu Mengmeng remained safe within the cave. Eh? Wu Mengmeng blinked in surprise, glancing at Jihan, who wore a serious expression, yet he did not appear as angry as she had anticipated. Was this cat not upset because she had just bullied the little cat Mimi? Since childhood, her father had devoted himself entirely to his research. And with her mother long deceased, she often found herself unattended. Whenever she encountered bullies, unable to fight back or flee, she resorted to teasing her tormentors. Each time they complained to her father, she faced a scolding, despite not being at fault. Over time, her reputation as a troublemaker became entrenched, and she grew accustomed to being unjustly reprimanded. Just moments ago, she had believed Jihan would chastise her. You were right. I did intentionally deceive little cat Mimi just now. Taking a deep breath, Wu Mengmeng's demeanor appeared somewhat abnormal, yet she boldly confessed. After all, that little cat Mimi had always targeted her. She was no fool. Ever since her father had dismissed her words, she had never spoken the truth to him again. For years, her life had been a series of lies. And suddenly uttering a genuine truth left her feeling somewhat unaccustomed. It won't be so troublesome in the future. Jihan's expression remained neutral, as if all of this were entirely natural. I will drive them away. There is no need for you to complicate matters. Wu Mengmeng stared blankly at Jihan, her jade-like silver eyes seemingly plunging into her heart, stirring up a flurry of emotions. All right. You've eaten enough. Now it's time to sleep. In a flurry, she wiped her mouth and stood up to spread the hay in the corner. The hay was scarce, and there was hardly enough space for two grown individuals to rest. Not to mention that she couldn't possibly usurp someone else's sleeping area. Thus, under her persistent coaxing, Jihan transformed into his beast form, and the two of them, one human and one feline, lay upon the hay. Initially, she had been somewhat apprehensive about Jihan's potential actions, but seeing him as a cat brought her considerable relief. After a day of tension, she finally relaxed and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Wu Mengmeng was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream. Help! A ferocious beast is attacking the rocky cave. The cat and the pup were still outside, in a state of drowsiness. Wu Mengmeng thought she was dreaming upon hearing a sound. What peculiar name could belong to a pet from some household? And could it possibly have given birth to a litter of puppies? She smacked her lips and turned over, preparing to drift back into slumber. Suddenly, her hand encountered something soft and furry, jolting her awake. Surely, there were no plush toys on her bed, and the mattress was not this firm. With a swift motion, she opened her eyes, only to be met by a pair of silver eyes as cold as ice. Upon closer inspection, a white feline face was alarmingly close, with several paws resting on her stomach, waist, and chest. Oh no, a lewd cat. What have you done to me while I was asleep? Wu Mengmeng leapt up in shock, her mind instantly recalling the events of the previous day. She glanced at the bewildered snow cat before her and sighed, placing her hand on her forehead in exasperation. Oh well, what can you expect from a meerkat? Just as the words escaped her lips, the snow cat transformed into human form. As enchanting as ever, Wu Mengmeng hastily covered her eyes, peeking through a narrow gap to observe his upper body. Noticing that he had wrapped himself in the vine and ice leaves from yesterday, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, did I just hear the name of the cat girl? It's so noisy outside. What on earth is happening? The soundproofing in the cave was poor, and even from the innermost depths, the voices outside were clearly audible. As if in response to Wu Mengmeng's musings, a frantic male voice suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Jihan, come out quickly and help. There's a ferocious beast attacking outside, and the cat girl and the puppy are under siege. Chapter 13. I will not let you be in danger. Upon hearing that the cat girl was in peril, Wu Mengmeng hastily joined Jihan at the entrance of the rocky cave. What in the world is that creature? A dinosaur? Wu Mengmeng's eyes widened in terror as she gazed at the colossal beast outside. It was a massive creature, entirely covered in dark brown fur, crashing against the hillside of the rocky cave. Its appearance bore a resemblance to that of a dinosaur, yet it was adorned with bizarre, stone-like protrusions. The sheer size of the beast allowed its enormous head to barely fit through the several-meter-high cave entrance, with a gaping maw revealing long, sharp fangs. A single droplet of saliva fell, the size of a fist, causing Wu Mengmeng to swallow involuntarily. This monster could hardly be contained. Typically, ferocious beasts from the depths of the ice forest do not venture beyond their domain. How did it end up here? Jihan furrowed his brow, cautiously positioning himself to shield Wu Mengmeng behind him. Other beastmen had gathered at the cave entrance, standing further back as the threat of attack loomed. Jihan maneuvered through the crowd, stepping to the front. With a resounding crash, the beast's massive head slammed against the cave entrance, causing the ground to tremble. Wu Mengmeng clung to Jihan for stability. Is this creature practicing its iron head technique? She couldn't help but scoff, observing the beast bounce back unharmed and lively. Jihan, you must think of something quickly. You are the only first-order beastman here. Come up with a plan to drive it away, or we will all perish in this cave. The terrified voice of Cat Xiaomi suddenly emerged from an unseen corner, reaching Wu Mengmeng's ears. As Wu Mengmeng turned around, she saw Mao Xiaomi standing behind her, her lips a deep purple hue, supported by her companion, evidently having consumed snow, which had left her mouth frozen in such a state. Indeed, Jihan, you must devise a means to rescue us. You are the only one among us who is a single pattern beastman, the only one capable of contending with the ferocious creature. You have resided in our rocky cave for so long, you cannot simply abandon us in our time of need. In an instant, both males and females alike began to implore Jihan for assistance, echoing Mao Xiaomi's plea. Hearing the fervent voices of the beasts, Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brow and grasped Jihan's wrist, fearful that he would heed their calls and venture out. No, Jihan cannot go outside, Wu Mengmeng shouted, interrupting the cacophony of voices. Wu Mengmeng, what do you mean? Do you wish for us all to perish here? Mao Xiaomi glared at Wu Mengmeng with a fierce gaze, her purple lips adding to the menacing aura, resembling a villainess from a drama. That monster outside is enormous. How could a single beast possibly prevail? Even if you cannot defeat it, you must not send Jihan to his demise. Wu Mengmeng stepped aside to allow the others to witness the formidable beast lurking outside. The disparity in size was so great that the outcome was evident. How could she bear to watch him walk to his death? For the first time, Jihan found himself shielded by a female. He initially wished to reassure them that all was well, but upon seeing the earnest expression on Wu Mengmeng's face and feeling the strength of her grip, he could not bring himself to pull away, allowing her to take the lead. Wu Mengmeng, what nonsense are you spouting? If you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you. As the only single patterned beastman in the cave, Jihan has a responsibility to confront the ferocious beast. I knew you intended to bring about our demise. Mao Xiaomi chastised Wu Mengmeng vehemently. In this moment of peril, all the beasts rallied behind Mao Xiaomi, collectively denouncing Wu Mengmeng's stance. Wu Mengmeng was taken aback. The orc who had been so courteous to her just yesterday, even defending her, was now willing to send Jihan to his doom for his own selfish interests. Look. Everyone, quickly. The ferocious beast is attacking Dogsy and Katniel. A sudden shout from an orc drew the attention of the others outside the cave. They saw that the once aggressive beast, initially preparing to charge the cave entrance, was now shaking its head and heading towards a small hill not far away. Where Dogsy and Katniel stood. Initially, the beast had attacked Dogsy and Katniel outside the cave, but upon being discovered by the orcs inside, it redirected its fury towards the cave entrance. Now realizing that the entrance was not so easily breached, and unable to reach the orcs inside, it shifted its focus back to the more vulnerable Dogsy and Katniel. Quickly, let us block the entrance. The beast might not find us and leave. Cat Xiaomi urged excitedly, pushing her partner aside. But Katniel is still outside. We can't just watch a female in danger while we leave a male in distress. Came the retort of Katniel. The females in the cave were already scarce. How could they ignore the peril facing a female? If they did not act, not only would Katniel be in danger, but all females could perish. With a fierce expression, Cat Xiaomi reprimanded the males sharply, silencing them. Sacrificing one female to save all the others was a better alternative than everyone perishing together. The beast understood that even if they banded together, they could not contend with the ferocious beast outside. Inhuman. Wu Mengmeng spat disdainfully as she strode toward the cave entrance, peering outside. She saw the beast nearing Katniel, while Dogsy was desperately trying to carry her away. What should we do now? Dogsy, hurry back. It's safe inside the cave, she shouted, realizing that the beast had blocked their way in. Just as she was growing anxious, a figure suddenly surged past her. Jihan, what are you doing? Wu Mengmeng grasped the person in front of her. Don't worry, I won't let you come to harm, Jihan assured, his large hand enveloping hers. Reluctantly, he pulled her hand away. This Katniel seemed to have a good rapport with Mengmeng. If this female were to perish, Mengmeng's life would surely become much duller. Moreover, blocking the cave entrance was futile. Once the beast devoured the orcs outside, it would inevitably turn its attention back to those within. True safety could only be achieved through one means. You cannot go out. You will die. You are merely a cat. What are you trying to prove? Wu Mengmeng was somewhat angered. Regardless of his intentions, she did not wish for him to meet his end. Staying in the cave was at least a temporary safeguard. I will not die, Jihan declared with unwavering resolve, his deep voice rendering Wu Mengmeng momentarily speechless. Before she could gather her thoughts, Jihan had transformed into a snowcat and dashed out of the cave. Be careful. If you die, I will immediately find another cat. Wu Mengmeng called anxiously after the snowcat. The snowcat glanced back, his silver eyes narrowing as he quickened his pace, swiftly reaching the ferocious beast's feet. As she watched the beast's massive claws leaving deep imprints in the snow, Wu Mengmeng's heart raced. Her breath held in fear that the snowcat might become nothing more than a smear beneath the beast's weight. Fortunately, despite its size, the beast was not as quick as the snowcat, which soon drew its attention. In the meantime, the beastly Dogsy managed to carry Katniel to safety, and they quickly returned to the cave unscathed, albeit exhausted. Thank you, Mengmeng. If it weren't for you, I might have perished. Dogsy expressed his gratitude. Why was he thanking her? She had just insisted Jihan stay inside. Cat Xiaomi, having appeared beside them, seemed perplexed. Katniel ignored her. Although they were at a distance, she had overheard the conversation inside the cave. Understanding that Cat Xiaomi had intended for her and Dogsy to sacrifice themselves to save the orcs within the cave, Wu Mengmeng shook her head at Miaono. And seeing that Miaono was unharmed, her thoughts turned anxiously to Jihan's peril. She quickly turned her gaze outside the cave once more. The snow cat moved with remarkable speed. With each pass by the ferocious beast, the creature suffered a grievous blow. It was indeed peculiar. For the snow cat was hardly larger than a fingertip compared to the beast, yet each strike elicited a wail of anguish, leaving deep, crimson gashes. The skirmish between the snow cat and the beast drew ever closer to the cave's entrance. She couldn't shake the feeling that Jihan's beast form seemed slightly enlarged, and there appeared to be a golden thread atop the cat's head. Just as she pondered this, a sudden, forceful shove from behind sent her reeling. Chapter 14, landing on the beast's back. Oh my. Help. Mengmeng's piercing scream echoed through the heavens as she plummeted into the abyss, her back facing downwards. Hurtling through the air, the rushing wind whistled past her ears, rendering her mind a blank slate, and all she could discern was a smug smile fading into the distance. Xiaomi. She just pushed me. Was she truly destined to perish in this place today? With no time to extend her vitriolic greetings to Xiaomi's ancestors, Mengmeng squeezed her eyes shut, inwardly lamenting a prayer that her demise would not be too unsightly. A sharp pain coursed through her. In the next moment, Mengmeng felt herself landing on an uneven surface, the violent impact threatening to shatter her very insides. Clutching her head, which was on the verge of a concussion, she rolled a few times before shaking her head to clear the fog and bracing her nearly broken body. A roar erupted nearby, a sound so close it pierced her ears with excruciating intensity, followed by a tremor that shook the ground beneath her. Ah! Why is the ground moving? Mengmeng cried out, her balance faltering as her upper body, which she had just managed to prop up, toppled once more. In a desperate bid to avoid being thrown by the violent upheaval, she grasped at the ground, her hands clutching various protruding objects for dear life. Was this an earthquake? How peculiar that there were so many stones jutting from the ground here. Wu Mengmeng was dizzy from the tremors, realizing that the stone beneath her was quite sturdy. Yet, she pondered why this earthquake had persisted for so long. Just as she was lost in thought, an angry roar echoed from a distance. The sound was not louder than the previous one, but it carried an underlying intensity, fierce and imbued with an undeniable wrath. Mengmeng, run. You're on the back of a ferocious beast. Upon hearing the familiar voice of Catgirl, Wu Mengmeng strained to open her eyes and discern her surroundings. But the distance hindered her clarity. Not far off, a snow-colored cat, larger than the average feline, was glaring menacingly in her direction. Wu Mengmeng recognized it as Jihan. Who else would emerge from the cave at such a moment? Yet, what was he staring at? Lowering her gaze, Wu Mengmeng finally grasped her predicament. She had not landed on the ground, but rather on the back of a formidable creature. Oh my! In her heart, Wu Mengmeng felt a surge of anxiety. She lifted her gaze and found the fierce beast turning its head to regard her, its blood-red eyes reflecting her disheveled state. Long, sharp fangs glistened with saliva. Seemingly eager to stretch towards her, as if it were but a moment away from tearing her to shreds. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Wu Mengmeng nearly lost her grip and slid precariously on the beast's back. Suddenly, she realized that the creature could not reach her and hastily clutched onto a protruding ridge. How perilous it would be. Should she fall, she would undoubtedly be devoured. Wu Mengmeng's face was a mask of despair, her heart as lifeless as ashes, as she fervently prayed. Great Laozi, Bodhisattva Guanyin, Buddha Tathagata, please bless me. I do not wish to perish yet. At the very least, spare me from meeting my end within the jaws of this beast. Upon seeing Wu Mengmeng nearly tumble from the ferocious creature's back, Jihan felt a sharp pang in his heart. His silver eyes appeared to be filled with blood, and with a display of defiance, his paws struck the ground heavily, creating 2 large craters. Wu Mengmeng's mouth fell agape. Is this truly the cat she knows? How could it be so formidable? In her confusion, the snow cat swiftly darted to confront the beast, eschewing the stealthy approach it had employed earlier, opting instead for a direct clash. No, Jihan, flee quickly, you will perish. Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. No matter how powerful this cat may be, it could not possibly withstand such a monstrous foe head-on. Charging straight at it would surely be tantamount to courting death. In the very moment Wu Mengmeng cried out, the snow cat's attack struck the beast with ferocity. It seemed to have been incensed, its claws ruthlessly raking across the beast's hide, inflicting wounds even deeper than before. Though the creature was slow to run, its reflexes were remarkably swift. Yet even so, it could not withstand the snow cat's agile onslaught, relegated to merely preventing it from accessing its vulnerable rear. The beast continued to thrash, and Wu Mengmeng felt as if she might be flung away at any moment. Thus, she abandoned her attempts to deter the snow cat, focusing instead on stabilizing her own stance while anxiously observing the fray. She noted that while Jihan, transformed into the snow cat, appeared diminutive, its offensive prowess was astonishingly potent. Even this colossal monster was rendered howling in pain, as if the cat possessed strength surpassing that of the creature itself. Wu Mengmeng was left in a state of wonder. Well done, she exclaimed, caught up in the exhilaration of the moment as she cheered for Jihan, who was successfully pummeling the beast. However, her call seemed to incite the creature's fury. With a roar infused with rage, it began to thrash wildly. In that instant, Wu Mengmeng lost her grip, her fingers slipping as she was catapulted away like a missile. The sudden turn of events left Wu Mengmeng wishing she could slap herself a few times. Why did she have to shout? Now, it seemed her life was in jeopardy. Watching Wu Mengmeng being flung away, Jihan's heart raced, and he leaped forward to rescue her. Yet, the beast, cunning as it was, struck him with its massive paw, sending him hurtling away as he had overlooked the creature in his single-minded pursuit to save Wu Mengmeng. His body flew in the opposite direction from where Wu Mengmeng had been cast. The beast, possessing its own cunning, recognized that Jihan was a formidable opponent. Rather than pursue him, it turned its focus towards Wu Mengmeng. At that moment, a brown shadow suddenly burst forth from the rocky cave, racing toward her with alarming speed. The anticipated pain did not calm. Wu Mengmeng opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in the embrace of a gigantic bear. She was not mistaken. It was indeed a bear, easily twice the size of any she had seen at the zoo. In the midst of peril, Wu Mengmeng's mind sparked with clarity. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly discerned that the bear harbored no intent to harm her. Rather, it had come to her rescue. She speculated that perhaps it was a beastman from within the cave. There was no time to ponder further, for as she raised her gaze, she saw the beast charging in her direction. Quick, run. Wu Mengmeng struggled to free herself, yet the massive bear held her firmly, sprinting away with her in its grasp. Glancing back, she caught sight of Jihan, struck down by a ferocious beast in the distance, and her heart sank in despair. Jihan, oh Jihan. It seems that retrieving your remains will not be a simple task. Perhaps fate will entwine us as we face this creature together. Though the beast moved slowly, its colossal size allowed it to close the distance with just a few strides. Beast, hurry and run. Set me down, or you shall be devoured alongside me. Wu Mengmeng implored, pushing against the enormous bear. Though she wished to survive, she did not want to endanger the innocent creature. to her surprise. The giant bear shook its head in a surprisingly human-like manner. As the monstrous beast drew near, the bear suddenly let out a roar, casting Wu Mengmeng aside before turning to confront the looming threat. Chapter 15. Great monster, come devour me. No. Cough, cough. With a startled cry, Wu Mengmeng fell to the ground, feeling as though her body might crumble apart, before she could even utter a sound of pain. She began to flail in the snow beneath her, taking several bites of the cold powder, which led to a fit of persistent coughing, gritting her teeth against the discomfort. She managed to rise to her feet, her anxious gaze darting to the scene before her. The massive bear towered over her, its size significantly greater than that of a meerkat, yet its strength seemed to pale in comparison to that of Jihan's little white cat. At that moment, it was pinned to the ground by the fearsome beast's colossal paw, exposing its vulnerable torso and head. The ferocious creature let out a triumphant roar, seemingly in high spirits, as it opened its jaws wide to bite down on the giant bear. Wu Mengmeng's heart tightened. Although it was merely a bear, she was acutely aware that it had the ability to transform into a human. She could not bear to witness such a living being being devoured. No. What should she do? What could she possibly do? Wu Mengmeng anxiously surveyed her surroundings. All she could see was snow, an endless expanse of white. In a moment of desperation, she fashioned several snowballs and hurled them at the ferocious beast. Oh no, female, run. The giant bear observed Wu Mengmeng's actions and roared at her, shaking its head in warning. Unfortunately, Wu Mengmeng was oblivious to its beastly tongue and continued to pelt the creature with snowballs. Come on, you great monster. Come eat me. She shouted with fervor as she flung the snowballs. The beast shook its body in response. To it, the snowballs were no more than a mild tickle. Yet Wu Mengmeng's actions were a blatant provocation. With a tremendous roar, the beast surprisingly released the giant bear and advanced toward Wu Mengmeng, just as she molded another snowball. She was struck with fear upon witnessing the creature approach, each step leaving a massive imprint in the snow. Her earlier bravado vanished in an instant, and she tossed the snowball aside, turning to flee. As she ran, she called out, "Great bear, you are no match for it. Hurry back." At this moment, Wu Mengmeng truly wished to strike herself down. How could she be overflowing with compassion at such a time? She was on the brink of despair yet still had the inclination to save others. She ought to sever these hands. Wu Mengmeng was still clad in the short-sleeved shirt she had worn earlier, and the outside air remained as cold and unremarkable as the previous day. As she spoke, her breath manifested as visible vapor in the frigid air, and after enduring the chill for so long, her body felt as though it was on the verge of freezing. After running a mere few dozen meters, she sensed a shadow looming over her, and a drop of water splashed onto her forehead. She looked up to find the fearsome beast's fangs aimed directly at her. Her legs, already stiff with cold, faltered in terror, causing Wu Mengmeng to tumble to the ground, landing squarely on her behind, her wide eyes fixated on the creature. In the next heartbeat, a cavernous maw descended towards her head. This was it. She was truly doomed. She dreaded the thought of being devoured by this monster, or worse, becoming fertilizer for its excretion. Just as despair enveloped her, a white figure abruptly darted in front of her, causing the beast to halt, as if sensing something. Its fangs snapped shut, and it straightened up. Jihan? Wu Mengmeng gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Had she truly not misperceived? That white figure was indeed Jihan transformed into a white cat. Jihan had been consumed by this monster. Jihan! Jihan? Wu Mengmeng tentatively called out twice, only to see the ferocious beast pacing in place, its mouth opening and closing as it chewed on something, producing not a sound. He was truly consumed. In that moment, Wu Mengmeng's heart felt as though it had been struck violently by an unseen force. Her gaze fixated on the creature's maw, the cat that had rescued her from the serpent's jaws, the one that had promised to bear offspring with her, the one that vowed to shield her from harm, had perished just like that. Wu Mengmeng's figure swayed slightly as she gritted her teeth. In that fleeting moment, the ferocious beast approached her once more. The colossal bear, regaining its senses, attempted to rush to Wu Mengmeng's aid, but it was already too late. Wu Mengmeng raised her head, and upon recalling the recent demise of Jihan between the fangs of the beast, the fear in her heart seemed to dissipate. She slightly bent her knees, preparing to flee at any moment. Even if death awaited her, she was determined to try. She could not simply resign herself to fate. As the ferocious creature opened its mouth to seize her head, Wu Mengmeng was ready to run, but suddenly she heard a mournful howl from the beast, which then staggered back a few steps as if struck by a heavy blow. The once tightly closed jaws of the beast erupted in a roar, and its mouth gaped wide open. A white figure leaped from the creature's maw, landing right beside Wu Mengmeng. Jihan? You are alive? Wu Mengmeng stared in astonishment at the scene before her, relieved to see that aside from being splattered with the beast's saliva and bearing a few bruises from the impact, the snow leopard bore no significant injuries. Meow. A glint of pride flashed in the silver eyes of the snow leopard, seemingly responding to Wu Mengmeng. To be precise, the snow leopard had transformed. It was no longer a mere kitten, but had grown to the size of a regular wolf, with a bold character emblazoned on its forehead, its golden pattern shimmering faintly. How did you grow so large so suddenly? Wu Mengmeng, regaining her senses, gazed in shock at the now colossal snow leopard, pondering whether she could still call it a cat. The snow leopard shook its head and body, flinging off the beast's saliva, and without answering Wu Mengmeng, it seized her clothing and tossed her onto its back. Oh, what are you doing? Before Wu Mengmeng could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself sprawled upon Jihan's back, feeling him sprinting beneath her as the wind howled past her ears. When she opened her eyes again, she had returned to the cave entrance. Mengmeng, are you all right? What happened just now? Are you hurt? The cat girl had been waiting anxiously at the cave entrance, and upon seeing Jihan return Wu Mengmeng safely, she joyfully assisted her down, her expression a mix of excitement and concern as she scrutinized Wu Mengmeng. I'm fine. Wu Mengmeng shook her head, her mind still somewhat dazed, not yet fully recovered from the harrowing brush with death. Following her, the giant bear had also seized the opportunity to escape unnoticed by the beast, and upon transforming into human form, Wu Mengmeng immediately recognized him as the robust beastman who had insisted on giving her the luminous crystal earlier. The peril posed by Wu Mengmeng had already come to light. After soothing the feline, her thoughts immediately turned to Jihan. What had just transpired? You were clearly devoured by that monstrous creature. How could you possibly emerge from within? Wu Mengmeng stood beside Jihan, who maintained his beastly form, gently nudging her towards the cave with his paw. What are you intending to do? Wu Mengmeng gazed in confusion at Jihan's actions, only to realize that he had turned and was making his way out of the cave. No. This is far too dangerous. We nearly perished moments ago. You cannot go out again. Wu Mengmeng reached out, attempting to grasp Jihan, but her efforts were in vain. She could only watch helplessly as he emerged from the cave once more, shaking his head in her direction upon landing. With a heavy heart, she resigned herself to trust him. Surely, anyone who could survive the jaws of that monstrous creature would be safe. Unbeknownst to her, her concern for Jihan's safety had begun to take root. Outside the cave, the ferocious beast continued to wail in agony, leaving Wu Mengmeng puzzled. The voice of Cat Neo reached her ears, speculating that Jihan must have struck the beast from within its maw, inflicting significant damage. Don't worry, Mengmeng. Jihan is incredibly capable. He managed to rescue you and injure the beast, so he will certainly be fine, Cat Neo reassured her from the side. Wu Mengmeng nodded. Gripping Cat Neo's hand tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the cave entrance. The beast, upon noticing Jihan's return, erupted in fury, violently shaking its head, saliva splattering onto the snow, before charging towards Jihan. Chapter 16. A fiery confrontation with Cat Neo. Wu Mengmeng's heart felt as though it were placed upon the edge of a blade, tightly gripping the hand of the cat girl. Scarcely daring to draw a breath, her wide eyes intent on capturing every fleeting detail. Should he leave not even a fragment of bone, she would be spared the grim task of retrieving his remains. In the mere span of a breath, Jihan surged forth towards the ferocious beast, its colossal claws. Though fearsome, never grazed a single hair of Jihan's feline form. Each time he darted past the creature, he left behind wounds that penetrated to the very marrow. Compared to before, the injuries were now far more grievous. Within just a few minutes, the beast was left battered and bruised, its body marred and bloodied, with no part remaining unscathed. In moments of rage, it lashed out, but ultimately fell to Jihan strike upon its head, collapsing with a thunderous thud. Victory! Wu Mengmeng stood in a daze, gazing at the colossal figure sprawled upon the ground, its blood staining a vast expanse of snow. Curiously, the snow beneath it showed no signs of melting. At first glance, it seemed as if that patch of snow had always been a deep crimson, lending an eerie quality to the scene. Wu Mengmeng was too astonished to question the phenomenon, her gaze gleefully settling on Jihan. She had not anticipated that this variant cat was so formidable, capable of vanquishing such a colossal beast. What a stroke of fortune to have encountered such a treasure here. Jihan, with his icy gaze fixed on the fallen beast, paced a couple of steps before leaping onto its head. With a swift motion, he plunged his paw into the creature's skull. My goodness! Wu Mengmeng gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief at Jihan's gruesome act following his victory. Although it was merely a monster and not a human, the sight was still quite unsettling, sending chills down her spine. Look, Mengmeng, Jihan has obtained a beast crystal, exclaimed the cat girl, her face alight with excitement as she pointed toward the cave's entrance. Beast crystal? Wu Mengmeng, still reeling from the earlier spectacle, lifted her gaze. She observed Jihan extracting his paw from the beast's head, revealing a red crystalline object that resembled a small light crystal, though it was difficult to tell if it emitted any glow in the daylight. Moreover, she felt no sense of loss over this object, which had nearly cost her life to obtain. Are you unaware? The cat girl seemed surprised but trusted Wu Mengmeng completely, speculating that perhaps her kin had shielded her too well from such common knowledge. With a hint of envy, she patiently explained. The beast crystal is an energy crystallization found within ferocious beasts. Consuming it not only enhances strength, but also improves physical constitution, enabling one to become as robust as the beast itself. Each type of beast crystal possesses unique properties. This red one is characteristic of power-oriented carnivorous beasts and is said to bolster the strength of those who consume it. The cat girl rummaged through her memories, realizing she had never actually seen a beast crystal herself. Her knowledge stemmed from the fervent discussions among beastmen regarding power and the tales shared by those in the chaotic stone cave. Is that so? Such a wondrous object exists. Wu Mengmeng pondered, intrigued by the notion that crystals could grow within flesh. Could this beast crystal not be a tumor within the monster's body? Of course not. This is a treasure sought after by countless beastmen. The cat girl, exhilarated by her first encounter with the beast crystal, spoke with an uncharacteristically buoyant tone. As they conversed, Jihan returned, proudly holding the beast crystal. Remembering that Wu Mengmeng preferred he not reveal his true form in public, he remained in his beastly guise, approaching her side. You are remarkable. Such a small creature, yet you managed to defeat such a large monster. Did you sustain any injuries? Wu Mengmeng gazed at the beast form of Jihan, her heart brimming with joy, though her eyes betrayed a hint of concern as she scrutinized him. This variant cat truly had a remarkable fate, utterly upending her worldview. Such a disparity in size during combat seemed almost absurd. At that moment, Jihan had reverted to his usual cat size, affectionately rubbing against Wu Mengmeng's outstretched hand. He emitted a few low mews, his cold silver eyes scanning her body for injuries. Upon finding none, he expressed a look of pride and satisfaction. The other beasts, now coming to terms with the joyous reality, were astounded. Cat Xiaomi could hardly believe that Wu Mengmeng had returned unscathed. Her envy sparking as she observed the tender interaction between Jihan and Wu Mengmeng. Jihan, congratulations on defeating the ferocious beast and acquiring the beast crystal. Why not celebrate with the creature's carcass tonight? With you around, our chaotic stone cave will surely flourish. Cat Xiaomi, suppressing her earlier malice, approached Jihan with a smile. It struck Wu Mengmeng as peculiar to see a human addressing a cat so politely. She distinctly recalled that when she first encountered Cat Xiaomi, her attitude toward Jihan had been quite the opposite. However, despite her thoughts, Wu Mengmeng's mind remained clear as she promptly stepped between Jihan and Cat Xiaomi, declaring, "Celebrate? This is the ferocious beast that Jihan fought valiantly to slay. Why should we celebrate for you lot who disregarded his life?" She raised her chin defiantly, addressing Cat Xiaomi with an air of arrogance. The beast's carcass was immense, and while she had no intention of monopolizing it, it was Jihan who had triumphed over it. And thus it was his decision to make. She simply could not tolerate Cat Xiaomi trying to take advantage of Jihan's hard-won victory after having cast him aside when he was deemed less useful. Furthermore, she had not forgotten who had pushed her into the cave earlier. Wu Mengmeng, what do you mean? Do you intend to claim the beast's carcass for yourself? Cat Xiaomi retorted. Indignant, for Jihan, as the male of the chaotic stone cave, had bravely defended against the ferocious beast. The other beastmen exchanged anxious glances at Wu Mengmeng's words. For food was already scarce in the frigid land. These males had gone without meat for quite some time, as prey was typically reserved for the females, forcing them to survive on ice crystals with significant after-effects. Now that such a large catch lay at the cave's entrance, even dividing it among all the beastmen would provide sustenance for several days. It was only natural for them to feel envious. While it was true that repelling the beast was commendable, the males were not incapacitated. They had hands and feet. Why should Jihan be the sole bearer of the spoils? Wu Mengmeng's piercing gaze swept across every orc present, and in that moment, the seemingly frail girl spoke with a ferocity akin to the claws of a fierce beast, striking the hearts of all the orcs. Throughout her life, she had endured countless injustices, and having faced life and death, she was loath to witness anyone around her suffer any form of unfair treatment. Cat Xiaomi, no orc has ever triumphed over the fierce beast in the stone cave. The carcass of that beast rightly belongs to Jihan. Cat Nyo stood behind Wu Mengmeng, echoing her sentiments. Moments prior, all the orcs' attention had been fixated on Jihan and the fierce beast, including Cat Nyo, and none had noticed Cat Xiaomi's act of pushing Wu Mengmeng down. Chapter 17. Consuming the beast crystal. Listening to Wu Mengmeng's impassioned voice, a peculiar light flickered in Jihan's silver eyes. Never before had a female stepped forward to defend him in such a manner. In the past, he had maintained his beast form, and those females had merely regarded him as a male incapable of transformation, unwilling even to glance his way. His nature was one of indifference, and he had never truly cared. Yet today, he found himself unexpectedly pleased by this sentiment. It is well known that females only protect males they favor, and they typically show favoritism only in rivalries for affection among partners. In the frigid lands, it was customary for males to protect females. For a male to stand behind a female was considered a grave disgrace. However, Jihan felt no shame whatsoever. Instead, he felt a sense of pride, shaking his fur as if the fatigue from his earlier battle with the fierce beast had vanished. You all. Cat Xiaomi was at a loss for words, utterly incensed. While Wu Mengmeng's arguments rang true, the audacious female had miraculously escaped the jaws of the fierce beast. She could not be allowed to remain in the stone cave and reveal what had transpired. Jihan, you would never let the orcs in the cave go hungry, would you? The next cold season is fast approaching. Cat Xiaomi turned to Jihan with a beseeching look. Despite her numerous partners, the available prey was woefully scarce, making it difficult for ordinary orcs to capture anything in such an environment. Before them lay ample prey. How could she possibly let it slip away? Unbeknownst to her, Jihan ignored her entirely. Turning his head away, he leaped into Wu Mengmeng's embrace, startling her into holding him tightly. Jihan then playfully tapped Wu Mengmeng's arm with his paw, conveying a clear message. His prey was certainly to be managed by his female. Jihan, how could you? Cat Xiaomi was taken aback, unable to fathom Jihan's refusal of her plea, her face flushing with humiliation. Jihan chose to disregard Cat Xiaomi, extending his paw to Wu Mengmeng, taking advantage of her momentary delight to slip a beast crystal into her mouth. What have you just put in my mouth? Wu Mengmeng, reveling in Cat Xiaomi's embarrassment, suddenly found her mouth filled with a foreign object. Before she could expel it, the item had already dissolved within her. A chorus of gasps erupted from the orc crowd. Beast crystal. The female has consumed a beast crystal. This was a substance that could potentially elevate an ordinary orc to a one-stripe orc. He had just given it to a female. Coughing and clutching her throat, Wu Mengmeng regrettably realized that the substance had already been swallowed and could not be expelled. Hearing the orc speak of it in such fantastical terms, Wu Mengmeng felt only a sweetness in her mouth, a warmth spreading through her body, but no other discernible changes. Isn't this just like modern-day sugar? Nothing particularly special. Listening to the voice of the beastman, Wu Mengmeng felt a profound sense of melancholy. However, the thought that this creature had been extracted from the head of a monstrous entity made her stomach churn. She poked Jihan's feline head and returned to the previous topic. Ahem. What I said earlier was not an expression of a desire to monopolize the carcass of the ferocious beast, but rather a plea for unity among us. I hope that when the crag cave faces an attack in the future, we can band together to fend off external threats. Relying solely on a single beast will never lead to the prosperity of the crag cave, Wu Mengmeng proclaimed with righteous fervor. She was oblivious to the customs of this beastman world and the distribution of their strengths. Yet she understood that placing their hopes on Jihan alone during times of peril was utterly untenable. After hearing Wu Mengmeng's earnest words, the ferocious beasts fell silent. Bowing their heads as if chastised by a formidable force, their earlier exuberance extinguished. As males, they found it humiliating to rely on another male for survival. They had been swept away by the recent danger, and under the guidance of little cat Mimi, had acted without much thought, now regretting their actions. Noticing the impact of her words, Wu Mengmeng seized the moment to reinforce her point. Given the size of this beast's carcass, as little cat Mimi suggested, let us divide it equally among ourselves and celebrate tonight. Wu Mengmeng understood that this place was far from Earth, and life was arduous. She could not possibly transport the entire carcass of the ferocious beast back to the cave. Leaving it outside would only invite scavengers. Thus, it seemed more prudent to share the spoils equitably among all. To her surprise, Wu Mengmeng ultimately agreed to the division of the beast, prompting jubilant cheers from the others. Meanwhile, although Cat Xiaomi achieved the outcome she desired, she remained sullen. Fearing that Wu Mengmeng might expose her, Cat Xiaomi discreetly slipped away with her companion while no one was watching. Upon noticing Cat Xiaomi's departure, Wu Mengmeng suddenly recalled the massive bear that had recently rescued her. She glanced around and spotted the male who had insisted on gifting her the luminous crystal, lurking in a corner. Wu Mengmeng wished to check on his injuries. Yet she was restrained by Jihan, whose silver eyes brimmed with displeasure. Observing this, the feline girl kindly suggested, "Allow me to send the pup to see him." "You may return first." It was Jihan who had rescued both her and the pup, which rendered it as though Wu Mengmeng herself had saved them. She understood that Jihan likely disapproved of her kindness towards other males. The girl and the creature returned to their lair. Despite the passage of barely over an hour, Wu Mengmeng felt as though a century had elapsed. Heaven knows how she had survived such a harrowing ordeal. Upon returning to the cave, Jihan transformed back into his human form. In his beastly guise, the injuries were not apparent. However, now, the tawny skin bore an array of bruises and wounds, both on his abdomen and back, some still oozing blood. "You are injured." Wu Mengmeng gasped at the sight of Jihan's wounds. She had certainly been oblivious to his injuries, likely concealed by the feline fur. It was no surprise, considering the terrifying ferocity of the beast he had faced. It would have been extraordinary had he emerged unscathed. Wu Mengmeng wished to tend to Jihan's wounds, but he grasped her hand firmly. "It's just a minor injury. I will be fine by tomorrow," he insisted. "It's bleeding." "How can it be minor?" Wu Mengmeng frowned, resolute in her intention to clean his wound. Lacking proper medical supplies, she resorted to the drinking water stored in their cave. After boiling it, she tore a small piece from her clothing, dampening it to gently cleanse the dirt from Jihan's injury. Fortunately, the fire from the previous day had not extinguished, otherwise, she would have wasted precious time rekindling it. The drinking water was sourced from snow that Jihan had painstakingly collected in a stone bowl he had carved during the night when she felt parched. "Does it hurt?" Wu Mengmeng asked cautiously as she tenderly wiped the wound. To her shock, upon closer inspection, she realized the injury was quite profound. It was not that the bleeding was minimal, rather, after a prolonged struggle in the snow, the blood had ceased flowing, and the wound had become less apparent due to the friction with the snow, which had prevented Wu Mengmeng from noticing its severity. Wu Mengmeng suddenly recalled that she had also been thrown several times earlier, feeling as though her body had fallen apart. Remarkably, she no longer felt any pain, which was quite extraordinary. Without pain, Jihan's expression was inscrutable, yet he felt a surge of joy within. Although he could not fathom why this minor injury caused such anxiety in the female, at least it was evident that she cared for him. With this thought, he allowed Wu Mengmeng to proceed as she wished. "Jihan, why did you grow so large during your battle with that fierce beast? Are you truly a cat?" Once her wounds were tended to, Wu Mengmeng's curiosity became insatiable. Chapter 18. The homemade natural refrigerator. Wu Mengmeng had been puzzled for quite some time. And now that the opportunity had arisen, she was determined not to let it slip away. "I am uncertain," he began. "But ever since I ascended to the rank of a one-pattern beastman and engaged in full-scale combat, I have transformed in such a manner." Jihan shook his head, and suddenly noticing the bewildered expression on Wu Mengmeng's face, he assumed she might disdain him for not being a feline beast. "Thus," he added, My mother is indeed a feline beast, implying that he too shared that lineage. And what of your father? Wu Mengmeng inquired, tilting her head. Pondering that having a mother who is a feline beast does not inherently make one a feline beast themselves. Moreover, she couldn't help but feel that Jihan, as she observed him, resembled not a meerkat, but rather a juvenile tiger. Particularly, the prominent linear marking on his forehead reminded her strikingly of the stripes typically found on a tiger's brow. I have never seen it, so I cannot say. Jihan replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, believing she had inadvertently touched upon Jihan's sorrowful memories, prompting her to hastily shift the conversation. What do you mean by? Is it the pattern on your forehead that glows? How can such a diminutive creature like you possibly defeat such a formidable beast? Wu Mengmeng had a multitude of questions festering within her, and as soon as she began speaking, they poured forth uncontrollably. Observing her curiosity, Jihan, much like the cat girl, assumed that Wu Mengmeng had been overly sheltered, never needing to ponder such matters, hence her ignorance of these basic concepts. This refers to the hierarchy among male beastmen. The more patterns one possesses, the mightier he is. The first pattern signifies strength, and since carnivorous beasts are inherently known for their power, my patterns naturally enable me to conquer them. Jihan patiently elucidated, his tone brimming with pride, quite unlike his dismissive attitude towards other beastmen. Wu Mengmeng was astonished, contemplating how formidable he would become with even more patterns. She had not anticipated such peculiarities in this world, which truly defied her earthly standards. Witnessing the wonder in Wu Mengmeng's expression, so starkly contrasting her earlier imposing demeanor at the cave entrance, Jihan felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, quirky and whimsical, always uttering strange remarks and engaging in bizarre antics, entirely unlike the other females. Why are you staring at me? Wu Mengmeng suddenly turned and noticed Jihan's unwavering gaze. Her eyes filled with confusion. Jihan, with a smile in his eyes, leaned closer, his resolute features softening. I was pondering that our offspring will undoubtedly be as intelligent as their mother. Don't get ahead of yourself. You promised me. Wu Mengmeng quickly crossed her arms defensively, eyeing Jihan with suspicion. Although he had just saved her life once more, it did not imply that she should immediately offer herself in return. No. It was not a matter of immediacy. She had no intention of offering herself at all. I shall await your consent, Jihan stated earnestly, his gaze fixed on Wu Mengmeng. In the icy realm they inhabited, it was against the rules for males to coerce females. Any such forceful act would invite severe repercussions. Although he technically had the right to claim the female he had rescued as his partner, he yearned for her complete submission. If a female disdained a male, even if they were bonded, she could employ a special method to dissolve the partnership, after which the male would have no further opportunity to seek a mate. Upon hearing Jihan's assurance, Wu Mengmeng felt a wave of relief wash over her. Outside, the beastmen were joyously dividing the carcass of the beast. And although they had not ventured out, some beastmen had taken it upon themselves to deliver a substantial portion of meat to them, sufficient sustenance for several days. Wu Mengmeng expressed her gratitude to the male who delivered the meat, oblivious to the fact that, due to the previous debacle caused by the fiery poison, the orcs of the chaotic stone cave no longer dared to treat food with disrespect, fearful of succumbing to the same fate. Even the fierce beasts shared their portions with remarkable compliance, as no orc dared to take more than their fair share. The quantity allocated to her and Jihan was, in fact, more than double what the other orcs received. A substantial chunk of meat, weighing as much as 2 people, lay in the corner of the cave, still dripping with blood, which struck Wu Mengmeng as rather peculiar, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Although the meat would not spoil in this weather, its mere presence was unsettling. Jihan, could you assist me in creating a few items like this? Wu Mengmeng gestured to indicate the size and shape of a wooden bucket, with nothing around them. She reasoned that since she was residing here, it would serve as payment for Jihan's hospitality and labor, an opportunity to enhance his quality of life. Jihan understood her intent and was more than willing to fulfill her request, promptly exiting the cave. Over an hour later, he returned, bearing several stone buckets, each nearly half her height. How did you manage to create these? Wu Mengmeng exclaimed in delight as Jihan set the buckets down. She had assumed it would take a considerable amount of time to produce such items, but to her surprise, they were ready so swiftly. Although they may not possess the precise form of modern buckets, their capacity was commendable, and they appeared quite practical. Wu Mengmeng reached out to pick up the stone bucket, only to discover that the seemingly weightless object in Jihan's hand was far beyond her strength. Indeed, it was heavier than a dumbbell. In that moment, she comprehended why Jihan was capable of vanquishing ferocious beasts. If she could hardly lift a single stone bucket, yet Jihan effortlessly carried several, it became clear. Outside the cave lay numerous large stones, and she mused, is this enough? If not, I shall grind more. Observing Wu Mengmeng's joyful demeanor, Jihan, albeit puzzled by her elation, presumed that her happiness increased with the number of stone buckets. That's sufficient. Wu Mengmeng exclaimed in astonishment, hastily halting Jihan. If stone buckets could indeed be fashioned, then surely other fundamental tools could be created as well. Wu Mengmeng, with a clever thought, gestured to Jihan for bowls, chopsticks, and vessels for holding food. Without uttering a word, Jihan promptly ventured out to fulfill her request. In a short while, he returned with the desired items, several pairs of chopsticks, a few large bowls, and a handful of basin-like containers that resembled pots, albeit slightly smaller. As Jihan had never encountered such items before, the creations bore a rather peculiar and uneven appearance. Nevertheless, Wu Mengmeng found herself utterly content. She then asked Jihan to fetch 2 buckets of snow, which he placed beside the fire to allow it to melt into water. In this frigid land, water sources were nearly non-existent, and any that did exist were frozen solid. Thankfully, snow was abundant, requiring only the application of heat to transform it into liquid. With Jihan's assistance, Wu Mengmeng skillfully sliced the substantial pieces of meat into palm-sized portions, meticulously cleansing them in the snowmelt from the barrel before placing them into a pristine stone container. The barrel also contained ice blocks that Jihan had procured from outside, transforming the stone container into a natural refrigerator, devoid of any unpleasant odors or concerns about cleanliness. The frigid temperatures in this environment ensured that the ice remained intact within the cave, only melting when in contact with warmth, such as from a body or when placed near a fire. Wu Mengmeng deliberately positioned the ice in a corner, away from the flames, designating a specific area for these provisions. Mengmeng, what is the purpose of this? Jihan inquired. Having completed the laborious tasks for Wu Mengmeng and noticing the profound sense of accomplishment etched across her face, albeit feeling somewhat perplexed, despite Jihan's formidable strength, he found himself entirely unversed in Wu Mengmeng's endeavors, akin to a child oblivious to the workings of the world, dutifully following her instructions and serving as an unremunerated laborer. Chapter 19. A desire to craft a leather skirt. This serves to preserve the meat's exquisite flavor and prolong its shelf life, allowing it to remain unspoiled for an extended period. Wu Mengmeng elucidated the concept of shelf life, suddenly realizing that Jihan might not comprehend its meaning, and thus opted for a different explanation. Although in such weather, even if meat were stored in a cave, it would remain unspoiled, it would nonetheless affect the meat's flavor. Over time, it would surely lack the delectable freshness of newly procured fare. Ah, Jihan seemed to grasp the idea, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his silver eyes. His female truly possessed a unique perspective. As a beastman, he inherited the primal instincts of wild animals, where consuming raw flesh and drinking blood was commonplace. Thus, encountering such a particular female was indeed a first for Jihan. It is worth noting that while other females might be somewhat cleaner than their male counterparts, they remained fundamentally beastmen, and indulging in raw meat and a bit of blood was entirely ordinary. Ah, Wu Mengmeng licked her lips, savoring the lingering sweetness, when suddenly an idea struck her. Why did you give me that beast crystal? Wasn't it said that beast crystals can assist males in advancing? I am already a one-pattern beastman. The red beast crystal is of no use to me. As Jihan spoke, a playful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he pulled Wu Mengmeng into his embrace. Consuming it can enhance your physique. You are so slender. How will you bear our offspring in the future? If our cub is too frail, it will struggle to survive in the frigid wilderness. Jihan spoke earnestly, a smile dancing in his eyes, presenting a face that was exceedingly delightful to behold. Yet, upon hearing his words, Wu Mengmeng was overwhelmed with exasperation. Cub. Is there anything in your mind besides cubs? She shot Jihan an annoyed glare and pounded her fist against his chest, attempting to free herself from his grasp. Oh, indeed, Jihan replied with a surprising seriousness, nodding earnestly. Let us form a bond sooner rather than later. It would be wise to establish our partnership before worrying about having cubs. Once your health is restored, I am certain we will be able to produce the strongest offspring. Wu Mengmeng was on the verge of exasperation. She found herself utterly unable to communicate with the cat. After struggling for quite some time, she remained ensnared by Jihan's grasp. Growing increasingly irritated and ready to unleash her frustration, she suddenly felt his hands clasping hers. A warm sensation radiated from his palms, accompanied by a deep, tender voice that floated down from above. Your hands have turned red from the cold. You should rest. With that, Jihan continuously employed his large hands to warm Wu Mengmeng's cold fingers. Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, abruptly ceasing her futile struggles. And only then did she realize that her hands had been clutching the ice cubes all along. At that moment, her hands were flushed crimson, yet inexplicably, she felt neither cold nor discomfort. For a fleeting moment, Wu Mengmeng was uncertain whether to push Jihan away or to take any action at all, allowing him to warm her hands instead. Seeing Wu Mengmeng's rare compliance and gentleness, Jihan felt a surge of joy, mistakenly believing that she was gradually accepting him. He lifted her onto a pile of grass and retrieved the rabbit pelt he had skinned from the large rabbit the previous day. This pelt from the long-eared beast is for you, he declared, placing the soft, substantial hide upon her legs. While other females donned animal skins, only his Wu Mengmeng wore peculiar, flimsy garments. He could not allow her to suffer such indignity. Thank you, Wu Mengmeng replied, her fingers brushing the plush, soft fur, which felt remarkably comfortable. She mused that if she wore this in the modern world, she might be pursued by animal rights activists. However, the size of the pelt posed a challenge. How can I wear such a large piece? Do you have needles and thread? I wish to make clothing from this pelt. After contemplating, she gestured to her own attire, indicating something like what I am wearing. It seemed Jihan lacked proper clothing as well. He was either bare or merely bound in a vine adorned with icy leaves. Surely, He could not remain in such a state forever. Although the pelt was somewhat too white for his complexion, crafting a skirt for him seemed feasible. She noticed that other male beastmen were clad in similar skirts. We don't possess the small needles and threads you mentioned. But I have seen bone needles and fine vines used by beastmen, Jihan recalled, quickly retrieving memories of items reminiscent of Wu Mengmeng's description. Bone needles and vines. Excellent. Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Initially, she had doubted the availability of such materials in this desolate land, where iron and fiber would hardly be refined to modern standards. However, the existence of bone needles and fine vines was a fortunate revelation. Observing the sturdy vine on Jihan, she surmised that a similar vine could suffice as thread to fashion a simple outer garment. Where can I find them? Could you lead me? Wu Mengmeng gazed at Jihan with eager anticipation. Despite the dire living conditions and the absence of many conveniences, she found a peculiar satisfaction in this simplicity. Compared to her modern, empty home, the presence of Jihan made her feel a sense of joy. Having spent over a day here, she felt less inclined to resist the circumstances, aside from a few inherent dangers. No need, Jihan replied. You should rest in the cave while I go hunting. I will bring back some items for you to examine and see if they meet your needs. Noticing Wu Mengmeng's fervent enthusiasm, Jihan gently pressed her back onto the grass pile, preventing her from rising. Then I shall rely on you. Wu Mengmeng expressed her gratitude. Touched by Jihan's unwavering kindness, he rarely denied her requests, which moved her deeply. Yet, she understood that gratitude did not equate to love. She would not bear his offspring merely out of appreciation. For lunch, the two shared the leftover roasted meat from the previous day. Although Jihan initially resisted, claiming he could sustain himself on ice crystal, Wu Mengmeng insisted on feeding him the roasted meat. Wu Mengmeng realized that ice crystals are a form of crystalline energy formed from condensed ice. Consuming them can satiate hunger, yet they inflict significant harm upon the body. She has not forgotten that the feline Mu perished due to excessive consumption of ice crystals. The reason males can only live up to 25 years is also attributed to their minimal intake of food from a young age, relying solely on ice crystals. Isn't that akin to a chronic poison? How could Wu Mengmeng possibly allow Jihan to continue consuming ice crystals? Mengmeng was astonished to discover that Jihan had an astonishingly large appetite. The half of the roasted meat left from yesterday was far too much for her to consume alone, while Jihan devoured the remainder with ease. What was the matter? Should I not eat so much? After finishing his meal, Jihan wore a look of satisfaction until he noticed Mengmeng's startled expression, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He had never possessed a strong awareness of the communal nature of his fellow beastmen. During his solitary days of wandering, he would feast upon any prey he encountered, while the ice crystals only consumed food when prey was scarce. Thus, when Mengmeng encouraged him to eat the roasted meat, he simply obliged. No, please eat to your heart's content. Only when you are full will you have the strength to hunt. Her concern was not for the food itself, but rather for the sheer volume of Jihan's consumption. It was no wonder there were so many chunks of meat. He still needed to venture out to hunt, suggesting that the available meat would scarcely suffice for the two of them for long. Before long, Jihan set out to hunt, while Mengmeng busied herself in the cave, contemplating how to craft clothing from animal hides. She devised a plan and awaited the return of the bone needles and vines to commence her work. Chapter 20 for me. Soon enough, Jihan returned, dragging with him an unidentified prey. Here are the bone needles and vines. See if they are of any use. Setting down the prey, Jihan approached Mengmeng, carrying a bundle of vines and several bone needles, each about the length of a finger. Is this size sufficient? Mengmeng said, frowning as she picked up a bone needle and examined the vines, which could just fit through the needle's eye. Is it inadequate? I shall search for more. Noticing Mengmeng's discontent, Jihan immediately stood to leave. No, this will do. Mengmeng quickly grasped his arm. Having such bone needles was already quite fortunate. At least they were sharp enough to serve as both needle and knife for cutting animal hides. To the beastmen, it may have been merely a needle, but for her, it was akin to a small blade. The vines were robust, and Jihan demonstrated their use to Mengmeng. After holding the vine in his hands and rubbing it for a moment, a white, tangled coarse thread emerged, resembling a twisted pastry. Wu Mengmeng initially believed that the entire vine would be utilized, only to discover that the outer layer was stripped away, revealing finer strands within. Once Jihan had completely peeled the vine, all the threads emerged, entangled together, within a single vine, 5 or 6 threads intertwined. Wu Mengmeng held the material in her hand, testing its flexibility. It was softer than a rattan strip, yet remarkably sturdy, akin to a coarser version of thread. This is precisely what I needed. Thank you, she exclaimed with delight, turning to Jihan. With the presence of this material, her tasks would become much more manageable. Do you need my assistance? Jihan hesitated before inquiring, observing Wu Mengmeng's intention to craft a leather garment herself. Females of the Chaos Stone Cave typically did not engage in such endeavors. Was she perhaps dissatisfied with the leather he provided? No, you should attend to your own matters, she replied, shaking her head and gently pushing him aside, clearly indicating her desire for solitude in her work. And no peeking, all right? She wished to maintain an element of surprise. Wu Mengmeng was determined to create a leather skirt as a delightful surprise for him. Wu Mengmeng pushed Jihan away, turning her back to him as she sat down to craft a skirt from animal hides. Jihan was utterly perplexed by Wu Mengmeng's sudden change in demeanor and resolved to capture more prey, gathering additional pelts for her, hoping that this would ensure her continued proximity. Such was the nature of the other females as well. Thus, Jihan emulated Wu Mengmeng's method of processing the carcasses of ferocious beasts, meticulously cleaning the spoils and placing them in a stone bucket before venturing out to hunt once more. Inspired by Wu Mengmeng's example, Jihan did not return from his hunt until dusk. Since childhood, Wu Mengmeng had been left to her own devices. Even when her clothes were torn, she would mend them herself. Crafting a simple leather skirt was no great challenge for her. After finishing the garment according to Jihan's measurements, fatigue set in, and she unknowingly drifted off to sleep against the wall. She was awakened by the noise made by Jihan. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered 3 bloodied prey on the ground, each the size of a pig. Although the environment here was harsh, the animals that thrived were remarkably robust, at least. To her eyes, not a single one appeared normal. Wu Mengmeng hurriedly covered her animal skin skirt with another piece of hide, preparing to assist, when she noticed an abundance of wooden branches accumulated within the cave. Jihan was holding a bundle of wood, placing it atop a heap already on the ground, and nearly half of the cave's floor was cluttered with timber. Wu Mengmeng was taken aback by the sight. Why have you brought back so much wood? Is this some sort of preparation for a cremation? I feared that with the onset of the cold season, it would become challenging to find firewood. So I gathered a greater amount than usual, he replied. He understood that Wu Mengmeng only consumed meat that had been roasted over a fire, avoiding raw flesh. Thus, should there be a scarcity of wood during the frigid months, she would be unable to enjoy cooked meat. Wu Mengmeng's lips twitched involuntarily. This was hardly a trivial matter. It was unacceptable. With so much firewood, if it were to catch fire at night, everything would be engulfed in flames. If a fire broke out in the dead of night, she would be reduced to charred remnants, much like roasted meat. I shall dig another hole to store the wood. Jihan swiftly devised a solution and, without hesitation, set about executing it, leaving Wu Mengmeng unable to call him back. Wu Mengmeng pressed her forehead, pondering how he could remain so tireless after a day filled with labor. Was the vigor of the beastmen truly so boundless? Before long, a plump female approached the mouth of the cave. Mengmeng, the old veterinarian has sent me to invite you to the celebration. I was also asked to inquire if we might use the kind of meat you prepared earlier for the festivities, she said, her voice tinged with guilt over past events. Upon hearing her words, Mengmeng simply retrieved a fire stick from the embers and handed it to the female, instructing her to use it to ignite wood for the fire. She then requested that everyone bring the meat to the celebration site, assuring her that she would personally guide them there. The plump female felt a wave of shame. She had initially feared that Mengmeng would be angry and refuse to inform her, but to her surprise, Mengmeng shared everything without hesitation. Do not worry. Just be cautious not to touch the flames, and all will be well, Mengmeng reassured her kindly, having assumed the female was fearful of fire due to her cautious silence. The female nodded appreciatively and quickly departed. Returning to the cave, Jihan had already excavated a small chamber of about 20 square meters and was in the process of transporting wood inside. Wu Mengmeng could not help but exclaim that the greatest advantage of residing here was, perhaps, the absence of the need to purchase a house. She could excavate any size of dwelling she desired. Perhaps in the future, she might even carve out a luxurious villa. However, such notions were fleeting, and she hastened to lend a hand. Soon, all the wood was transported into a small burrow, which Wu Mengmeng aptly named the wood hole, signifying its purpose as a storage for firewood. As the time approached, Wu Mengmeng and Jihan filled a stone basin with clean cuts of meat, preparing to head to the celebration site. Just as they were about to leave, Wu Mengmeng suddenly noticed that Jihan was still adorned with vines, and she smacked her forehead in realization, almost forgetting this detail. She turned and dashed back, calling out to Jihan, "Wait for me." Jihan, puzzled, turned back to see Wu Mengmeng rushing towards a pile of grass, retrieving a hide skirt. He assumed she intended to don the new hide skirt for the celebration and stood still, waiting for her. However, Wu Mengmeng did not change immediately. Instead, she approached Jihan with the hide skirt in hand. "Here, try this on. I wonder if it fits." Wu Mengmeng handed the hide skirt to Jihan with eager anticipation. She was curious about how Jihan would look in the white hide skirt. Previously, she had only imagined figures like Sun Wukong, dressed in a tiger skin, and had never considered that this white hide could resemble a chic little dress in a modern context. "Is this for me?" Jihan was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of warmth crossing his silver eyes, the shimmering light reflecting from the crystal-like surface glistening in his silver pupils, almost as if it could melt them. She actually intended to make him a hide skirt. "Yes. Try it on quickly," Wu Mengmeng urged, exasperated with Jihan's reluctance to try it on. "Just looking at it won't determine if it fits." "No, this is your hide. I can't wear it," Jihan insisted, pushing the hide skirt back into Wu Mengmeng's arms. How could he wear the hide meant for Mengmeng? "Fool, This was made specifically for you. If you don't wear it, I might just throw it away or give it to another cat, Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, feigning anger as she prepared to walk toward the burrow, seemingly intent on finding another cat to give the hide skirt to. Chapter 21. Teaching the beastmen to grill meat. This foolish cat was more obstinate than those old geezers who were half buried in their coffins. Wasn't he the one most afraid of her seeking out other cats? However, No. Jihan firmly grasped Wu Mengmeng's hand, his expression darkening as he took the hide skirt from her. I will wear it. You are not to give it to any other cat. With a cold demeanor, Jihan ripped the vines apart, revealing an inappropriate area for children. Wu Mengmeng swiftly closed her eyes and turned away. If you intend to change, at least inform her in advance. There is no need to be so hasty about changing clothes. After all, the garments will not flee. Wu Mengmeng stifled the urge to retch as Jihan swiftly donned the animal skin skirt. This was my inaugural piece of such attire. It was only when Jihan's deep voice resonated that Wu Mengmeng realized he had finished changing into the skirt, prompting her to finally open her eyes and glance over. The skirt fit somewhat loosely. She feared it might be too small to wear, so she had deliberately crafted it a bit larger. Fortunately, she had left 2 ties on the side for adjustment. Wu Mengmeng approached and helped Jihan tighten the straps, ensuring the leather skirt fit perfectly. With a clap of her hands, she exclaimed with excitement, just right. What do you think? This is my first time making a leather skirt for a male. Though she felt a pang of pity for Jihan upon hearing his words, she chose not to reveal it, aware of his lack of a father, and wished to spare him further sorrow. It looks splendid. This is the most beautiful leather skirt I have ever seen. Jihan generously praised her, the gloom on his face dissipating instantly. The thought that this exquisite leather skirt was crafted especially for him by Mengmeng, who herself had never donned leather garments, filled his heart with uncontainable joy. Mengmeng was truly kind to him, far surpassing the affection shown by the females towards their partners. I hadn't noticed. Your words are quite sweet, Mengmeng remarked with a slight pout, having just been sulking. Men, no, males, were indeed fickle creatures. Mengmeng, have you tried it? Jihan asked, surprised. Due to the chill outside, the beastmen could only choose the largest open space at the cave entrance for their celebration. Several bonfires had already been kindled, and the beasts gathered in curious circles around them. Is this the fire brought by the female? How warm it is, even more so than the leather. They excitedly discussed the novel warmth of the fire, their eager voices reaching Mengmeng's ears. Cat Xiaomi and several females each had their own bonfire, seated with their respective partners. Mengmeng, Cat Nyo called out joyfully upon spotting her, waving enthusiastically. Wu Mengmeng spotted a familiar beast and eagerly pulled Jihan over, placing their belongings beside the fire of Cat Girl, preparing to sit together. Mengmeng, you have finally arrived. Everyone has been waiting for you, Cat Girl exclaimed, her face brimming with uncontainable excitement. To her left sat Doggy, accompanied by a half-eaten prey, presumably the food she had brought along. Jihan, you are adorned in the pelt of a long-eared beast. It looks splendid. Why haven't you made one for Mengmeng as well? Cat Girl inquired, her expression a mixture of envy and curiosity upon noticing Jihan clad in a white beastskin skirt. This was crafted for me by Mengmeng, Jihan replied, his tone filled with pride and his demeanor radiating satisfaction, unashamed of his accomplishment. Wow, Cat Girl gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. It was well known that the pelt of the long-eared beast was highly coveted by females. The fact that Mengmeng chose to adorn Jihan instead of herself was astounding. Mengmeng is truly kind to Jihan. With Cat Girl's exclamation, the surrounding beastmen turned their attention toward Wu Mengmeng, gazing at her with longing while occasionally stealing glances at Jihan. They were envious. For a female to craft a beastskin skirt for a male indicated a deep affection for him. With Jihan's formidable strength, their chances seemed even more diminished. Feeling the covetous stares of the nearby males directed at Wu Mengmeng, Jihan's expression darkened slightly as he drew her closer, casting a fierce glare at the males present. He would not share Mengmeng with any male. His actions immediately caused the males to avert their gazes, turning their attention elsewhere with a sense of resignation. For the first time, Wu Mengmeng felt a profound gratitude towards Jihan. She no longer wished to be regarded as a mere spectacle. The orcs here were exceedingly terrifying. Yet, she pondered why they held such fear of Jihan. While lost in thought, the elderly veterinarian approached the campfire. Little female, please teach everyone how to prepare delicious meat. The old veterinarian, the eldest among the orcs and a figure of respect, prompted her. Wu Mengmeng nodded in agreement, intending to demonstrate while explaining to the orcs. However, noticing her fatigue, Jihan took over the demonstration. Wu Mengmeng had initially harbored concerns that Jihan, being a robust man, would prepare the meat in a manner more monstrous than her own. To her surprise, however, it was fragrant and delicious, albeit slightly charred on the surface, rendering her own efforts almost insignificant by comparison. This left Wu Mengmeng feeling somewhat uneasy. The method of grilling was straightforward, and soon all the orcs had mastered the art of cooking for themselves, rendering Wu Mengmeng's assistance unnecessary. Meanwhile, all the males who attempted to approach her under the guise of lacking grilling skills were swiftly deterred by Jihan's icy glare. Mengmeng, do taste it and see if it's to your liking, Jihan offered, as he tenderly tore off a small piece of grilled meat and held it to her lips. Wu Mengmeng reluctantly opened her mouth, finding the flavor far more succulent than her own roasted meat. You possess quite the culinary talent. Although Jihan could not comprehend her words, he discerned that she was praising him, and with delight, he tore off another piece of meat to feed her. Don't just feed me, you should eat as well. After consuming her portion, Wu Mengmeng nudged the roasted meat towards him. The meat was not easily digestible, and she wasn't particularly hungry. What troubled her most was that Jihan's first attempt at roasting meat surpassed her own efforts, despite her years of experience in the kitchen, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. She refused to believe she could not master the art of roasting at least one piece of meat. The cat girl, intrigued by the novelty of roasting, joined Wu Mengmeng in her earnest endeavor. The two immersed themselves in the activity, and after several attempts, Wu Mengmeng finally discovered the secret. It appeared that she had overcooked the meat, resulting in a charred texture. Jihan, being a beastman, was accustomed to eating raw fare, while she preferred her meals thoroughly cooked. Consequently, her prolonged roasting led to charring, while Jihan, with his shorter cooking times, was oblivious to the concept of doneness and ceased cooking once the meat was around 70 to 80% done. After much trial and error, they finally managed to produce a piece of meat that was not burnt. The quality was undeniably fresh, though it lacked flavor. If only it had a touch of salt and a sprinkle of pepper, it would be perfect, Wu Mengmeng lamented to herself. Salt? Pepper? What are those? The cat girl inquired, puzzled by her words. They're seasonings, salty and spicy, which can enhance the taste of food, Wu Mengmeng explained. Noting that the beastmen here seemed to have no need for salt. It was no wonder, as beastmen were accustomed to consuming raw meat and blood, which could substitute for salt, but she could not abide by such a diet. It seemed she would need to find a way to procure salt, otherwise, she would inevitably perish here. She had no desire to consume raw flesh and drink blood like a wild beast. I know nothing of spicy, but are you referring to salty sand? The cat girl asked, still bewildered, as Mengmeng often spoke of things she did not understand. Chapter 22, The Conspiracy of Two Males. From the cat girl, Wu Mengmeng learned of a substance in their region known as salty sand, a white, sand-like material that was edible and had a salty taste. Isn't that salt? Wandering in joy, Wu Mengmeng was abruptly reminded by Cat Nyo that such resources were scarce here, typically reserved for the elite tribal beastmen, as salt was an exceedingly precious commodity in the frigid wilderness. Disheartened by this revelation, Wu Mengmeng was suddenly lifted by Jihan's voice, who had been sitting nearby, listening to their conversation while vigilantly ensuring no males approached Mengmeng. Tomorrow, I shall hunt more prey and procure you some salt, he promised. Really? Wu Mengmeng's eyes sparkled at the prospect of acquiring salt. Jihan nodded affirmatively. He would not be stingy with what Mengmeng desired. After the celebration, they retreated to their cave to rest, unaware that a gaze filled with jealousy lingered upon their departure. The following day, as Jihan prepared to hunt, Wu Mengmeng, fully equipped, trailed closely behind him. Jihan, take me hunting today, she exclaimed. Clad only in her summer attire, she recognized that it would not suffice. So she had crafted a garment from animal hide the previous day. The thick pelts enveloped her entirely. Unlike Jihan, she was not impervious to the cold. It is far too perilous outside. You should remain in the cave and wait for my return, Jihan urged, frowning at Wu Mengmeng's peculiar attire. As other females donned simple skirts and wraps made from animal hides. But the cave is not safe either. What if you leave and a ferocious beast attacks us? Wu Mengmeng insisted, unwilling to relent. Isn't following you the safest option? This flattery pleased Jihan. Recalling the previous day's incident when Wu Mengmeng had fallen from the cave, he acknowledged the inherent danger within. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. Very well, let us depart. Wu Mengmeng joyfully strode forward, pondering the chance of returning to the place she had traversed from, perhaps even finding a way back. In this treacherous environment, where one misstep could be fatal, she could not afford to miss the opportunity. Wait, Jihan suddenly called out. Before she could react, he transformed into his beast form and scooped her onto his back. Weren't you just saying you only grow this large during battle? Wu Mengmeng exclaimed in panic, clinging to Jihan's back. While his transformation was impressive, his current size was reminiscent of a predatory mammal, evoking both awe and fear. Isn't it splendid? He retorted, determined to show Mengmeng that he was not merely a useless feline. Once outside the cave, Wu Mengmeng resigned herself to the reality of being carried. Jihan's speed was astonishing, and despite having run for several minutes, they had yet to reach the hunting grounds. Were she to walk at her usual pace, she might not return today at all. Surrounded by nothing but snow, Wu Mengmeng felt disoriented and failed to recognize the landscape from her earlier visit. Jihan, set me down here. I shall wait for you while you hunt, she suggested, patting his back to ensure he heard her over the wind. Jihan complied, stopping amidst the snowy expanse, dotted with sparse trees and a few ice-laden shrubs. He carefully placed Wu Mengmeng beneath a withered tree. You may stay here. I will not stray far, he reassured her. Go on, go on. I will not run away. Wu Mengmeng waved him off, feeling confident in her safety. A fool would genuinely remain here waiting. This was merely the periphery of the icy forest, with few beasts lurking about. Wu Mengmeng bore his scent, which would deter any predators from approaching. Jihan, reassured, did not venture too far and began to hunt nearby. Wu Mengmeng's home is situated in the southern region, and she finds herself quite enamored with the snowy landscape. The crunch of snow beneath her feet brings her joy, and the warmth of her fur garments mitigates the cold. As she reminisces about the scenes from her homeland, she playfully treads through the snow, unknowingly traversing a considerable distance, oblivious to the fact that Jihan has disappeared from her sight. What is this? In the vast expanse of white snow, she suddenly spots a large, mysterious yellow object. Intrigued, Wu Mengmeng approaches it, only to discover that it is a piece of semi-transparent fabric. The brilliance of the snow makes the fabric appear yellow from a distance, as several layers are stacked upon one another. Wu Mengmeng picked up the soft, slippery fabric, uncertain of its origin, but assuming it had been discarded, perhaps unwanted. She contemplated that should she lose her way, it could serve as a makeshift garment. With this thought, she wrapped the translucent cloth around her waist, tying it securely. It was curious that such delicate material could exist in this primitive world of beastmen. It was surprisingly unobtrusive. As she ventured further, the trees, heavy with snow, became increasingly dense, and the icy thickets on the ground appeared to flourish, creating an illusion that the path ahead was entirely obstructed. This place did not seem familiar to her. Just as she resolved to retrace her steps, a shadowy, furious voice erupted from behind her. "Damn it! I was gone for but a moment. Who has stolen my snake skin?" At the sound, Wu Mengmeng instinctively sought refuge, hastily concealing herself behind the icy thicket. It was prudent to assume that those capable of speech were far from ordinary. Having hidden herself, another voice emerged, dismissive and scornful. "It's merely a pile of useless snake skin. Once the ferocious beasts breach that cave, we shall seize it, each beast taking a female. What need have we for such uninsulating snake skin?" The contempt in this voice suggested a lack of concern for the preceding shadowy voice's complaint. "What do you know? Scorpion beast? The snake skin is of great significance to us, the serpent beasts." The shadowy voice seethed with evident anger. However, Wu Mengmeng's attention was captivated by the previous statement. Ferocious beasts? Were they akin to the monstrous creatures Jihan had vanquished the day prior? Wait a moment. The cave they mentioned, could it possibly be the rocky cavern where she and Jihan resided? Were these two speakers also beastmen? They certainly did not sound like the inhabitants of the rocky cave. How could they be aware of the beast's attack on their lair? And what did they mean by seizing females? Were they intent on committing a heinous act? Wu Meng's mind instinctively drew a line between herself and the females, conjuring a vivid image of a robust female being assaulted in the cave, completely oblivious to the fact that she too was regarded as a female by them. As her curiosity grew, Wu Meng cautiously peered through the gaps in the icy thicket. Before her stood two tall men, both adorned with dark animal hides around their waists, concealing their vital regions. One of them was slightly more robust and wore an expression of anger, while the other appeared more slender and nonchalant, seemingly indifferent to the former's fury. "All right, you go check how many males that fierce beast has consumed. It would be unfortunate if it has devoured any females as well." The slender male instructed with a light tone, though his words were a direct command to the other. "I lured the beast here. Why should I be the one to go now?" The more robust male retorted, his dissatisfaction evident in his loud protest. Upon hearing this startling news, Wu Meng quickly covered her mouth to stifle any sound, but unbeknownst to her, her body shifted slightly, causing a cascade of snow to tumble from the branches of the icy thicket. "Who is there?" The slender male's gaze turned icy, his voice cutting through the air like a knife aimed directly at the thicket. Chapter 23, Falling from the Cliff. Wu Mengmeng was poised to run, but her legs had been squatting for too long, leaving them numb. Unable to steady herself, she fell unceremoniously to the ground. At that moment, the two males had already approached. This was a dire predicament. Would she be silenced forever? She had just overheard something significant. Seeing the unfamiliar males draw near, Wu Mengmeng forced a laugh. "Haha, my dear brothers, please do not be alarmed. I merely stumbled upon your gathering. I have had issues with my hearing since childhood, so I didn't catch a word of your important discussion. I shall take my leave now." With that, she clumsily scrambled to her feet and turned to cautiously retreat in the opposite direction, her only hope of salvation resting with Jihan. The two males were not in a hurry to let her escape. Their previously ominous expressions shifted to one of surprise, tinged with a hint of delight. "A female? The shed skin of a serpent. The precious serpent's shedding belonged to me. How fortuitous. No need to venture into the cave to capture one. Female, you shall not escape. Remain here and be my companion." The slender male, with a keen gaze, took a step closer to Wu Mengmeng. "Gulu, this female was discovered by both of us. Why should you claim her as your companion? I too desire her as mine." The larger male, Dake, wore a disgruntled expression. It was supposed to be a joint effort to breach the stone cavern, yet he bore the brunt of the labor. Now, upon encountering a female, Gulu intended to monopolize her. He would not stand for it. What did you say? I didn't catch that. You want me to leave quickly? Very well. I shall take my leave." Wu Mengmeng shouted, not looking back, feigning ignorance as she began to run. What had that male just mentioned? Serpent skin? Was it possible that the skin she had just picked up belonged to him? Gulu shot a cold glance at Dake, his eyes gleaming with a crimson hue, exuding an aura of formidable pressure. Dake instantly felt a twinge of trepidation and fell silent. Wu Mengmeng initially believed that she could swiftly reach Jihan, but the surroundings were shrouded in a blanket of white, rendering everything indistinguishable and leaving her unable to locate Jihan's figure. She was lost. Turning back, she noticed that the two beastmen had vanished, replaced by a colossal red scorpion and a sleek black python, both rapidly advancing towards her. Wu Mengmeng nearly fainted, her eyes nearly closing in despair. Those two orcs were, astonishingly, a serpent and a scorpion. It is often said that snakes and scorpions possess hearts as cold as their nature. The mere thought of falling into their clutches was too dreadful to contemplate. Do not pursue me any longer. I truly heard nothing, huh? Meng's instinct for survival was thoroughly ignited, and she took off at a frantic pace. Yet, even so, she could not match the speed of the two colossal creatures pursuing her. Just as she was on the brink of being overtaken, her foot suddenly found no purchase. The thick layer of snow beneath her gave way, creating a gaping hole. With a few more strides, she plummeted into the abyss, vanishing from sight. Shi and Sh halted before the spot where Mengmeng had disappeared, morphing into human form. It's all your fault. If you had captured the female earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Dhi grumbled, casting a disgruntled glance at the hole. Although he could not overpower Glu, he still felt entitled to voice his grievances. Not escaped, but dead. Glu's voice had grown considerably colder. His crimson eyes fixated on the ground, emanating a chilling aura that warned others to keep their distance. Dead. Dhi was bewildered by Glu's declaration. As he glanced down, he witnessed the snow surrounding the chasm fracturing, and in mere moments, it cascaded down into the void, leaving the ground beneath Glu completely barren. Below is a precipice. At such a height, the female is surely doomed. Dhi staggered back in shock, his tone laced with regret. I had never encountered a female so swift. I thought I might have found a companion, but alas, she perished so swiftly. Meanwhile, beneath the cliff, Mengmeng continued her relentless descent. How could she be so unfortunate? Encountering these two serpentine fiends was already a misfortune. Now, to escape only to fall into the chasm? Was it fate's cruel design to ensure her demise after surviving the beasts back yesterday? Had she known, she would have accompanied Jihan in his search. Oh, Jihan, please come and retrieve my remains. I do not wish to be devoured by wild beasts. Leaving no trace behind, as she neared the ground, the distance closing rapidly, she felt the inevitable approach. With a resounding splash, Mengmeng found herself enveloped in warmth as water surged into her mouth, nose, and ears. How is it possible to survive this? She gasped, realizing she had fallen into water. Wu Mengmeng hurriedly splashed about, expelling the water that had just entered her mouth, emerging from the surface. Nevertheless, the recent plunge had caused her to swallow several mouthfuls of water. Fortunately, she had learned to swim. Otherwise, even if she had not perished from the fall, she might have drowned. Surveying her surroundings, she realized she was in a lake the size of a room. Remarkably, the water was warm, enveloping Wu Mengmeng in a comforting warmth. Though the wet animal hide she wore became heavy and cumbersome, with the burden of the hide weighing her down, Wu Mengmeng exerted considerable effort to swim to the shore. Upon reaching land, she noticed that the area was utterly devoid of any presence, human or animal. As she climbed onto the bank, the dripping wet hide left puddles of warm water all around her. It was then that she observed the ground was astonishingly free of snow. This was the first place she had encountered without snow since her arrival. What exactly was this place? One side of the lake was bordered by the cliff from which she had just fallen, while the other three sides were adorned with lush greenery and thriving trees. Their tops dusted with scattered snow, yet this did not diminish their vitality. Mengmeng observed that behind the tree lay a vast expanse, markedly different from the frigid realm she was familiar with, teeming instead with a myriad of diverse plants. To her astonishment, fruit trees flourished in this peculiar locale. As she curiously examined her surroundings, her gaze was drawn to a solitary red fruit dangling from a branch. Before she could fully revel in her discovery, she pondered the peculiar sight of just one fruit upon the towering tree. How could it be that such a grand tree bore only a single fruit? Had it been stripped bare by others? Unable to comprehend this anomaly, she dismissed the thought and swiftly ascended the tree, plucking the fruit. To her bewilderment, the fruit, the size of her palm, felt weightless in her grasp, as if it were made of air. Wu Mengmeng had initially intended to save the fruit to share with Jihan upon her return, but she soon noticed the leaves clinging to the fruit wilting at an observable rate. Could it be that the fruit would spoil the moment it was plucked? Contemplating this, Wu Mengmeng decided to consume the fruit outright. After all, lingering here, she might not even find her way back. If she were to perish, she would rather do so with a full belly. After savoring the fruit, Wu Mengmeng felt the damp animal skin clinging uncomfortably to her body. prompting her to gather a pile of firewood, intending to kindle a fire for roasting. As before, she discovered that even the wet wood would dry swiftly at her mere thought and touch, as if she wielded fire within her hands. Grasping 2 pieces of wood, she was poised to start a fire by friction, when to her astonishment, a small flame gradually emerged from the tip of the wood at the mere spark of her intention. Wu Mengmeng widened her eyes. This was her second time utilizing this ability. The first instance had been unconscious, yet this time she seemed acutely aware of a force within her mind connecting her hand. With a mere thought, a wave of warmth surged through her fingertips. Chapter 24. Discovering a large bird's egg. This sensation resembled a key, instantly unlocking the long-sealed memories of Wu Mengmeng. She harbored a profound aversion to fire. Throughout her life, fire had been her greatest disdain, for it had shattered the seemingly perfect family she once had. Her father, having experienced a devastating fire in his youth, developed an inexplicable fascination with flames. Even when her mother faced complications during childbirth, he remained ensconced in his laboratory, engrossed in his research on fire, oblivious to the car accident that left her mother fighting for her life in the operating room. She could not fathom what was so captivating about fire. With modern technology, survival was entirely feasible without it. For days prior, the day before her arrival in this frigid land, she had celebrated her 19th birthday during the summer vacation. Seizing an opportunity when the personnel in the laboratory were distracted, she stealthily entered and consumed a red candy within the lab. It was only after she had eaten it that she discovered it was one of her father's experimental products. At the time, she experienced no immediate reaction and assumed all was well, subsequently forgetting the incident upon returning home. In retrospect, could her newfound ability have stemmed from that experimental product? Regardless, this power proved to be quite advantageous in this icy realm. Wu Mengmeng shook her head, casting aside the memories that clouded her thoughts. She stoked the fire pit and removed her animal hide to dry. After donning a dry hide garment and resting well, Wu Mengmeng resolved not to remain idle. She intended to explore her surroundings for a possible route upwards. Surely, Jihan would never suspect that she had fallen from above. To her delight, behind a tree laden with a single fruit, she discovered several apple trees and plucked a few to taste, their flavor exceptionally sweet. Cradling the apples in her arms, she pressed onward, wary of losing her way and being left without sustenance, which would be dire indeed. Suddenly, she stumbled upon something hard, her toes colliding painfully with it. She initially assumed it to be a rock. However, upon lowering her gaze, she was astonished to find a palm-sized egg. Just as she was about to pick it up for a closer inspection, a ferocious growl echoed nearby, prompting her to scan her surroundings in alarm. Before long, a white shadow burst forth from the distant thicket, rapidly approaching. As the figure drew nearer, its size became more imposing, and abruptly, it pounced upon Wu Mengmeng, knocking her to the ground. "Jihan, is that you?" she asked hesitantly, her gaze fixed on the unique golden marking on its forehead. She was uncertain whether the beasts in this realm bore such features. If this creature were not Jihan, but rather an ordinary beast, she might very well become its prey. At last, the beastly form of Jihan found her, extending his tongue to gently lick her cheek, his silver eyes filled with concern. "What happened? How did you end up here? I caught the scent of the wandering beastmen from above. Are you unharmed?" Transforming back into his human form, Jihan enveloped her in a tight embrace, anxiously checking for any injuries. He had just returned from a hunt, only to find her missing. Following the lingering scent of Wu Mengmeng, he had detected the odor of the wandering beastmen and feared she had been captured. Thankfully, his beloved Wu Mengmeng was safe. "I am well. I merely fell from above. But fortunately, I landed in water." Wu Mengmeng relayed her recent encounter with 2 males to Jihan. Yet Jihan's focus lay not on their words, but rather on whether they had harmed her in any way. "Fortunately, you were not taken by the stray beasts, making it easier for me to find you. Let us return swiftly." Fearful that Wu Mengmeng might vanish again, Jihan transformed into his beast form, gently lifting her onto his back. Seeing the familiar Jihan brought Wu Mengmeng a sense of reassurance. She did not resist. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon an egg on the ground, prompting her to call out to him. "Wait." She leaped down, retrieved the egg, and gathered the apple that had fallen, cradling them in her arms before resuming her place on Jihan's back. After days of consuming meat, the presence of fruit was too precious to squander. And as for the egg, it might provide an additional meal that evening. As Jihan observed the egg and apple in Wu Mengmeng's arms, a flicker of peculiar light crossed his eyes, though he refrained from commenting, carrying her away from the sight. Upon returning to the rocky cave, Wu Mengmeng set down the egg and apple and recounted the conversation she had overheard between the 2 beastmen in the snow to the inhabitants of the cave. What? The ferocious beasts were actually lured by the stray beastmen? Panic spread among the beastmen gathered in the cave's open space, their expressions betraying alarm. Those with partners instinctively shielded their females, as if anticipating imminent danger. Why do they react so strongly to the stray beastmen? Wu Mengmeng inquired, leaning closer to Jihan, her voice barely a whisper. Shouldn't the ferocious beasts be the true threat? Why does it seem they fear the stray beastmen even more? What exactly do stray beastmen represent? Jihan grasped Wu Mengmeng's hand firmly, patiently elucidating. Stray beastmen possess strength beyond that of ordinary beastmen, prefer solitude, employ cruel tactics, and often mistreat females. No female desires to bond with them, and they roam freely, seizing females wherever they can. He then assured her, I shall not allow the stray beastmen to take you from me. Wu Mengmeng chose to disregard the subsequent statement. So, the wandering beastmen are indeed bandits. Was it not said that males cannot coerce females? You are so formidable, yet the wandering beastmen are even more powerful? Amidst the panicked discussions among the beasts, Wu Mengmeng decided to seek clarity from Jihan. No male was willing to show weakness before a female, yet Jihan spoke candidly. The wandering beastmen are notoriously sinister. Unafraid of any punishment, and even death holds no terror for them. They are predominantly one-patterned beastmen, if not of a higher caliber. His own strength remained insufficient. To ensure Mengmeng's safety, he would need to strive for advancement in the future. Upon hearing this, Wu Mengmeng was engulfed by a wave of trepidation. With at least one first-tier orc, and Jihan already proving to be formidable, it was no wonder that the orcs here were filled with dread. Today, she had truly encountered a stroke of serendipity, managing to escape from those two vagrant orcs. Otherwise, even if Jihan were to find her, victory against the two vagrant orcs would not have been assured. She came to comprehend that the orcs here not only bore the bloodline of wild beasts within them, but also harbored powers that defied scientific explanation. Despite the peculiarities of this orc world thoroughly overturning her previous worldview, she would have to strive to adapt to these changes. Old veterinarian, what shall we do? They have two first-tier orcs, and we only have Jihan as our sole first-tier orc. The vagrant orcs will soon launch their assault. One male orc, upon seeing the elderly veterinarian emerge from the cave, hastily inquired. The vagrant orcs have not yet arrived. Let us remain calm for the moment. The old veterinarian replied, displaying a composure that surpassed all the orcs, despite his evident age. Wu Mengmeng was oblivious to the circumstances at hand. After conveying the message to everyone, she refrained from interjecting, quietly observing them from the sidelines. Surrounded by her companions, Meow Meow the cat heard the conversation and, with a flash of insight in her eyes, suddenly recalled something amidst her gloomy demeanor. She stepped out from the protective circle of her companions. Chapter 25. So soon to meet the parents? Who can ascertain the authenticity of this information? Meow Meow approached the gathering of beasts, interrupting their suspicions. How could Wu Mengmeng have possibly escaped from the wandering beastmen? Who knows if this is a conspiracy devised by one of the beasts? Wu Mengmeng had only recently arrived, and already numerous perilous incidents had transpired in the rocky cave. Such coincidences seem highly improbable. With a cold gaze, Meow Meow directed her attention towards Wu Mengmeng, who appeared utterly indifferent. Wu Mengmeng calmly glanced back at Cat Xiaomi. Since she had come to understand Jihan's prowess, she naturally no longer felt apprehensive about her safety within the rocky cave. Was that wandering beastman truly real or merely an illusion? The males were puzzled. The naive males could hardly comprehend the intricate emotional disputes among females. Certainly, it was a fabrication. With the arrival of the frigid season imminent, even a wandering beastman would seek refuge from the cold. How could one still roam outside at this time? Cat Xiaomi proudly embraced the attention of the gathered beasts. If she allowed them to believe Wu Mengmeng's words, her aspirations would become ever more arduous. Most males continued to place their trust in Cat Xiaomi, and after hearing her well-reasoned discourse, they dismissed Wu Mengmeng's claims. Indeed, how can one jest about wandering beastmen? Let us move on and refrain from such deceptions in the future. After a moment of trepidation, the males, reassured by Cat Xiaomi's logic, began to harbor dissatisfaction towards Wu Mengmeng's alleged deceit. The harsh winter in the extreme cold regions posed the greatest peril. Even the mightiest of beastmen sought shelter during this season, and wandering beastmen were no exception. Thus, the males naturally inclined to believe Cat Xiaomi's assertions. Silence, Jihan commanded, his voice cold and firm, stifling the cacophony as they directed their accusations at Mengmeng. Enough. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. Jihan, let us return, Wu Mengmeng replied, taken aback by the turn of events. She felt a flicker of gratitude for Jihan's defense and grasped his hand as they made their way back. On the return journey, Jihan spoke, Mengmeng, do not dwell on the words of these males. Once this cold season has passed, I shall take you away from here. Jihan had never comforted a female before and was at a loss for words. His attempt at solace felt somewhat awkward as it left his lips. Wu Mengmeng was taken aback. Leave the Cave of Chaos? Wasn't this her home? Departing would mean she would be left homeless. The ground was blanketed in snow. And observing the orcs around, it seemed that finding a place to reside was no easy feat. Would leaving not result in a fate akin to that of a wandering orc? Home. Jihan cast a puzzled glance down at Wu Mengmeng. Wu Mengmeng tapped her forehead, nearly forgetting that she was not in the modern world. After a moment of contemplation, she explained to Jihan, it's a place where one resides, typically alongside family, akin to parents, and we refer to it as home. This is not my home. I have no home. Upon grasping Wu Mengmeng's sentiment, Jihan nonchalantly shook his head. Isn't it wonderful to reside here? Why would we wish to leave? Observing the indifferent expression Jihan wore regarding the concept of home, Wu Mengmeng felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy for him. Indeed, given the short lifespan of the inhabitants here, his father must have passed away by now. This thought led Jihan to recall the recent male's doubts and accusations towards Wu Mengmeng, stirring displeasure within him. They are unkind to you. Allow me to introduce you to another beastman. He intended to take Mengmeng to meet Lao Tai as well. One could only imagine the astonishment on Lao Tai's face upon discovering that he had found the peculiar female he sought. Beastman, are we meeting the parents so soon? Wu Mengmeng suddenly desired to withdraw her hand from Jihan's grasp, only to find his hold tightening around it. All right, she conceded. Having spent these days in close proximity to Jihan, she had grown quite fond of him. Every time danger approached, he would step forward without hesitation. And in the face of the doubts cast by the beastmen within the cave, he unreservedly placed his trust in her. Yet, this progression seemed rather swift, did it not? Mengmeng's mind was swirling with thoughts, completely unaware that she had misunderstood the meaning. Rest assured, Mengmeng, I shall not allow you to be bullied any longer. Jihan spoke with a seriousness that resonated deeply. His low voice akin to the rich tones of a cello, soothing Mengmeng's spirits. It suddenly dawned on her that he was referring to the recent incident involving the male's lack of trust in her. She lifted her gaze to Jihan's earnest and handsome face, preparing to explain, yet her words caught in her throat, unable to escape. She had never truly taken the male's comments to heart. It was surprising to realize that he felt she had been wronged. Despite his seemingly rough demeanor, his thoughts were surprisingly delicate. Your words are more melodious than a song, Mengmeng playfully murmured, her lips stubbornly pursed, yet warmth enveloped her heart. Is it truly pleasant? I fail to perceive it, but if you enjoy it, that suffices, Jihan replied, perplexed, as he clearly understood Mengmeng's sentiments. Their thoughts seemed to exist on different wavelengths. Upon returning to the cave, Mengmeng felt the pangs of hunger and began to kindle a fire for cooking. Today, however, was unlike any other. Instead of grilling meat, she set up a fire pit and utilized a basin as a pot, opting for a meat broth instead. She requested Jihan's assistance in chopping the grilled meat into smaller pieces, which she then added to the pot to simmer. Lacking any seasonings, Mengmeng could only create this tasteless dark cuisine. Fortunately, Jihan was not a picky eater, regardless of her culinary endeavors. His assessment was always that it was delicious. Once the meat was thoroughly added to the pot, Mengmeng mischievously retrieved the bird egg she had brought back and approached the pot. Mengmeng, are you intending to cook that egg? Jihan observed her actions, his gaze filled with hesitation, as if contemplating whether to disclose his thoughts. Indeed, I plan to include the bird egg in today's meal. I found it myself. However, considering your kindness in taking me in, I shall share half with you once it is cooked, Mengmeng declared proudly, ready to drop the egg into the pot. Had it not been for the egg's worth, she wouldn't have bothered to carry it back. After days of consuming meat, she found the prospect of a large bird egg quite appealing. Jihan, seated beside the fire, reached out but then hesitated, withdrawing his hand. Never mind. If Mengmeng wishes to partake, let her do so. Yet, he pondered silently about the origins of this egg. With a soft splash, it was dropped into the pot. Wu Mengmeng hurled a fist-sized bird egg into the pot. As the water was boiling vigorously and her throw was rather distant, a few droplets splashed out, accompanied by the distinct sound of the egg colliding with the stone pot. Just as she was about to sit down and await the egg's cooking, Wu Mengmeng suddenly noticed a series of cracks appearing on the surface of the egg within the pot. Alas, the egg had shattered, leaving her with no choice but to settle for a fried egg complete with its shell. Unexpectedly, in a moment of carelessness, she had broken the egg, causing her heart to ache. While contemplating how to deal with the remnants of the shell, she observed that, despite the cracks, no yolk or egg white oozed out. Just as she pondered this mystery, in the next instant, the shell completely shattered. With a sharp crack, a small black figure leapt out from within the remnants of the eggshell. Chapter 26. Adopting the little black bird. What on earth is this creature? Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the little black creature that had unexpectedly leapt from the pot. Beside her, Jihan reacted even more dramatically, as if confronted with something perilous. He rushed to her side, shielding her from the perceived threat, causing Wu Mengmeng to momentarily believe that it was indeed a terrifying entity. However, upon closer inspection, the shadow emerging from the eggshell turned out to be nothing more than a small bird, entirely covered in black feathers. The bird had only just hatched, its feathers still sparse and not fully developed, yet it was evident that it was an undeniably unattractive little black bird. Mengmeng, we cannot keep it. Shall I dispose of it? Jihan strode forward, extending 2 fingers to grasp the tiny bird, preparing to cast it outside the cave. The little black bird chirped in terror, its dark eyes darting around in panic. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength left it powerless to escape Jihan's grip, no matter how much it squawked and struggled. Wait, don't throw it. Wu Mengmeng hurriedly stepped forward, snatching the black bird from Jihan's grasp and cradling it gently in her palm, all the while voicing her discontent. This is a living creature. It's so cold outside and there's no food. If you toss it away, it will surely perish. If it dies, how will I have a meal? The little black bird seemed to understand her words, settling down in her hand, affectionately nuzzling against her palm, its underdeveloped wings flapping joyfully. It opened its beak, its dark eyes sparkling with life and intelligence. Such a good little one. Wu Mengmeng cooed, stroking the bird's head tenderly. Let us take care of it. Wu Mengmeng gazed at Jihan with anticipation. This was Jihan's territory, and before making any decisions, she habitually sought his opinion. The little black bird followed Wu Mengmeng's gaze, but instead of excitement, it wore a look of vigilance, as if it were observing something perilous. If only it knew that Wu Mengmeng's true intention was to fatten it up before consuming it. Would it regret being so intimate with her? No. Without a moment's hesitation, Jihan firmly rejected the notion, casting a cold glare at the bird in Wu Mengmeng's arms, his silver eyes burning with intensity. Taken aback by Jihan's fervor, Wu Mengmeng felt a pang of disappointment, pouting slightly. If he said no, then so be it. Why must he be so fierce? Undeterred, she retorted, cradling the little black bird and moving to the pot, disregarding Jihan. Dear bird, are you hungry? Come and enjoy some meat. Wu Mengmeng ladled a bowl of the savory meat soup she had prepared and gently blew on it to cool before feeding it to the little black bird. It needed to eat well to grow plump. She had yet to discover the taste of bird meat. Jihan wore a grim expression, realizing he had been overly stern and agitated with Wu Mengmeng moments earlier. Approaching her, he contemplated suggesting they dispose of the bird, but fearing her anger, he resigned himself to silent frustration. This was the first time in his life he had felt so thwarted. The little black bird nestled contentedly in Wu Mengmeng's embrace, delighting in the meat while peering up at Jihan with a triumphant gaze. Jihan raised his hand, preparing to snatch the bird away, just as Wu Mengmeng turned her head. Jihan, can we keep it for a while? At least until the weather warms up a bit before we release it. Wu Mengmeng blinked innocently, pleading with a hint of vulnerability. You aren't planning to keep it indefinitely, are you? Jihan inquired, seeking confirmation. Of course not. Wu Mengmeng assured him, nodding emphatically. She presumed Jihan was concerned that the bird would consume his food and struggle to survive the winter. Observing her tender demeanor toward the bird, Jihan found it difficult to refuse her request, and, with a begrudging frown, acquiesced. It turned out that Wu Mengmeng simply could not bear the thought of the male bird freezing to death, as long as she did not intend to keep it permanently. Then you aren't allowed to hold it, Jihan said, his tone somewhat sullen. Wu Mengmeng felt a flush of embarrassment. It seemed that this cat was not actually concerned about the food being consumed, but rather felt jealousy towards the bird. In the following days, Wu Mengmeng remained obediently within her burrow, acutely aware that the orc's keen sense of smell posed a significant risk should she venture outside and be discovered by the two stray orcs. Jihan diligently hunted, striving to procure salt for her. The mere thought of savoring flavorful food allowed Wu Mengmeng to endure the discomfort, having gone several days without salt. And despite substituting it with the blood of her catch to create blood pudding, her body was nearing its limits. Additionally, she had not seen the cat girl in days, likely preoccupied with her own endeavors. One day, as Jihan set out to hunt, Wu Mengmeng found herself idly toying with the little black bird. Suddenly, she heard commotion from the adjacent burrow belonging to the cat girl, leading her to surmise that she had returned. Wu Mengmeng thus decided to bring 2 apples along. Inside the burrow, the puppy was joyfully circling around the cat girl, who upon spotting Wu Mengmeng, excitedly waved her hand. Mengmeng, you have arrived just in time. I bear splendid news. I'm expecting. The cat girl's face radiated with a charming innocence, glowing with maternal warmth. Already? Wu Mengmeng expressed her surprise, though upon reflection, she realized that the 2 orcs had been diligently attentive to one another, so it was not altogether unexpected. She offered the 2 apples she had brought. The cat girl had assisted her on several occasions, and with fruit seemingly scarce here, she had decided to share the 2 apples instead of consuming them all herself. However, upon seeing the apples, the cat girl appeared utterly astonished. Mengmeng, where did you acquire these life fruits? Such a precious item. I cannot accept it. Please take them back. She shook her head, pushing the apples back into Wu Mengmeng's hands. Life fruits. Wu Mengmeng was puzzled by the cat girl's reaction, although fruit was indeed rare here. Such an extreme response seemed unwarranted. Indeed, life fruits can prolong the lifespan of orcs and diminish the adverse effects of ice crystals, the cat girl explained patiently. Accustomed to Wu Mengmeng's inquiries, is it truly so remarkable? They appear to be mere apples. Wu Mengmeng, filled with perplexity, decided to place the apple into the arms of the cat girl, saying, You may keep it. I have more where that came from. If it truly has the power to prolong the lifespan of orcs, it would be perfect for you and the dog to consume. I believe the cat girl would also prefer that her offspring not be bereft of a father from the moment they are born. She has yet to eat this apple since bringing it back, and there are still a few left in the cave. What if we were to give it to Jihan? Wouldn't that enable Jihan to extend his days as well? Thank you, Mengmeng. If you do not mind, once my offspring reach maturity, I hope you will accept them as companions. The cat girl wore a face of deep emotion. In the frigid expanse where vegetation struggles to thrive, let alone bear fruit, any fruit that does emerge must possess an extraordinary vitality, embodying energy contrary to that of ice crystals, thereby becoming a rare sustenance for prolonging life. Ing was taken aback by the cat girl's unexpected remark, nearly sputtering her drink. The offspring had yet to be born, and she was already eager for matchmaking? Regardless, the young ones would certainly not concern themselves with age. With your beauty, they would surely be willing to become your partners once they grow up, the cat girl mused with hope. Females often have many partners, and since males tend to perish early, females require care and typically accept multiple mates. But perhaps such matters can be addressed another time. Wu Meng's lips twitched slightly. She was not fond of the idea of an older bull courting a tender young grass, especially one as innocent as this. It was utterly outrageous. Chapter 27. Chasing away the black bird Mengmeng. Have you acquired yet another companion? Before Wu Meng could fully comprehend, Cat Girl hurled yet another bombshell at her. With a puzzled expression, Cat Girl glanced behind Wu Meng. Isn't Jihan pursuing you? How come? Without having formed a bond with him, there's already another male by your side. Huh? No, not at all. Wu Meng replied, bewildered. Following Cat Girl's gaze, she turned to see the little black bird flapping its wings and trailing behind her. In just a few days, the bird's feathers had nearly filled out, and its size had increased significantly, now about the size of 2 fists. Given the peculiarities of the creatures in this realm, Wu Meng accepted the rapid growth as a fact. The quicker it grew, the happier she felt. But this male bird is following you, and you carry his scent. Surely you wish for him to be your mate? Cat Girl observed the black bird with astonishment. Having resided in the rocky cave, she had never encountered a male bird before. Impossible. This is merely an ordinary little bird. A few days ago, I found an egg, and who would have thought it would hatch into this? Wu Meng laughed nonchalantly, waving for the black bird to come closer. Indeed, the birds of this frigid land possessed an intelligence surpassing that of modern birds, exhibiting behavior akin to understanding human speech. The little black bird nestled into Wu Meng's embrace, affectionately rubbing against her. Cat Girl was taken aback, her expression somewhat peculiar. Mengmeng, this is no ordinary beast. He is a male bird. Cat Girl's words struck Wu Meng like a bolt from the blue. It took her a moment to process what she had just heard. A male, not an ordinary bird. Are you suggesting he can transform like Jihan? Wu Meng's mind momentarily froze as she glanced down at the black bird still nuzzling against her chest, promptly tossing him away. The black bird squawked in protest, rolling on the ground a couple of times before regaining its footing, its dark little eyes gazing up at Wu Meng with a pitiful expression, seemingly unable to fathom why she suddenly rejected it. Seeing Wu Meng's lack of response, the black bird flapped its wings, attempting to burrow back into her embrace. Fortunately, Wu Meng was quick on her feet, stepping back to avoid the black bird and extending her hand in a warning gesture. Don't move. From now on, do not leap into my arms uninvited, or I will toss you outside and deny you your meals. Wu Meng was aware that the black bird understood her, placing her hand in front of it. So this is a male. No wonder Jihan had initially forbidden her from keeping it. He must have known, and she had been blissfully unaware all this time, allowing this bird to enjoy her company for days. As for the beastman, could she possibly consume it? She lacked the heart to do so. To her, beastmen were akin to humans, and she could never bring herself to eat human flesh. The blackbird, still bewildered by the sudden change in Wu Meng's demeanor, stood there, looking pitifully at her. Well, cat girl, take care of your pregnancy. I shall come visit you again. Wu Meng chuckled awkwardly, needing to return and deal with this bird first. With that, she departed cat girl's cave swiftly, as if pursued by unseen forces, with the black bird flapping closely behind. Inside the cave, the girl and the bird faced each other. I know you can understand me. Since you are a beastman, you should leave. I cannot afford to keep you. Jihan consumes so much. I can only imagine how much you would eat in the future. Since I cannot eat you, what purpose do you serve? Why are you abandoning me? Did you not hatch me? The black bird protested, its voice laced with confusion. However, if she sent you away now, you would likely freeze out there, Wu Meng pondered, considering the harsh weather outside. Although the bird was lively, it could not withstand the bitter cold. After contemplating for a while, Wu Meng reached a decision. Very well, if you wish to stay, you shall take on the task of gathering firewood and tending the fire. Consider it your rent and food expenses owed to Jihan. She truly was clever and resourceful. The naive little blackbird nodded its head in agreement. Thus, the young and unsuspecting blackbird found itself subjected to Wu Meng's merciless exploitation and oppression. Wu Mengmeng began to distance herself from the blackbird, no longer embracing him at every opportunity, nor allowing him to come close. Especially now that she understood he could transform into a living man. Upon Jihan's return, he was unaware of the internal turmoil Wu Mengmeng was experiencing. He simply noticed her altered demeanor towards the blackbird, even allowing this male creature to serve him. This realization made him increasingly uneasy. Inside the cave of Cat Xiaomi, she commanded, "You, go outside and see if there are any traces of stray beasts." Cat Xiaomi reclined on a high pile of animal skins, flanked by two males who were massaging her arms and legs, providing her with immense comfort. Fine stray beasts. But Xiaomi, didn't you say there are none outside? Go Dan. The weakest male by her side looked confused, as he was usually tasked with the dirtiest and most strenuous jobs. He could only watch as the stronger males catered to her whims. If I tell you to search, then you must search. Why are you questioning me? Do you want me to establish a partner relationship with you? Cat Xiaomi, already in a foul mood, grew impatient upon hearing Go Dan's doubts. She often used the threat of establishing partner relationships to intimidate her companions, which made them cautious around her. As Cat Xiaomi had only recently come of age, Hu Tu, being the strongest partner, was naturally the first in line to bear offspring, while the others had to continue to please her for a chance. Go Dan left the rocky cave, his demeanor dejected. As a dog beast with an acute sense of smell, he returned shortly after with a report on the external situation, expecting a reprimand, only to find Cat Xiaomi beaming with delight. Good. Quickly take me there. All of you come with me, she urged, rising eagerly. Her partners dared not defy her and clustered around her as they exited. Beyond the rocky cave, crossing the snowy expanse, lay an icy forest. Cat Xiaomi rode on the back of Hu Tu, who had transformed into his beast form, following Go Dan deeper into the woods. Xiaomi, there is a male scent here. There might indeed be stray beastmen. Shouldn't we hurry back? One partner suggested, worried that Cat Xiaomi was intent on confirming the presence of stray beastmen. Ignoring his concerns, Cat Xiaomi commanded Hu Tu to proceed, leaving the male to trail behind, anxiously glancing around for any lurking dangers. Deep within the icy forest, a black python coiled around an ancient tree, beneath which stood a man clad in a gray animal skin skirt. Indeed, there was a female scent. The man, pale yet robust, showed no signs of feeling cold in the snow. In an instant, the coiled python transformed into a human form, Dehe, from whom Wu Mengmeng had taken the snake shed. Chapter 28. Save me, Bone Tower. You caused me to lose a male last time. I want to let you take this female from me, no matter what. Dehe's expression was one of discontent, though his tone was laced with caution, refraining from being too brash. Bone Tower, however, was disinterested in engaging in conflict, merely smiling disdainfully. Very well, but the female comes with 5 males. Dehe scoffed. 5 ordinary males, not even a marked beastman. I am not afraid. Soon, Cat Xiaomi located the 2 beasts. Yes, it is a stray beastman, Go Dan exclaimed, his face a mask of terror upon encountering Dehe and Bone Tower unexpectedly. They appeared to be ordinary males, yet an undeniable aura of danger surrounded them. Even Cat Xiaomi, typically so audacious, felt a flicker of fear. You are the ones who lured the ferocious beasts to attack our rocky cave? Cat Xiaomi dismounted from Hu Tu's back, feigning calmness, her proud demeanor unwavering. How do you know about this? Dehe asked, surprised and slightly alarmed. Bone Tower, however, remained composed, his crimson eyes glinting with intrigue. You needn't know that. Just understand that I am now aware of your secret. Cat Xiaomi intended to use this information as leverage. And what if I do? I can still breach your rocky cave, Bone Tower interjected, reassuring Dehe. The extreme cold region is home to countless caves like the Rocky Cave, inhabited by various beastmen, making it the smallest community but also a prime target for stray beasts. You, Cat Xiaomi began to retort, but upon meeting Bone Tower's piercing gaze, which seemed to threaten her very existence, she fell silent. Bone Tower, remember, that female belongs to me, Dehe asserted, taking a step forward as Bone Tower remained still, indicating his acquiescence. What do you intend to do? Wait, I have other matters to discuss. I am here to offer you a female. Cat Xiaomi blurted out in panic despite her 5 companions guarding her protectively, her fear palpable. Xiaomi, we have no female to offer stray beasts, Go Dan whispered, reminding her that females would not be given to ferocious strays. Hearing her words, Dehe paused, intrigued. A female? You wish to deliver a female to me? Who would send a female to a stray beast? Silence. The new female is of no worth. Better to send her away to the strays and relieve us of the threat. Cat Xiaomi chastised Go Dan quietly, then turned to Dehe. Indeed, I can provide you with a female, provided you agree to take her away and ensure she never returns. You can do as you please. But that is a female, Go Dan began, but Cat Xiaomi shot him a fierce glare. Do as you wish, Dehe echoed Cat Xiaomi's words, seeking confirmation. Yes, that female has no partner. I hope that once you obtain her, you will refrain from attacking the rocky cave, as your interest lies in the female, is it not? Cat Xiaomi proclaimed confidently, as if all males were bound to heed her commands. Very well. Dehe suddenly grinned ominously. In an instant, he darted toward Cat Xiaomi with astonishing speed, catching her 5 male companions off guard. I have no interest in that female of yours. Since you have delivered yourself to me, I shall claim you instead. As for the female you mentioned, rest assured, we will handle that, before anyone could react. Dehe's lower body morphed into a serpentine tail, swiftly tossing the 5 companions aside, ensnaring Cat Xiaomi tightly. What do you want? Let me go, she cried in terror, struggling futilely against Dehe's constraining tail. Dehe's sudden actions left Cat Xiaomi's 5 companions stunned, but soon the strongest among them, Hu Tu, regained his senses, and charged at Dehe. Roar. Xiaomi, do not fear. I am coming to rescue you. With a mighty roar, the formidable tiger lunged toward the tail of the great black serpent. Yet, its speed was no match for the serpent's swiftness. Before it could even make contact with the serpent's scaled hide, it was violently flung aside once more. The cat, Meow Meow, entangled in the serpent's tail, was tossed about, disoriented and dazed. For other male companions, including Dog Dan, relentlessly attacked the great black serpent, but they were as insignificant as ants in comparison, easily brushed aside. This is quite bothersome. I have no desire to squander my time with you, the great black serpent remarked, displaying impatience with the futile assaults of the males. With a sudden change in demeanor, it transformed into a massive python. The enormous serpent's head, adorned with glimmering crimson fangs, prepared to strike. Before the tiger could react, it was swallowed whole by the python. Tiger, Meow Meow gasped, her face paling in terror. Her strongest companion had been devoured in an instant by this monstrous serpent. Help me, someone please. Realizing the gravity of the situation was beyond her control, she cried out to her remaining companions. Although the males understood the futility of their efforts against the great black serpent, they could not stand idly by while their partner was in peril. Driven by instinct, they recklessly attacked, but, inevitably, they too were consumed by the serpent. Only Dog Dan remained. Just as the serpent's head approached to devour him, it suddenly belched. Oh dear, I've eaten too much. I cannot consume another today. I shall spare you, for I must go and mate with the female. The great black serpent writhed its massive body and slithered away with Meow Meow in tow. Dog Dan desired to pursue them, but before he could, a scorpion tail emerged from the bone tower, emanating a presence far more terrifying than that of the great black serpent. Within the rocky cave, Jihan had extended the hunt today to procure game for Wu Mengmeng in exchange for salt, resulting in a longer hunt than usual. Bored, Wu Mengmeng contemplated taking the black bird for a stroll, hoping to find an opportunity to discard it. However, she dared not wander far and merely strolled near the cave entrance to get some fresh air. Strangely, upon her arrival in this frigid land, she had felt an unusual chill outside, but today, despite donning thick pelts, she felt only a mild coolness in the air, far from the bitter cold she had anticipated. Wu Mengmeng was puzzled when she suddenly spotted a disheveled figure stumbling toward her from the other side of the snow hill. Chapter 29. Cat Xiaomi's miscarriage quickly. She recognized the figure as Dog Dan, who was returning in a frenzied dash, his body marred with injuries and looking utterly wretched. Upon seeing Wu Mengmeng, his eyes finally focused. What has happened? Why are you so injured? Were you attacked by something? Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, startled. Upon closer inspection, she realized that this was the male companion who often trailed after Cat Xiaomi. Dog Dan was panting heavily, his entire body trembling, and his fur and animal hide skirt were caked with snow. Before he could catch his breath, he urgently pleaded for help. Xiaomi. Xiaomi has been captured by the feral beastmen. Hu and the others have been devoured by them. Quickly, we must find a male. Xiaomi needs Jihan. Yes, where's Jihan now? Dog Dan's expression was frantic, his words tumbling out in a rush. Devoured? How brutal. Wu Mengmeng found it hard to fathom the scene Dog Dan described. Recalling the two feral beastmen she had encountered that day, Jihan has gone hunting and hasn't returned yet. Please don't panic. First, let us return and have the old veterinarian check your wounds, Wu Mengmeng suggested kindly, her heart heavy as she observed Dog Dan's injuries. From her discussions with Jihan, she understood the feral beastmen's ferocity. Even Jihan might not prevail against them, especially with two beasts on their side. The only course of action she could take now was to tend to this wounded individual. Female, I implore you to save Xiaomi. I beg you. Let Jihan come back quickly to rescue her. Dog Dan clutched her animal hide garment, pleading fervently. I don't even know where Jihan is. How can I rescue anyone? Wu Mengmeng attempted to extricate herself from his grip, but he held on tightly. Finally, in resignation, she shook her head and sighed. Very well, very well. You are quite insistent. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, I will go search for Jihan. You must hurry back to see the old veterinarian about your injuries. Remember to bring more males for assistance. Otherwise, not just Cat Xiaomi, but also our lives could be at stake. Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's words, Dog Dan finally released his hold. You must find Jihan to save Xiaomi. With that, Dog Dan hurriedly made his way back to the Wanshur cave to gather more reinforcements. Dog Dan understood that no number of males could match Jihan alone, but each additional male would bring a glimmer of hope. Wu Mengmeng instructed the blackbird to return and assist her in gathering reinforcements, then ventured outside the snowy hill. Her memory of the path was quite commendable, yet the surroundings were engulfed in an unrelenting blanket of white, devoid of any signposts, rendering navigation far more challenging than in the modern world. Recalling the route taken during Jihan's hunting excursions, Wu Mengmeng followed the path that lingered in her memory. Although Cat Xiaomi often targeted her with disdain, as a fellow female, she likely understood the dire consequences of being captured by feral beastmen. Deep within the icy forest, beneath a colossal ancient tree, heavy gasps permeated the air, interspersed with the piercing cries of a female and faint moans. The cacophony persisted for over an hour before finally subsiding. A conspicuous pool of crimson stained the snow, and amidst it sat a disheveled female, her countenance devoid of vitality, her eyes hollow. The pelts that once adorned her were now torn asunder, leaving only tattered remnants that hung limply upon her. Her once golden skin had taken on a purplish hue from prolonged exposure to the cold. "Release me, and I shall bring that female to you," Cat Xiaomi declared defiantly, refusing to surrender despite the grim turn of events. With her partner deceased, she had become the captive of a feral beastman. Accepting the irreversible nature of her predicament, she resolved to ensure that Wu Mengmeng would not escape unscathed. She would exact a price for her suffering, regardless of the cost. A sharp pain surged through her abdomen as she spoke, her body curling in agony, her complexion pale and tormented. Having never experienced such extensive bleeding, she was oblivious to the turmoil within her, her resentment toward Wu Mengmeng deepening. If not for that female, she would not have fallen to such depths. It was all her fault. Very well, Dehe readily acquiesced. To his surprise, the female adapted rather quickly. As he gazed at the bloodstains below, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. He had become a figure of authority, capable of siring offspring. The disdain that feral beastmen faced from others stemmed not only from their brutal methods and vicious treatment of females but also from their possessive nature. Once bonded with a female, they forbade her from conceiving offspring with any other male. At that moment, Cat Xiaomi remained unaware that the blood beneath her was not a result of Dehe's brutality, but rather the remnants of her own lost progeny. How strange. Why can't I find it? Wu Mengmeng pondered, convinced she had been heading in the correct direction. In the icy forest, she cautiously searched for the path she had traversed with Jihan. Though the snow blanketed everything, it seldom fell anew, giving the ground an ethereal quality, as if it existed solely within a fantastical realm. After nearly an hour, Wu Mengmeng still had not located Jihan, prompting her to question her sense of direction. Just as she wavered on whether to retrace her steps, a familiar voice echoed nearby. "Female, Wu Mengmeng." Turning at the sound of her name, Wu Mengmeng was surprised to find Cat Xiaomi, whom Dog Dan had claimed was captured by feral beastmen. "How did you end up here? Didn't Dog Dan say you were taken?" She approached, puzzled to see Cat Xiaomi in this place. Had she escaped from her captors? "I was captured by feral beastmen, but I encountered Jihan, who saved me. He is currently engaged in battle with them over there. It's perilous. You must come with me quickly," Cat Xiaomi exclaimed. Urgency etched upon her face as she gestured frantically toward the direction she had come from, a flicker of something elusive shimmering in her narrowed eyes. Upon hearing that Jihan was fighting feral beastmen, Wu Mengmeng's heart sank, realizing that Jihan was likely outmatched. "Where is he? Is it far?" she inquired anxiously, sensing something amiss about Cat Xiaomi's demeanor, yet dismissing her instincts, believing no female could escape the clutches of feral beastmen alone. "Just over there, not far at all. Jihan has been injured. Hurry and follow me." Cat Xiaomi's voice was laced with urgency, momentarily clouding Wu Mengmeng's judgment. "Let us go, lead me there." Wu Mengmeng grasped Cat Xiaomi's hand and followed her indicated path, her thoughts in disarray, failing to recognize that even if she arrived, she could offer no assistance. After approximately 10 minutes, Wu Mengmeng still had not encountered Jihan, as Cat Xiaomi had claimed. Doubt began to creep into her mind. "Didn't you say Jihan was here? We've walked for so long. How much further?" She scanned her surroundings, her pace slowing as her instincts heightened. "It's just ahead. We're almost there. We must hurry, or Jihan will be in real danger," Cat Xiaomi urged, moving quickly ahead. Her pace doubled that of Wu Mengmeng's. "Wait. I want to follow you." Wu Mengmeng abruptly halted. "What's wrong? Aren't you worried about Jihan's safety?" Cat Xiaomi paused, turning to face her, though her expression betrayed little concern. Meng's gaze sharpened as realization dawned upon her. "You are deceiving me." She coldly regarded Cat, her heart brimming with suspicion. "You have not encountered JHN at all. It was not JHN who rescued you. Where exactly do you intend to take me? Have you truly been captured by the feral beastmen? Or is it that you and your companion, Dog Egg, are conspiring against me?" Yet, the expressions of Cat and Dog Egg suggested they had indeed faced peril, casting doubt on the notion of deceit. "Huh. You have uncovered my ruse, so I shall not conceal the truth any longer." Cat's voice, icy and malevolent, erupted into laughter that bore a hint of madness. "I was indeed seized by the feral beastmen, though JHN did not come to my rescue." No sooner had she spoken, than two males emerged behind her. The very ones who had abducted her, DHI and GLU. "I have brought you the female," Cat declared, her tone devoid of emotion. Her eyes ablaze with hatred. "I have but one demand. I wish for her to suffer 100-fold, 1,000-fold more than I did. As for the chaos over at the rock cave, I can resolve that. No males will trouble you. It is her." DHI gasped in shock upon seeing Mengmeng. "This female has survived. No wonder she claimed my snake shed." Regrettably, he was now bound to Cat as his mate and could not pursue another female. Had he known she was the one, he would never have contended with GLU for Cat. Noticing DHI's apparent recognition of Mengmeng, Cat felt a surge of reassurance. The feral beastmen were never merciful to females, especially one who had taken DHI Snake's shed. The thought of Mengmeng's fate being even grimmer than hers sparked a sense of exhilaration within MCAT. Very well, DHI. Take your female back first. GLU grinned malevolently, his blood-red eyes fixated on Mengmeng, seemingly pleased with MCAT's offering. Though DHI was reluctant to defy GLU, his dissatisfaction was overshadowed by the reality of his current mate, and he silently acquiesced, leading MCAT away. Mengmeng felt a surge of dread, realizing she had fallen prey to the deception of Cat Xiaomi. Now, with JHN absent, she found herself ensnared by this terrifying scorpion. Was she destined to become a fallen girl in the world of beastmen today? Lost in a whirlwind of despairing thoughts, Mengmeng suddenly noticed that the bone tower had vanished. In the next instant, her body was inexplicably lifted by some unseen force. The rushing wind roared in her ears, rendering her unable to open her eyes, and she had no idea of her current location. Within the rocky cave, HINIO and GUDN searched for most of the males, but upon learning they were to rescue Cat Xiaomi, their initial fervor dissipated, leaving them silent. Ultimately, not a single male was willing to venture forth to save Cat Xiaomi. GUDN paced anxiously in the cave. If he went alone, it would merely be a death sentence, as he could not possibly rescue Cat Xiaomi by himself. In a fit of frustration, HINIO pecked at the unwilling males, relying on his nimbleness to evade their grasp. Eventually, seeing GUDN despondently lingering in the cave, HINIO, in a fit of anger, left the cave. Noticing HINIO's departure and the lack of any males willing to save Cat Xiaomi, GUDN thought HINIO might have a plan and followed suit. However, HINIO flew too swiftly for GUDN to keep up, and soon he found himself lost in the icy forest. Coincidentally, shortly after HINIO and GUDN left the rocky cave, the hunting JHN returned, laden with two prey. Upon entering the cave, he found neither HINIO nor Mengmeng. Assuming she had gone to play with Cat Xiaomi again, he searched the cave thoroughly but found no trace of her. Growing anxious, JHN was about to follow her scent when he spotted the returning Cat Xiaomi, accompanied by GUDN, who had brought her back. JHN, where are you going? Cat Xiaomi exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon seeing him. Suppressing her discomfort, she blocked his path. Step aside. JHN shot her a cold glare, fully aware of her past conflicts with Mengmeng, which had nearly led to Mengmeng being expelled by the males of the rocky cave. Faced with JHN's frosty demeanor, Cat Xiaomi's smile faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, adopting a gentle tone. Are you searching for Mengmeng? I know where she is. At her words, JHN's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening with urgency, though his thoughts were elsewhere. Where? He was so terse that he barely uttered a word. Seeing the stark contrast in JHN's treatment of her versus Mengmeng, Cat Xiaomi's disdain for Mengmeng deepened. Yet, the thought of Mengmeng being tormented by the wandering beastmen brought her a strange satisfaction, prompting a pleasing smile to grace her face. That female? I saw Mengmeng when I returned. Her kin came for her and took her away. I told you, she doesn't belong in our rocky cave. Now she has been taken back by her people, presumably by a robust male, perhaps the one she fancies, Cat Xiaomi fabricated, having prepared this narrative prior to her return. Xiaomi, GUDN interjected, unable to suppress his curiosity. They had encountered no males on their return, so how could that female have been taken away by one? Before he could finish, Cat Xiaomi's sharp nails dug into him, silencing him immediately. Understanding her intent, GUDN closed his mouth, unwilling to speak further. Upon hearing Cat Xiaomi's words, JHN's face darkened as he turned to exit the cave. He was determined to pursue the female he had claimed, even if it meant venturing beyond the frigid realm. No matter the torment he might endure, he could not allow her to leave his side. Hey, JHN, where are you going? Mengmeng has already left. There's no point in searching. She returned to the rocky cave. Cat Xiaomi exclaimed, her eyes reddening with frustration at his unwavering resolve. I will find her, JHN declared, fists clenched, striding purposefully out of the cave. Reflecting on the distance Mengmeng had maintained from him in recent days, her reluctance to grow close or bond with him. He had thought she was still unattached, believing he still had a chance. Little did he know, she had merely not yet formalized a bond. She already had her heart set on another. Yet, what did that matter? Despite his desire for a female who belonged solely to him, the thought of Mengmeng pairing with another beastman tormented him more than her rejection. He would find her, ensuring she never had the chance to forsake him. Chapter 31. A failed escape. Watching JHN's resolute departure, Cat Xiaomi seethed with rage. Xiaomi, what's wrong? Why deceive JHN? We didn't encounter Mengmeng on our way back. She must have gone to rescue you. She's likely in danger. Gud and cautiously suggested, still feeling guilt over Ng's plight. Useless. It's all your fault. Cat Xiam was already irked by Jhn. Now, hearing Gudn speak in defense of Ngm only intensified her fury. She shoved him aside, her eyes fierce. Get lost, you worthless fool. Xiam, I don't understand what I did wrong. Gudn replied, bewildered. As Cat Xiam retreated deeper into the cave, he glanced back at the entrance, where Jhn had vanished, sighing. Ultimately, he believed a partner was more important and hurried to catch up with Cat Xiam. In the depths of the icy forest, a massive dead tree had been hollowed out. Two beastmen clad in animal skins stood outside its entrance. Bone Tower, you have captured a female. Why haven't you taken her as your mate? Dhi gazed enviously at the slumbering Ngm within the hollow. Were it not for Cat Xiam's self-invitation, this female might have been his. Why rush? The female is secured. Once we breach the rocky cave and eliminate the males within, then we can safely spend the next cold season with her, Bone Tower replied. His demeanor more calculating than Dhis. He cast a glance at Ngm, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Dazed, Ngm gradually awoke to the sound of voices, yet she dared not open her eyes. Only when the voices faded into silence did she cautiously blink, realizing she was in a dark cave. Stepping outside, she discovered it was a tree hollow, with footprints and large tracks in the snow outside, likely left by the two wandering beastmen. As she stepped out, she surveyed her surroundings. Wu Mengmeng discovered that she had never been here before. The trees towered even taller than those she had encountered in the past. It seemed she had ventured deeper into the ice forest of her future. No wonder the two stray beasts had left her alone here. They were evidently not concerned about her escaping. In truth, she found herself incapable of fleeing. This boundless expanse of ice forest and snow posed a significant threat. Should she encounter the gigantic python from her first day here, she would be better off remaining in this spot. At least the stray beast would not regard her as a meal. As she pondered, although Wu Mengmeng relinquished the thought of immediate escape, her mind continued to seek alternative solutions. 10 minutes later, she lamented, the heavens are against me. If I must partake in a real-life version of Beauty and the Beast, why could it not be with lions or tigers? Instead, I am faced with scorpions and snakes. She moaned in despair, for these venomous creatures were her greatest fear. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Wu Mengmeng's ears. Wu Mengmeng ceased her lamentations and abruptly turned her gaze around, ultimately spotting a familiar figure above her. Little one, is it truly you? You know the way, don't you? Please, lead me away from this place. A look of delight illuminated Wu Mengmeng's face as she rose from the snow. The voice belonged to the black bird she had nurtured for several days, only to contemplate abandoning recently. The inherent gift of navigation among beastmen was a natural endowment, and Wu Mengmeng was confident that if the black bird had found its way here, it must indeed know the route to depart. The black bird circled above her for a brief moment, yet did not immediately guide her. Observing the bird's reluctance to move, its furtive glances around, Wu Mengmeng, having spent several days in its company, could surmise its intentions. Are you suggesting that leaving now would attract the attention of the wandering beastmen? Are they still nearby? Wu Mengmeng rubbed her hands together, exhaling a puff of warm breath. Having recently dozed off in a tree hollow, she still felt somewhat cold and stiff. With a flutter of its wings, the black bird nodded at Wu Mengmeng. What shall I do? Am I truly destined to become a mate for that scorpion? I would rather be a companion to Jihan. The mere thought of the terrifying form of the Bone Tower beast made Wu Mengmeng shudder. Despite Jihan also being a beastman, he was infinitely preferable to the scorpion. Comparatively, being with a mere cat seemed far more palatable. The black bird chirped again, and before Wu Mengmeng could react, it took flight. Hey, don't leave. As she watched the black bird depart with such grace, Wu Mengmeng was left dumbfounded. Surely, even if I had contemplated sending you away, I have fed you so much. In a moment of life and death, you simply abandoned me without a second thought? I had hoped that seeing you would provide a chance for escape, yet your speed in fleeing is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, you have vanished. Wu Mengmeng found herself utterly astounded, left with no choice but to return to the tree hollow. Her spirits dampened as she contemplated other possible solutions. The depths of this icy forest were far colder than the exterior, a stark contrast to the temperature within the rocky cave. Even though Wu Mengmeng had acquired the ability to manipulate fire, she could not contend with the frigid air that enveloped her. The chilling atmosphere of this desolate land had been accumulating for centuries, and even the mightiest of males could not withstand it solely with physical strength. Jihan, following the scent of Wu Mengmeng, ventured deeper into the ice forest, growing increasingly suspicious that she had not been taken by her kin, as Cat Xiaomi had claimed. It was exceedingly rare for any tribe of beastmen to establish their territory within the icy woods, and he had never escorted Mengmeng to the heart of the forest. How could her scent possibly linger here? At that moment, Jihan realized that Cat Xiaomi was lying. Given her habitual unfriendliness towards Mengmeng, his concern for her safety escalated. prompting him to search fervently through the forest, startling the birds and beasts dwelling within. However, after an exhaustive search, he failed to locate Wu Mengmeng's exact position. Jihan was certain that her scent had been tampered with by the beastmen, for there were other male scents mingling with hers. As he grew increasingly frantic, a distant black speck drew nearer. "Clear the way, do not obstruct me. I cannot find Wu Mengmeng." Jihan's temper flared as he swatted away the black bird flapping before him, oblivious to its intentions. The bird, undeterred, persistently circled around Jihan, and after several laps, he sensed something was amiss. "Do you know where Mengmeng is?" The black bird nodded vigorously. "Lead the way." Jihan transformed into his beast form, his once petite feline shape morphing into a formidable creature. His powerful claws left a trail of footprints in the snow as he swiftly followed the black bird into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Wu Mengmeng, lacking any hope of rescue, resolved to take a chance, pondering the possibility of escaping. However, before she could venture more than a few meters from the tree hollow, Bone Tower materialized before her like a specter. "Where do you think you are going, female?" His chilling voice, laden with overt menace, pierced the icy air, sending shivers down Wu Mengmeng's spine. "I urgently need to relieve myself." Wu Mengmeng stammered, barely managing to suppress a shiver as she uttered a lie even she found hard to believe. Bone Tower, however, chose not to expose her deceit, smirking as he licked his lips, a facade of amusement masking his sinister intent. "It's unsafe to wander far. You may as well stay here." He remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to leave. "Wait, are you serious?" Wu Mengmeng gaped in disbelief, her mind racing at the absurdity of the situation. Was this scorpion truly deranged? Though beastmen were not as civilized as modern humans, they understood the concept of decorum and shame, refraining from public acts of relief. "Actually, I suddenly feel no urgency at all. I think I'll just head back to rest," Wu Mengmeng declared, turning on her heel, frowning as she made her way back to the tree hollow. This scorpion was certainly clever. Suddenly, without warning, Wu Mengmeng found herself suspended in midair, her waist ensnared by a powerful grasp. Bone Tower had hoisted her up, sinister laughter escaping his lips. "Since you are so eager, we shall bond first." A sense of alarm surged within Wu Mengmeng, yet no matter how she struggled, it proved futile against the confines of Bone Tower, which had ensnared her limbs. This was the end. Today, she was truly at the mercy of a vile and brutal scorpion. "Help! Jihan, please come to my rescue." Wu Mengmeng was ushered into a tree hollow, and the mere thought of what was to unfold filled her eyes with trepidation. The male before her, though possessing a handsome visage surpassing the average of modern men, bore an insidious and cunning expression that incited an inexplicable revulsion within her. With such capabilities and strength, why could he not coexist with females and live a normal life among the beastmen? Futile thoughts. No male would come to save you. You might as well accept your role as my companion. If you obey, I can assure you that you will not suffer at the hands of other rogue beasts. Bone Tower grinned maliciously, revealing a ferocious countenance as his duplicitous smile drew closer to Wu Mengmeng. "What does that mean? Don't come any closer." Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Bone Tower's words concealed secrets unknown to her. "In light of your imminent status as my companion, let me enlighten you. Do you wonder why that serpent beast is so eager to find a female? If a female returns to the rogue beast pack, he will have no claim." Bone Tower's expression was one of triumph, "And I, as the strongest beast among the rogue, naturally have no rival daring to covet my female." "Rogue beast pack?" Wu Mengmeng's heart raced, confirming her fears. She had only heard from the beastmen of the chaotic stone cave that rogue beasts typically led solitary lives. Yet Bone Tower's words suggested there was indeed more than just him and the serpent beast. There was a whole group. If one or two were already so terrifying, how much worse would a multitude be? Her instincts warned her that Bone Tower harbored secrets still concealed. "There is no point in prolonging the conversation. You will learn once you become my companion." Bone Tower's patience waned as his towering figure loomed closer to Wu Mengmeng. Don't come any closer, or I shall not hold back." Wu Mengmeng retreated step by step until she found herself at the innermost part of the hollow, with no escape. Bone Tower dismissed her words with disdain, eager to witness how a mere female could possibly threaten him. "I have warned you to stay back, yet you refuse to heed my words." Wu Mengmeng's voice quivered as she grasped her wrist with her left hand, her dark eyes reflecting the frantic visage of Bone Tower. In a moment of desperation, she unleashed her telekinetic power, a burst of fire erupting from her fingertips, striking Bone Tower squarely in the eyes. "My eyes. Female, what have you done to me?" Bone Tower clutched his face, smoke wafting from his scorched skin, his voice resonating with the fury of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Wu Mengmeng ignored him, hoping to seize the opportunity to flee. However, despite his injuries, Bone Tower's speed remained unaffected, and he resolutely obstructed her path. Enraged, he lunged at her with ferocious intent. It was the end. She was doomed. Wu Mengmeng silently mourned for herself, fear prompting her to close her eyes. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past her, followed by the sound of a heavy impact. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by a brilliant light. The withered tree hollow above her inexplicably collapsed, leaving a barren space. And the skeletal tower was sent crashing to the ground, sliding away for quite a distance. Jihan, upon seeing the familiar silhouette standing before her. Wu Mengmeng's heart leapt with joy, her voice tinged with excitement. This scene resembled a moment from a television drama where a hero rescues a damsel in distress. Yet, this hero was undeniably heroic, exuding charm and grace. Wu Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with admiration as she felt a resurgence of hope where she had once harbored despair. Her fondness for Jihan blossomed, and her heart swelled with gratitude, accompanied by an elusive emotion that was difficult to discern. Mengmeng, are you all right? Did the wandering beastmen harm you in any way? Jihan strode over to Wu Mengmeng's side, a towering figure of a man. Yet he inspected her for injuries with the tender concern of a devoted spouse. Wu Mengmeng could not help but feel a pang in her nose. I'm fine. Let us hurry, she urged. He burned his eyes with fire. There's also a stray beast here. By the time he returns, you might not stand a chance against both of them. The sensation of being protected was rather delightful. Chirp. The black bird circling overhead did not miss the opportunity to interject. You wretched bird. You dashed off without a word, and I thought I was doomed here. Wu Mengmeng lamented, realizing that he hadn't fled in cowardice, but had gone to summon reinforcements for her. Bone Tower rose from a mound of snow, casting a fierce gaze at Jihan. You think you can escape? Not a chance. Can a mere one-mark beastman best me? With a furious roar from Bone Tower, Wu Mengmeng looked over in shock, her heart sinking. Two black lines emerged on Bone Tower's forehead, one more than Jihan possessed. Was he not even more formidable than Jihan? This was disastrous. They might not need to wait for the other stray beastman to return. They would meet their demise here. Jihan, I'm sorry, but I fear I cannot assist you in retrieving your remains. Who would have thought that although we did not become partners in life, we might perish together? Had I known this, I would have sought you as a partner. I have yet to experience the taste of a man. What if they do something to me after you die? The bizarre thoughts flooded Wu Mengmeng's mind as she contemplated their grim fate. Jihan, with furrowed brows and focused attention on Bone Tower's movements, inadvertently caught a fragment of Wu Mengmeng's words. His silver eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. Mengmeng, what did you just say? If we manage to survive today, would you consider becoming my partner? A mischievous glint flashed in Jihan's silver gaze, as if he were calculating something. Chapter 33. Jihan faces death. Wu Mengmeng failed to notice the cunning glint in Jihan's eyes. She thought to herself that if she could bring him some joy before her demise, it might serve as a blessing for her next life. Of course, as long as we can return alive today, I shall be your partner, she declared with unwavering resolve. Very well, Jihan replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His deep voice resonated like a weighty vow, more enduring than the erosion of time itself. You must remember, this is your promise. I will ensure your safety. With that, the smile on Jihan's face transformed into a grave expression. Haha, even in the face of death. You wish to be a pair of star-crossed lovers. If that is the case, I shall not allow you both to perish together. Bone Tower bellowed with laughter, his form morphing into a colossal crimson scorpion, larger than an elephant, with a black tail tipped by a venomous stinger oozing foul poison, and coarse black hairs sprouting from its body. Jihan also shifted into his beast form, albeit considerably smaller than Bone Tower. Jihan, be cautious. Do not let his tail pierce you. Wu Mengmeng shouted, fully aware, despite her ignorance, that scorpion tails are venomous. No sooner had she spoken than Bone Tower charged forward, his massive scorpion body akin to an impenetrable fortress, recklessly closing in on Jihan without fear of his attacks. A black scorpion tail darted swiftly towards Jihan. Wu Mengmeng watched anxiously, her heart heavy for Jihan. In terms of sheer strength, Jihan seemed to surpass Bone Tower, yet she was taken aback by the enormous size and unexpected swiftness of Bone Tower's beast form. As a result, Jihan, who had once stood a chance against Bone Tower, gradually found herself at a disadvantage. With a swift thrust of Bone Tower's scorpion-like tail, Jihan was struck in the thigh, leaving a long gash from which crimson blood stained her white fur and fell onto the snow-covered ground. Amidst her tense observation, Wu Mengmeng felt a flutter as the black bird landed on her shoulder, pecking at her leather skirt, urging her to move aside. Do you want me to leave now? Wu Mengmeng deciphered the black bird's intentions, but shook her head resolutely. No, I cannot abandon Jihan. After all, she put herself in danger to save me. I cannot forsake her. Furthermore, even if she attempted to flee, her speed would only allow Bone Tower to catch up swiftly. For the first time, the black bird disregarded Wu Mengmeng's words, stubbornly tugging at her leather garment. To her surprise, the small creature possessed remarkable strength, managing to pull her several meters. I cannot escape. If you wish to leave, you should go ahead. You can seek out your biological parents, rather than remaining in this perilous stone cave. Wu Mengmeng pushed the black bird away. Though her words were sincere, the orcs in the stone cave would always prioritize their own safety, often endangering others. And the blackbird would be far safer with its real parents than trapped in the chaotic cave. The blackbird, feeling somewhat aggrieved, shook its head and ceased its insistence. As a male, its instinct was to protect the female, and it naturally would not intervene in matters concerning a rival male. However, witnessing Wu Mengmeng's concern for Jihan stirred a sense of discontent within the black bird, yet it ultimately acquiesced to her wishes. You wish to leave? Do you truly believe you can escape? A menacing voice boomed. Wu Mengmeng and the black bird turned anxiously, their hearts sinking further upon realizing that Dahe had returned unbeknownst to them. With a flurry of wings, the black bird darted towards Dahe, pecking fiercely at his head and face. Remarkably, despite its diminutive size, the black bird possessed considerable ferocity. In no time, Dahe's face was smeared with blood from the relentless assault, while he howled in pain, unable to catch the elusive creature. Well done. When you return, I shall reward you. Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she cheered for the black bird. Yet, scarcely had her words left her lips when Dahe transformed into a colossal serpent, swinging his tail and sending the black bird flying. Wu Mengmeng instantly fell silent, retreating a few steps while warily eyeing Dahe. The triangular-eyed beast cast a fierce glance at her. But Dahe understood that the priority was to eliminate Jihan. The bone tower had always been the mightiest among the rogue beast pack. How could it struggle against such a feeble feline? Doubt crept into Dahe's mind, and upon catching sight of Jihan's forehead, a realization struck him. Was this truly just a cat beast? Meanwhile, Jihan fought valiantly against the bone tower, despite numerous injuries covering his body. Blood oozed from various wounds, some already dried, yet he managed to hold his ground against the bone tower, neither side gaining the upper hand. Observing this, Dahe turned away from Wu Mengmeng and joined the fray. Oh no, Wu Mengmeng murmured. It's 2 against 1. They're clearly bullying the cat. She anxiously glanced at Jihan, seeing his wounds resembling 100 cuts. Her heart tightened, as if something was blocking her airway, leaving her breathless. With Dahe's intervention, the standoff was soon shattered. Jihan was obviously at a disadvantage. Despite the ferocity of his strikes, he could not withstand the relentless assault from both Dahe and the bone tower. In no time, Jihan's injuries had deepened, exposing bone. Jihan, watch your back. Wu Mengmeng gasped, her eyes widening in alarm. As Dahe blocked his escape, the bone tower's scorpion tail struck like a needle through the fabric of battle. Jihan, an exceptional one-stripe beastman, often roamed among the rogue beastmen, his strength nearly rivaling that of a 2-stripe beastman. Yet, he was still outmatched by the speed-enhanced bone tower, and under the combined assault, he clearly struggled. At Wu Mengmeng's cry, Jihan leaped with all his might, colliding with the scorpion tail. Fortunately, he narrowly missed the strike, but the impact sent him sprawling several meters away, crashing into the snow. His silver eyes brimmed with defiance as he gritted his teeth, laboriously rising from the ground. Once as clear as the starry sky, his gaze now burned a crimson hue. Jihan, are you all right? Unable to remain a mere spectator any longer, Wu Mengmeng dashed forward, throwing herself in front of Jihan to shield him from the bone tower. She had never faced such a life-and-death moment before. Even the last time Jihan saved her from a ferocious beast, she had merely felt gratitude, knowing he possessed the strength to confront danger. But this time, for reasons unknown, even in the face of overwhelming odds, Jihan's figure seemed to grow larger in her eyes. Move aside, Wu Mengmeng. His blood-stained silver gaze met hers as he extended a claw, dragging his bloodied form to shield her once more. Stop fighting, you can't win against them. Wu Mengmeng's nose tinged with sorrow as she felt utterly powerless, merely an onlooker in their battle. The only fire she could muster was but a flickering flame, insufficient to inflict any real harm upon their adversaries. Hearing her words, Jihan shuddered, as if compelled to prove something. He stomped his legs heavily against the ground, shaking off the droplets of blood that clung to him. How can you not defeat a mere cat beast? Dahe hissed, a hint of mockery in his triangular eyes. The bone tower's scorpion gaze turned cold, filled with a bloodthirsty fervor, as its robust tail coiled with energy, preparing for a final strike against Jihan. The speed was so swift that Wu Mengmeng barely had time to react, her dark pupils reflecting the sharp black scorpion tail. Don't. Chapter 34. Cat Xiaomi's miscarriage in the rocky cave. Cat Xiaomi leaned against a pile of grass, now clad in sturdy beast skin, the bruises inflicted by Dahe concealed beneath. Oh, all right. Dog Dan joyfully scampered over. Previously, he had only engaged in rough tasks. Such intimate service for Cat Xiaomi had never been his domain. After a day of arduous travel, I am utterly exhausted, Cat Xiaomi lamented, wishing fervently for Jihan to vanquish the 2 rogue beasts, so she might still have a chance to bond with him as a mate. Otherwise, as long as those 2 rogue beasts remained, they would prevent her from pairing with any male. Xiaomi, you're bleeding. Dog Dan, eager to assist, suddenly noticed blood seeping from beneath Cat Xiaomi's beast skin skirt. A male instinctively recognized the scent of blood during the season of estrus, and Dog Dan immediately confirmed that Cat Xiaomi was indeed bleeding, not from her cycles. At Dog Dan's exclamation, Cat Xiaomi felt a surge of pain in her abdomen and impatiently waved him off. Why are you shouting? Go find the old veterinarian. Cat Xiaomi yelled in frustration, pressing her hands against her belly, her eyes blazing with anger yet tinged with worry. With the death of Tiger Head, The only lineage he left now resided within her. In the past, any misfortune befalling her offspring would have filled her with dread. For Tiger Head was the mightiest male in the rocky cave. However, this time was different. With Jihan, a one-striped beastman, if she lost her offspring, it might facilitate her pursuit of Jihan as a mate. Yet, she had heard that if a female did not protect her first litter diligently, conceiving again would become increasingly difficult. In the extreme cold, a female's inability to bear offspring would lead to a drastic decline in her status. Once the most sought-after female in the rocky cave, how could Cat Xiaomi accept such a fall? Soon, Dog Dan returned with the old veterinarian to Cat Xiaomi's den. Old veterinarian, please help Xiaomi. What is wrong with her? Dog Dan implored, his concern evident. He would never wish for anything to befall Cat Xiaomi, as she was his sole companion, and he was nearing 25. Perhaps this opportunity might allow him to father puppies sooner. The old veterinarian arrived in haste. Weary from the journey, always prioritizing the females within the cave, he broke into a sweat upon seeing the blood on the ground and the crimson-stained beast skin skirt adorning Cat Xiaomi. His face reflected shock and sorrow. This is the blood of the offspring, the old veterinarian lamented, shaking his head heavily. In the depths of the icy forest, the Bone Tower's scorpion tail narrowly missed Jihan. At that moment, an intense cold aura erupted from Jihan, one colder than the surrounding air, forcefully repelling the scorpion tail. You dare! The Bone Tower was thrust back, colliding with a large tree before coming to rest on the ground, transforming into human form. It looked up at Jihan, its eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, Wu Mengmeng felt as though she had traversed a landscape of blades and flames. Her heart ached unbearably as the air around her chilled. Jihan stood before her, unharmed, yet the crisis had already approached without her noticing. Upon closer inspection, she observed Jihan's form shifting between human, silver cat, and a larger version of the cat, a bizarre transformation that was undeniably strange. A muffled groan escaped Jihan's lips, tinged with anguish. Even Wu Mengmeng, in her simplicity, could discern that this bizarre appearance was far from normal. She hurriedly approached him, seizing his arms with both hands. At this moment, Jihan had already assumed a human form and had not donned the animal skin skirt she had crafted. However, Wu Mengmeng had no time to feel shy. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the most conspicuous and ever-changing aspect of Jihan. To her astonishment, a golden line had emerged on Jihan's forehead. Was that a mark representing the strength of a male beastman? Had Jihan ascended to the rank of a two-pattern beastman? Wu Mengmeng was beset by a multitude of questions, observing Jihan's tightly furrowed brows and silent demeanor, as if he were enduring some immense agony. She found herself gritting her teeth, momentarily at a loss for what to inquire of him. A two-pattern beastman. The Bone Tower. This feline beast appeared far from ordinary. Could it be that Dahe, who witnessed this scene, had also transformed into human form? He had never encountered a male capable of advancing in the face of life and death. So what if he was a two-pattern beastman? It was merely a desperate last stand. Having just ascended, she had attained an upgrade 2 months prior, yet could not best this mere cat beast. Bone Tower spat blood in a display of rage and disdain, as if deeply insulted. Nevertheless, that last strike had indeed inflicted considerable harm upon him. What manner of creature was this feline? In the blink of an eye, Bone Tower morphed into a scorpion, launching an attack towards Jihan. At that moment, Wu Mengmeng had her back turned to Bone Tower, oblivious to the impending assault. Jihan's gaze turned cold as he enveloped Wu Mengmeng's waist with his arms and leaped, placing her beneath a nearby tree. Before she could comprehend the situation, he charged towards the attack once more. The two beasts drew near, before Bone Tower could react. Jihan's eyes glinted frostily, and it appeared as though Bone Tower's limbs were frozen, his movements slowing drastically as he collapsed into the snow. The scarlet scorpion crashed into the ground, sending snow flying, its massive form gradually encased in frost. Dahe, witnessing Bone Tower's fall, rushed to assist, its gaping maw and serpentine body swiftly twisting towards Jihan. Unfazed, Jihan surged forward, an immense force emanating from him. With a fierce roar, he struck Dahe, severing its tail and causing a fountain of blood to erupt, splattering the ground. Dahe let out a pained wail, rolling in agony upon the ground. The scene rife with carnage. By this time, Bone Tower had regained his composure, entirely unaware of why he had felt as though he were frozen. Enraged, he charged at Jihan, only to find Jihan's speed had increased tenfold, appearing behind him in an instant. With a resounding thud, Jihan's claw struck down, burying Bone Tower's shoe deep into the snow and creating a massive crater. As Jihan landed, Wu Mengmeng finally regained her senses. Had they won? Seeing Bone Tower defeated, Dahe fled in a panic, tail severed. After a prolonged silence, Wu Mengmeng approached the crater, discovering the corpse of the scorpion within. Why call it a corpse? Jihan's paw had brutally crushed the scorpion's head, brain matter splattered everywhere, and Wu Mengmeng could barely glance at it without feeling nauseated. Jihan, you are incredible. How did you accomplish that? Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, still enveloped in the euphoria of survival and victory, her gaze fixed on Jihan. At that moment, Jihan had also transformed into human form. The multitude of wounds across his body now visible without the concealment of fur, the anger on his face dissipated, replaced by a hint of exhaustion accompanied by a voice that seemed on the verge of breaking. I once he let you. Before he could finish his sentence, Jihan collapsed to the ground. Chapter 35. I beg you, save her, damn it. No wonder he consumes so much. He appears to be in good shape. Yet he is so heavy. On the snowy hill, Wu Mengmeng was dragging Jihan up an incline, while the blackbird occasionally led the way, pecking at Jihan's fur skirt in an unhelpful attempt to assist. Wu Mengmeng was concerned that the bird might tear her leather skirt. Its beak was no ordinary tool. After several attempts, she decided against seeking further assistance from the blackbird. After wandering and resting for over 2 hours, Wu Mengmeng finally spotted the dark, chaotic stone cave amidst the blinding whiteness of the snow, which threatened to induce snow blindness. In that moment, she felt a profound appreciation for the beauty of the color black. A female? Yes, it was a female. Jihan and his female companion had returned. What had happened? Why was Jihan unconscious? Was he on the brink of death? It turned out that the female had brought him back. Could it be that a glimmer of hope awaited them? Before Wu Mengmeng could approach the rocky cave, she was spotted by a female within. A group of males quickly surrounded her, yet their immediate concern was not to assist the gravely injured Jihan. If you do not help me take Jihan back, I will perish, Wu Mengmeng remarked, her lips twitching in exasperation at the thoughtlessness of the males, mistakenly believing that Wu Mengmeng herself was the one in peril. The males exchanged glances, hesitating as they prepared to rush forward. Just then, a tall and robust male stepped beside Wu Mengmeng and lifted Jihan with ease. Thank you, she uttered, recognizing him as the bear tribe male who had previously saved her life from a fierce beast. He had aided her more than once. And though she had not properly expressed her gratitude due to her unfamiliarity with him and Jihan's restrictions on contact, she held a lasting impression of his kindness. The bear, silent and resolute, carried Jihan through the encircling males and returned to the rocky cave. Wu Mengmeng and Xiongzhuang ventured into the cave of the old veterinarian. However, after examining Jihan's injuries, the old vet could only discern superficial wounds and remained perplexed as to why Jihan lay in a state of unconsciousness. It was then that she realized the local veterinarian lacked true medical expertise. His status as the esteemed healer of the stone cave was merely due to his longevity compared to other males, coupled with a broader array of experiences that allowed him to assess the general health of females. Just as Wu Mengmeng was on the verge of despair, the old veterinarian suggested that perhaps consuming the fruit of life could rouse Jihan from his slumber. Wu Mengmeng understood that for her, these might merely be ordinary fruits. Yet in this frigid realm inhabited by beasts, they held the power to replenish the life energy of the orcs. Simply put, they could extend the lifespan of these creatures. This was precisely why the cat girl was so excited and astonished upon seeing her with the fruits. After requesting Xiongzhuang's assistance in returning Jihan to the cave, Wu Mengmeng expressed her gratitude. Although he intended to stay and help care for Jihan, she declined his offer. Inside the cave was a bird that had yet to transform into its humanoid form, and Jihan was already seething with frustration. If he were to awaken and discover another male presence in the cave, it could very well send him into a fit of rage once more. The last 2 apples from her previous harvest remained, so Wu Mengmeng decided to mash both of them into apple puree, serving it in the stone bowl that Jihan had crafted. However, after forcibly feeding him a few spoonfuls, the puree simply dribbled out of his mouth, as he was unable to ingest any of it. Ultimately, with no other options left, Wu Mengmeng resorted to a rather unconventional method, feeding him with her own mouth. After much effort and a challenging process, Jihan finally managed to consume the apple puree. She also tended to his wounds with simple care. Although she did not apply any medicine, the injuries began to scab over swiftly. After a while, Jihan had still not regained consciousness, and Wu Mengmeng realized such recovery would not be instantaneous. She touched his forehead, noting it was no longer as cold as when he had returned, indicating some degree of improvement. The presence of warmth signified he was on the mend. Just as she pondered whether she needed to venture out for more fruits for Jihan if he remained unconscious for too long, a piercing scream from the cat girl echoed at the cave's entrance. Wu Mengmeng hurried outside to see Miao Miao gripping Nyonyo's beastskin skirt, one hand clenching Nyonyo's neck. The anxious puppy was held back by Duden, preventing him from harming Miao Miao. What on earth is happening? Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brow and rushed to assist in pulling Miao Miao away. Unbeknownst to her, as a female beastman, Miao Miao should have possessed significantly greater strength, yet Wu Mengmeng effortlessly managed to separate them. Coughing violently, Nyonyo, now freed, bent over. Clutching her neck, her face flushed. Are you all right, Nyonyo? Wu Mengmeng asked with concern, supporting her. As a pregnant woman, any misfortune could mean the loss of 2 lives. She wondered what madness had overtaken Miao Miao. She hadn't even settled the score with her yet. I'm fine, Nyonyo replied, shaking her head, though her expression remained pained. Why is it that your child is unharmed? Miao Miao's shrill voice pierced through the air, prompting Wu Mengmeng to realize something was amiss with her. Her gaze was vacant, and she struggled to stand, as if under some distress. Before Wu Mengmeng could voice her confusion, Nianyo answered. She lost her child. I was on my way to consult the old veterinarian about my baby when I encountered her. Who knew she would suddenly go berserk? She miscarried? Wu Mengmeng grimaced, noting the blood trickling down Miao Miao's legs. The sking. She shook her head. She hadn't yet confronted Miao Miao, yet retribution had already found her. Seeing Wu Mengmeng, Miao Miao became even more agitated, frantically trying to lunge at her, her claws poised to tear at Wu Mengmeng's face. The quick-witted puppy dashed forward, positioning himself between Nianyo and Wu Mengmeng, while Duden, fearing for Miao Miao's safety, embraced her. However, it wasn't too long before Miao Miao fainted from exhaustion. Miao Miao, what is wrong? Wake up. Duden cried in panic, shaking her. When he realized she was unresponsive, his anxiety escalated. Suddenly, he recalled hearing about Wu Mengmeng possessing the life fruit. Female, please give me a life fruit. Miao Miao just lost her baby. She is too weak, and I fear she may not wake up. Among the beastmen, females often face death, not from old age, but from illness and childbirth. In the frigid wilderness devoid of advanced medical technology, both childbirth and sickness could spell doom for females, which explained why males went to great lengths to win their favor. After all, even with a female partner, they might not have the chance to see their offspring thrive. I cannot provide you with a life fruit. I no longer possess any. Wu Mengmeng shrugged, her expression one of resignation. Though it seemed somewhat callous, it was indeed true. She had just given her last two to Jihan. Please, I beg you, female. Just a little life fruit. I know Miao Miao has treated you poorly, but she is still a female. You cannot stand by and watch her perish. Duden was evidently skeptical of Wu Mengmeng's words, continuing to plead desperately. He believed she was unwilling to part with the precious life fruit due to their strained relationship. I truly have no life fruit left, Wu Mengmeng reiterated, raising her hands in exasperation. I don't believe you. Duden fumed, seemingly enraged by Wu Mengmeng's indifference. You heartless female, if you want help, then fine. He scooped up the unconscious Miao Miao and, Wu Mengmeng surmised, likely headed to the old veterinarian. Sorry, this wasn't meant to involve you. It's unfortunate, Nianyo said, pulling Wu Mengmeng's hand apologetically. It's all right. Just avoid her in the future. Don't let her catch you again, Wu Mengmeng replied nonchalantly, shaking her head as she earnestly patted Nianyo's hand. Although Nianyo appeared larger and bulkier, her strength was far weaker than that of the robust Miao Miao. I still have one life fruit left. Perhaps I should give it to her. After all, she is a female, and females in the rock cave are already scarce. Nianyo cautiously suggested, glancing at Wu Mengmeng, mindful of the fact that it was her gift. If you wish to give it, then do so. It matters little to me now that it has already been given to Nianyo, Wu Mengmeng replied. After a brief discussion, Wu Mengmeng returned to care for Jihan. During dinner, a fire crackled in the cave as Wu Mengmeng grilled meat. The stone pots were too heavy for her to move, and since Jihan remained unconscious, her only task was to roast the meat. Suddenly, a previously silent black bird began flapping its wings beside her. Curious, Wu Mengmeng turned to see Jihan slowly opening his eyes from the grass pile. Jihan, you're finally awake, she exclaimed, setting the meat aside and rushing to his side. Jihan sat up, the scabs on his wounds stretching. Yet, his face showed no hint of pain, as if those injuries were merely painted on. However, Wu Mengmeng knew the reality. The wounds must have been agonizing. Don't move too much. You have so many injuries. Tonight, I'll roast some meat for you, Wu Mengmeng urged, holding him back as he attempted to rise. In truth, Jihan had been the one cooking for the past few days. She had merely demonstrated the method, and each mealtime, he prepared the food for her, often better than she could manage. Tonight, she finally had the opportunity to showcase her skills. I'm fine, Jihan insisted, urging Wu Mengmeng to sit on the grass pile instead. As a male, he had endured his fair share of scrapes. These injuries were nothing compared to the hardships he had faced while wandering the wilderness. Yet, he distinctly remembered being in the ice forest moments ago. Wu Mengmeng, with a knowing expression, playfully thumped his firm chest, recalling how she had dragged him back from the ice forest, exclaiming how heavy he was, nearly causing her to lose her grip. Fortunately, her life was spared, as the scorpion had been vanquished, while the snake had managed to escape. She candidly shared her revelations with Jihan, her tone infused with light-hearted complaints. Jihan, astonished, realized it was indeed Wu Mengmeng who had rescued him from the icy wilderness, a feat undoubtedly arduous. Contemplating this, Jihan found himself appreciating Wu Mengmeng's significance even more. In the following 2 days, Wu Mengmeng resorted to threatening Jihan with the notion of running away from home, compelling him to rest for 2 days within the chaotic stone cave. Remarkably, his wounds healed with astonishing rapidity. Within just 2 days, the scabbed areas were nearly mended, though some deeper wounds regrettably would leave scars. Once Jihan regained his strength, Wu Mengmeng eagerly insisted on accompanying him to the tribe to exchange for salt. Initially intending to leave the black bird behind in the cave, she was surprised when it followed them shortly after their departure, with no choice but to allow the bird to accompany them. Jihan's demeanor remained less than amiable throughout their journey. The nearest settlement to the chaotic stone cave was the Flying Bird tribe. located half a day's journey away. However, if Wu Mengmeng were to rely solely on her own 2 legs, it might take an entire day and night to arrive. During a brief rest along the way, Wu Mengmeng learned from Jihan that the tribe was a more advanced establishment compared to the cave, akin to the distinction between rural and urban areas in modern society, with hierarchical divisions akin to provincial and city levels. Beyond the tribe, there existed even more elevated living quarters. Yet, in these higher echelons, only formidable males were permitted entry, otherwise, they would be ostracized by the local beastmen. The tribe predominantly housed powerful beastmen, with 1-marked beastmen being numerous, while the tribe's chief was a terrifying 3-marked beastman. Jihan, having just ascended from a 1-mark to a 2-mark beastman, was already formidable. Wu Mengmeng found it hard to fathom the terrifying strength possessed by the tribe's chief. It appeared that the flying bird tribe was not a secure refuge after all, though she had contemplated leaving the chaotic stone cave. It now seemed that the dangers posed by the fearsome beastmen within the tribe were far more perilous than the relative safety of the stone cave. Despite these thoughts, the need for salt remained. Early in the morning, the trio, 1 person, 1 beast, and 1 bird, set out, not reaching the so-called flying bird tribe until midday. Upon entering the tribe, Jihan transformed into his human form, leading the inquisitive Wu Mengmeng, whose eyes darted around in wonder. The flying bird tribe was encircled by a lush ice forest, with the tribe itself situated in a flat area, bordered by several hills, and populated by ancient trees, some as thick as a person. A cobblestone path wound its way into the heart of the tribe, and beneath each tree stood simple dwellings made of stone or wood, rudimentary in design, offering only basic shelter from the elements. Nonetheless, compared to residing in a primitive cave, this place was indeed a significant advancement. As they ventured further into the tribe, they encountered numerous beastmen clad in animal skins, predominantly males, while a few females were surrounded by their male counterparts. As Wu Mengmeng entered, she instantly captivated the attention of numerous males, one of whom, freshly returned from a hunt, approached her directly bearing his catch. Female, I am Abu, a 2-striped beastman of noble eagle lineage. This is my prey, presented to you as a token. Will you be my mate? A robust and strikingly handsome male stood before Wu Mengmeng, his gaze intense and unwavering. Abu's offering was a beautifully patterned python. Mengmeng has developed a profound aversion to snakes, hastily retreating behind Jihan. Upon glancing at this she observes his strikingly handsome visage. Though he bows in supplication, his demeanor retains an air of pride, distinctly setting him apart from the other males she has encountered. She feels no need for other companions. Jihan positions himself firmly in front of Ub, his tone decidedly brusque, although he lacks Ab's robust physique. He matches him in height and presence. Yet, Ub disregards Jihan, his gaze merely brushing over him before fervently returning to Mengmeng. Typically, powerful beastmen can easily discern their equals and those of lesser strength. Ub recognizes that Jihan has only just ascended in rank, while he himself has been elevated for a year. In addition to the formidable males, the avian males are the favored partners among females. Adorned with exquisite feathers and capable of soaring through the skies, they hold a significant advantage in combat, and their eagle kin are especially renowned for their ferocity. Thus, they do not regard Jihan, a mere feline beast, with any seriousness. Thank you, but I do not require a partner. Mengmeng gestures affirmatively to Ub. This beastman's courtship is rather abrupt. In modern times, this would be akin to a marriage proposal. Any woman confronted with a stranger's proposal would likely deem the individual insane. Yet, Mengmeng can discern that this Ub is unlike other males. His audacity to dismiss Jihan suggests he may be even more formidable. She dares not provoke a beastman lightly. I shall take you to exchange for salt. Upon hearing Mengmeng's words, Jihan's grim expression softened somewhat. Ignoring Ub, he directly led her away. Chapter 37. The chief's cub Ub initially intended to follow, but upon noticing the black bird accompanying Mengmeng, he furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a thought. He turned and made his way to the largest dwelling in the bird tribe. Chief, I have something to report. The door swung open, and Ub strode inside, crossing the courtyard to the largest room. His resonant voice echoed through the stone walls. It is Ub, what brings you here? A steady, robust voice emanated from within. The door opened to reveal a burly bearded male, even more imposing than Ub. Upon seeing the bearded male, Ab's eyes brimmed with respect. I have found the chief's cub. In the heart of the bird tribe lies a small clearing where the trees are still quite diminutive. Although the space is modest, it is bustling with activity. As beastmen passing through pause to cast their gaze upon it. This is the designated exchange spot for the bird tribe, whether from within the tribe or outsiders. Those wishing to procure necessary items must come here. Wu Mengmeng and Jihan arrived beneath a stunted tree, where a slender male sat cross-legged on the ground. Before him lay a black beast hide, upon which rested 2 stone jars filled with a white, sand-like substance. Upon seeing this, Wu Mengmeng's lips curved into an involuntary smile. Finally, no more tasteless meat. Time to trade for salt. Jihan, noticing the gleam of excitement in Wu Mengmeng's eyes, abruptly dropped their catch onto the beast hide with a thud. Presenting 5 pieces of prey at once was a rarity even among the bird tribe, instantly captivating the attention of the surrounding beastmen. The slender male, sitting cross-legged, perked up, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the bounty before him. He appraised Jihan with a shrewd glint in his eyes, recognizing that a man of such remarkable presence, capable of such extravagant offerings, was not to be underestimated. However, he shook his head, a cunning expression crossing his face, declaring that at least 7 pieces of prey were required for an exchange of his salt. This proclamation elicited murmurs of disbelief from the surrounding beastmen, yet none dared to interject, instead watching with curiosity. Having navigated the bustling world of street vendors for years, Wu Mengmeng immediately discerned that this male was a shrewd trader. She swiftly pulled Jihan, who was about to speak, in front of her. Such exorbitant prices? Never mind. We shall not purchase it, she asserted, signaling Jihan to reclaim their catch. Let us be on our way. Jihan furrowed his brow slightly. Had not Wu Mengmeng longed for salt? Why was she suddenly dismissing it? Suddenly, he noticed Wu Mengmeng making exaggerated facial expressions and blinking rapidly at him, prompting Jihan to pause and refrain from following her lead. Hey, wait a moment, don't rush off. The slender male, unable to remain seated, sprang to his feet to block Wu Mengmeng's path. Jihan's expression darkened, displeasure evident as he pulled Wu Mengmeng behind him, his brooding gaze making the slender male shiver. I mean no offense, please do not misunderstand, he hastily explained, fearing Jihan might lash out in anger. For it was well known that male beastmen often fought fiercely over females, leading to serious injuries. Dear brother, we intend to seek out other beastmen for salt. What purpose do you serve by obstructing our path? Wu Mengmeng asked, barely suppressing a laugh, her tone deliberately playful. The slender male was not so easily deterred. There was no one in the entire tribe with salt as plentiful and exquisite as his. If you do not believe me, go and see for yourselves. Wu Mengmeng wore an expression of astonishment, accompanied by an air of profound regret. It was indeed a pity. We possessed only 5 heads of prey, and the 7 you desired was simply beyond our means, an excessive request. 5 heads of prey should suffice. Given your earnestness in exchanging for the salt, she reluctantly acquiesced. Noticing Wu Mengmeng's intention to depart, the lean male quickly agreed, albeit with a reluctant demeanor. Jihan's gaze sparkled with a peculiar light as he observed Wu Mengmeng. He was taken aback by her unexpected capability. She was truly different from the other females. Just as he was about to hand over the prey to the lean male in exchange for the salt, Wu Mengmeng subtly grasped his hand and gently shook her head. Jihan felt a twinge of confusion. What was she planning now? 5 heads of prey. Wu Mengmeng still appeared indecisive, casting a troubled glance at the lean male. However, we need 1 more head of prey to exchange for other goods. Let us seek another orc for a trade. With that, she turned to look for other orcs willing to exchange salt. However, as the lean male had suggested, the salt from other orcs was indeed not as plentiful as his own. Wait, he called out to Wu Mengmeng, his voice tinged with urgency, as if fearing her departure. For heads it is, I shall trade with you. After waiting for so many days, he had finally encountered a generous patron willing to exchange prey for salt. And he had hoped to profit considerably. To his surprise, this female was remarkably astute. He turned and retrieved the salt, hastily placing it into Wu Mengmeng's hands, anxious that she might change her mind at any moment. Deal. Wu Mengmeng beamed at Jihan, raising an eyebrow to signal him to present the 4 heads of prey to the male. Delightedly cradling the jar of salt, Wu Mengmeng wandered around the trading area. Noticing Jihan's perplexity, she kindly offered an explanation. Isn't food quite scarce here? That male salt is exceptionally good, so many orcs must desire to exchange for it. However, he has no other orcs to barter with, which I believe makes him quite eager to acquire food. Upon hearing this, Jihan's understanding dawned. He was astonished by Wu Mengmeng's cleverness. Wu Mengmeng wore a proud expression. The glances exchanged among the surrounding orcs clearly indicated that they regarded her as an easy target. This male, with a distinctly shrewd demeanor, would not deceive her so easily. Orcs had little demand for the taste of food. Their primary concern was satiation. Even the most primitive orcs, who consumed raw flesh, had minimal interest in salt, considering it a luxury rather than a necessity. Consequently, although salt held considerable value in this context, few orcs were willing to trade more precious food for it, despite its worth. Overall, Wu Mengmeng had profited from the exchange, continuing to wander with the remains of her hunt. The surroundings were filled with an array of visually appealing animal hides, resilient bones, sustenance in the form of ice crystals, along with several unfamiliar items and a rare few life fruits. Even these singular items captivated the attention of many orcs. Let us return. After a thorough exploration, despite the novelty, she found nothing enticing enough to barter her precious food for, especially with the long journey ahead, so she prepared to depart. Didn't you wish to exchange for something else? Jihan remained unmoved. That's just a trick. Wu Mengmeng chuckled as she noticed Jihan's serious demeanor. The blackbird, sensing her joy, flapped its wings excitedly around her. Just as they exited the trading area, a clear voice suddenly reached Wu Mengmeng's ears from behind. Female, please wait. Chapter 38. Shall we become mates? Wu Mengmeng surveyed her surroundings, noticing the absence of other females, and turned back in confusion. Suddenly, a striking male with long, azure hair approached swiftly, his features refined and elegant, his dark eyes radiating warmth as if kissed by sunlight. Are you calling me? Is there something you need? Wu Mengmeng inquired patiently, captivated by his visage. It was said that fairies brought calamity, and here, the beastmen resembled such enchanting beings, possessing a level of beauty that surpassed modern standards. Among them were a few extraordinary individuals, breathtakingly handsome, like the male before her, who could outshine contemporary heartthrobs. Qing Nanyu had noticed Wu Mengmeng since the exchange began. It was his first encounter with such a diminutive female. While other females were surrounded by multiple males, she stood out with only one companion, making her presence in the bird tribe exceptionally conspicuous. Being a second pattern beastman, he recognized at a glance that Jihan was also of the same rank. Such a beautiful and intelligent female would attract any male, himself included. Just as he spoke, Qing Nanyu's gaze fell upon the black bird beside Wu Mengmeng, and his pupils constricted. A black eagle? Wu Mengmeng blinked in confusion, her attention shifting to the bird. Do you know him? Beastmen were notably perceptive, and Jihan immediately discerned Qing Nanyu's ambiguous expression, regarding him with heightened vigilance. Of course I know. The chief lost an eagle egg a few days ago, and thought it had been devoured by a fierce beast or stray animal. Little did we know it was you who had incubated it. Qing Nanyu smiled, his demeanor as refreshing as spring breezes. The chief? An eagle egg? Wu Mengmeng was taken aback, glancing at the seemingly excited black bird. Is this an eagle? Jihan, aware of Wu Mengmeng's unfamiliarity with local customs, looked at her with affectionate indulgence and explained in a deep voice. The tribe is overseen by the chief, and only third pattern beastmen are eligible for that title. Although he is now a second pattern beastman, there are many in this bird tribe who are far more formidable. Ascending to the next rank is no simple feat. Some beasts may never even become first pattern. For him to advance further, it may take ages. If it were just him, it might be bearable, but with Mengmeng here, it was inevitable that other males would covet her. Contemplating this, Jihan cast a glance at Qing Nanyu, his eyes betraying a hint of hostility. Wu Mengmeng suddenly realized the truth. Just as she was about to suggest returning the black bird, the other party's eyes, sparkling with mirth, seemed to read her thoughts and interrupted her. I am Qing Nanyu, a distant relative of the chieftain. This little black bird is, in fact, my cousin. Since you have rescued him, why not accompany me to meet the chieftain? Both he and I will be sure to express our gratitude, if you wish to stay. As the conversation progressed, Jihan's expression grew increasingly somber. Before he could finish, he abruptly seized the bird's wing and tossed it in front of him. Here's your bird, take it back yourself. With that, he wrapped an arm around Wu Mengmeng's waist, hoisting her up, and strode away. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Wu Mengmeng appeared utterly bewildered, her feet flailing in the air as she clutched a jar tightly in one hand and patted Jihan's back with the other. Though her efforts were akin to mere tickling, proving utterly ineffective, Qing Nanyu, swift and agile, deftly caught the black bird, observing as Jihan carried Wu Mengmeng away, their voices gradually fading. Throughout their journey, they encountered no substantial prey. Jihan sprinted with remarkable speed, returning to the rocky cave by evening, even earlier than anticipated. What are you doing? Upon their return, Jihan remained silent, and Wu Mengmeng's initial joy was significantly dampened by his demeanor. She set down the jar and approached him, who wore a gloomy expression. She could not fathom what had provoked this feline's sudden change in behavior. To her surprise, Jihan abruptly stood, his nose mere millimeters from her cheek. Do you wish for that male to be your partner? He asked coldly, his sharply defined features shadowed by a sullen mood, as if Wu Mengmeng's affirmative response would compel him to take drastic action against the other. Are you out of your mind? Wu Mengmeng widened her eyes, staring at him as if he were a fool. What other thoughts could he possibly entertain besides companionship? Do you not desire to remain in the bird tribe? He questioned, his gaze piercing through her, as if he could see straight into her soul. Wu Mengmeng was rendered speechless, although she felt a twinge of longing. The living conditions there appeared to be significantly better than here, yet the presence of so many orcs posed a potential threat. She was uncertain what might transpire if they discovered she was not one of their kind. Observing Wu Mengmeng's expression, Jihan mistakenly believed he had struck a chord and suddenly felt a pang of guilt. If you wish, we could settle in the Fania tribe in the future. His gaze flickered, as if he had resolved upon something momentous. No male desired anything more than for his female to live comfortably and joyously. And although integrating into the Fania tribe might not be an easy endeavor, he was determined to strive for Wu Mengmeng's sake. It's perfectly fine. Our current living situation is quite satisfactory, she exclaimed, playfully patting Jihan's arm in an effort to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. However, as soon as she spoke, she found Jihan's abyss-like eyes fixed intently upon her, the warmth radiating from his palm unmistakable. I am hungry, Jihan remarked, suddenly aware of his dry lips, which he licked before leaning closer to Wu Mengmeng's cheek. Mengmeng, You smell delightful. Delightful? She thought, having not bathed since her arrival. Save for the incident when she fell off a cliff. Surely, this feline sense of smell was amiss? Mengmeng, let us bond. Before Wu Mengmeng could voice her internal critique, Jihan hurled yet another bombshell. Be bond? Wu Mengmeng stuttered, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, her face a portrait of astonishment. Yet, upon witnessing the fiery intensity in Jihan's gaze, her mind began to wander. Perhaps she was not as averse to Jihan as she had previously thought. In fact, there was a flicker of anticipation. Noting Wu Mengmeng's lack of outright rejection, Jihan's eyes sparkled with joy, believing she had acquiesced. With his strong, robust arms, he lifted Wu Mengmeng effortlessly and placed her upon a bed of grass. In truth, orc mating was not constrained by location. However, during their time together, much of his thinking had been influenced by her presence, and he endeavored to adapt to her customs. Mengmeng, do not be afraid, I will not harm you. Observing the startled expression on Wu Mengmeng's face, reminiscent of a young kitten, Jihan assumed she was frightened. He recalled their first encounter when she had been terrified by a serpent beast, and his heart ached for her. Though orcs were typically open-minded, some females experienced trepidation before their first mating. Understanding this, Jihan's voice softened, deep and resonant, as if imbued with an irresistible allure, gently coaxing Wu Mengmeng step by step. Wu Mengmeng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had witnessed his former self. If one were to speak of harm, she could indeed relate. The face so near to hers, the warm breath brushing against her skin, rendered Wu Mengmeng's mind utterly blank, oblivious even to the hide that had slipped from her shoulders. However, just as she was about to close her eyes and surrender to Jihan, a coarse and resonant female voice pierced through the stillness from outside the cave. Jihan. Jihan, are you in there? I need to speak with you. The sudden intrusion jolted Wu Mengmeng back to reality. In a swift motion, she slipped from beneath Jihan, her face aflame, hastily adjusting her hide garment before seating herself nearby. Jihan, whose eyes had once burned with fire, now darkened with frustration, cast a glance at Wu Mengmeng, his heart wishing to rend the voice's owner to pieces and feed them to the beasts. He presumed Wu Mengmeng was angered. Are you not going to see who is calling for you? The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Wu Mengmeng turned back, only to find Jihan still gazing at her. She quickly averted her eyes, her voice taking on an unusual tone. Wu Mengmeng, what thoughts occupy your mind? Why do you still harbor such expectations? The other party is an orc. Even if you must acquiesce, you should at least maintain a semblance of reserve. Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but wish to give herself a good whack to snap herself out of it. After hearing Wu Mengmeng's words, Jihan silently turned and exited. Next time, he should find a large stone to block the entrance. Jihan. Xiaomi stood outside the cave with an eager expression, and upon seeing Jihan emerge, her face lit up. Despite her not particularly petite stature, she ran joyfully to stand before him. What is it? Jihan naturally did not offer her a pleasant demeanor, his expression cold and indifferent. The thought that he had almost formed a partnership with Mengmeng, only to be interrupted by Xiaomi, left him feeling fortunate that he had not thrown her out. The cold season was fast approaching, and many males inside the cave were still without partners. The old veterinarian had mentioned that each female should select another male as a companion. Xiaomi clasped her hands to her chest, her voice drastically softer compared to her earlier shouts. Mengmeng wouldn't choose another male as her partner. Jihan impatiently interrupted Xiaomi's words. Xiaomi paused, then quickly realized and shook her head to clarify. No, I meant to say, I hope you can be my partner. How infuriating. What was so special about that female that Jihan protected her so fiercely? How could there be a female with only one partner? Before Jihan could respond, fearing his rejection, Xiaomi hurriedly continued, I currently have only one partner. If you don't wish to have another male as your companion, I can break my bond with Dog Egg. My physique is far stronger than Wu Mengmeng's, and I'm certain we could have the strongest offspring together. Pride filled her voice as she spoke. What male wouldn't desire to father robust offspring? A weaker female could never produce strong progeny. She believed Jihan was initially drawn to her because he couldn't shape shift, and after he did, he fortuitously met Wu Mengmeng, which led him to want her as a partner. Now that she was making advances, Jihan had no reason to refuse her. Unbeknownst to Xiaomi as she spoke, her partner Dog Egg was lurking in a corner, overhearing her words. Get lost. What? Xiaomi looked up in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. My partner will only be Mengmeng. If you show up here again, don't blame me for throwing you out. Jihan regarded Xiaomi with cold eyes. In his view, she was not even a fraction as good as Wu Mengmeng. A female who could so casually tangle her relationships with others was no match for his Mengmeng. Xiaomi was taken aback by Jihan's outright rejection and his lack of subtlety in threatening her. All for that female. That damned female. If it weren't for her, Jihan would have been her partner. Still not leaving? Do you think I want to throw you out? Jihan had never understood the concept of cherishing delicate feelings. He was direct and unyielding towards females he held no affection for. You humph. Xiaomi, filled with rage, stomped her foot, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. Seeing Jihan's heartless demeanor made her feel as though he would throw her out any moment, and in her fury, she turned and left. The senses of females were not as sharp as those of males, and Miao Xiaomi did not realize that Dog Egg had been following her the entire way back. On her way home, she wished to trample the ground of the rocky cave into rubble. Her heart ablaze with anger as she lamented having only Dog Egg as a partner now. None of the other males in the cave could compare to Jihan, and she felt a deep sense of grievance. As she racked her brain for ways to reclaim her status in the rocky cave, she suddenly passed by a cave and heard voices within. "Ah, it's burning me. Are you all right? My hand. Hurry and put out this fire. How can it be so hot? This dangerous thing is worse than eating raw meat." Inside the cave, a commotion erupted, with females sharply complaining while males responded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Miao Xiaomi felt a flash of inspiration and strode lightly to the cave entrance. "Have you all been burned by the fire too?" Miao Xiaomi's voice echoed into the cave. The beasts in the rocky cave all admired her and naturally recognized her voice, prompting silence within. The females, with displeased expressions, were surprised to see Miao Xiaomi. "You too?" After asking, a female couldn't help but complain. "I thought this fire was something good. Who knew it was so dangerous? I've been burned several times already." Despite her words, she could not forget the aroma of cooked meat, which was why she had endured. Hearing the complaints, Miao Xiaomi's eyes twinkled. "Do you think this fire might have been intentionally set by Wu Mengmeng to make us hurt? This dangerous thing is even hazardous for cooking." Her voice carried an ambiguous tone of fear, and the females, without hesitation, believed her words. "Then we can't use this fire," one female exclaimed, her mind racing with terrifying possibilities. "We must quickly inform everyone. Yes, we can't let more beasts be harmed." Miao Xiaomi eagerly nodded in agreement. The two females initially explored the rocky cave and discovered many beasts had been burned by the fire. The beasts were not meticulous and acted rather roughly. The males disregarded the small flames, never realizing that such fire could harm them. Ignorant of the principle that a small spark can start a prairie fire, they had all suffered burns due to their negligence. Some females, while sleeping, had carelessly ignited the dry grass and wood on the ground, resulting in burns to their arms, nearly disfiguring them. Encouraged by Miao Xiaomi, the group became agitated, gathering in the corridors of the cave. The extreme cold does not require fire. Yes, extinguish the fire and eliminate the disaster. Several females followed a group of males, extinguishing every fire pit within the cave and discarding the wood, sweeping through to the last two cave entrances deep within the rocky cave. Inside, after Jihan returned, Wu Mengmeng felt the atmosphere had become somewhat awkward. She sat silently in front of the fire, unsure how to face Jihan. Jihan thought she was angry and, with a furrowed brow, contemplated the methods he had heard from other males for appeasing females, mentally sifting through them. An hour passed, and dinner still wasn't prepared when the commotion outside interrupted their thoughts. As Wu Mengmeng pondered how to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, she, undeterred by the potential inconvenience, eagerly approached the cave entrance to discern the situation. Chapter 40. Prohibition of fire. Upon reaching the cave mouth, she beheld a gathering of orcs congregated at the entrance of the neighboring cave belonging to Cat Girl. Doggy was stationed at the entrance, attempting to obstruct their advance. Yet his efforts were evidently futile, as several males gripped him firmly, while others busily transported various items in and out. "What are you doing? Let me go?" Even with the cold season approaching, Cat Girl would never choose you as her mate. "Release me." Doggy, entirely missing the crux of the matter, struggled against the grip of the males. Unfortunately, his size and strength were insufficient, rendering his attempts to escape utterly ineffectual. Observing this scene, Wu Mengmeng sighed and stepped forward, addressing him in a friendly tone. "Do you not see that they are nearly emptying your home? This is a robbery for resources, not for lust. If it were the latter, only Cat Girl would be taken away." Doggy paused, seemingly struck by a moment of clarity. "Put down that wood. I painstakingly gathered it for Cat Girl to roast meat and keep warm." The biting cold and snowy landscape made the search for firewood a daunting task, as vegetation was scarce. At that moment, Jihan approached from behind Wu Mengmeng, and the previously heightened emotions of the orcs began to stabilize. The elder male among them stepped forward. "You have arrived just in time. Many orcs have sustained burns from the fire, and now we must dispose of the wood. Henceforth, open flames will be prohibited in the cave." He directed these words towards Wu Mengmeng, as in his eyes, the female was regarded as the true head of the household. Wu Mengmeng found herself perplexed by the situation at hand. Wait, of course, direct contact with fire would result in burns. One must exercise caution. Why then is fire prohibited altogether? She pondered the motives of these orcs, wondering what drama they were enacting. "We have made our decision. Such a perilous element cannot remain in the cave." The male spoke with unwavering conviction, showing no signs of concession. As he prepared to enter the cave to retrieve wood, Wu Mengmeng swiftly extended her hand to block him. "I shall only use it within my own space. It won't harm you, will it? How can I sustain myself without fire?" Her mind raced as she continued. "Do you all not indulge in roasted meat? Fire also serves to provide warmth, if one exercises caution." The orcs appeared hesitant. Yet Wu Mengmeng's words did not sway them. The instinct to consume raw flesh was ingrained in their nature, while roasted meat was undeniably delectable. The recent injuries sustained by the females heightened their fears. Under the influence of Cat Xiaomi's persuasive words, they grew increasingly convinced that fire would bring them calamity, fearing that next, they might suffer more than mere skin burns. Wu Mengmeng, everyone has agreed to forego fire. Your dissent, does it stem from some undisclosed reason? Cat Xiaomi emerged from the crowd of orcs, radiating an aura of authority. Even the leading male positioned himself behind her. Wu Mengmeng rolled her eyes. What normal human could possibly thrive in such a harsh environment without fire? Yet, she could not allow them to grasp this reality. What reason could there be? Simply that I detest the taste of raw meat. The situation unfolded too abruptly, leaving Wu Mengmeng unprepared to respond, just as she contemplated how to evade the matter. Today's Cat Xiaomi seemed to have been ready all along, interrupting her words. Everyone has been burned by the fire. Why is it that only you remain unscathed? With this statement, the atmosphere among the beastmen became unsettled. Wu Mengmeng only imparted the method of roasting meat to the orcs, neglecting to inform them of the perils associated with fire. Naturally, the initial encounters with flames led to some unfortunate mishaps. Each orc bore traces of burns upon their skin. While the areas may have been small, the agony of being scorched by fire was far from trivial. Moreover, the words of Cat Xiaomi acted as a catalyst, igniting the powder keg of discontent that simmered within their hearts. Indeed, if even our males have been injured, how could you, a female, emerge unscathed? We have never encountered such a phenomenon as fire. From whence do you hail, and how do you possess knowledge of it? Surely, this must be a manifestation of the curse from the land of extreme cold. The trust that the beasts had in Wu Mengmeng began to erode, giving rise to layers of suspicion, and a multitude of inquiries surfaced, accompanied by cries of distress. The scene spiraled into chaos. Had it not been for Wu Mengmeng's status as a female and Jihan's presence to maintain order, the orcs would have undoubtedly surged forth in rebellion. Wu Mengmeng was racking her brains for a solution when Jihan, who had remained silent until then, suddenly stood before her. If anyone makes a sound, I shall throw them out. His deep voice resonated with palpable impatience. With his already towering stature, if Wu Mengmeng were to describe him in a single word at that moment, it would undoubtedly be formidable. The commanding presence that seemed capable of outshining others by several streets left her astonished. Who could have imagined that the beastly form of the man before her would resemble an innocuous little kitten? A surge of emotion coursed through Wu Mengmeng's heart, stirring her thoughts uncontrollably. As her words fell into the air, the myriad voices around her gradually fell silent. The atmosphere grew peculiar, suspended in a tense stillness where no orc dared to speak. Although Wu Mengmeng typically approached everyone with levity and acted according to her whims, in matters of such grave consequence, she remained remarkably mindful of the greater picture. Thus, she gently grasped Jihan's hand. Let it be, she murmured. They are numerous and formidable. Should they take a disliking to you, what if they expel us? Where would I find shelter then? In this dreadful place? Spending a night outside would surely turn me into an ice block by dawn. Having endured the previous encounter with the wandering orcs, Wu Mengmeng now felt a certain aversion to brawls. With the orcs' reckless fighting style, she was unwilling to witness Jihan injured yet again. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that within the chaotic stone cave, there were so many males. Even if Jihan were exceptionally skilled, it was impossible for him to guard her at all times or drive away all these orcs. Offending them would yield no benefit for her. Jihan initially intended to reassure her that even if they left the stone cave, he could still protect her. However, upon recalling that Mengmeng was female and vulnerable to the biting cold outside, he altered his response. Do not worry. No orc can drive you away. Wu Mengmeng's lips twitched, feeling as though a bully had usurped someone else's abode, with the rightful owner too intimidated to expel the intruder. In that brief exchange, Miao Miao observed the interaction with a seething jealousy. Never before had any beast so blatantly disregarded her presence. Wu Mengmeng, do cooperate a little. If only you would refrain from using fire, we would be willing to offer you refuge, Miao Miao cautioned, her gaze laced with malice, as if she were extending a significant concession to Wu Mengmeng. It was precisely due to the fire that everyone admired Wu Mengmeng. Without it, there would be little to endear her to the males. Such thoughts ignited a fervor within Miao Miao, reminiscent of the days when she basked in the adoration of males. Truly, I appreciate your magnanimity. You are not at all petty, Wu Mengmeng responded, struggling to maintain her composure. She was acutely aware of Jihan, standing right before her. How could Miao Miao be so oblivious, constantly fixating on her? Miao Miao, believing Wu Mengmeng to be cowed by her words, felt a swell of triumph as she stepped aside to reveal her trump card. The old veterinarian emerged from behind the throng of beasts, drawing their collective gaze. Chapter 41. The Curse of the Frigid Realm. Old veterinarian. Look, it is one thing for her to refuse companionship from the males in our den, but now she insists on using fire, which we all agreed to prohibit. Who knows what ulterior motive she harbors by coming to the chaotic stone cave? Miao Miao fanned the flames of gossip amid the eager stares of the assembled beasts. The old veterinarian maintained a serene expression. However, upon hearing Miao Miao's words. His kindly demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he regarded Wu Mengmeng with a mixture of concern and advice. Female, Miao Miao has a point. Fire has not graced the frigid realm for nearly a century. To employ it recklessly may provoke the curse of this land. It must not be used. In stark contrast, the old veterinarian preferred persuasion over violence, embodying the essence of a civilized beast. Wu Mengmeng's expression was one of perplexity. What exactly is a curse? Are the orcs here truly so superstitious? It is merely the use of fire. Ignorance is indeed terrifying. Of course, voicing such thoughts would be futile. Wu Mengmeng merely expressed her skepticism in her heart, her confusion unresolved, yet she had no intention of yielding. She gazed steadily at the old veterinarian. And since you are unwilling to employ fire, I shall not compel you to do so. However, it is merely. Wu Mengmeng's voice faltered momentarily, her gaze towards the beasts imbued with a subtle chill. You have all witnessed the power of fire. It not only serves to roast meat and provide warmth but can also inflict harm upon the beastmen. You incessantly claim to fear the curse of the frigid lands. Yet have you ever considered that in utilizing fire, you have already succumbed to its curse? Her ebony eyes, which typically shimmered with brightness, now radiated an unsettling coldness. More terrifying to the beastmen, however, were her words. Having spent many days in this place, Wu Mengmeng had come to understand their superstitions, which were far from the baseless rumors of humanity. The beastmen's beliefs were rooted in truth. If that were the case, why not leverage their superstitions to instill fear? In the eyes of the beasts, Wu Mengmeng appeared formidable, yet inside, she was a bundle of nerves, her palms clammy with sweat. What do you mean, female? The old veterinarian asked, his face a mask of terror. A curse from a beast god a century ago had already wrought immense suffering upon them, transforming the frigid lands into their current state. Upon hearing of another curse, they dared not take it lightly. I harbor no ill intentions. If you wish to refrain from using fire, you are free to do so, but you cannot forcibly prevent me from using it, she asserted. Determined not to cower in the face of conflict, in a place where strength reigned supreme, she understood that her status must be earned. Suddenly, the sharp voice of Cat Xiaomi pierced through the tension. Old veterinarian, look at her. She has already admitted it. She must have ulterior motives for teaching us to use fire. She seeks to bring chaos to the rock cave. The beastmen yearn for peace and tranquility in their lives. Upon hearing this, a tempest of anxiety surged within them. How could such a female exist? Why would she wish to harm us? We have done nothing to provoke her. Leave the rock cave. We will not harbor such a beast. It was unclear who voiced the initial outcry, but soon, a chorus of voices echoed their sentiments, clamoring for Wu Mengmeng's expulsion. Faced with the safety of their lives, any beastman would make such a choice rather than risk the presence of a partner who could not bear offspring and was claimed by Jihan. Moreover, with Cat Xiaomi and the old veterinarian present, the beastmen felt emboldened, even in Jihan's presence. Without a place to reside, no matter how formidable a male Jihan may be, he would be powerless to protect a female. Having accepted Cat Xiaomi's words as truth, the beastmen concluded that Wu Mengmeng would bring disaster. Such a female would find no refuge in any tribe, rendering her even more feared than a wandering beastman. Wu Mengmeng is quite indifferent. She does not care how the orcs perceive her. In the past, in her desperate attempts to garner more attention from that individual, she engaged in countless attention-seeking antics, often eliciting disdain from others, to the point where it would not be an exaggeration to say she was universally reviled, resulting in her having few friends. The opinions of others hold no significance for her. However, it seems that now she has inadvertently implicated Jihan in her predicament. The orcish chants grow increasingly fervent, and Miao Miao, the cat, revels in her triumph, casting a provocative glance at Wu Mengmeng, exuding an air of inevitable victory. Wu Mengmeng simply pretended not to see, pouting her lips and glancing left and right, resolutely avoiding looking at her, which infuriated the Cat Xiaomi, who felt an overwhelming urge to pounce on her in anger. Jihan, usually solitary, now realized that as a male, he could not always ensure Wu Mengmeng's safety, which left him somewhat vexed by his own perceived inadequacies. Nevertheless, he would never consent to having her cared for by other males. With this thought in mind, Jihan silently tightened his grip on Wu Mengmeng's hand. The elderly veterinarian continued to patiently reassure Mengmeng, candidly telling her that as a female, as long as she refrained from foolish actions, they would not hold anything against her. Nor would they drive her away. There was no need for fear. The implication was clear. As long as she did not harm the beastmen, they would not harm her. Fear? She felt none. Despite the veterinarian's kind and sincere tone, and her belief in his genuine intentions, she harbored a deep mistrust of these beastmen. She had not harmed any of them, yet they treated her like a criminal, threatening her. Jihan, already in a foul mood, had his patience worn thin and finally could restrain himself no longer. Is there something you need? If not, please do not disturb us here. Wu Mengmeng, the multitude of beasts. Is this fellow truly so dismissive of others? Is he even listening to what they are saying? Wu Mengmeng repeatedly pondered the cerebral structure of Jihan, genuinely fearful that the orc before her might be provoked into rallying his kin for a collective assault on the two of them. Originally, a formidable assembly of beasts had been poised for victory, Yet they ultimately retreated, begrudgingly, in the face of the threat posed by Jihan, a two-patterned orc. Before departing, Wu Mengmeng revealed the impending news of her imminent departure, which elicited a sense of regret from the old veterinarian. The other beasts, feeling bereft of their protection, appeared disheartened, while only cat Xiaomi displayed a mixture of joy and indignation. Wu Mengmeng should have felt elated about her departure. Yet the thought of Jihan leaving alongside her stirred a deep sense of reluctance within her. Meanwhile, the wooden figure from the paparazzi family had been thoroughly stripped bare by the beastmen. Concerned for the health of the cat girl, who had recently given birth, Wu Mengmeng invited both the cat girl and the paparazzi to join Jihan for dinner in his cave. Jihan and the paparazzi were not at all keen on the idea, but seeing their two female companions delighted by the suggestion, they begrudgingly prepared the ingredients. Before the fire, Wu Mengmeng sprinkled salt over the chunks of meat before passing them around. Despite the earlier discomfort, their appetite remained undiminished. As the meat grilled, Wu Mengmeng recounted amusing tales from the Fania tribe. The beastmen from the rocky cave were merely ordinary, and the cat girl had never visited the Fania tribe, making her curious and captivated by the stories, even more so than by the aroma of the roasting meat. Chapter 42. The arrival of the cold season. The enticing scent of meat wafted from the cave entrance. The rocky cave, being a semi-enclosed space, retained the aroma, allowing it to spread easily. Those who had tasted the grilled meat could not forget its exquisite flavor. The scent brought about pangs of regret as they reflected on their past actions. To turn back now would be akin to slapping themselves in the face. Moreover, they lacked the means to kindle a fire, having borrowed the embers from Wu Mengmeng. Thus, if they wished to enjoy grilled meat, they had no choice but to beseech her. Males were somewhat less affected, typically subsisting on ice crystals, but for the females, the enticing aroma was almost unbearable, making their mouths water. Inside the cave, the cat girl's stomach growled in hunger, while the paparazzi's hunting skills were the least impressive among her companions. After a long day, he had managed to catch only a small creature no larger than his palm. Driven by hunger, the cat girl bit into a piece of meat, fur and skin included, chewing vigorously with a mixture of anger and jealousy in her gaze, as if she were taking her frustrations out on Wu Mengmeng herself. So this is the taste of salted meat. The grilled meat seasoned with salt was even more delectable. Wu Mengmeng, you are truly remarkable. In Jihan's cave, the cat girl relished the grilled meat, her face radiating happiness as she lavished praise upon the dish. Wu Mengmeng seemed to have acclimatized to the melodramatic antics of cat girl. It was hardly surprising, as the orcs in the frigid wilderness had no means to cook their bloody, raw meat. Even the addition of salt would scarcely enhance the flavor. If you fancy it, come here to grill meat whenever you wish, and we shall dine together. By the way, I have other methods of preparation as well, which I shall teach you next time. Wu Mengmeng boasted, patting her chest with an air of confidence, treating Jihan as if he were a generous benefactor providing free salt. Is that true? Really? Cat girl exclaimed, glancing at Jihan with surprise before her gaze returned to Wu Mengmeng. Although she had brought the meat herself, she felt profoundly grateful to share it with Mengmeng, who she had always regarded as the lady of Jihan's cave. The dog was merely an ordinary male. The meager prey they caught barely sufficed to fill their bellies, let alone barter for salt. Of course, it's perfectly fine, Wu Mengmeng replied with a nod. Salt isn't something we eat like a meal. This large jar contains enough for several people for an entire year. Moreover, she had her own motives. She only knew a handful of orcs here. With Jihan out hunting during the day, she often found herself quite bored, lacking anyone to converse with, and she yearned for companionship. Previously, she had never had anyone willing to play with her. Cat girl sniffed, her expression one of excitement and nostalgia. This is something only the females of the tribe can afford. Although salt is precious and rare, only a few orcs truly enjoy it. I wager they have never tasted grilled meat. Observing cat girl's cheerful demeanor, Wu Mengmeng chose to overlook the two gloomy males who were sulking nearby. After shifting through several topics, Wu Mengmeng recalled her curiosity from earlier that afternoon. What was that about a curse the old veterinarian mentioned? What is that all about? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Although she was not superstitious, having arrived in such a fantastical world made her wary. It was wise to believe in the possibility of such things. Even if she feared nothing else, her primary concern was to preserve her own life. Cat girl paused, her expression conveying incredulity that Wu Mengmeng was unaware of such a matter. The curse of the frigid land, you see. It is said that many years ago, some beast offended the beast god, leading the disillusioned deity to abandon the frigid wilderness. Once, this land basked in sunlight and was abundant with flora, but that has since vanished. Now, it is believed to be a place cursed by the beast god. Speaking of curses, Cat girl's voice took on a somber tone. Originally, males did not have such short lifespans. The normal lifespan of an orc exceeds a century. However, due to the scarcity of plants, prey cannot thrive. To ensure the survival of the few females, the males are forced to subsist on ice crystals, which have the detrimental side effect of accelerating the depletion of life force within the orc's body. Wu Mengmeng nodded, realizing that there was no sun in this place. She had always assumed it was perpetually this way, but now understood that there must be a reason behind it. Yet, she could not fathom what could cause the sun to vanish. Was it the legendary archer Hou-Yi shooting down the suns? That seemed implausible. It was no wonder that the beastmen were so averse to fire. It appeared that using fire might provoke that so-called beast god. When she spoke of curses, they trembled in fear, likely apprehensive of any genuine connection to the beast god. And what of this beast god? Could it truly be a deity? In a state of confusion, Wu Mengmeng chose to abandon her thoughts and engaged in conversation with Catgirl, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. The curse afflicting this frigid land was akin to the original sin committed by Adam and Eve. It must have been instigated by some reckless orc. Now, not only had the sun vanished, but it also condemned future generations to a fate of short-lived existence. Such treachery from ancestors had never been witnessed before though, of course. They were not her ancestors. Was it truly the curse? Wu Mengmeng mused aloud, pondering whether divine beings would stoop to such malevolence. Orcs had not been seen for nearly a century, leaving no one to unveil the truth behind the matter. Catgirl shook her head. Though she had not clearly heard what Mengmeng had said, she continued to express her regret. Perhaps it was the mention of unhappy topics that caused Catgirl's countenance to darken. After finishing the grilled meat, Wu Mengmeng decided not to prolong the conversation and sent her and the dog back. Once the situation was tidied up, Jihan gazed at Wu Mengmeng with eager anticipation. Wu Mengmeng was acutely aware of his intentions, the unfinished business from before. However, she rinsed her mouth, turned, and lay down on the haystack. Turning her back to Jihan, and dully muttered, "I am tired." She lacked the composure to continue. Jihan felt deeply aggrieved. The partner he had so eagerly sought had slipped away so easily. He vowed that the next time he encountered Cat Xiaomi, he would not let her have her way with Mengmeng, lest his heart's resentment remain unresolved. In the end, with great reluctance, Jihan transformed into his beast form and nestled into Wu Mengmeng's embrace, closing his eyes to savor the warmth, which brought him a semblance of solace. Wu Mengmeng had not yet fallen asleep. She was merely feigning slumber. Although she contemplated casting the cat in her arms aside, she ultimately found herself unable to do so. After all, it was merely a cat for the time being, and holding it brought more warmth, so she decided not to hold it against the creature. For several consecutive days, Wu Mengmeng coexisted peacefully within the cave. Jihan, as always, ventured out daily to hunt, despite the fact that the cave's stockpile of prey had reached considerable heights. The duration of this so-called cold period remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Wu Mengmeng genuinely felt that even while confined to the cave, the temperature seemed to be steadily declining. Previously, without a fire pit, she hardly felt the chill, but now, even when not seated by the fire, she sensed the coolness. As fate would have it, just as Wu Mengmeng pondered the nature of this so-called cold period, Jihan announced that he would no longer venture out for hunting, for the cold period had indeed arrived. That morning, Wu Mengmeng prepared a pot of warm soup, intending to deliver it to the kitten. The little creature had been lethargic in recent days, and unsure if the dropping temperatures were to blame. She thought to brew some meat broth to warm its stomach, especially since the kitten was expecting little ones. Although Jihan had refrained from hunting today, he had been summoned early in the morning by other beastmen, leaving Wu Mengmeng unaware of his whereabouts as he had yet to return. Wu Mengmeng was preoccupied with the kittens nestled within Cat Nyo's belly, intending to inquire about them upon his return, thus she paid little mind to other matters. However, upon arriving at Cat Nyo's den, she was met with the sight of the puppy pacing anxiously back and forth. Chapter 43. Cat Nyo's grave illness. What troubles you? Why are you pacing at the entrance? Where's Cat Nyo? Wu Mengmeng, struggling to speak while cradling the soup, decided to set it down on the ground and gazed at the puppy with curiosity. You arrived just in time. Please help me check on Cat Nyo. She has been sleeping since yesterday afternoon and cannot be awakened no matter how much I call her, the puppy exclaimed, his face etched with worry. Without a thought for the food Wu Mengmeng had brought, he led her deeper into the den. Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon disregarded the broth and hurriedly followed. What could be the matter? Why was she unable to awaken? Could it be an illness? Upon reaching the feline girl, she noticed that the usually sallow cheeks were now as red as a ripe apple, her eyes tightly shut as she lay atop a pile of hay, her hands clutching her abdomen. Wu Mengmeng was certain. Her initial intuition was indeed correct. She gently placed her hand on the feline girl's forehead and gasped in shock. She had a fever. So hot. Why didn't you inform me sooner? And what about the old veterinarian? Why didn't you seek him out when you noticed something was amiss? Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brow daily, her expression grave. She seldom exhibited such a serious demeanor. The feline girl's forehead burned alarmingly, and it was uncertain how long she had been feverish. In such frigid weather, and without medical facilities, a fever could indeed prove fatal. Not to mention the availability of medicine, even if there were remedies. The pregnant feline should not consume anything indiscriminately. Observing Wu Mengmeng's agitation, the paparazzo discerned that the situation with the feline girl was dire. His face turned ashen. Yet he responded to her inquiries in a subdued manner. Jihan had specifically come to inform me this morning not to disturb you. The old veterinarian is currently directing everyone in preparations to withstand the cold wave and has no time to spare. as the sole elder among the rocky caves. The old veterinarian bears a significant responsibility and is the only one capable of commanding the other beasts. Furthermore, the paparazzo knew that the old veterinarian could merely address common ailments among the beastmen, but lacked the means to administer proper treatment. When Jihan departed, Wu Mengmeng was already preparing to cook meat soup, which he mistakenly believed was for him, fearing that the feline couple would snatch his provisions, prompting him to issue a caution. At such a critical moment, Wu Mengmeng pressed her forehead, struggling to contain her frustration, wondering what to do now. Would the feline girl be all right? Knowing the risks of illness among females, the paparazzo felt a surge of anxiety. Many females had succumbed to illness without any means of rescue. Do we have any animal hides? Quickly, bring them to cover the feline. Perhaps a feverish person might recover by sweating it out. But the feline's temperature was alarmingly high. After layering several hides upon the feline girl, Wu Mengmeng found herself at a loss, muttering softly. If only I had saved a fruit. I wonder if that fruit would be effective for treating a fever in beastmen. Suddenly, she recalled the last fruit she had given to the feline girl, the life fruit. Did she still have any remaining? She remembered that the feline girl had mentioned she had one left, which she intended to gift to Meow Meow, hoping she had not yet given it away. The paparazzo shook his head, wearing a pained expression. There were none left. The last one had been given to Dog Dan a few days prior at the request of the feline girl. With a look of vexation, Wu Mengmeng slapped her forehead. She was aware that Dog Dan was Cat Xiaomi's partner, and she regretted not intervening earlier. Nevertheless, she thought, perhaps Cat Xiaomi had not yet consumed that precious item. She resolved to ask her for it. Clapping her hands, Wu Mengmeng assumed a noble and righteous demeanor, leaving Dog Dan to care for Cat Nyo while she ventured out with the light crystal. She was convinced that, regardless of Cat Xiaomi's disdain for her, she would not shamelessly keep the item necessary for Cat Nyo's survival. Having traversed the cave multiple times with Jihan, Wu Mengmeng could recall the location of Cat Xiaomi's dwelling. Truth be told, she felt rather uncertain. Known for her resolute nature, she typically adhered to her decisions without looking back. Now, she found herself standing at the entrance of Cat Xiaomi's cave. What brings you here? Cat Xiaomi inquired, initially intending to check if her partner had returned from hunting. To her surprise, she encountered Wu Mengmeng at the cave's mouth, her expression transforming into a vibrant array of colors, a mixture of red and purple. Ordinarily, during this chilly season, males would refrain from hunting. However, Cat Xiaomi's previous extravagance had depleted their food supplies. Dog Dan, being an ineffective partner, had compelled her to take on two stronger males recently. She had initially planned to settle the score with Wu Mengmeng after the harsh season, yet here was Wu Mengmeng, presenting herself uninvited. Have you consumed the life fruit? Wu Mengmeng deliberately disregarded the unmistakable expression of disdain etched on Meow Meow's face and extended her hand towards her with an impassive demeanor. Although it is generally considered inappropriate to reclaim gifts once given, the current circumstances were extraordinary. She was not one to cling to pride. Mustering her courage to request the return of the item was not out of the question. However, Meow Meow regarded her with a look of incredulity, as if she were a fool. What life fruit? Have you lost your mind? How could I possibly have any life fruit to consume? Stop feigning ignorance. If you haven't eaten it, return the life fruit. It is vital for saving Cat Girl, Wu Mengmeng insisted, taken aback by Meow Meow's audacity. Her shamelessness exceeded even her expectations. Meow Meow brazenly pretended not to understand. What does Cat Girl's life have to do with me? Humph. Don't come here raving when you have no business. Don't think that just because you have Jihan, I cannot do anything to you. With a mere beckon, an abundance of males in the cave would rush to compete for my companionship. Meow Meow regarded Wu Mengmeng with disdain, her chest puffed with pride, exuding an air of superiority as if she were determined to overshadow Wu Mengmeng. If you have so many males, why do you still covet Jihan? Wu Mengmeng retorted without mercy. Aware that Meow Meow was resolutely unwilling to return the life fruit, Wu Mengmeng chose not to waste further time and turned to leave. Meow Meow glared at Wu Mengmeng's retreating figure. Her teeth clenched in frustration, fists tightened as she almost spat the words through grit teeth. You dare speak to me like that, without even having formed a bond yet. Who knows who Jihan's true partner will be? Wu Mengmeng returned to the cave empty-handed, her face alight with anticipation, only to be met by the eager and anxious gaze of the dog. What happened? Did Cat Nonyo consume the life fruit? Are you returning? Not at all, Wu Mengmeng replied, raising her hands in a gesture of helplessness. The dog, in anguish, turned back to Cat Nonyo's side, lamenting, what now? Cat Nonyo carries my offspring. Had I known that engaging in such activities outside would lead to her succumbing to the cold, I would have refrained even if it meant not conceiving. Now, with the cold season upon us, Cat Nonyo, you must not come to harm. He lay beside Cat Nonyo, his words tumbling out in a frantic stream, his heart aching as he gazed at the unconscious form of Cat Nonyo, wishing fervently that he could awaken instead. Listening to the cacophony, Wu Mengmeng felt a headache coming on. But upon hearing the dog's words, her voice rose several octaves. What did you say? Cat Nonyo's illness is due to your actions, indulging in such activities outdoors. Wu Mengmeng's shriek rivaled the high-pitched calls of dolphins. When Cat Nyonyo awakens, she would certainly have a lesson to impart. She had long heard that many women unable to conceive would have their mothers-in-law seek out various remedies. It was astonishing that such customs persisted even in this frigid land. No longer could she allow Cat Nyonyo to act recklessly. Now she understood why the beastmen were so robust. Yet Cat Nyonyo had fallen ill. It was indeed due to exposure during those activities. The temperature had plummeted in recent days. And while they had previously relied on fire for warmth and consumed cooked food, now they had resorted to raw meat and endured the cold for several days, resulting in a weakened constitution. The dog scratched his ear, looking perplexed. As a beast man, he was utterly ignorant of such common knowledge, only aware that illness could be fatal for their kind. "Oh no, come quick. Cat Nyonyo seems to be getting hotter," he exclaimed, feeling her arm and discovering it even warmer than before. If one were to describe his current state, a cornered dog would be the most fitting expression. Wu Mengmeng cast a glance at the paparazzo. Though he was typically taciturn, his genuine concern for Catgirl was evident. If she were to disclose the cause of Catgirl's illness to him, he would likely be consumed by guilt. She approached and placed her hand on Catgirl's forehead to gauge her temperature, her brow furrowing deeper with worry. At that moment, Catgirl's body radiated heat, as if she were ensconced in a furnace, her skin glistening with sweat, the fur garments nearly saturated. It was imperative to fetch water to wipe away her perspiration and to replace her damp attire with dry furs. Otherwise, remaining in wet clothing could exacerbate her condition. Wu Mengmeng, not being a physician, could offer no remedy beyond her limited capabilities. All right. The paparazzo, unaccustomed to such circumstances, flitted about like a headless fly, promptly adhering to Wu Mengmeng's instructions. Soon, he returned with a bucket of water, ready to assist Catgirl in shedding her garments. Wu Mengmeng was filled with exasperation. Did he truly wish for the Catgirl to recover? With cold water? Did he desire her demise to hasten? Wait a moment. You should first fetch some firewood from the Jihan cave. It is far too cold inside, and the Catgirl may catch a chill. Additionally, prepare some hot water to cleanse her body. The dogged attendant paused for a moment, but swiftly complied with Wu Mengmeng's instructions. Given the peril to the Catgirl's life, he could disregard any prohibitions against fire. Wu Mengmeng felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Although the paparazzo was rather handsome, she couldn't help but think that, despite both being equally ignorant creatures, Jihan appeared to be more endearing. On the other side, after Wu Mengmeng departed, Miao Xiaomi contemplated her words and sensed something amiss. Shortly thereafter, her two newly acquired companions returned from their hunt, and she interrogated them one by one. Both of these male orcs, being rather simple-minded, shook their heads in ignorance regarding any life fruits. Unwilling to concede defeat, Miao Xiaomi was determined not to overlook anything related to Wu Mengmeng. Clearly, whatever was amiss must involve Dog Egg. That useless fellow had the audacity to keep secrets from her. Having reached this conclusion, Miao Xiaomi, in a fit of fury, awaited Dog Egg's return. And as soon as he arrived, she commanded her two companions to seize him. Why are you capturing me? Dog Egg stammered, held firmly by the two males. His face a mask of terror, a fleeting look of panic flashing in his eyes. You traitorous scoundrel, tell me, what is the truth about the life fruit? The current Miao Xiaomi bore a sinister expression, entirely devoid of the noble demeanor he once admired. Trembling all over, Dog Egg cast a glance at her before hastily lowering his gaze. I do not know. I do not understand what you are saying. Witnessing Dog Egg's timid demeanor ignited Miao Xiaomi's ire. In comparison to Jihan, he was utterly inferior. She recalled Wu Mengmeng's words upon her departure. Still unwilling to confess. Are you? Strike him. Beat him mercilessly until he reveals the truth. How dare he conspire with other females to deceive me? This wretched creature should never have been my companion. Miao Xiaomi's venomous words showed no regard for the fact that the male before her was indeed her partner. Her two new companions, delighted by Miao Xiaomi's disdain for Dog Egg, felt a surge of joy, knowing that they would have one less rival vying for her affection, and thus redoubled their efforts in the violent assault. Dog Egg, not particularly robust to begin with, was soon left bloodied and battered. I will speak, he uttered weakly, as if his voice might falter at any moment. At last, Miao Xiaomi signaled her companions to halt. A few days ago, Catgirl sent a life fruit through my partner, and that day you happened to seek out Jihan, so I did not have the chance to inform you. Dog Egg confessed, crumpled on the ground, his skin marred by the claws of the two companions, his body riddled with wounds, his head pressed against the earth, unwilling to raise his eyes for fear that Miao Xiaomi would discover his deception. In truth, after receiving the life fruit from Dog Egg, he had intended to inform Miao Xiaomi, but upon hearing certain words at Jihan's cave, he had returned to his own dwelling in secret. Strangely enough, it was the first time he had concealed something from Miao Xiaomi, hiding the life fruit without telling her. Perhaps he understood that even if he presented the life fruit to her, she would not grow fonder of him, but rather would consider severing their bond at any moment. Is there truly a life fruit? Miao Xiaomi, oblivious to Dog Egg's unease, brightened at his words, stepping forward eagerly and kicking his head lightly. Quickly, tell me where you have hidden the life fruit. Hand it over. In her eyes, Dog Egg was utterly unworthy of being her partner. Were it not for the potential negative impression on other males should she rashly sever their bond, she would have discarded this useless being long ago. Dog Egg's gaze dimmed further, his eyes unfocused, his heart heavy with despair. Regrettably, Meow Xiaomi remained oblivious to his plight. Ultimately, she acquired the life fruit and discarded Dog Egg in a corner, neglecting him thereafter. With the life fruit in her possession, Meow Xiaomi's spirits soared. She was already the healthiest female in the cave, and having recovered from her previous injuries, she felt assured that no male would hesitate to seek her as a companion now that she possessed the life fruit. Reflecting on how the life fruit had been delivered by Cat Girl's partner, she recalled Wu Mengmeng mentioning something about Cat Girl being in peril. Meow Xiaomi surmised that something must have transpired, so she placed the life fruit aside. As soon as her companions learned that Jihan was assisting at the entrance of the rock cave and was not in his own dwelling, she strode confidently to Cat Girl's cave with her two companions in tow. Meanwhile, Wu Mengmeng had just finished boiling hot water with Dog Egg, using a small piece of animal skin to dampen and wring out as she gently wiped Cat Girl's face when Meow Xiaomi burst into the cave, commanding her companions to upend the freshly boiled water. Another companion quickly extinguished the fire. Wu Mengmeng rose to her feet, her eyes blazing with indignation as she confronted the menacing Cat Xiaomi. What do you want? Coming here to cause trouble? Are you not afraid of having your face scorched by the flames? Chapter 45, The Cornered Paparazzo. The voice was clearly laced with intimidation, and Cat Xiaomi's face turned ashen. Wu Mengmeng surmised that beastly females, much like ordinary women, possessed a considerable fondness for their appearances. Cat Xiaomi, though seemingly apprehensive, could not fathom how this female had managed to evade harm while other beast folk were burned by fire. However, upon reflection, she realized that she had two partners present, while her adversary was accompanied by merely two females and one male. What was there to fear? Humph, I knew you must be secretly wielding fire. With Jihan absent today, let us see how you cope. Two towering partners stood behind Cat Xiaomi, their expressions brimming with arrogance. Accustomed to solitude for so long, even in her fury, Wu Mengmeng displayed little overt negativity. She merely cast a cold glance at the dramatic Cat Xiaomi before turning to instruct the paparazzo to rekindle the water. Seeing herself disregarded by Wu Mengmeng left Cat Xiaomi's smile frozen in place. You, go fetch their wood. Open flames are forbidden in the chaotic stone cave. I am determined to see if you can ignite a fire today. Cat Xiaomi was resolute in her intention to confront Wu Mengmeng, insisting that if she desired to kindle a fire, she would simply not allow it. Just as the paparazzo prepared to use the remaining embers to ignite a flame, he was abruptly shoved aside, and all the wood was seized. Cat Xiaomi, do not overstep your bounds. I have never provoked you. Before Wu Mengmeng could utter a word, Meow Xiaomi waved her hand, beckoning one of the males to approach her. Before she could turn and flee, she was seized by the remarkably strong male and bound with a vine. Striding towards Wu Mengmeng with what she considered an elegant gait, Meow Xiaomi's sharp claws grazed her face as she scoffed. I truly cannot fathom what Jihan saw in you. So slender, with such pale skin that it leaves red marks upon pressure. This frail female may very well have a shorter life than the males. I am quite curious to see what you were clandestinely up to in the cave, she declared, rising as she approached Cat Girl. Do not touch Cat Girl. Dogsy rushed forward, an instinctual warning urging him on, knowing that Meow Xiaomi would not wish her any good. However, he had barely taken a few steps when her companion seized him. Ah, Meow Xiaomi feigned surprise, stepping back several paces while covering her mouth. Cat Girl is unwell. It seems quite serious. She may not last much longer. Shaking her head in mock pity, she distanced herself from Cat Girl, fearful of sharing her fate. Do not speak such nonsense. Cat Girl will surely recover. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. Dogsy, filled with indignation, struggled fiercely, his eyes burning with fury. The male, with a menacing glare, kicked Dogsy and commanded, silence. Who gave you the right to disrespect Xiaomi? Meow Xiaomi's companions appeared to be more robust than Dogsy. She had deliberately chosen the two strongest males within the rocky cave. Meow Xiaomi, what on earth do you intend to do? Wu Mengmeng shouted, halting her advance. With Jihan absent, there was no telling what Meow Xiaomi might do. They were outmatched and could only buy time. Yet, she worried whether Cat Girl could withstand it. I am merely here to assist the orcs in the cave, to ensure no one is using fire illicitly. Wu Mengmeng, last time Jihan was present. This time, let us see how you fare. Meow Xiaomi looked down her nose at Wu Mengmeng, directing her companion. This female intends to use fire against Cat Girl. You go and remove the wood from Jihan's cave. Meow Xiaomi, I have never encountered such brazen orcs as you. Only you could possess the audacity to twist the truth in such a manner, Wu Mengmeng retorted, seething with anger. Dogsy, too, was frantic, understanding that without fire, Cat Girl would be in even greater peril. Struggling to rise from the ground, he was once more kicked down by the male, who then stomped on him viciously. Do you wish to save Cat Girl? Meow Xiaomi smirked, disregarding Dogsy's injuries as she cast a disdainful glance at the unconscious Cat Girl. I remember how Cat Girl has always stepped forward to speak on your behalf at critical moments. Tell me, should I extend her a helping hand? Wu Mengmeng gritted her teeth, daring anyone to touch her. She never anticipated that Cat Neo would come to her aid while inadvertently causing harm to Cat Neo herself. Do you think you are anything without Jihan? How dare you speak to me like that? Cat Xiaomi shot a fierce glare, her expression transforming into a menacing snarl in an instant. She advanced toward Wu Mengmeng, her emotions beginning to spiral out of control. Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brow, secretly lamenting the dire situation. This deranged woman was unpredictable. In a moment of desperation, she closed her eyes, concentrating intently to direct the surging heat within her toward her fingertips. Just as Miao Miao raised her hand, her sharp claws aimed at Wu Mengmeng's eyes. Wu Mengmeng suddenly broke free from the binding vines. Swiftly extending her hand, a brilliant red beam of light shot forth from her fingertip. "Ah, Miao Miao," she screamed, her face paling as she caught sight of the flickering spark racing toward her. In a frantic attempt to shield her, her companion rushed forward to absorb the blow. Nevertheless, despite his valiant effort, Miao Miao's arm was still grazed by the spark, leaving a charred mark, while the brunt of the injury fell upon her companion. Miao Miao cried out in agony, ready to exact revenge on Wu Mengmeng, when suddenly, a liberated pup dashed over, forcefully knocking her and the unsuspecting male to the ground before scampering to the corner of the cave. Before Wu Mengmeng could fully comprehend the sudden turn of events, she observed a paparazzo shoving something into his mouth. "Hiss. How dare you push me? Hurry and help me up." The plaintive complaints of Cat Xiaomi echoed as she clutched her waist. Her companion promptly scrambled to his feet, cautiously assisting her. However, before they could regain their balance, her piercing scream rang out again. "Hey, what are you doing?" Upon hearing her agitated voice, her companion couldn't help but glance back, and upon doing so, he too was taken aback. "Xiaomi, he is consuming ice crystals, so many ice crystals." Wu Mengmeng was perplexed by the sudden display of fear from the two beasts. Yet Miao Miao and her partner were acutely aware of the formidable power of the ice crystal, which served not only to satiate hunger, but also to significantly enhance the prowess of the beastmen. If consumed in sufficient quantities, it could lead to rapid demise. Yet the increase in strength would be remarkable. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and stop him," Miao Miao exclaimed, shoving her partner aside. Her partner, jolted into action, dashed towards the dog, but before he could reach him, he was met with a powerful punch, sending him sprawling far away. "Well," Wu Mengmeng gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. When did the dog become so formidable? It was broad daylight, devoid of moonlight or any possibility of werewolves transforming. Could it be attributed to the ice crystal he had just consumed? Wu Mengmeng fixed her gaze, observing as the pup devoured a pile of ice crystals in the corner with fervent enthusiasm. When the pup turned around again, its eyes were bloodshot, and it radiated a terrifying aura reminiscent of the chilling presence she had once sensed from Jihan during their battles against ferocious beasts. In an instant, both Wu Mengmeng and Miao Miao were left astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. A faint, earthy yellow pattern began to emerge on the pup's forehead, flickering in and out of view. Chapter 46. He wants to kill me at the entrance of the rocky cave. The howling wind seemed to tear through the air. Outside, an unexpected heavy snow began to fall, the fierce winds sweeping the snow relentlessly against the cave's mouth. Within, several meters of the path had transformed into a snowy expanse akin to the outside world. Jihan and a dozen male companions took turns clearing the snow from the entrance, but the relentless blizzard soon covered their efforts anew, continuously encroaching into the cave. The old veterinarian frowned, observing the situation at the entrance when a male, who had just finished his shift, approached him. "Old veterinarian, this cold season has arrived earlier than usual. It's only the first day, and already this much snow has fallen. The days ahead will likely be severe," the male remarked with a serious expression. If Wu Mengmeng were present, she would undoubtedly recognize this as Xiong Zhuang, the bear who had saved her from the jaws of a beast. Indeed, how could there be so much snow this year? The old veterinarian stroked his beard, his demeanor grave. Everyone should refrain from hunting until this cold spell passes. However, the snowstorm was so intense that the entrance would likely soon become blocked. A male, visibly anxious, gazed outside despite the biting cold, having worked up a sweat from the labor. With no alternative, they would need to take turns guarding the entrance daily to clear the accumulating snow. Otherwise, a blockage would spell disaster. The old veterinarian shook his head, sighed, and cast his gaze into the distance, murmuring softly in a voice inaudible to the beastmen, hoping it was not the impending threat. Just as everyone was preoccupied with the accumulating snow, a sudden loud crash echoed from within the cave, resembling the sound of a violent impact. "What happened? Is everything all right?" The beasts halted their activities, turning their attention inward. While the interior appeared pitch black to an ordinary observer, the beastmen could clearly see the passage. Before anyone could react, Jihan had already dashed inside. Most of the males were present, with only a few younger ones and the injured Miao Miao being cared for by their partners. She had always been at odds with Wu Mengmeng. That sound. Wu Mengmeng must not be in danger. As the old veterinarian processed Jihan's entrance, his murky eyes seemed blank, staring intently at the direction Jihan had taken, the coldness in his gaze akin to the tempest outside. Soon, his eyes regained their clarity, revealing deep concern. Quickly, Let us find out what transpired. A group of beastmen snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed Jihan into the cave. Inside the dwelling of Miao Miao, a sense of dread enveloped her. What are you planning to do? She gasped, watching in terror as the pup advanced ominously towards her, perhaps overwhelmed by emotion. The recently transformed one-pattern beast could not contain the surging power within. With each step, the stone floor cracked beneath its weight. The pup remained silent, the earthy yellow markings on its forehead appearing to Miao Miao as marks from the abyss. Stay back. I am a female. If anything happens to me, the males in this cave will not spare you. Her voice trembled despite the underlying threat. Seemingly oblivious to Miao Miao's warnings, the pup bore a ferocious expression, intent on causing her harm. Just as its hand reached out towards her, a partner of hers suddenly intervened. Moments before, the pup would have had no trouble overpowering him. But now with a resounding crash, the male's hand never even grazed the pup, as he was sent flying by a single kick, leaving a dent in the cave's corner. Wu Mengmeng stood by as a spectator, her mouth agape in astonishment, unable to fathom how the dog, having consumed the ice crystal, had become so formidable. She seemed to recall Jihan mentioning that a one-pattern beastman would enhance the physical strength of a beastman, while a two-pattern beastman would augment speed. Thus, it was only when he was a one-pattern beastman that he could vanquish the ferocious beast with sheer strength. This meant that the dog now possessed strength surpassing that of the vicious creature. Nearby, one male was sent flying, while another charged forth, its fierce gaze seemingly proclaiming, "I would rather perish than allow you to harm Xiaomi." Wu Mengmeng silently raised her hand to shield her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the impending scene. A piercing scream echoed, so coarse that it felt as if a wooden plug had been thrust into one's ears. She parted her fingers slightly, peering through the gaps. Another male, unbeknownst to her, had been pinned to the ground by a dog, one hand wrenched painfully behind him. The scream seemed to reach a crescendo, and the male, eyes shutting tight, succumbed to unconsciousness. The dog wore a fierce expression, poised to seize the trembling kitten, who, in a panic, turned to flee. Yet, after only a few steps, her legs gave way, and she tumbled clumsily to the ground, striking her forehead and chin, drawing blood. As Wu Mengmeng pondered how the paparazzi would deal with Cat Xiaomi, a sudden gust of wind brushed past her. Wait, how could there be wind in this cave? In the next moment, a tall figure enveloped her. Mengmeng. Hearing the voice, Wu Mengmeng instinctively felt a surge of joy. You're back. Who else could it be but Jihan, who appeared and vanished like a phantom at her side? Are you all right? Upon entering, Jihan's gaze was fixated on Wu Mengmeng. He had already surveyed the cave's condition upon entry. After thoroughly examining her for injuries and finding none, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, his icy demeanor softening slightly. I'm fine, really. Wu Mengmeng shook her head, feeling a strange yet comforting sensation being held in Jihan's embrace. Just as she was about to explain that the trouble was caused by the paparazzi, a large group of males suddenly surged into the cave. What happened? What is wrong with Cat Xiaomi? Upon seeing that Cat Xiaomi's companions were all unconscious, and she herself had collapsed, the other creatures instinctively turned their attention to the cave's sole male paparazzi. Although Cat Xiaomi had fallen, she was not unconscious. As soon as she saw the males arriving, her fear dissipated. With the help of one of them, she stood up, mustering her courage to point at the paparazzi. It was him. He tried to kill me. Upon hearing this, the males could not allow the paparazzi to escape unpunished. Inflicting harm upon a female in the extreme cold was a grave sin. A chorus of males clamored for revenge on behalf of Cat Xiaomi, charging toward the paparazzi. Those who reacted quickly soon realized that the paparazzi had already transformed into a beastman. Initially, a few males were no match for the paparazzi, suffering greatly in the scuffle. However, as more males joined the fray, or perhaps due to the side effects of the ice crystal upgrade, the paparazzi gradually began to falter, sustaining numerous injuries. The males believed that harming a female was a capital offense. If defeating the paparazzi could bring joy to Cat Xiaomi, perhaps he might even be honored as her mate. Thus, they struck with increasingly vicious intent. The fight unfolded in an instant. Before Wu Mengmeng could comprehend the situation, the paparazzi had already been seized by a group of males. The once formidable paparazzi now resembled a deflated balloon, his fierce gaze still burning with defiance. Yet his weariness was unmistakable. What are you doing? Let him go, Wu Mengmeng exclaimed anxiously. Although she had little personal connection with the paparazzi, she was aware of Cat Xiaomi's feelings for him. She had risked her life to conceive his offspring. The other females had multiple mates, but she had only the paparazzi. Now that Cat Xiaomi was pregnant and incapacitated, what would happen to her if something befell the paparazzi? Yet before she could break free from Jihan's embrace, he grasped her arm, gently shaking her with a controlled force. His deep voice echoing like a whisper from the abyss. It's futile, he has already. Chapter 47, The Death of the Paparazzi. What has happened to him? Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Jihan, who appeared unfazed, yet his eyes seemed to regard her as if she were a dying soul. No sooner had she spoken than, before Jihan could respond to her inquiry, the male captor of the pup suddenly contorted in agony, expelling a mouthful of crimson blood. The male, initially intent on vanquishing the pup, was struck with astonishment. Their previous assault should not have inflicted such grievous harm. The pup, now a first-tier beastman, was far superior to them, mere ordinary beastmen, although currently suffering from the backlash of the ice crystal, which rendered it unwell. The immunity gained from its ascension to the beastman status should have shielded it from ordinary attacks, allowing only superficial injuries rather than affecting its core. This was one reason why the males had been merciless in their attacks. Showing any restraint would have made it even less likely to slay the pup. Yet, the pup's sudden expulsion of blood indicated an internal injury. As all the beastmen stood in bewilderment, a noise unexpectedly emanated from the haystack deep within the cave. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Mengmeng turned her head and noticed that the previously unconscious cat girl was now experiencing violent rises and falls in her chest, accompanied by coughing sounds. Remarkably, she had awakened at this moment. With a sense of hesitation, she cast a glance at Jihan, who offered her a reassuring look. With a sense of relief, Wu Mengmeng hurried to the side of cat girl, helping her to sit up. What happened? Cough, cough. What transpired? Despite her illness, the peculiar atmosphere within the cave was palpable to cat girl. This inquiry posed a dilemma for Wu Mengmeng. She pondered the consequences of revealing the situation regarding Doggy to cat girl, fearing it might cause her to faint again from worry. Yet, remaining silent felt equally challenging. Before she could resolve her internal conflict about whether to stop cat girl, the latter suddenly insisted on standing up. Wu Mengmeng was unable to prevent her, and cat girl's gaze fell upon the scene behind her. Doggy, cat girl exclaimed, her previously pallid face, already drained by illness, now appeared even more lifeless. Stumbling past Wu Mengmeng, she rushed to Doggy's side. What's wrong? What happened? You, how could you be so foolish? Cat girl cried, embracing Doggy. The male, hesitant to act against the female, could only allow her to take Doggy into her arms. The cave resonated with cat girl's heart-wrenching sobs, giving rise to an inexplicable air of tragic solemnity. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Mengmeng intended to step forward to offer comfort, yet she was restrained by Jihan, who shook his head in disapproval. She soon comprehended that cat girl was evidently aware of the considerable amount of ice crystals consumed by dog cub. However, could the side effects of these crystals truly be so severe? It seemed far more grave than she had anticipated. Cat girl, how dare you harm cat Xiaomi? Such retribution is well deserved. With so many males in the cave, is it truly worth it for a dog cub? An indignant male, injured by dog cub, stepped forward to voice his accusations. Initially, the creatures harbored some sympathy for cat girl, but upon hearing that she nearly harmed cat Xiaomi, their indignation swiftly returned. Dog cub is my partner. If you harm him, you are effectively threatening my life. Cat girl, driven to desperation, uttered these words, leaving all the creatures astonished. Who among them could bear the weight of the guilt for harming a female? Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brow, appalled by the utter lack of humanity displayed by this group of orcs, who seemed to be a mockery of their humanoid form. Just as she was about to voice her indignation, an elderly voice suddenly resonated from outside. Since the cat girl is in such a state, let us spare the puppy this time. The old veterinarian ambled into the cave, his murky eyes revealing unmistakable compassion, making it difficult for Wu Mengmeng to look away. Given the veterinarian's words, the males reluctantly yielded. Cat Xiaomi, still dazed from her injuries, hurried to seek treatment, fearful that her condition might worsen. She shot a fierce glare at Wu Mengmeng before turning and leaving. After all, this creature was not destined to escape death. Yet, the dirt and blood smeared across cat Xiaomi's face sent shivers down Wu Mengmeng's spine. Had she inadvertently provoked a harbinger of doom? Nevertheless, she had managed to dispatch this ominous figure. Approaching cat Xiaomi, she noted that the old veterinarian and the other orcs cast sympathetic or angered glances at the puppy before departing. Cat Xiaomi wept softly, her arms cradling the puppy, who lay motionless, drained of all vitality, a stark contrast to the lively creature that once bared its teeth at Wu Mengmeng. She understood that questioning the circumstances further was futile and murmured to herself, "It is all my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not have consumed the ice crystal." Wu Mengmeng lowered her head, overwhelmed by the rapid turn of events, unsure how to console cat Xiaomi. After a prolonged silence, she managed to utter, "Let us first see where the puppy is injured." But cat Xiaomi shook her head, her eyes reddened. "It is useless. He survives on mere morsels of ice crystal each day, yet he consumed so much at once. He only has 6 months left to live." As she spoke, she gazed at the puppy with anguish. His ascension had, in fact, come at the cost of his remaining 6 months of life. The puppy, as if expending his last ounce of strength, reached out and grasped cat Xiaomi's hand, his bloodied lips parting to utter a few words. With the cub, live. His voice dwindled until his eyes finally closed forever. Puppy. Cat Xiaomi's voice had turned hoarse as she clutched the puppy's hand, shaking her head, rendered speechless. Wu Mengmeng's eyes widened in astonishment. She never anticipated that the ice crystal could rival poison. Initially believing that the paparazzo was merely injured, she was taken aback by the swift turn of events. How could this be? A profound heaviness enveloped her heart, and her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless. Such is the consequence of overindulging in ice crystals. Jihan stood behind her, his expression indifferent, as if he had grown apathetic to life and death. He showed little reaction to the fate of the paparazzo, but upon noticing Wu Mengmeng's distress, he slightly furrowed his brows. If I hadn't sought out Katmia, none of this would have transpired. As she spoke, the paparazzo's body appeared to be encased in ice, gradually accumulating a layer of frost, thickening until he was entirely transformed into a block of ice. This was not the first time Wu Mengmeng had witnessed phenomena beyond scientific explanation since arriving here. Yet it was the first instance of seeing a beastman meet such an end, and it took her a while to regain her composure. Katnyo, your health is still fragile, and you carry young ones within you. You must not. Wu Mengmeng stepped forward, resting her hand gently on Katnyo's shoulder. Katnyo's shoulders trembled, as if she had just come to her senses, reluctantly rising to her feet. You are right. I must ensure the survival of the paparazzo's offspring. Katnyo's tone was resolute, though in truth, she had long prepared for this day, only to be surprised by its sudden arrival. With no beastman present to handle the paparazzo's remains, Wu Mengmeng proposed that they bury the body, granting it a peaceful rest. The ice would also serve to mask the scent of decay, and if buried deep enough, it would not attract wild beasts. Wu Mengmeng was still concerned about Miao Miao's health. But fortunately, her high fever had gradually subsided, allowing her to finally share the events of the day with Miao Miao. With a heavy heart, Miao Miao accepted this harsh reality in silence. After a moment of quiet contemplation, she began to recount the story of her relationship with the dog. Chapter 48. If you are not afraid, why should I be? Miao Miao's mother was already of advanced age when she gave birth to her, and unfortunately, she did not survive the ordeal, passing away shortly after Miao Miao's birth. From that moment on, Miao Miao's health was frail, deprived of maternal nourishment. She often lingered on the brink of life and death. By the age of 4 or 5, her father also departed this world, having reached the age of 25. Rumors began to circulate among the beastmen that Miao Miao was a harbinger of misfortune, responsible for the death of both her mother and father. Typically, females without parents are the most sought after, yet with such a rumor circulating, no males dared to adopt Miao Miao. Only a few bold, elderly males, nearing the end of their lives, would occasionally provide her with scraps of food. During those times, the dog had yet to transform and would often brave the harsh winds and snow to find sustenance for her, hunting tirelessly, perhaps driven by hunger. Miao Miao would devour whatever she could, as if only by gorging herself could she ensure her survival. She had even secretly consumed the dog's ice crystals, and when discovered by the males in the den, it further deterred any male from considering a partnership with a seemingly doomed female. Only the dog remained steadfast, caring for Miao Miao without fail, and in time, she developed profound feelings for him, a bond unlike any other between a female and her mate. Upon reaching adulthood, Miao Miao and the dog became partners, yet whether it was due to her childhood malnutrition or the aftereffects of consuming ice crystals, she had been unable to conceive his offspring until now, and just as she finally became pregnant, the dog, Wu Mengmeng, gently patted Katnyo's shoulder, and only then did she realize that Katnyo harbored such a past, having been in this frigid land for an extended period. She observed that the males here are devoted and steadfast in their affections for their partners, yet it is rare to find females, like Katnyo, who genuinely care for their companions. Perhaps it is a matter of differing experiences. In the depths of her heart, Wu Mengmeng reflected on the fact that the paparazzi was the only male willing to stand by her side during her time of tribulation, when all others among the beastmen had forsaken her. Such love, even in the modern world, is indeed rare. Had she known it would come to this, she would have refrained from giving the life fruit to Cat Xiaomi. Now, as she reminisced, Katnyo Jihan was engulfed in profound regret. She lamented her decision to seek her out. Wu Mengmeng clenched her teeth, acknowledging that she bore significant responsibility in this matter. At times, kindness can lead one into an inescapable abyss. She should have intervened when Katnyo Jihan intended to bestow the life fruit upon Cat Xiaomi. Katnyo Jihan shook her head, insisting it was not Wu Mengmeng's fault. Yet, despite her reassurances, Wu Mengmeng felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. After advising her to rest well, she returned to the cave with Jihan. Inside, the cave was a chaotic mess of scattered wood, likely due to Cat Xiaomi's partner's half-hearted attempt to move things before rushing off to assist elsewhere, neglecting this area. Noticing Wu Mengmeng's distracted demeanor as she picked up the wood, Jihan approached and effortlessly tidied the cave in a matter of moments, then led her to sit atop a pile of grass. Were you frightened? He inquired, noting her unusual demeanor, a stark contrast to her usual playful self, which stirred a sense of concern within him. What could possibly frighten me? Wu Mengmeng sighed, merely feeling a slight discomfort. As a modern individual, witnessing a vibrant life extinguished in such a manner was unsettling. If the beastmen possessed a deeper understanding of modern knowledge, and if fire could spread in the frigid lands, perhaps one day they might develop a civilization as advanced as that of ancient peoples. Such tragedies could have been averted. All of this stemmed from the beastmen's ignorance and folly, much like the myriad tragedies born of superstition and stubbornness in ancient times. These misfortunes were now replaying in the icy expanse, albeit in different forms. They trembled at curses and refrained from using fire, Why are you not afraid? Wu Mengmeng suddenly gazed into Jihan's eyes, her voice laced with bewilderment. Jihan did not even blink. If you are not afraid, why should I be? His steady gaze met Wu Mengmeng's. Wu Mengmeng pouted, feeling moved by the emotional words, nearly succumbing to the sentimentality. Alas, if only all orcs were like you. If they were as intelligent as Jihan, such tragedies would never occur. Suddenly, Jihan's expression darkened, and he abruptly embraced Wu Mengmeng. She found her nose inadvertently pressed against his chest, letting out a muffled grunt. What was this guy's sudden bout of neurotic behavior? Surely, one could be self-absorbed without such fervor. Wu Mengmeng had no need for the affections of other males. Unbeknownst to Jihan, he assumed she was longing for another partner, which ignited a flicker of anger within him. It appeared they were forever on different wavelengths. Meanwhile, after being returned to the cave, Miao Miao erupted in fury. Damn those paparazzi. Look at what they've done to my face. Useless fools, unable to even handle a couple of paparazzi. What good are you to me? Worthless. Miao Miao was in such a state that she seemed on the verge of falling apart, her face bloodied and bruised as she berated her two companions, resembling a madwoman. The two partners, having finally earned Miao Miao's acceptance, lowered their heads in silence, enduring her tirade without retort. After a considerable time, exhausted from her rant, Miao Miao paused, feeling the pain from her wounds intensifying. Xiaomi, didn't you just receive a fruit of life today? You're unwell. Why not let one of your partners make amends? Although the old veterinarian could tend to her injuries, he was unable to offer her healing. Naturally, Miao Miao unleashed her pent-up frustration upon her partners. Upon hearing their suggestion, she finally recalled, quickly, bring me the fruit of life. Her complexion improved as she commanded excitedly. Her partners, relieved to see her anger dissipate, hurried to retrieve the fruit. One partner, noticing the lethargic Dog Dan in the corner, hesitated. Xiaomi, what about Dog Dan? He seems like he won't last much longer. Miao Miao squinted at Dog Dan, casting a cursory glance before dismissively turning away. That useless creature, throw him out. I won't have him die in my cave. It's bad luck. She waved her hand, her tone dripping with disdain, as if addressing a tattered piece of leather. Following her orders, her partner approached Dog Dan, who was too weak to resist, and carried him outside the cave. Dog Dan, with heavy eyelids and no strength left to open his eyes, clearly heard Xiao Miao's words, feeling as if his heart had turned to ash as he shut his eyes. Outside, perhaps due to the prolonged snowfall, the flurries had diminished. The male, carrying Dog Dan, felt a glimmer of relief that the snow had not continued unabated, allowing him to return without abandoning Dog Dan in the icy forest. Dog Dan felt the bitter cold envelop him, his strength waning, consciousness slipping away. Damn it, why is it so cold? The previous cold season was never this frigid. How can there be no tribe around here? He was grateful for that male's warmth. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death. A gentle yet complaining voice broke through Dogdan's fading consciousness, prompting him to open his eyes. Before him stood a slender female, her snow-white skin blending seamlessly with the surrounding snow. She searched the area keenly, suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, is there something over there?" Dogdan, unable to hear her words, wished to cry out, but found himself too weak to utter a sound. Snowflakes continued to fall, obscuring his vision. Chapter 49. Seeking refuge in the bird tribe. Days passed, and the temperature within the rocky cave continued to plummet. Though Miao Miao had lost her partner, Dogdan had thoughtfully stocked enough food for her to survive the cold season. Recently, Jihan had ceased hunting, and Wu Mengmeng found it increasingly awkward to be alone with him. To avoid further discomfort, she took to spending her free moments with Miao Miao, leaving poor Jihan to dwell in solitude. Wu Mengmeng, what occupies your thoughts? You seem lost in reverie. Miao Miao, engaged in conversation with Wu Mengmeng, noticed her distracted demeanor and waved a hand in front of her eyes. Wu Mengmeng regained her senses, her gaze awkwardly diverted as she contemplated how to encourage others to embrace the use of fire. Observing her, Catgirl understood intuitively. The orcs of our rock cave have thrived here for generations. The absence of fire is inconsequential. However, Catgirl paused momentarily before continuing, you and Jihan. Why have you yet to bond as partners? What? Wu Mengmeng's face flushed crimson. How did Catgirl know that she had not yet formed a partnership with Jihan? After a male orc bonds with a female, a mark appears on him, signifying that he can no longer seek a new companion. Noticing Wu Mengmeng deep in thought, Catgirl sighed. Mengmeng, you wouldn't be hesitating to bond with Jihan just because he resides in the rock cave, would you? What? Wu Mengmeng felt embarrassed, thinking Catgirl might need consolation about her own partnership. She was surprised at how swiftly Catgirl adapted, taking on the role of a matchmaker herself. Catgirl took Wu Mengmeng's hand, adopting a tone of earnest persuasion. Jihan is now a second pattern orc. Once the cold season passes, he can move to the bird tribe. He never truly belonged to our rock cave, so please don't let that deter you from bonding with him. Wu Mengmeng felt utterly bewildered by the remarks, taking quite some time to regain her composure. It became evident that, in the eyes of the orcs, a dwelling was akin to a requisite for marriage, and the bird tribe was decidedly more prestigious than the stone cave. Was this girl concerned that she might be swayed by wealth? Is Wu Mengmeng truly such a person? Who doesn't he appreciate affluence? Enlightenment dawned upon her. Fearing that Miao Miao might persist with this line of discussion, Wu Mengmeng cleverly chose to put an end to it. Wu Mengmeng was just about to inquire about Cat Nio's future plans when a sudden call from the old veterinarian echoed outside, summoning the beastmen to gather. Faced with this unexpected situation for the first time, Wu Mengmeng and Cat Nio emerged from their dwelling, finding Jihan already awaiting them. Together, the three made their way to the assembly point. All the beastmen congregated, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The old veterinarian stood at the forefront of the gathering, his expression grave and filled with concern. The location was near the entrance of the rocky cave, and the chilling air inexplicably sent a shiver down Wu Mengmeng's spine. Has it grown this cold already? Raising his hand to signal for silence, the old veterinarian addressed the crowd. Listen closely, everyone. This cold season has arrived with ferocity, and I fear a severe cold wave may soon descend upon us. If the entrance becomes sealed, our lives may be at stake. Upon hearing this, the beastmen erupted in a flurry of anxious murmurs. What? A severe cold wave? How could this be? Why must we be so unfortunate as to encounter such a calamity? Panic spread among them. What shall we do? Are we destined to perish in this rocky cave? Fear was evident on the faces of all present. Wu Mengmeng wore a perplexed expression and subtly tugged at Jihan's sleeve, inquiring softly, what is a cold current? At the northernmost edge of the frigid land, there exists a wind nest. When temperatures plummet to a certain threshold, the wind nest begins to stir, unleashing frigid gusts. As these winds accumulate, they coalesce into a cold current, capable of instantly transforming any living creature into solid ice. Fearing that Wu Mengmeng might still not grasp the gravity of the situation, she added, the Chaos Stone Cave is the closest orc settlement to the wind nest. In other words, when the cold current arrives, are we the first to perish? Ngming gasped in disbelief. How could she be so unfortunate? She had thought that with Jihan by her side, she would be able to navigate the frigid lands with ease. Little did she know that before she could even step outside, her life would be at stake here. This accursed cold wave was nothing short of a beastly typhoon. I will not allow anything to happen to you, Jihan replied. His expression unwavering and his tone resolute, as casual as if he were assuring her that she would not go hungry. But didn't you say that once the cold wave arrives, we will all turn into ice blocks? Ngming questioned. Her eyes filled with skepticism as she regarded Jihan. She certainly lacked any miraculous ability that would allow her to thaw from an icy demise. Icy crystal flowers can absorb the chill of the cold wave, Jihan explained, noticing the flicker of hope in Ngming's eyes. Upon hearing this, it seemed as if a glimmer of life had sparked within her. Where can we find these icy crystal flowers? She inquired. The nearest one should be in the bird clan, he responded. Wu Mengmeng could not help but roll her eyes. Lately, the back and forth journey takes an entire day, and the weather outside is dreadful. If they fail to procure the ice crystal flowers, an icy blast will freeze them solid. Is there truly no other option? How did you all survive the cold waves in the past? Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's inquiry, the cat girl beside her displayed a flicker of complex emotion in her eyes and kindly cautioned her. Cold waves are not a common phenomenon. This is my first encounter with one since birth. Though the beastmen have not developed a civilization akin to that of humans, capable of cultural transmission, they are instilled with knowledge of the harshest climates from the moment they are born. While the cat girl and the other beasts have never experienced a cold wave, they are acutely aware of the dangers it can pose. Upon hearing this, Wu Mengmeng felt a profound sense of despair. Could it be true? After such a rare occurrence, it had to happen to her. Meanwhile, the elderly veterinarian had managed to calm all the creatures, continuing to speak. With the temperature steadily dropping and a cold front imminent, the only prudent course of action was to collectively seek refuge in the nearest bird tribe. The elderly veterinarian's suggestion was undoubtedly the most viable, yet it did not come without its own perils. The bird tribe? Would they truly take us in? It is so frigid outside. How shall we make the journey? The concerns were voiced not only by the males, but also by the females, who were particularly apprehensive about venturing far from their burrows during this harsh season. This was indeed the only option left. The elderly veterinarian's expression was grave as he solemnly addressed their inquiries. After a moment of silence, several females expressed their willingness to take the risk and give it a try. Wu Mengmeng instinctively chose to follow the main group, her gaze wandering in confusion as she noticed the absence of Miao Miao's figure, only catching sight of one of her companions. It seemed that her previous injuries had yet to heal, rendering her unable to show her face. Even the females offered no objections, and the males readily concurred with this approach. Consequently, everyone hurried back to make preparations. With a cold front potentially looming, the group acted swiftly, and within an hour, they reconvened at the cave entrance, ready to embark once more. Ngming was the last to arrive. The provisions stored within Jihan's cave were plentiful, too much to carry in one trip. Concerned about the lack of sustenance upon reaching the bird tribe, Ngming collaborated with Jihan to construct a wheeled stone slab, equipped with 4 large stone barrels, to transport the food to the cave entrance. While the feline companion, Meo, lacked a mate, a male willingly offered assistance, which she graciously accepted. with her slightly protruding belly. She followed behind WMNGMing and JHN as they set forth with the group. Chapter 50. On what grounds do we shelter you? Perhaps due to the imminent danger, a profound silence enveloped the journey. Even the usually troublesome M.E.O. sat quietly upon her transformed companion, leading the way. At that moment, large flakes of snow drifted from the heavens, densely accumulating and threatening to obscure their line of sight. Wu Mengmeng sat upon Jihan's back, the fierce wind compelling her to cling tightly to his neck. Were she to walk on her own, she would likely be buried beneath the heavy snowfall long before the chilling gusts arrived. The procession of beasts trudged onward, their steps unsteady. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through, scattering the previously orderly line, and a startled male voice rang out from the front. "Oh no! The old veterinarian is missing! Everyone, quick, search for the old veterinarian. The wind and snow are too intense. We cannot see where he has gone." Wu Mengmeng squinted her eyes, only able to perceive a flurry of commotion ahead, unable to discern which male was speaking, let alone locate the old veterinarian. "Everyone, calm down. Let us gather together and search for the old veterinarian, so we won't be scattered by the wind and snow. If we disperse, we may never find our way back." Wu Mengmeng shouted at the top of her lungs. Regardless of the circumstances, it was paramount that they remained united for their safety. Moreover, the old veterinarian had always been rather amiable, a kind-hearted elder who had once treated her ailments. She could not bear to watch the group of orcs fail to find him while she herself got lost. Strength lies in numbers. She was powerless to search alone. The orcs, in a state of confusion, found solace in Wu Mengmeng's voice, as if a glimmer of light had appeared in the darkness. Without hesitation, they followed her directive. One male after another clasped hands, forming a line, and the previously frantic orcs felt a semblance of reassurance. Unable to locate the old veterinarian, they dared not advance further, fearing that moving ahead would result in an even greater loss. Thus, they searched laterally across the snowy terrain. Mao Xiaomi, wrapped in animal hides, sat upon her mate's back, shivering uncontrollably, her patience waning. "How will we ever find our way back? Do you wish for us females to perish here? We must press on." Yet the old veterinarian was still missing. The leading male hesitated. In comparison, the safety of the females was indeed paramount, even in the absence of their guide. It was the duty of the males to protect the females. After searching for so long without success, what was the point of continuing? "Hurry, we must move forward. If we linger, the cold front will arrive, and we shall perish here." Mao Xiaomi's voice brimmed with urgency. At the mention of the cold front, she trembled, uncertain whether from the chill or fear. "Very well, let us proceed." The group swiftly ceased their search and continued towards the direction of the bird tribe. Wu Mengmeng did not anticipate that both Cat Xiaomi and the elderly veterinarian with whom she lived would disregard their own lives. Noticing that the other beasts had also abandoned the search for the old vet, she furrowed her brow, intending to intervene. However, a sudden gust of wind swept in from behind her, startling her into clutching tightly to Jihan's neck to avoid falling. The snowfall intensified, obscuring the path entirely, and the howling wind grew louder, causing her to inadvertently swallow a mouthful of snow. With no alternatives at her disposal, Wu Mengmeng closed her mouth and eyes, resigning herself to wait until they reached their destination before devising a plan. The bumpy journey left her head spinning, and after an indeterminate period, she groggily opened her eyes to find the snowfall had lessened. Upon closer inspection, the scene outside appeared vaguely familiar. The trees, bent low under the weight of the snow, and the houses beneath them suggested she had arrived at the bird tribe. As she pondered this, Wu Mengmeng gathered her wits. The distance was too great for her to discern what transpired ahead in the procession, but she knew that she and Jihan had followed the other beasts into a spacious hall-like structure. This place was vast, with large stone pillars supporting the ceiling every several meters. Upon entering, Wu Mengmeng discovered that there were many unfamiliar orcs surrounding her, observing her with keen interest. Are these the orcs who fled to the shattered stone cave? To her surprise, there were several females among them. Do you think the chieftain would take them in? It is hard to say, as these males appear rather feeble. However, our tribe consists of only 20 or 30 females in total. Perhaps these few females might sway the chieftain's decision. Wu Mengmeng, wrapped in animal skins with only her eyes visible, shook off the snow that clung to the outer layer of her covering. She then heard the nearby orc pointing and gesturing towards them. "Are you the orcs from the shattered stone cave? What brings you to our tribe?" A tall male orc stood at the forefront of the group, addressing the orcs from the shattered stone cave. Wu Mengmeng followed the sound and noticed that the male appeared somewhat familiar, prompting her to listen intently. Jihan transformed into human form, assisting Wu Mengmeng in clearing away the snow that had not been fully shaken off the animal hide, standing quietly beside her as if anything that did not concern him and Wu Mengmeng was of no importance. The harsh cold front was imminent, lacking ice crystal flowers. They sought refuge in the bird tribe to escape the chill for a while, intending to depart once the cold season had passed. The leading male stepped forward. Only after the cold season would the outside truly be safe. Upon hearing this, the tall male displayed little sympathy, casting a cold glance at all the orcs who had come with them. "Cold front? What does your lack of ice crystal flowers have to do with us?" If you cannot protect your females, why come seeking our aid? What right does the bird tribe have to shelter you? The male looked down condescendingly at the leader of the rock cave, disdain evident in his gaze. Hearing this haughty voice, Wu Mengmeng narrowed her eyes and scrutinized him closely, finally recalling where she had seen this male before. Wasn't he the one from her last visit to the bird tribe, who had wanted to gift her a snake? However, at this moment, Wu Mengmeng dared not show herself or attempt to befriend him, for she had previously rejected him, leaving him with a rather unpleasant expression. Should he harbor resentment and discover her status as one of the refugees? What if he were to deliberately make things difficult for her? Wu Mengmeng pondered gravely, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Abu had just been tormenting the orcs of the rock cave. The lead male's expression was exceptionally grim, his forehead veins bulging. Yet due to the disparity in strength and their dependence on others, he struggled for an appropriate rationale. The other males of the rock cave wore similarly displeased expressions. Abu's words had evidently humiliated and ridiculed all of them. However, they found themselves unable to retort, as the two lines etched on the forehead of the lead male were unmistakable. When had Miao Miao ever endured such treatment? Being pointed at by the orcs of the bird tribe and mocked by the females here was simply intolerable, prompting her to leap off her partner's back in indignation. The fury that surged within her transformed her tone as she beheld the markings on Abu's forehead. Is this how your bird tribe treats females? Even if you refuse to shelter the males, must you expel the females as well? As she spoke, Miao Miao proudly thrust out her chest, seemingly eager to flaunt her robust and healthy physique. Chapter 51. A host of acquaintances. Abu cast a glance at Miao Miao, yet his gaze lacked the fervor and eagerness exhibited by the males of the rock cave when they looked at her. You are correct. We shall not neglect the females. However, those who may remain in our bird tribe will certainly not include this group of powerless males. Abu glanced meaningfully at the males present, implying that the orcs of the rock cave were too weak, and that the bird tribe would not harbor the feeble. You are being excessively cruel. The lead male discerned the implication in Abu's words, his gaze aflame with anger. They only had these few females in the rock cave, and the orcs of the bird tribe were despicably attempting to retain only the females, when the chilling winds eventually claimed the lives of the males. Would the females not belong to the bird tribe? Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but express her astonishment. Abu's cunning strategy was indeed remarkable, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he was taking advantage of the situation. Nonetheless, the leading male refrained from uttering any words of refusal. They could not allow the females to perish in vain. Xiaomi was taken aback by the blatant disrespect shown by the male, her expression darkening. Is this how your bird tribe treats females? I'm speaking to you. If you intend to keep us or not, make your decision swiftly. With hands on her hips, Xiaomi glared at Abu, exuding a fierce demeanor reminiscent of a quarrelsome woman, accustomed to being lauded by numerous males. She instinctively regarded Abu as just another male from the stone cave. Abu cast a disapproving glance at Xiaomi, but out of respect for her being a female, he chose not to retaliate. At that moment, a male entered from outside the hall, approached Abu, and whispered a few words to him, causing Abu to immediately temper his expression. Please wait a moment. The esteemed chief will arrive shortly, and whether to accept you or not will be determined by him. As he spoke, footsteps echoed from outside. Abu respectfully stepped aside, allowing a robust male to take the position he had just occupied, accompanied by a young and handsome male. Ngming blinked her eyes curiously. What was happening? Why did she find this male so familiar? Deep in thought, she furrowed her brows, trying to recall where she had seen him before. Suddenly, the male turned his head, and their gazes met. In that instant, a glimmer of joy seemed to flicker in his eyes as he stepped forward. Jihan also sensed the male's unfriendly gaze and instinctively turned to shield Ngming behind him, wary of any attempts to entice her. However, unbeknownst to him, a dark bird had already seized the opportunity. Squeak! As Wu Mengmeng was engulfed in confusion, her line of sight was suddenly obstructed by a familiar voice calling from behind her. Before she could react, a pair of claws swiftly removed the fur covering her head, revealing her face. Before her stood a large blackbird, half her height, its flapping wings seemingly expressing uncontained joy. Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, only to soon realize that the gazes of the surrounding orcs were fixated upon her, causing her complexion to darken. With gritted teeth, she glared at the large black bird. She certainly did not wish to attract such attention. What if Abu recognized her and sought revenge? Isn't that the male bird from your cave, Mengmeng? The cat girl, who was not far from Wu Mengmeng, inquired in astonishment upon seeing the black bird. Wu Mengmeng pressed her forehead in exasperation and nodded helplessly. As soon as cat girl spoke, even the male from the stone cave turned his gaze toward her. Foolish bird, what are you doing? She glared at the black bird, only to discover a remarkable phenomenon. Staring in astonishment, she extended her hand to gesture at the black bird's size and exclaimed, What have you been eating lately? How did you grow so large all of a sudden? The black bird, upon seeing Wu Mengmeng, seemed exceedingly pleased, flapping its wings joyfully and circling around her. However, it was Jihan, unable to tolerate the antics, who grabbed the bird's wings with a stern expression and tossed it aside. The black bird, aware of Jihan's formidable strength, refrained from further mischief, spinning in the air with a sense of grievance but not daring to flap its wings again. As the black bird settled down, Wu Mengmeng felt an uneasy sensation creeping over her, turning her gaze towards the surrounding beasts who were watching her with predatory intent. A chill ran down her spine, prompting her to edge closer to Jihan. Why did it feel as though these beasts were contemplating dismembering her? Female. So you are one of the beasts from the stone cave, Qing Nanyu remarked, his eyes twinkling like stars as he approached the black bird and gently tapped its head before turning to Wu Mengmeng with delight. Hearing his voice, Wu Mengmeng suddenly recalled. This male was the one who had recognized the black bird and taken it away, his name seemingly starting with Qing. Hello, it's nice to see you again. What a coincidence, she replied with a smile. WMNGM awkwardly raised her hand in greeting, her face adorned with a stiff smile. As QNNY spoke, B and a host of beastmen turned their gazes towards her. If each beastman's stare were an arrow, WMNGM would surely be pierced by 1,000 shafts at this moment. QNNY, do you know this female? Before the burly chieftain could utter a word, he noticed the collective reaction of the crowd. A flicker of curiosity passed through his profound eyes as he inquired of QNNY. In response, QNNY regained her composure, a distinct joy evident in her tone. Chieftain, it is this female who returned Little Black to us. The last time she entrusted Little Black to me. She left without the chance to meet you. QNNY beamed, revealing her pearly white teeth. Her spirits lifted as she spoke highly of WMNGM. Wu Mengmeng initially believed that this group of orcs intended to devour her whole. However, upon hearing Qing Nanyu's words, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her impression of him considerably improved. She had not anticipated that this male would come to her defense. Oh, is that so? Upon listening to Qing Nanyu's explanation, the chief's stern expression softened somewhat. The fierce countenance that once appeared menacing now bore a gentler demeanor, his taut facial contours relaxing as he cast a grateful glance towards Wu Mengmeng. Just as he was about to speak, the black bird suddenly fluttered excitedly to his side. Chirp, chirp. Is it truly this female who saved you? You claim she feeds you daily, providing you the opportunity to return to the bird tribe? The chief regarded the animated black bird as if comprehending its avian language, engaging in a dialogue with it. While beasts communicate amongst themselves through their own tongue, Wu Mengmeng could not decipher their discourse. Nonetheless, she understood the words of the humanoid chief. The distance, however, rendered her unable to catch every detail. Panic surged within her as she observed the exchange between the man and the beast. Had she known better during their time in the rocky cave, she would not have been so harsh on the black bird. Ever since learning that the black bird was a male orc, she had harbored disdain towards it, constantly contemplating ways to rid herself of its presence. She feared that this foolish creature might inadvertently betray her. If it were to divulge any secrets, her predicament would indeed be dire. Wu Mengmeng stood there, trembling with trepidation. Before long, the chieftain, seemingly informed by the black bird, approached her with a grave expression. A chill ran down her spine as she anxiously clutched Jihan's hand. Her mind racing with thoughts. This chieftain appears to be a three-striped orc. Jihan might not stand a chance against him. She couldn't ascertain whether Jihan was swift enough to outrun the chieftain. Just as Wu Mengmeng was lost in her myriad thoughts, the chieftain had already arrived before her. Sensing her unease, Jihan instinctively wrapped his arms around her, relishing the comforting feeling of being leaned upon by the female. Mengmeng was consumed by thoughts of her impending demise, entirely oblivious to the fact that the distance between her and Jihan had diminished to nothing. With a pained expression, she gazed at the chieftain's lips as they moved in rhythmic cadence. In that case, the female shall be my son's savior. Let us temporarily reside in the bird tribe during this cold wave. The chieftain's steady and resonant voice reached Mengmeng's ears. Savior? Benefactor? Startled, Mengmeng lifted her gaze to find Qing Nanyu standing behind the chieftain, radiating a brilliant smile directed at her. Nearby, the blackbirds flitted about, chattering incessantly. Seemingly eager to approach Mengmeng yet wary of Jihan, hesitant to come closer. Female, you may choose a dwelling in the bird tribe, should any issues arise. Feel free to seek me out. Once the cold wave passes, you may choose to remain within the tribe, the chieftain's sonorous voice echoed, leaving the surrounding beastmen in astonishment. His words were akin to extending an olive branch to Mengmeng, granting her not only the right to reside in the bird tribe but also the privilege for any companion she may have, regardless of whether they were a one-marked beastman, to dwell there as well. Such a privilege was sure to incite envy among the other beastmen. Wu Mengmeng remained oblivious to the implications behind the chieftain's words. Lost in her sorrow over impending death, suddenly, she paused, realization dawning upon her. Was this an agreement to shelter us? Wu Mengmeng furtively cast a glance at the blackbird, realizing that its intellect was rather lacking. Fortunately, it remained unaware that her initial intention for bringing it back was simply to feast upon its eggs. Indeed, the chief nodded, raising his hand to issue a command. Abu, take this female to select a dwelling of her preference. Regardless of whether she resides in the bird tribe or not, she shall henceforth be considered one of us. To the other beastmen, this declaration signified that Wu Mengmeng would be under his protection from this point forward. Indeed, Abu, having unexpectedly appeared behind the chief, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing his words, his gaze fervently fixated on Wu Mengmeng. He never anticipated encountering this female once more. Wu Mengmeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the chief genuinely wished to express his gratitude towards her. Her mind became clear, and she did not forget to push Jihan forward. Esteemed chief, it was not I who saved your son, but rather him. Had it not been for his daily hunts to provide sustenance for your son and his efforts to bring him to the bird tribe, you would still be unable to recognize each other. Such a monumental favor was far too great for Wu Mengmeng to accept alone. The sincerity in the chief's gaze stirred her conscience. After all, had the black bird hatched a moment later, it might have ended up in a pot. If that had been the case, the one standing before the chief now would have been a fusion of her and the chief's son. Upon hearing her words, the nearby females expressed their disappointment. Is this the partner of that female? How unfortunate that he is merely a two-patterned beastman. No wonder the chief allowed them to stay for an extended period. I had hoped to seek him as my own partner. Alas, it seems he already has one. However, there was a revelation. He bore no partner marks, indicating that this female was not his mate. Listening to the murmurs around her, Wu Mengmeng turned her gaze towards Jihan, surprised to discover how popular this cat was within the bird tribe. Realizing this, the chief glanced at Jihan with the same gratitude he had shown Wu Mengmeng, raising his hand to instruct Abu, only to be interrupted by Jihan. We are together, one house is sufficient. With a sweeping motion, Jihan pulled Wu Mengmeng from behind, allowing her to lean against him, meeting the chief's gaze with an unwavering intensity, as if proclaiming his dominion. This gesture shattered the hearts of the nearby females. Wu Mengmeng was utterly perplexed. Was this cat truly foolish? They were being gifted a house, and yet it dared to express dissatisfaction? Meanwhile, the neglected cat, Xiaomi, observed this scene. Initially irate, she then glanced at the other robust males of the Fania tribe, Abu and King Nanyu, who were both as strong as Jihan. If she could find a two-patterned beastman as a partner, she would surely surpass Wu Mengmeng. With this thought, Xiaomi, fearing abandonment, hurried to the chief's side. Chief, I am also a female who came here with her. You said you would shelter us. Where shall we reside? Xiaomi raised her chin proudly, confident that even the oldest veterinarian of the ruins would acknowledge her status. Arriving at the Fania tribe, she still considered herself a noble female, completely devoid of the demeanor of a refugee. Abu, take them to the large storage house to the north and temporarily prepare a space for them to stay. The chief instructed, looking at Xiaomi with a calm expression while arranging accommodations for the remaining beastmen. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi triumphantly lifted her chin towards Wu Mengmeng, mistakenly believing the chief's generosity stemmed from her status as a female. The large storage house the chief mentioned was evidently more spacious than the house allocated to Wu Mengmeng. Chief, allow me to accompany this female to select her residence. King Nanyu stepped forward, eager to assist, as Blackbird flapped its wings, appearing ready to volunteer as well. Observing Blackbird's affection for Wu Mengmeng, the chief's gaze softened, imbued with a hint of warmth. In that case, King Nanyu, you and Blackbird shall escort the female. As the chief prepared to depart, Wu Mengmeng clenched her teeth and boldly called out to him. Chief, I have a close female friend. The two houses you just mentioned, Jihan will certainly not allow Catgirl to reside with her, and if Catgirl ends up living with Xiaomi, she will undoubtedly be bullied. Last time, Xiaomi nearly caused Catgirl's demise. It was her fault that the pup died. If anything were to happen to Catgirl, I fear I would not reach her in time. Haha. Since you and this male saved Blackbird, you may choose two houses. The chief generously acquiesced, displaying no anger. Thank you, chief. You are truly a magnificent beast. Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, turning away to stick out her tongue. Flattery knows no bounds. Who cares about the chief's status when a house is at stake? Female, follow me. King Nanyu, noticing Wu Mengmeng's expression, was filled with mirth. This female was indeed unique, boldly requesting a house from the chief. It would be splendid if she could remain in the Fania tribe. Thank you. Wu Mengmeng beamed a smile at King Nanyu. Had he not recognized her and spoken favorably before the chief, she might still be lingering in uncertainty. There's a fierce storm outside. I can carry you. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, as the heavy snow continued to fall, King Nanyu was about to ask for Wu Mengmeng's opinion when Jihan transformed into his beast form and lifted Wu Mengmeng onto his back. Ever since Jihan had grown larger, he only shrank to cat-sized form when curling up in Wu Mengmeng's embrace at night. King Nanyu halted mid-sentence, observing how naturally Wu Mengmeng clung to Jihan's neck. Jihan, bearing Wu Mengmeng, ensured she was snugly wrapped in fur before stepping out of the hall, casting a cold glance back. King Nanyu scratched his nose, remaining in human form and leading the way ahead. He mused, it seems that becoming this female's partner will be somewhat challenging. Chapter 53. Wu Mengmeng's new home on the journey. Wu Mengmeng reveled in her good fortune, having arrived to acquire two houses. However, upon seeing the true nature of the residences, her delight swiftly faded. The quaint little house she had envisioned, even if not 2 or 3 stories, should at least contain a living room and bedroom. Yet the house described by the chief was merely an upgraded version of a stone cave. This was no home. It was merely a structure composed of piled stones and timber. Upon entering, there were no windows, no furniture, and not even separate rooms, just a vast empty space enclosed by walls and a ceiling. After taking a deep breath to calm her excited heart, Wu Mengmeng turned with a radiant smile to express her gratitude to King Nanyu. Thank you for bringing us here. Could you do me a favor? I have a friend named Cat Girl who wishes to stay in the house next door. Come down. Having a place to stay is certainly better than freezing outside. All right. Qing Nanyu was taken aback that a female would request his assistance, but he readily agreed. Once Qing Nanyu departed, the first task Wu Mengmeng undertook was to tidy up the house. Although it was merely an unfurnished shell, it would serve as her residence for the foreseeable future. Lacking hay, she made do by spreading the animal skins she had brought to create a makeshift bedding. Surprisingly, the soft animal skins were far more comfortable to lie on than hay. How had she not thought of this during her time in the rocky cave? Jihan, aware that Wu Mengmeng needed fire for cooking, promptly set out to gather firewood. After a laborious day, by the time Jihan returned with the wood, evening had fallen, and a warm fire flickered within the house. Wu Mengmeng invited the cat girl living next door to bring her food and join her for dinner. She was acutely aware that her current life was entirely thanks to Jihan. Determined not to let Jihan lift a finger for dinner, she personally prepared a pot of meat soup to reward him. Wu Mengmeng took a sip of the meat soup, finding its flavor significantly improved with the addition of salt. After honing her culinary skills in the rocky cave for quite some time, she finally felt confident enough to serve a bowl to Jihan. Here, have some more meat soup to ward off the chill. Jihan, the pillar of their household, had endured the biting winds for so long today. He must not fall ill. And you, cat girl, be sure to drink plenty of the warm soup as well, to avoid catching a cold or fever. After serving Jihan, Wu Mengmeng did not forget to look after cat girl. The meat in the soup included a portion brought by cat girl herself, who had initially hesitated to join them for fear of being a bother, but was ultimately drawn over by Wu Mengmeng's insistence. It was quite peculiar. In the past, cat girl had not been in robust health, often succumbing to colds each winter. Yet now, in this frigid land, she had not fallen ill even once. Had the journey strengthened her immunity? Was that chieftain today the leader of the flying bird tribe? He seemed to be more than just 25 years old, Wu Mengmeng mused. Sipping the soup contentedly and recalling the day's events, her curiosity piqued. Cat girl, looking equally puzzled, had lived her entire life in the rocky cave, oblivious to the happenings of the outside world, only aware that the chieftain was the leading beast of the tribe. Jihan clarified Wu Mengmeng's doubts, explaining that the orcs of the rocky cave were merely ordinary orcs, and it was entirely normal for them to lack such knowledge. Both Wu Mengmeng and cat girl suddenly realized the significance of a 10-year lifespan. No wonder this chief appeared older than the other beastmen. So, if you were to advance, wouldn't that also grant you an additional decade of life, allowing you to reach the age of 35? With this thought, Wu Mengmeng gazed at Jihan in astonishment, for it sounded almost fantastical. Indeed, Jihan nodded, refraining from disclosing the arduousness of advancement. A flicker of determination passed through his silver eyes. Previously, he had not considered the value of longevity, but now that Mengmeng was in his life, he was resolute in his efforts to find a way to ascend. Meanwhile, cat girl chuckled merrily beside them, her voice brimming with envy. Jihan is only 20 years old this year. A young 2-pattern beastman like him should surely advance to a 3-pattern beastman before the age of 25. By that time, your offspring will be able to seek companions. Wu Mengmeng's face flushed crimson as she glanced at Jihan. To her surprise, he was merely 20 years old, with his perpetually icy demeanor. She had assumed he was nearing 25. This misconception had caused her unnecessary worry about living alone in the future, fearful that inquiring about his age would sadden him. Thus she had refrained from asking. When cat girl casually referred to him and Mengmeng as companions, Jihan found it quite delightful. And he no longer felt hurt by Wu Mengmeng's habit of calling cat girl to dine with him. After all, she was still a blossoming young maiden, and their destinies had yet to intertwine. Pretending to be enigmatic, Wu Mengmeng waved her hand to mask her blush and swiftly changed the subject. But what about you? Now that you are alone, how will you care for your offspring in the future? You should hasten to find a partner. Wu Mengmeng, resembling a stern adult admonishing a child, suddenly froze in astonishment as she uncovered a startling revelation. Wait, how is your belly so pronounced? Has it not been less than a month? Previously, clad in thick animal hides, the contours of her abdomen were obscured. Now, seated by the fire and having shed the outer layer of heavy pelts, Wu Mengmeng finally beheld the prominent belly of Miaonyo. Miaonyo gazed back at Wu Mengmeng with a hint of confusion, her expression suggesting that such matters were self-evident. Females can bear offspring in merely 1 to 2 months, can't they? Isn't it 9 months? Wu Mengmeng blurted out instinctively. This only deepened Miaonyo's perplexity, prompting even Jihan to lower his gaze upon her. Where did you hear of females carrying their young for 9 months? Your former tribe certainly failed to impart any basic knowledge, having coddled you far too much. Miaonyo assumed Wu Mengmeng had merely stumbled upon this notion from somewhere and dismissed it with a wave of her hand. Wu Mengmeng scratched her head, adopting an expression of mild embarrassment. Is that so? I suppose I might have misremembered what I heard. Her gaze drifted to the cat girl's abdomen, and she felt an overwhelming sense of novelty. Fortunately, her quick wit prevented any probing questions from the cat girl, averting the risk of exposure. After all, the beast folk here were transformed from animals, and it seemed that the gestation period for modern creatures was not 9 months. The habits of the beast folk likely mirrored those of their wild counterparts. The cat girl, lost in her thoughts, caressed her belly, her face radiating maternal warmth. Perhaps due to the myriad of recent events, her once bulky figure, despite being with child, appeared even slimmer than before. With a newfound curiosity about the bird tribe, the cat girl swiftly shifted her focus to other topics, leaving the earlier conversation behind. Wu Mengmeng let out a sigh of relief, absent-mindedly sipping her soup. She was an authentic human, yet the prospect of carrying a child for 9 months filled her with apprehension, as it would inevitably reveal her secret. Contemplating this, her brows knitted together slightly, and the happiness she had initially felt about sharing a life with Jihan began to wane. Beside her, Jihan's silver eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue, his abyss-like gaze silently observing Wu Mengmeng, as if he could perceive something through her troubled expression. After a day of travel, everyone was weary, and following dinner, they retired to their respective quarters for rest. Upon awakening the next day, Wu Mengmeng opened her eyes to find a pair of silver orbs fixed intently upon her. In the past, such a gaze would not have fazed her, for it had often belonged to a cat. However, this time, Mengmeng stuttered, her first instinct being to rise and check her attire, a flush rapidly spreading across her face. To her astonishment, he lay beside her completely bare. Had she not known Jihan for so long and understood the nature of his character, she might have thought she had encountered a pervert. From now on, do not shapeshift while I am asleep, she exclaimed angrily, observing Jihan's innocent demeanor. Upon hearing Mengmeng's words, Jihan appeared even more perplexed, his deep silver eyes seemingly veiled in a misty haze. Did Mengmeng wish to witness his transformation? Very well. Despite the trace of confusion in his gaze, he readily acquiesced to Mengmeng's request without hesitation. Why had she suddenly become interested in seeing him shapeshift? Previously, had she not always covered her eyes during such moments? No. Mengmeng nearly choked on her own breath, taking several deep breaths to suppress her urge to explode. Gritting her teeth, she clarified, I meant for you not to shapeshift sneakily without my knowledge. It left me waking up thinking I had committed some heinous act. Suddenly, Jihan fixed his gaze on Mengmeng, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic depth, as if harboring some peculiar secret. Wu Mengmeng felt a sudden pang of unease in her heart. Before she could stop Jihan, he spoke again. Mengmeng, do you perhaps have a fondness for beast-shaped partners? Struck dumb by his words, Wu Mengmeng turned away, her back to him, repeatedly whispering to herself. Impulsiveness is the devil. She feared that she might lose control and commit an act she would later regret. Jihan, interpreting Wu Mengmeng's reaction as shyness, was under the impression that while it was true that beastmen could form bonds in their beast forms, the majority preferred their human shapes. Those who favored the beast forms were generally considered bold and uninhibited. To his surprise, it seemed Mengmeng had a preference for such a dynamic. Ever since their conversation had been abruptly interrupted by the cat Xiaomi, Wu Mengmeng had been avoiding him, leaving Jihan to believe she might be rejecting him in favor of another male. Little did he know the truth behind her behavior. Jihan, feeling as though he had uncovered a significant insight, became somewhat smug, contemplating when he might seize the opportunity to formally bond with Mengmeng. Both harbored their own thoughts when suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. King Nanyu, are you there? Wu Mengmeng approached the door and, upon seeing King Nanyu standing at the entrance, her face instantly lit up with a smile, as if she had just received delightful news. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Wu Mengmeng held a favorable impression of King Nanyu. The chieftain has prepared a feast to express gratitude for saving Little Black, and I was sent to bring you there. How wonderful. Just a moment. Let me fetch Jihan. The prospect of a complimentary banquet was too enticing for Wu Mengmeng to decline, and she quickly bounced back into the house. Despite the recent unpleasantness, she was not the type to indulge in a meal alone. As her providers in this frigid land, it was only fitting to invite Jihan to the feast. King Nanyu did not anticipate that Wu Mengmeng would think of bringing a male companion so soon. Her smile faltered momentarily, but soon enough, Wu Mengmeng emerged with Jihan, and the smile returned to King Nanyu's face. Let us go. I shall lead you. King Nanyu took the lead. It appeared that Jihan held a significant position in the hearts of the females, as even in a rugged place like the rock cave, the presence of a two-pattern beastman was unexpected. In any tribe, a two-pattern beastman was a highly sought-after individual. After a night, the snow outside had miraculously ceased, and although it remained cold, the bright sunshine lifted Wu Mengmeng's spirits considerably. Following King Nanyu for quite some time, Wu Mengmeng estimated that the flying bird tribe was approximately the size of several rock caves combined. After over 20 minutes, they passed numerous houses similar to her own before reaching their destination. Naturally, this estimate was based on Wu Mengmeng's calculations. Typically, she relied on Jihan for transportation, fearing her legs might weaken, which was why she suggested walking. King Nanyu found her request somewhat peculiar, as most females would prefer to be carried by a powerful male, a source of pride for all females. Upon arriving, Wu Mengmeng realized they had come to the same hall as the day before. As she entered, it became apparent that the chieftain had invited not just her, but many beastmen. A large U-shaped formation surrounded the hall, all facing inward. King Nanyu led her and Jihan deeper into the gathering, passing through the throng of beastmen. Occasional cheers erupted from the crowd, and Wu Mengmeng, curious about the commotion, attempted to peer inside. However, the beastmen towered over her, rendering her unable to see what was happening within. After straining her neck to no avail, Wu Mengmeng sighed, preparing to give up. Noticing her curiosity, King Nanya chuckled, pride evident in his voice as he explained, inside is the arena set up by the chieftain. Whenever there is something worth celebrating in the tribe, an arena is established, allowing victorious males to court their desired females, though the final decision rests with the female. Wu Mengmeng's curiosity was satisfied with King Nanyu's explanation. Ah, so it's a festive event, she mused. It made sense, without songs or dances. Having an arena to foster a celebratory atmosphere was indeed quite engaging. Seeing Wu Mengmeng smile, King Nanyu assumed she was intrigued by the males inside. It seems you only have one male by your side. If you wish to seek another companion, you may wish to observe. The males of our flying bird tribe are quite formidable. Despite his words, King Nanyu didn't spare a glance at the arena, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Mengmeng, as if any hint of her interest in finding a mate would spur him to challenge the others in the arena. While winning the arena did not guarantee a successful courtship, no male would shy away from showcasing his strength, as prowess was the most crucial factor for females when selecting a mate. As King Nanyu spoke, a cold glint flickered in Jihan's silver eyes, ready to counter his words. But Wu Mengmeng swiftly interjected without hesitation. No need for that. I'm merely curious, not seeking a male. Understanding King Nanyu's insinuation of finding a new partner, Wu Mengmeng politely declined, adding, You need not refer to me as female repeatedly, I have a name. You may call me Wu Mengmeng. Wu Mengmeng scratched her head, feeling a bit uneasy as a genuine human when others referred to her as a female. Upon hearing her words, Jihan's expression softened considerably, his heart easing a bit. Yet he remained cautiously vigilant towards King Nanyu. This male, like him, was a second pattern beastman. Although birds possessed the advantage of flight, they were not particularly adept in combat. Achieving the status of a second pattern beastman at such a young age suggested he was no simple character. Chapter 55, The Proud Konkaio. Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng declare her intention not to seek another partner, King Nanyu was somewhat taken aback. How could a female have only one companion? After a moment's contemplation, he considered that perhaps she simply meant to pause her search. When Wu Mengmeng voluntarily shared her name, King Nanyu felt a surge of joy. Before long, the three arrived at the opposite side of the arena, at the U-shaped opening of the beastman gathering. Several animal skins were laid upon the ground. The chieftain, seated closest to the arena, rose with a hearty laugh upon seeing Wu Mengmeng. Female, you've arrived. Come, take a seat. It was my son, Little Black, who thoughtfully reminded me to express my gratitude for your generous provision of precious food from the ruins cave. These are all the game he captured from the ice forest not long ago. Do take a look and see if you like them. Faced with such warm hospitality from the chieftain, Wu Mengmeng felt both flattered and surprised. She managed a couple of polite smiles and replied, Thank you, chieftain, for your gracious invitation. I have yet to express my gratitude for your kindness in taking us in. I truly appreciate these offerings. Though she spoke those words, her gaze had already drifted towards the small hill of food before her. Among the most conspicuous were several arm-thick speckled snakes, a rabbit, and a few hedgehogs the size of her head, alongside several other creatures of which she could not discern the species. Wu Mengmeng could not help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Had she not been aware of the immense value of food to the orcs in such frigid lands, she might have thought the chieftain's gesture was mere jest. Suppressing her disdain for the blackbird's predatory gaze upon the prey, she suddenly noticed among the heap of game two unfamiliar fruits, which brought a semblance of balance to her heart. During their time in the rocky cave, the blackbird had devoured a considerable amount of her meat, and these two live fruits could barely compensate for that loss. Initially sulking behind the food and showing no interest in the arena, the blackbird was on the verge of drifting into slumber when Wu Mengmeng's voice jolted it awake. And with a flap of its wings, it swooped forward eagerly. Wu Mengmeng felt a sudden darkness enveloping her vision. As she raised her head, she caught sight of a blackbird hurtling towards her. The force of its approach was overwhelming, and just as she prepared to evade it, a hand reached out beside her, effectively intercepting the blackbird. The unfortunate creature, before it could even make contact with Wu Mengmeng, was swiftly seized by Jihan, who showed no regard for the chieftain's dignity as he flung it away with ease. Wu Mengmeng discreetly glanced at the chief, relieved to see that he was not angered by Jihan's actions. The chief's mature visage remained adorned with a smile, which made Wu Mengmeng feel a twinge of unease in her heart. Do not just stand there. Please, have a seat. The chief invited Wu Mengmeng to sit down, seemingly unfazed by the flung blackbird, and instead appeared quite pleased. As the chief's son, he harbored no concerns regarding Little Black's quest for a mate. However, it was evident that Little Black had a strong affection for this female. Thus, why not allow them to cultivate their feelings early on? This would enable him to embrace his grandchildren sooner. In the frigid expanse of the extreme cold, a male with offspring was undoubtedly a source of pride. Not to mention the added significance of grandchildren, which served as an indirect testament to the male's prowess. Wu Mengmeng remained oblivious to the chief's intentions, silently feeling a pang of sympathy for the blackbird for 3 seconds, mistakenly believing that the blackbird was not his biological offspring. Unaware that the chief had even meticulously considered his daughter-in-law, the chief had arranged for her to sit right beside him. To his left was the chief himself, and to her right lay a bounty of food, the second-best vantage point for observing the arena after the chief. As soon as she settled into her seat, Wu Mengmeng sensed a chill in the air. Turning around, she discovered that the other females seated behind the chief were casting envious glances in her direction. Among the throng of females sat Cat Girl and Cat Xiaomi, who had come from the rocky caves, and Wu Mengmeng's keen eyes spotted an unfamiliar male beside Cat Girl. Wu Mengmeng cast a flirtatious smile at Miao, pondering upon the intriguing circumstances that warranted further gossip upon her return. In the tribe, females hold a status only second to the chief, thus they are entitled to sit upon animal skins and observe the proceedings, whereas males stand alongside the arena, effectively becoming living barriers. Other females are surrounded by several males, and Wu Mengmeng felt that having just one man beside her was rather awkward, prompting her to invite Jihan to sit with her. This action immediately drew the envious gazes of the nearby males, who looked upon Jihan with admiration. Wu Mengmeng, oblivious to her surroundings, was drawn by the jubilant cheers emanating from the arena. Her curiosity piqued, she glanced over to witness a male figure. His upper body bare and clad only in a skirt fashioned from animal hide, standing triumphantly atop the platform. A distinctive stripe marked his forehead, signifying his identity as a beastman. Lying on the ground was another male, defeated by this victor, as a figure resembling a referee declared the male's victory. He surveyed the crowd with fervor before eagerly seeking a mate among the onlookers. Upon hearing her name called, a female rose, though her companions glowered at the male on the stage. Nevertheless, she accepted his advances. The male, elated, approached her, and thus, a pair was formed. Wu Mengmeng gazed at the orcs, instantly feeling as though she were amidst a grand matchmaking event. Kaya. It is indeed Kong Kaya who has arrived. Kong Kaya truly embodies the beauty of the Peacock clan. She is exquisite. How I wish to be her companion. But what a foolish dream that is. With your meager abilities, does Kong Kaya even have the slightest interest in you? Suddenly, a cacophony erupted at the entrance of the hall, capturing the attention of even the males surrounding the arena. In that moment, everyone shifted their focus towards the commotion at the doorway, leaving the orcs unoccupied and neglecting their duels in the arena. Wu Mengmeng also curiously gazed over. This Kong Kaya seemed to possess quite a considerable popularity. However, Jihan did not glance in that direction, noticing that Wu Mengmeng had not eaten anything since her arrival, which was unusual as she typically indulged in breakfast immediately upon waking. He rose and placed 2 fruits before her. As the discussions among the multitude of beasts grew increasingly animated, Wu Mengmeng finally caught sight of Kong Kaya. There stood a voluptuous female, adorned with long, dark green hair, being surrounded and adored by the males like a celestial being. Wu Mengmeng seemed to envision a captivating aura surrounding the woman before her, as if she were adorned with a mesmerizing lotus bloom effect, with colorful petals cascading gracefully from above. In her heart, she marveled, at last, I have encountered a woman of genuine allure, with delicate and defined features, although she fell slightly short of Wu Mengmeng's ideal of a stunning beauty. In comparison to the robust and overly masculine female she had previously encountered, Kong Kaya could indeed be described as beautiful. Kong Kaya approached the chieftain with an air of haughtiness, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Mengmeng, who had been staring at her intently. Noticing that Wu Mengmeng was accompanied by only one partner, and glancing back at the group of males that surrounded her, any lingering sense of imbalance within her dissipated, and she gracefully took a seat. Sensing the peculiar nature of Kong Kaya's gaze, Wu Mengmeng touched her nose and withdrew her unabashed scrutiny, feigning an intense focus on the arena. During her idle moments, she couldn't resist teasing Jihan. Look, a beauty. What else with your fixation on the males? One might misconstrue it as a peculiar preference of yours. Chapter 56. You are more attractive. Jihan averted his gaze and turned his attention to Wu Mengmeng. He was perplexed by her reference to a peculiar preference, yet he sensed that if he continued to observe the males, Wu Mengmeng would conjure up thoughts he could not comprehend. He did, however, understand the preceding remark. You are more attractive. Mengmeng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment once more as she reached out and playfully tapped Jihan's shoulder. What an undeniable truth, she exclaimed, following her words. She suddenly turned her gaze elsewhere. Goodness, this cat possesses an extraordinary charm. Could it be that it has been secretly learning the art of seduction in the modern era? As a battle-hardened individual of the 21st century, she nearly succumbed to Jihan's allure. Observing Mengmeng's reaction, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Jihan's eyes. It seemed that Mengmeng was blushing once again. Wu Mengmeng naturally did not notice Jihan's expression. Soon, 2 males ascended the arena, and after several rounds of competition, a number of victorious males emerged. To her surprise, the majority of them had chosen Kong Kaya. Yet all were mere one-pattern beastmen, who were subsequently rejected by her. Among them, there was even one who specifically requested the feline girl as a companion. However, the feline girl did not refuse outright. She merely stated that she would consider it after the cubs were born. Wu Mengmeng initially harbored concerns that Miao might remain unmarried for life due to the paparazzi. However, observing Miao's popularity within the bird tribe and her willingness to engage with others, a heavy burden lifted from her heart. After all, she bore some responsibility for the paparazzi incident, and a lingering sense of guilt towards Miao persisted. As she pondered, another male ascended the arena. The moment he stepped up, Wu Mengmeng sensed a wave of excitement among the females behind her. Several even rose to watch, while the males surrounding the arena appeared equally enthralled, as if invigorated by an unseen force. It was a palpable surge of masculine fervor. Upon closer inspection, Wu Mengmeng was surprised to recognize this male, Abu, the one who always accompanied the chieftain. The surrounding males erupted in cheers, many eager to participate, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Though a significant number hesitated, the enthusiasm surrounding Abu suggested he was indeed formidable. Wu Mengmeng mused quietly, suddenly recalling Jihan. Like Abu, he was a two-pattern beastman. Should he compete, he might garner a throng of admirers. Fortuitously, she had stumbled upon a treasure. Encountering a cat had proven to be a stroke of luck. In less than a month, he had advanced from a one-pattern beastman to a two-pattern, having faced ferocious beasts and even triumphed over rogue beastmen. It seemed the goddess of fortune smiled upon her. Nearby, the keen-eared chieftain caught Wu Mengmeng's remarks and laughed heartily. Abu is indeed a warrior of our bird tribe, a beastman of my Blackhawk clan, and the most formidable male among the eagle tribe. At 22, he possesses significant potential for advancement to a three-pattern beastman. As he spoke, the chieftain cast an enigmatic glance at Wu Mengmeng and added, Abu has yet to find a beloved female and has never participated in arena contests. It remains to be seen if he has developed an affection for any female today. Wu Mengmeng suddenly realized that she had completely missed the essence of the chief's words. It turned out that only when males had a favored female would they take the stage to compete. No wonder. Who wouldn't desire to shine in the presence of someone they admired? In this frigid land, apart from food, showcasing one's strength to impress a female might be the most practical form of confession. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Mengmeng had already delved deep into the quintessence of survival principles in this harsh environment. Noticing Wu Mengmeng's keen interest in Abu on the arena, Jihan felt a pang of jealousy. He picked up a fruit, wiped it clean with animal skin, and offered it to Wu Mengmeng. He recalled that food could divert her attention. Sure enough, Wu Mengmeng, feeling hungry, momentarily shifted her focus away from Abu. She even used Jihan's claw to split the fruit in half, handing one portion to him. At some point, the black bird had also settled beside Wu Mengmeng. Its drooping wings sprawled on the ground. Upon seeing Wu Mengmeng share the fruit with Jihan, it squawked in jealousy. That was the live fruit it had found for her. Although the black bird had only recently hatched, comparable to the intellect of a young child, its instinctive possessiveness was strong. Wu Mengmeng was the first female it had encountered after breaking free from its shell, naturally leading it to believe she belonged to it. Much like a child feeling unsettled when their mother suddenly shows kindness to another child, the black bird felt the same way. Jihan cast a glance at the black bird, which wore an expression of discontent, yet it remained silent. Observing the bird's disgruntled demeanor, Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but chuckle. Just earlier, the black bird had a penchant for opposing Jihan, but now it seemed to have become increasingly timid. Wu Mengmeng divided the fruit in her hand once more, offering half to the black bird, and, with a coaxing gesture, pointed towards the pile of food, saying, "You are still growing. You need to eat more meat. Look. Those striped snakes are highly nutritious. Go and feast." She recalled that Little Black was an eagle, and eagles seem to be natural enemies of snakes, surely. With the nature of beastmen, Little Black must relish eating snakes, or else how could one explain the abundance of snakes compared to other prey? She also remembered the first time she met Abu, who was holding a python. Truly, they were of the same kin. In just a few minutes, Wu Mengmeng's attention returned to the arena, where Abu had already vanquished several males, one of whom was a two-striped beastman, albeit appearing younger than Abu. Were there any challengers left? Abu stood atop the platform, scanning the surrounding males, yet not a single one dared to step forward and challenge him. Whispers of discontent wafted from the crowd below. What was a two-striped beastman doing here? Isn't it rather difficult for a two-striped beastman to find a mate? Indeed, if even that recent two-striped beastman had been defeated, how could our group of one-striped beastmen possibly stand a chance against him? He must be afraid that the female he fancies would reject him. Could it be Konkayo? After all, she already had two-striped beastman partners, yet Abu appeared far superior. Surely, Konkayo would not turn him down. But then again, what if Konkayo did not take a liking to him? The final speaker's voice trailed off, clearly tinged with jealousy towards Abu's prowess. Konkayo, seated to the left of the chieftain, naturally overheard these murmurs. A proud and radiant smile adorned her face, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked toward Abu. She was the most beautiful female in the tribe, and despite already having 6 partners, 2 of whom were two-striped beastmen, none matched Abu's exceptional abilities. She had long desired another partner, but none of the other males in the tribe possessed hunting skills as formidable as Abu's. Hearing the whispers now only heightened her sense of pride. "I declare that the victor of this round is Abu," the referee beastman proclaimed with vigor. Konkaya lifted her chin, ready to assert her position, intending to make it clear that she, Konkaya, was not one to accept a male lightly. Even before considering Abu's chin glistened with sweat, exuding a robust masculinity. In modern terms, he would be akin to a campus heartthrob. He surveyed the females present, his confident gaze gradually settling on Konkaya. With a proud smile, she opened her mouth, prepared to receive his words. Unexpectedly, Abu's gaze shifted, directing itself toward the female standing beside her. "Wu Mengmeng, I like you. Please be my partner." As a distinguished two-striped beastman of the bird tribe, Abu was a highly coveted figure among females. Thus, when he confessed his affection to an unfamiliar female, the crowd was taken aback in disbelief. "Wu Mengmeng? Did I hear that correctly? Abu had such a splendid opportunity and yet chose not to propose to Konkaya? I too had thought that Abu favored Konkaya." Who is this Wu Mengmeng? I have never heard of this female in the bird tribe. Are you all unaware? This female escaped from the rock cave yesterday. It is said that the cub the chieftain recently retrieved was saved by her. Today's feast was arranged by the chieftain in her honor. Such an exceptional choice for a mate. Surely, this female would accept. Males whispered among themselves, convinced that Abu's proposal would be welcomed. Their gazes filled with both envy and confusion. They admired that when they followed Abu's gaze, they found that Wu Mengmeng appeared even more beautiful than Kong Kaier. And she stood beside only one male. However, this female seemed rather frail. Kong Kaier was already among the slender females of the tribe, yet Wu Mengmeng appeared even more delicate. If her physique was so fragile, what if any offspring she bore were similarly weak? The males whom Abu had defeated watched him with expressions of schadenfreude. Wu Mengmeng was nibbling on a fruit when she suddenly heard Abu's words, nearly choking in the process. Coughing violently, she covered her neck as Jihan cast a cold glance at Abu on the stage. He quickly reached out, carefully patting her back to help her breathe easier. What's wrong? Are you all right? His tone was filled with concern, yet it sent a shiver down Wu Mengmeng's spine. Once her coughing subsided, she pulled Jihan's hand away, shaking her head dismissively, assuring him she was fine, just a little choked. Had she imagined it? Had Abu just declared his feelings for her in front of so many beastmen? It couldn't possibly be true. Last time, when Abu had used a snake to confess, she had dismissed it as a prank. After all, which sane woman would find pleasure in a token fashioned from a dead snake? Furthermore, having just overheard a multitude of beastmen discussing Abu and Kong Kaier, the thought had never crossed her mind. Just as she prepared to act oblivious and fade into the background, Abu spoke again. Wu Mengmeng, please be my partner. Was it even possible to enjoy the banquet with such interruptions? Thank you for your affection, but I'm not looking for a partner right now, she thought. Believing a straightforward refusal was best. However, as she spoke, she noticed the peculiar gaze of the surrounding beastmen upon her. It dawned on her that in this realm, beastmen practiced polyandry. Her response might lead them to think she was unhinged. She quickly corrected herself. What I meant to say is, I recently acquired a new partner and wish to wait until we have offspring before seeking another. With this clarification, the gazes of the beastmen transformed into envy, directed towards Jihan. How remarkable it was that this female was so devoted to her partner, considering she only had one. In this community, it was common for females to maintain several partners simultaneously, and for males, having children was no simple feat. The fact that she was willing to wait until her partner had offspring before pursuing another was seen as a divine blessing by the males. Initially, Jihan had been amicable upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's earlier statement, but her subsequent words darkened his expression. So, after he has offspring, you'll seek out another partner? Though he understood the improbability of a female having just one partner, the thought still left him extremely dissatisfied. He resolved to enhance his strength, envisioning a time when he could assert his dominance and win her affection. Meanwhile, Abu's expression soured. He had not anticipated that Wu Mengmeng would perceive his prowess and still reject him. The other males, envious of Jihan, hardly felt sympathy for Abu's plight. Simultaneously, Kong Kaier, standing nearby, wore a similarly displeased expression. When Abu first spoke, her smile had frozen, and upon his second proposal, she realized that he was not asking her to be his partner. As Abu descended from the stage to approach Wu Mengmeng, Kong Kaier's face darkened. She was determined to see what this female was capable of. Why? I have no intention of competing. I still have time. You can bear my offspring second if you wish, Abu lamented, his expression one of discontent at being rejected. This isn't right, Wu Mengmeng diplomatically declined. No. Jihan and Wu Mengmeng spoke in unison, with Jihan's tone far more resolute. Observing Jihan's impassive visage, Wu Mengmeng sensed his simmering frustration. Why not? You are a male. Why should you make decisions for her? Abu pressed, his anger barely contained. Wu Mengmeng, don't you care for me at all? Indeed, she thought. Perhaps her words were too blunt, risking his feelings. Cough. What I mean is, I currently have no desire to favor any other male. He is the only one I care for, she clarified, gesturing towards Jihan and gently patting his arm to calm him. Kong Kaier, taken aback by Abu's repeated refusals, felt her pride preventing her from lowering herself to engage with him. The recent arrival of this female had eclipsed her, breeding discontent within her. Chief, there has never been a tradition of males seeking partners among outside females in the arena. Kong Kaier approached Wu Mengmeng, her disapproval evident. Wu Mengmeng gently touched her nose, remaining silent as she continued to listen. Kong Kaier bore a striking resemblance to Cat Xiaomi. Moreover, this female had a partner. Should she bond with Abu, wouldn't her companion also have to remain here? Our bird tribe does not permit just any beast to stay. Kong Kaier cast a disdainful glance at Wu Mengmeng and Jihan, while other males were eager to showcase their prowess to the females. Jihan made no effort to reveal the beast markings on his forehead, leading Kong Kaier to believe he was merely an ordinary beastman. Especially given that he hailed from such a rudimentary place as the stone cave. Kong Kaier typically did not socialize much with other females. Thus she had not heard about the events that transpired yesterday. All she knew was that she was the most beloved female in the bird tribe. Did a newcomer dare to challenge her prominence? Chief, Kaier raises a valid point. If we allow him to stay, and he fails to survive, wouldn't he that place the blame on us? Some males, unaware of the full context, blindly echoed Kong Kaier's sentiments. Upon hearing this, Wu Mengmeng realized that there were quite a few orcs supporting her, indicating that Kong Kaio had garnered even greater popularity than the former Miao Miao. The chief chuckled heartily, poised to clarify the situation, when suddenly a female approached Kong Kaio. Chapter 58. A swift retort. Wu Mengmeng is not even one of the females from our Chaos Cave. She was rescued by Jihan, and ever since her arrival, the males in the cave have been perishing one after another, some without even reaching the age of 25. At some point, Miao Miao had appeared beside Kong Kaio, confidently asserting her position and gazing firmly at Wu Mengmeng. Humph. Let us see how she navigates this. Is it merely luck that allowed her to save the chief's offspring? As long as everyone believes that Wu Mengmeng's origins are dubious and perilous, she cannot fathom why any male would choose her as a mate. With so many formidable males here, she could easily select a few to be her partners. While Wu Mengmeng has only Jihan, one male is certainly no match for a multitude. Miao Miao still assumed she was as popular as she was in Chaos Cave, casually beckoning and attracting a multitude of males eager to compete for her affection. Upon encountering the cat named Xiaomi, Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, only to burst into laughter soon after. Xiaomi, it appears you possess not only a thick skin but also a remarkable talent for distorting facts and hurling accusations. It was you who led to the demise of the paparazzo, and yet you dare to bring this up? Uncertain of what was being said, Xiaomi retorted. If it weren't for you, the ruins of chaos would not be facing such calamities today, Chief. She is clearly plotting something. Xiaomi, sensing a hint of panic in Wu Mengmeng's demeanor, understood that Wu Mengmeng was quite articulate and feared she might not be able to hold her ground. Observing that Wu Mengmeng did not immediately counter her words, Xiaomi mistakenly believed her adversary was intimidated and thus grew increasingly bold in her claims. However, before she could complete her statement, a crisp and haughty voice interrupted her. What are you doing here, interjecting in my conversation? Did I grant you permission to speak? Kong Kaio glared dismissively at Xiaomi, her tone laced with scorn. As a female of the exquisite peacock lineage, Kong Kaio had been pampered by beast folk since childhood, treated like a little princess by both males and females alike. Xiaomi had hoped that Kong Kaio would come to her defense, but upon lifting her gaze, she found only disdain reflected in Kong Kaio's expression, leaving her momentarily stunned. I'm trying to help you. You do not want her to remain in the bird tribe, do you? She truly cannot stay, for she will bring misfortune upon us. Xiaomi's countenance darkened as she realized that her words elicited no reaction from Kong Kaio, who remained unmoved, her expression unchanged. Feeling deeply insulted, Xiaomi impulsively concocted an excuse. After speaking, Xiaomi seemed to find her footing, casting a glance at Kong Kaio to gauge her response. To her surprise, Kong Kaio reacted quite differently than anticipated. Are you out of your mind? What calamity are you going on about? I do not know you, so what does it matter to me? This is a matter between you and her. As an outsider, do you really think you can curry favor with me? Kong Kaio suddenly wore an expression of realization, followed by a derisive snort. Who do you think you are, you lowly female? I have no desire to converse with you. Move aside and do not stand next to me. Her voice rang loudly, utterly unconcerned about the embarrassment she was inflicting on Xiaomi. Nor did she fear that her aggressive words might tarnish her own image. It was evident that everyone had grown accustomed to such exchanges. A few females seated behind Kong Kaio even joined in the mockery of Xiaomi. Kaio, I believe she is deliberately trying to attract your attention and ingratiate herself with you. Indeed, look at her, so burly that she nearly resembles a male, and so unattractive that she pales in comparison to your beauty, Kaio. Xiaomi had hoped to receive adoration from the beasts, just as she had in the ruins of chaos, believing that despite her flight to safety, she would not be subjected to such disdain from the other females. At that moment, Xiaomi's face shifted from green to purple, resembling a chameleon in her turmoil. Wu Mengmeng had not anticipated that the pointed gaze directed at her would abruptly shift. Puzzled, she absent-mindedly touched her nose. And suddenly a realization dawned upon her. This Kong Kaio seemed to possess a certain uniqueness that set her apart from Mouse Xiaomi. Upon closer inspection, she found her rather endearing. What are you staring at? You foreign females are all the same, Kong Kaio retorted, sensing Wu Mengmeng's scrutiny. Surely, she must have been hallucinating. At that moment, the chieftain emerged to mediate for Wu Mengmeng, coincidentally as the arena temporarily halted. He officially announced his decision from the previous day to the orcs of the Fania tribe. With a smile, he explained to Kong Kaio, this male is no ordinary male. He is a two-patterned orc, isn't that right, female? Huh? Wu Mengmeng realized that the male referred to by the chieftain was Jihan. Nodding, she affirmed, yes, Jihan is certainly not an ordinary male. He is quite formidable. The chieftain truly was a good fellow, not missing the opportunity to speak favorably on her behalf. Unbeknownst to anyone, when no orc was watching, the chieftain's gaze took on a distinctly different quality. I can't believe it. How could there possibly be a two-patterned orc in the stone cave? It must be a deception. Kong Kaio scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Jihan, only to abruptly fall silent. Mengmeng was gazing at Jihan when she noticed two striking golden lines suddenly appear on his forehead. Xiaomi remarked. The speed of a slap to the face is remarkable. Sensing the growing animosity in Xiaomi's gaze, Mengmeng felt an ominous sensation and tugged at Jihan's hand, whispering, I believe we should maintain a low profile. Attracting hatred like this is unwise. Characters in novels like this often meet an early demise. Jihan firmly grasped Mengmeng's hand, his tone resolute, as long as I am here. I shall not allow any other beastmen to harm you. Then can you defeat the chieftain? Mengmeng touched her nose. Her other hand still firmly held by Jihan, showing no desire to withdraw it. Jihan paused, his expression impassive as he tightened his grip slightly, as if fearing she might be taken away by another male. I will eventually defeat the chieftain. What if there are beastmen even more formidable than the chieftain? Mengmeng provocatively continued, lowering her voice. Thus, we should indeed be more discreet. Look at you, attracting swarms. What if this brings us calamity? Jihan fell silent, his gaze deepening as he seemed to seriously contemplate Mengmeng's words, ultimately nodding in agreement. That is indeed the right approach. Mengmeng smiled contentedly, wishing to reach out and pat Jihan's head, only to find that her height made this gesture somewhat challenging, prompting a pout. I long to explore the contrast of our personalities. Just as she finished speaking, a figure suddenly stepped forward beside Xiaomi. Pushing in front of the chieftain, her sharp voice piercing the air, making one wonder if she had suffered some sort of shock. Chieftain, I have a secret regarding Mengmeng. You must not take her in. She will truly bring disaster to the tribe. Xiaomi's face flushed red, both from having been angered by Xiaomi and from the fervor of her action. Mengmeng's expression stiffened, nearly forgetting this detail. It seemed that maintaining a low profile was not the most effective strategy. Did she still have time to regret her actions? Mind your words. Jihan, unfamiliar with the notion of cherishing the delicate, cast a cold glance at Xiaomi, a look far more lethal than a chilling blade. He wished to hear no words that would harm Mengmeng. Xiaomi shivered inexplicably, yet realizing there were so many beastmen present, she mustered her courage. Do not think that just because you are a two-striped beastman, you can shield Mengmeng. She understood that speaking to Jihan was futile. Her priority was to sow doubt in the chieftain's mind regarding Mengmeng. Chieftain, this Mengmeng is not even one of our 1SHK females. She was merely brought back by Jihan not long ago. And since her arrival, many males in 1SHK have died for no reason, and we have suffered many calamities. Xiaomi spoke hastily, leaving no opportunity for Mengmeng to interject. Calamities? The chieftain displayed a puzzled expression, his gaze flitting between Mengmeng and Xiaomi, appearing somewhat convinced by her words. Observing this, Xiaomi seized the moment to press her advantage. Yes, it is the calamities brought by Mengmeng. The ferocious beasts that originally resided deep within the ice forest have inexplicably attacked 1SHK, and she has attracted wandering beastmen. My partner, 5 partners. Even the unborn cubs in my belly were killed by the wandering beastmen she lured here. Xiaomi's eyes reddened, glaring at Mengmeng as if she were the very source of all misfortunes. Once she finished speaking, the females behind the chieftain gasped in terror, evidently believing her claims. Heavens! Wandering beastmen! How terrifying it is to think that this female has colluded with them. Then does this mean this female is of uncertain origins? What if she brings these calamities to our flying bird tribe? Indeed, chieftain, are you truly considering taking her in? The chieftain fell into contemplation, his gaze complex as he regarded Mengmeng, seemingly pondering the veracity of Xiaomi's words. The moment Xiaomi stood up, Mengmeng had known she would not easily let go of her. Hearing her speak in such a manner hardly surprised her. She calmly regarded Xiaomi. Your claims are baseless. What evidence do you possess? I could just as easily assert that these calamities are of your making. In truth, she felt a lack of confidence. What if the beastmen here were as blindly trusting as those from 1SHK? As soon as she finished speaking, a large hand encircled her waist, bringing her soft body against him, bestowing upon her a sense of security. Looking up, she met Jihan's silver eyes, which silently watched her, as if to say, do as you wish, should anything arise, I will be here. In that instant, Mengmeng felt a whirlwind of emotions. Those eyes shone like countless stars, assuring her that no matter what transpired, he would always be there, never to depart. He clumsily proved his devotion through his actions, vowing to remain by her side. Evidence? Xiaomi faltered for a moment but quickly regained her composure, sneering at Mengmeng before turning to the chieftain. She was eager to tarnish Mengmeng's name and drive her away. All the beastmen of 1SHK can attest. Before Mengmeng's arrival, nothing of this nature ever occurred, yet since she came, countless have perished, and now, with the great cold tide, we have fled to the flying bird tribe, only to find our old healer missing on the way. Xiaomi provocatively glared at Mengmeng, and before she could finish, the beastmen of 1SHK were swayed by her words, echoing their agreement. Xiaomi is right, these troubles did arise after Mengmeng's arrival. I wondered why things have been so unsettled lately. It was all because of Mengmeng. What offense did we 1SHK commit against you to warrant such malice? A group of 1SHK's beastmen, awakened by Xiaomi's words, angrily accused Mengmeng from the sidelines. Do you even realize what you are saying? Mengmeng is merely a female. How could she possibly possess such power? How could she control where wandering beastmen go? This is simply an unfortunate coincidence. Moni, unable to bear it any longer, bit her lip, and stood to defend Mengmeng, given her belly's noticeable roundness. She held it as she spoke, appearing somewhat unsteady due to her anger. Wu Mengmeng cast a worried glance at Cat Nudge, shaking her head gently to signal her not to intervene on her behalf at this moment. Now that Cat Nudge had offspring, any excuse for others to harm her would plunge Wu Mengmeng into deep remorse. Fortunately, there was a male by Cat Nudge's side, carefully supporting her. It was then that Wu Mengmeng noticed that the once plump Cat Nudge had now slimmed down to a normal female figure, her once ample form now appearing gaunt and sickly, exuding an air of pitiable fragility. Suddenly, Wu Mengmeng experienced a moment of inspiration, delighting in a playful wink at Cat Nai before turning her gaze away. Just as everyone assumed she was concocting a rebuttal against Cat Xiaomi, she unexpectedly bowed her head, concealing her face with her hands. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and through her fingers came a sporadic, muffled lament. You are being excessively cruel, falsely accusing me. I am terrified even at the sight of blood from my prey. How could I possibly engage in such acts? The gathered beasts were taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Cat Xiaomi, momentarily stunned, initially thought that Wu Mengmeng had genuinely been frightened. However, upon reflection, something felt amiss. Wu Mengmeng was not typically characterized by such timidity, often exhibiting a fierce demeanor in their exchanges. Before she could fully comprehend this anomaly, Wu Mengmeng abruptly lifted her head. I understand now. It must be because Jihan is unwilling to be your partner, is it not? Wu Mengmeng's voice trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if on the verge of spilling over. Suddenly struck by a thought, she gazed at Miao Miao with a look of terror. You harbor feelings for Jihan and seek to be his partner, yet Jihan favors me and has no desire to be with you. Thus, you intend to ensnare me. If I perish, you will no longer compete with me for Jihan, am I correct? What are you saying? Miao Miao's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly taken aback by Wu Mengmeng's sudden accusations. Yet, the words spoken by Wu Mengmeng resonated with unsettling truth. A wave of panic surged within Miao Miao, her gaze turning fierce as she confronted Wu Mengmeng. Do not utter such nonsense. Everyone, do not fall for her fabrications. Wu Mengmeng gazed at Miao Miao with palpable fear, as though she had genuinely suffered torment because of her. Her expression was one of anguish as she looked at Miao Miao and shook her head in despair. Miao Miao, I never intended to compete with you for Jihan. His affections are his own. How can one force matters of the heart? You have truly misunderstood me. I bear you no ill will, so please cease your unfounded accusations, all right? Chapter 60. Mengmeng's offering you. Miao Miao was left speechless, staring at Wu Mengmeng. Her words caught in her throat, unsure of how to retort. She never anticipated that Wu Mengmeng would suddenly turn the tables on her. So that's how it is. If this female hadn't spoken up, we would have wronged her further. I was saying, how could a female possibly have any connection to a stray beastman? She would be avoiding them at all costs. To be involved with a stray beastman would be tantamount to courting danger. How pitiable it is to realize that this female has been bullied all along. In an instant, some beastmen expressed sympathy for Wu Mengmeng's plight, while others reproached Miao Miao for her actions. That is not true. Don't be deceived by her. She wishes to bring us harm. Miao Miao protested, unable to defend herself. With Wu Mengmeng's recent declaration, the crowd became even more skeptical of Miao Miao's claims. I say, have you lost your senses? Just give it up. She has done nothing to provoke you. This is utterly excessive. Indeed, such a female is truly despicable. It's no wonder that male doesn't wish to be her mate. Compassion for the vulnerable is not merely a human instinct. Beastmen share it as well. Many females from the bird tribe cast sympathetic glances toward Wu Mengmeng, as they, too, understood the feelings of a female whose partner was being sought after, while being unjustly slandered. Ahem, since this is merely a misunderstanding, let us not linger on it any further. This female, I notice you do not appear well. You should return to rest. In the future, you need not attend such gatherings, the chief gently interjected, silencing the ongoing discussions. His subsequent words were clearly directed at Miao Miao. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao's face turned ashen, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at the chief. Why? Why should Wu Mengmeng be allowed to attend while I cannot? I am also a female. Is this how the bird tribe treats its females? She stood there, her face a storm of anger, her forehead hot with rage, speaking without decorum. Had it not been for her partner supporting her from behind, her legs might have buckled under her indignation. The chief, initially amiable, suddenly darkened his expression upon hearing Miao Miao's words, raising his hand in annoyance. Two males, both marked with a single stripe, approached Miao Miao, appearing ready to escort her home. You. If I must return, then so be it. I have no need for your pity. Miao Miao, feeling slightly intimidated by the chief's gaze, turned and left with her partner. The two single-striped beastmen followed closely behind, and the onlookers could sense that the chief was genuinely angered this time. His command had effectively sealed Miao Miao's fate within the bird tribe, and the gazes directed at her retreating figure held both pity and schadenfreude. King Nanyan had been observing Wu Mengmeng from a distance. He sensed that Wu Mengmeng harbored special feelings for Jihan, seeming reluctant to engage with other males, especially after Abu's failed courtship attempt, which only reinforced his suspicions. He resolved to discreetly study her habits and preferences, hoping to endear himself to her and avoid a blind courtship like Abu's, which had only driven her away, for reasons unknown, when he looked into Wu Mengmeng's eyes. Hearing her claim she simply did not wish to seek a partner for the time being, he felt she was being dismissive. as if she genuinely did not wish to pursue another partner. That cannot be. How could one possess only a single partner? King Nanyan shook his head. Such a unique female. Even if she were unwilling, he could not permit it. With a spark of determination in his eyes, he approached the chief. Nanyan, why have you only just arrived? This is your first banquet since joining the bird tribe. How is it? Have you found a female to your liking? Would you like to compete in the arena? Upon seeing King Nanyan approach, the chief's demeanor softened, adopting a more elder-like warmth. Wu Mengmeng listened in confusion. Was Qing Nanyu not from the bird tribe? She seemed quite familiar with the chieftain. However, this was not the focus of her thoughts. Since she had already captured everyone's attention, she decided to seize the moment. Chieftain, as a token of my gratitude for your hospitality, I have something I wish to present to you. She stepped forward, her voice composed and respectful. Due to the recent events, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, attentively listening. Oh, what is it? The chieftain maintained his warm smile as he gazed at Wu Mengmeng. Having held the position of chieftain for a long time, he was accustomed to the reverence and admiration of others. The distinction between Wu Mengmeng's tone of respect and that of Mao Xiaomi was stark, leading to a different reaction from him. Sensing the curious gazes of the orcs surrounding her, Wu Mengmeng pondered carefully. She could not afford to fall into the same trap as she did in the stone cave, where she had been wrongfully accused by those with ulterior motives. To be candid, a portion of what Mao Xiaomi had said was indeed true. I am not a female from the stone cave. I hail from a very remote tribe and found myself here inexplicably, rescued by Jihan, yet I have been unable to find my way back. Wu Mengmeng discreetly raised her gaze to observe the reactions of those around her. Noting their rapt attention and the sympathetic glances directed her way, she felt encouraged to continue. Perhaps it was due to the remoteness of the region I once called home, she thought, as she slightly lowered her head to enhance her pitiable demeanor before revealing the crux of the matter. In our land, the orcs employ a unique method of heating that not only provides warmth but also enhances the flavor of their prey. Upon hearing the mention of warmth, the eyes of the assembled orcs gleamed with interest. Heaven knows how crucial warmth is for orcs inhabiting frigid territories. Although their tough hides and resilient physiques generally prevent them from succumbing to the cold, much like humans can survive several days without food, who would willingly choose to forego sustenance? What is this thing you speak of that can provide warmth? Where can it be found? What is it? The chieftain, visibly excited, pressed for details as he noticed Wu Mengmeng had yet to produce the object in question. The vast expanse of the frigid land is seldom traversed by orcs who are reluctant to leave their homes, so their understanding of the outside world is not particularly nuanced. Listening to Wu Mengmeng's words, they harbored no suspicions. Qing Nanyu regarded Wu Mengmeng with curiosity, impressed by the surprises this female had presented. However, Jihan observed the surrounding orcs with a cautious eye, the memory of the near expulsion of Wu Mengmeng from the rock cave still vivid in his mind. The rock cave had been manageable, but this was the bird tribe, and any unforeseen incident could prove perilous. Wu Mengmeng gently patted Jihan's arm, casting a warm smile in his direction. Jihan felt a sense of inexplicable ease wash over him. He was aware that Mengmeng was unlike other females. What I refer to as fire, which exists in abundance. Beyond its utility for warmth, it harbors dangers. What dangers, you ask? When a fire is kindled within a dwelling, it can indeed warm the entire space. However, should a beastman encounter flames, their skin may suffer burns. Many beastmen were injured in the rock cave incident. Wu Mengmeng candidly explained. Her plan was to first enlighten them about the perils and benefits of fire, allowing them to make an informed decision regarding its use. After the incident in the rock cave, she had resolved to instigate change in this place, and now, disseminating the knowledge of fire represented the most significant transformation for this frigid land. Chapter 61. I disdain to speak with you. As the words left her lips, an abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings. Wu Mengmeng felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, spreading the flame in this frigid land was not as effortless as she had hoped. The orcs were so obstinate that they refused to even entertain the thought, perceiving fire only as a harbinger of calamity. Before she could fully indulge in her despondency, a crisp and haughty voice suddenly rang out beside her. I thought you were speaking of some grand peril. Is this all it amounts to? If it burns upon contact, then simply avoid it. Look at you, cowering in fear. Your timidity is truly remarkable. Kong Kaya rolled her eyes, disdainfully mocking her while not hesitating to belittle Wu Mengmeng. Me? WMNGM felt a taut string in her mind snap with a resounding pop. What had she done to deserve this? Had the heavens sent this young lady to her as a form of punishment? Yet, perhaps this could be seen as an indirect means of assistance. It seemed that the words of King Cir had begun to take effect, as she sensed a subtle shift in the gazes of the beastmen around her. Just as WMNGM was preparing to enlighten everyone on the use of fire, she was abruptly interrupted by King Cir. Naturally, someone like you, a female, could hardly comprehend the significance of the ice crystal flower used to defend against the cold currents. Did you think it merely fell from the sky like snow? No, that is a treasure harvested by the warriors of our bird tribe, who risked their lives to gather it from the icy plains. Most beastmen who ventured there perished. So by your reasoning, the ice crystal flower would also be deemed useless? She had not previously realized that King Cir possessed such a sharp tongue. Her words were razor-edged. Nevertheless, considering that she had indirectly aided her, WMNGM chose to endure. Indeed, you are absolutely right. How could we possibly approach matters with such a superficial perspective? Kang, you are undeniably the most beautiful, perceptive, and intelligent female I have ever encountered. Wu Mengmeng displayed an exaggerated expression, her face adorned with a fawning smile, inwardly marveling. She spoke no falsehood. Kang was indeed the most beautiful female she had ever encountered thus far. Intelligent and discerning, she even thought to defend her. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at the orcs who had come from the rocky cave. Upon hearing such words, the orcs bowed their heads in shame. Too timid to meet Wu Mengmeng's gaze, Kang, with an air of arrogance, flicked her hair and cast a sidelong glance at Wu Mengmeng. Humph. Do not presume that by flattering me, you will earn my favor. It is futile. I disdain even to converse with a female of your ilk. Her voice, dripping with condescension, seemed to waft from her nostrils. So, who is it that is speaking with her now? Wu Mengmeng was struck by lightning, leaving her both charred and tender. And her smile froze momentarily. The chieftain had been thoroughly convinced and was eager to obtain such a remarkable item. Wu Mengmeng, where is the item you spoke of? His urgent tone and excited expression momentarily unsettled her. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with the chieftain. Upon closer inspection, she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was off. Faced with the eager gazes of numerous orcs, Wu Mengmeng dismissed her unease and instructed the orcs to bring some dry wood for a demonstration of friction fire. Of course, this so-called demonstration was merely a fade. She pretended to rub two sticks together, but after a few attempts, she discreetly employed her abilities to ignite the wood. If she were to truly rely on friction to create fire, it would take an eternity. A flicker of flame quickly consumed several pieces of wood, and the surrounding orcs formed a large circle to observe, with those standing closer soon expressing their astonishment. Indeed, it truly is getting warmer. This fire is hot. It can provide warmth, hotter than the blood of our prey. The orcs behind them jostled forward, eager to experience the warmth firsthand. But out of respect for the chieftain and a few females present, they refrained from overly intrusive actions, leaving a small circle unoccupied around the spot where the chieftain stood. Upon hearing the orcs' comparison, Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but twitch her lips. However, seeing that the others did not seem to reject the fire, she felt a sense of relief, suppressing her urge to voice her thoughts. Just then, unnoticed by everyone, a yet-to-transform young beast suddenly dashed into the scene, yowling, "Awu! Awu!" Wu Mengmeng merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a swift gray shadow. Before she could react, the shadow collided with the bonfire, letting out a series of anguished cries as it flailed and rolled on the ground. The cries were still quite juvenile, resonating with palpable distress. In her urgency, she focused her gaze and finally discerned the creature on the ground. It was a small gray wolf cub, though a significant portion of its once gray fur had been charred black from the fiery encounter. Could this be one of the cubs from the Wolfang family? The flames were indeed ferocious, capable of inflicting such damage in an instant. It appeared so inviting, yet it was true what the female had warned. This place was genuinely perilous. Wu Mengmeng was oblivious to the discussions among the orcs. She only knew that the little creature was crying out in agony. The fire had been ignited by her, and it was her fault that the cub was scorched. She hurried forward, gently soothing the howling wolf cub that was rolling in distress. As a stranger approached, the cub instinctively bared its fangs, but upon realizing it was a female, it gradually calmed down. The instinct of males to appease females is innate. Observing the wolf cub lying obediently on the ground, Wu Mengmeng softly caressed its singed skin, inspecting the burns, mistakenly believing that it had been subdued by her tenderness. Upon thorough examination, Wu Mengmeng discovered that the cub had merely lost its fur to the flames. The skin remained unscathed, likely extinguished by its own rolling. Perhaps it had only suffered a slight burn, which accounted for its pitiful cries. Where were the wolfeskin? How could this cub be here? The chief cast a serious glance around, inquiring. Great chief, the orc clan of wolves did not attend the feast today. This little cub likely sneaked over. Abu, having approached the chief, resumed his role as a loyal bodyguard, delivering his report with utmost diligence. Upon hearing this, the chief furrowed his brow. Chief, this cub is injured. Perhaps we should send someone to return it to its parents? Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Wu Mengmeng suggested. The chief nodded in agreement with her proposal, and Abu stepped forward to carry the wolf cub away. Observing Abu's rough handling, Wu Mengmeng reached out to voice her concerns, but Jihan suddenly stepped forward from behind, grasping her hand and pulling it back. A voice, laced with jealousy, resonated in her ear. Males are tough-skinned. Such minor injuries are trivial. Besides, it is still just a child. With a glance at the retreating figure of Abu, Wu Mengmeng resigned herself to silence. Although the wolf cub had departed, the panic it had incited lingered. What to do? While the fire provided warmth, what if it scorched my beautiful feathers? You are female, you seldom shift into beast form. Your feathers are safe from the flames. That is true. The circle of beasts around the fire noticeably expanded. Kang, still shaken by the earlier scene, paled slightly. Upon hearing the exchange, she steadied herself and, with a flick of her hair, disdainfully huffed. What a bunch of timid females, afraid of this. Truly pathetic. Chapter 62. I do not like you. The initial step taken by Wu Mengmeng to instill the concept of fire among the orcs of the Fania tribe has proven to be successful. While some orcs harbored concerns regarding the potential dangers of fire, Qing Nanyu boldly stepped forward, expressing her desire to personally experience it. Wu Mengmeng demonstrated once more instructing Qing Nanyu on how to avoid being scorched by the flames. In truth, as long as one does not come into contact with the fire, proximity poses no peril. One merely needs to exercise caution to prevent igniting oneself or the hide skirts. Listening to Wu Mengmeng's exposition, the assembled beasts observed how their hands nearly grazed the fire while both she and Qing Nanyu remained unscathed, leading them to believe and eagerly swarmed forward, vying to partake in the experience. Before long, the males ventured out in search of timber, returning to kindle numerous bonfires within the hall. The males and females gathered in a large circle to warm themselves, reveling in a delightful camaraderie. This initiative was proposed by Wu Mengmeng, aptly named, fostering closer ties between the chieftain and the beasts. Consequently, the chieftain joined Wu Mengmeng in the midst of the gathering of beastmen. As a circle of bonfires illuminated a spacious area, and the contest of strength continued unabated. At this moment, Wu Mengmeng was in high spirits, finding the previously gruesome battle quite captivating, to the extent that she failed to notice Kong Kaya casting furtive glances in her direction. As the contest on the arena concluded once more, amidst a cacophony of cheers for mates, a male approached the stage beside Kong Kaya, revealing 2 distinct stripes adorning his forehead. Was he that heir, the chief's guard, akin to Abu? What brought him to the arena? I distinctly recalled that he had recently formed a bond with Kong Kaya. I had witnessed him seeking her companionship while bearing prey and lifeblood fruits. How could he possibly ascend the stage again? Perhaps it was plausible that Kong Kaya had taken a fancy to some other male present, prompting heir to compete. Once this thought was voiced, the onlookers, a multitude of beasts, exchanged knowing glances, their faces alight with envy. It remained a mystery which fortunate male had captured Kong Kaya's attention so boldly. In this realm, males had the privilege to ascend the stage for companionship contests. Should a male who already had a mate emerge victorious, the opportunity to seek companionship would naturally revert to his partner. However, such occurrences were rare, which rendered the spectators particularly eager, their excitement palpable. Even Wu Mengmeng felt a twinge of unease. 2-striped beastmen were indeed a rarity within the bird tribe, and soon, heir, much like Abu before him, vanquished several adversaries, leaving him with no challengers. Wu Mengmeng also heard the recent discussions, and as she glanced at the arena, her gaze shifted to Kong Kaya beside her, curiosity piqued. This flamboyant peacock did not seem like one to take the initiative. Suddenly, Kong Kaya rose from her seat. Her chin held high in a proud demeanor, and she waved at heir with satisfaction. Only when he returned to her side did she survey the assembly of males present. At last, her eyes settled upon Wu Mengmeng and the stoic Jihan. I, Kong Kaya, the most beautiful female of the peacock clan from the bird tribe, wish for you, Jihan, to be my partner. It was unclear how Kong Kaya had learned Jihan's name. Wu Mengmeng's eyes widened in disbelief. When had this feline formed a romantic connection with the peacock? Was there a clandestine arrangement? An affair in secret? In her mind, countless possibilities flashed through, leaving her bewildered and astonished as she glanced back and forth between Jihan and the self-satisfied Kong Kaya. Not just Wu Mengmeng, but even the onlooking beastmen were equally confounded. What was happening? Wasn't Jihan supposed to be Wu Mengmeng's partner? Why was Kong Kaya seeking him out? Oh dear. My Kong Kaya has taken a liking to a newcomer male and is unwilling to be my partner. What do you mean you're Kong Kaya? Kaya is mine. Your rejection is your own fault. As the conversation among the beasts veered off course, Wu Mengmeng's face involuntarily twitched. She raised her hand and swiftly delivered a resounding slap, her face finally settling down. I already have a partner. Mengmeng is my one and only. Seek another male. The individual at the center of the proposal finally spoke. Upon hearing Jihan's words, Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but feel an immense relief wash over her. After all, throughout her 20 years of life, she had only experienced love once, with fewer than 3 men confessing their feelings to her. One of them was merely a childhood neighbor who played at being a couple with her. That solitary romantic endeavor had ended in utter failure. Characterized by betrayal and infidelity, truly a nightmare for her first love. Although Jihan had always treated her with kindness, they had only recently become acquainted, leaving her with the feeling that she hardly knew him at all. She had never experienced the essence of modern romance with him. And what if his declaration of partnership was no different from the empty promises of those scoundrels? Moreover, among the females she had encountered, Kong Kaya was undeniably quite striking, though perhaps just a tad less so than herself. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in herself. Rather, it was a profound uncertainty about everything. As Wu Mengmeng's thoughts spiraled, Kong Kaya, reeling from rejection, gazed at them in disbelief, her expression darkening. You're deceiving me. You are clearly not in a partnership with her. I don't know if this female has a partner, but you bear no female's mark. You must not yet be bonded. Therefore, what you claim cannot exist. I will seek you out as my partner. Kong Kaya blatantly disregarded Jihan's subsequent remarks, refusing to believe that any male would reject her. After all, she was the most beautiful female of the peacock clan, and numerous males in the bird tribe desired to be her partner. While this female's appearance could somewhat compare to that of her peacock kin, she was so frail that Jihan could never possibly favor her over Kong Kaya. The persistent rejection from Wu Mengmeng had long been a source of frustration for Jihan. Now, with Kong Kaya publicly voicing her sentiments, his expression darkened. Such a statement, in the frigid lands, indicated that the male lacked the strength to attract a female. In modern times, it equated to telling a man outright that he was inadequate. No one could maintain a pleasant demeanor upon hearing that. I do not favor you. My heart belongs solely to Mengmeng. I have chosen her as my partner. And regardless of when she accepts me, I will always remain devoted to her, Jihan declared, his voice heavy with emotion. To Wu Mengmeng. This was a heartfelt confession she had never encountered before. Jihan, you. She looked up at him, his towering form casting a stark contrast against her own. In that moment, a surge of courage to believe washed over her. Although their acquaintance was brief, akin to meeting like-minded individuals while traveling in a tour group, she felt an inexplicable connection. Forget it. As a modern woman of educated intellect, how could I possibly be inferior even to the females of this primitive beast realm? Hey, you are Kong Kaier, correct? Wu Mengmeng suddenly resembled a fierce protector, pulling Jihan behind her and glaring at Kong Kaier with an unwavering gaze, exuding an air of defiance. Chapter 63. Accepting Kong Kaier as challenge. Kong Kaier, heed my words. Jihan is the male I have chosen, although we have yet to formally bond. He is my companion, and you should abandon any thoughts of pursuing him further. He will not stray from my side. Wu Mengmeng spoke with a rapid-fire intensity. Her tone laced with veiled threats, and a faint blush graced her cheeks, leaving one to wonder whether it stemmed from excitement or shyness. The already pale Kong Kaier exhibited signs of turning a deeper shade of black upon hearing her words. You audacious wench. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Kong Kaier fumed, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Rarely had any beastman dared to address her thus. They typically scrambled for her favor, eager to please her. Accustomed to the pampering of beastmen, she found herself at a loss for words in her anger. Upon hearing Kong Kaier's retort, Mengmeng furrowed her brow slightly. Sensing this, Kong Kaier felt a surge of triumph, believing her words had struck a chord, and mused that perhaps this female possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Mengmeng turned to Jihan. Her voice tinged with a mixture of grievance and uncertainty. Jihan, am I truly ugly? Am I a burden to you? Jihan examined her face earnestly then, with utmost seriousness, replied, Not at all. You are not ugly, and you are no burden. You are the most beautiful female I have ever encountered. Having just heard Mengmeng's outburst, he was taken aback. Realizing that the female who had consistently shunned the idea of bonding with him had now taken the initiative to speak out, indicating a shift in their relationship. Jihan understood that Mengmeng had undoubtedly accepted him in her heart. Unexpectedly, the sensation of being protected by the female standing before him was quite delightful. However, knowing Mengmeng's disposition, he recognized that if he wished to have offspring, he would need to exert even greater effort. Wu Mengmeng remained oblivious to Jihan's inner thoughts. Listening to Jihan's earnest response, she nearly succumbed to laughter, almost spraying saliva everywhere. Had she not known that this fellow was a straightforward orc male, she might have believed that their synergy was purely instinctive. Nevertheless, hearing such candid words from Jihan's lips brought her a flicker of delight. You all. Kong Kaier was fuming, smoke almost emanating from her. Never had a male praised another female's beauty in her presence, nor had any male so openly disregarded her. Perhaps Jihan's remarks had swayed the onlookers, as the surrounding orcs began to shift the conversation. Jihan seemed to make a valid point. Why did it feel as though this female named Wu Mengmeng was also quite lovely? Nonsense. Clearly, Kong Kaier is the most beautiful. How could she possibly be more attractive than Kong Kaier? Why quarrel? I also find Wu Mengmeng quite good-looking, even fairer than Kong Kaier, though she is a tad too slender. But it seems she has no partner, someone chimed in. It was unclear whether it was the sudden appreciation of the onlookers or the final remark that ignited the male's interest. Suddenly stripped of her title as the most beautiful, Kong Kaier was incensed, staring at Wu Mengmeng in disbelief for a prolonged moment before devising a plan. She stepped forward, positioning herself in the center of the arena formed by the bonfire. Humph. Female, no matter what you say, it's useless. Jihan is not your partner. I challenge you. Do you dare accept my challenge? Kong Kaier raised her chin, wearing an expression reminiscent of a proud modern woman, full of arrogance. A challenge? What challenge? Wu Mengmeng was taken aback. Did this mean a competition for a mate, akin to the previous contest among the males? Pooh. Mate? We haven't even begun. She chastised herself for such foolish thoughts. You hail from the stone cave and are unaware that in our tribe, it's not just males who can compete in the arena. The victorious male can court his desired female, and if two females fancy the same male, one female can challenge the other, the chief explained kindly, smiling. Is that so? Wu Mengmeng felt a flush of embarrassment. There were indeed many rules here. Orcs valued fair competition. However, in matters of love, mutual affection seemed far preferable. Then, how shall we challenge? She inquired, subtly anxious but not immediately inclined to reject the challenge. The chief remained silent, turning his gaze to Kong Kaier. We shall find two equally sized blocks of ice. Whoever can shatter their block first shall be the victor. Kong Kaier looked at Wu Mengmeng with a sense of pride. Though she was female, she was not like those helpless females from the stone cave. A partner's strength could bolster a female's own. This was precisely why she sought Jihan as her mate upon discovering he was a two-patterned orc. In the Eagle tribe, two-patterned orcs were a rarity. She had only one two-patterned partner, while the others had already bonded with mates and were aging. Now, only Abu remained, who had just sought a mate among other females. Naturally, she could not afford to lose face. She had already secured a partner among the Eagle tribe, and this newcomer was quite to her liking. Regardless, she was determined to claim him. What if we both shatter our ice? Wu Mengmeng asked, raising a valid concern. Breaking ice? Who can't do that? Yet, upon observing Kong Kaier's robust physique and determined expression, Wu Mengmeng felt as if she had overlooked something crucial. Of course, the one whose ice shatters first wins. With your stature, I doubt you could even crack the surface. If you're afraid, just step aside and relinquish Jihan to me. Kong Kaia crossed her arms, a sneer on her face as she regarded Wu Mengmeng. With a firm resolve, Kong Kaia felt certain of her victory. Confident that with the strength of the eagle's second form, she would shatter the ice, while Wu Mengmeng, lacking a partner and any visible strength, would surely be no match for her. Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brow lightly, but it quickly relaxed. To concede before even competing would be quite embarrassing, would it not? I accept your challenge. Wu Mengmeng mimicked Kong Kaia by raising her chin, determined not to lose in spirit. Mengmeng? Jihan, who was prepared to assist Wu Mengmeng in declining, was taken aback upon hearing her acceptance of the challenge, frowning in confusion. Usually, Mengmeng could hardly move a stone bucket. How could she possibly compete with Kong Kaia? Yet, witnessing Wu Mengmeng's fearless willingness to accept Kong Kaier's challenge for his sake, Jihan gazed at her slender yet resolute figure, sensing a newfound determination in his eyes. Very well. You have said it. If I win, you must leave Jihan and can never be his partner, allowing Jihan to be my companion instead. Kong Kaia was also somewhat taken aback by Wu Mengmeng's prompt agreement, but it aligned perfectly with her intentions. Wu Mengmeng shook her head. That won't do. What? Have you changed your mind? Once you accept the challenge, there's no turning back. If you do, it's considered a concession, Kong Kaia said. A hint of agitation in her voice, fearing that Wu Mengmeng might retract her acceptance, rendering her carefully devised plan futile. To her surprise, Wu Mengmeng shook her head again, looking at her with a bemused expression. What I mean is, I can agree to everything you said earlier. But the last part, who Jihan chooses as a partner is his own affair, even I cannot impose my will upon him. Chapter 64. The inability to speak is a refusal upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's words. Kong Kaia paused for a moment, then her expression shifted to one of impatience. Understood. Then, if I win, you shall not become Jihan's partner. I will ensure he willingly chooses me as his companion. Wu Mengmeng nodded. The wager was rather severe. But what did it matter? Her relationship with Jihan was not one of commitment, merely a romance, thus rendering this bet insignificant. Just as Kong Kaia was about to declare the commencement, Wu Mengmeng suddenly interrupted her. Wait, is there something else? Why must you be so troublesome? Are you intentionally stalling? Afraid to compete with me? Kong Kaia grew increasingly impatient, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Mengmeng, her eyes brimming with irritation. Wu Mengmeng shook her head, her expression calm and composed. You only mentioned what you would gain if you won, yet you haven't articulated what would transpire should I emerge victorious. Why the haste? Upon hearing this, Kong Kaia not only refrained from anger but also let out a derisive laugh. You? Capable of winning? Kong Kaia initially intended to further belittle Wu Mengmeng but soon realized that the priority lay in securing victory in this challenge and driving this woman away from Jihan. Very well, go ahead and declare what you intend to do upon your victory. After speaking, Kong Kaia muttered under her breath, regardless. It's futile since you stand no chance of winning. Upon hearing Kong Kaia's assertion, a glint of cunning flickered in Wu Mengmeng's eyes. By the way, Kong Kaia, how old are you this year? 19. What of it? Is this your way of buttering me up because you sense your impending defeat? She replied defensively, maintaining her usual air of arrogance. Let me assure you, even flattery will yield no results. Wu Mengmeng was utterly impressed by Kong Kaia's imaginative prowess. She had never encountered such an arrogant woman, nay, such a female. Very well, I shan't make it difficult for you, should I emerge victorious. You shall abandon any designs on Jihan and, from henceforth, must address me as Sister Mengmeng whenever we meet. What say you? Do you dare to accept? To her surprise, Kong Kaia turned out to be even younger than she had anticipated. Alas, the young ladies of today seem preoccupied solely with matters of love. In modern times, at such an age, they would still be blooming maidens, yet here they had morphed into married women striving for childbirth. What is there to fear? Kong Kaia could not abide anyone belittling her, and she readily acquiesced. Humph. Regardless, she was certain of her impending victory. This fragile female could only await Jihan's inevitable abandonment. The two finally reached an agreement, and soon, some beastmen were dispatched to procure ice for their contest. Jihan was aware of Kong Kaia's intentions and, observing Wu Mengmeng's confidence, felt no concern, though a hint of uncertainty lingered within him. Mengmeng, do you believe you can manage? If things seem bleak, he could seize the ice crystal flower from the flying bird tribe and escape with Mengmeng, thus evading the cold. Of course, it is entirely feasible. Wu Mengmeng boldly clapped Jihan on the shoulder, but due to their height difference, the gesture felt somewhat awkward, prompting her to withdraw her hand. With earnestness, she continued, though I am a woman, you must not simply dismiss my capabilities. You ought to have faith in me. Do you understand? It is merely a block of ice. A single flame can melt it down to water. Even if it were shattered, it would not break into water. Jihan nodded, prepared to abscond with Mengmeng and the ice crystal flower should they fail. Before long, two beastmen entered, carrying sizable blocks of ice that were nearly identical in size. Upon witnessing the ice, Wu Mengmeng nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. Goodness! Even a millennium of frozen ice could hardly rival this. The towering ice block, almost as tall as a person and comparable to the average beastman in size, captivated her gaze entirely. The two males who had just delivered the enormous ice blocks moved with such speed that one might have mistaken them for props made of foam. Noticing Wu Mengmeng's astonishment, Kong Kaya regarded her with a derisive expression. What is this? Are you already frightened? You may concede now if you wish. I am not here to humiliate you. The beastmen held a high regard for victory and defeat. Even a female would lose face in the eyes of the beasts if she faltered in competition. Naturally, outright refusal to engage would be deemed cowardly. Who is afraid? I am merely awaiting your call of sisterhood. Let us commence. Wu Mengmeng raised an eyebrow, thinking that had she been a man at that moment, her flirtatious glance might well have led her to be mistaken for a male of the Fox clan. With that, her gaze fell upon Kong Kaya's slender, alabaster fingers. She was not convinced that Kong Kaya could shatter this colossal ice. Ha, you're dreaming. Today, you shall witness my prowess, something beyond the capability of a female like you. Kong Kaya retorted with a cold laugh. Seeing that Wu Mengmeng merely stared and showed no intention of striking the giant ice, Kong Kaya felt assured that Wu Mengmeng was merely posturing, unable to contend with the ice, which made her all the more triumphant. With an air of superiority, Kong Kaya approached the massive ice, while Wu Mengmeng began her own endeavor, utilizing fire to warm the ice. The colossal ice was positioned at the center of a large bonfire circle, which was quite expansive, with a distance of at least 20 meters from the fire to the ice. Since direct competition among females did not allow for the assistance of males, Wu Mengmeng busied herself alone. Clad in a heavy beast-skin skirt, she dashed to the fire, gathered several thick wooden sticks, and repeatedly transported them to the ice, laboring tirelessly until she managed to ignite a substantial blaze beside the giant ice block. Given the ice's size, a single fire stick could hardly suffice. Even if it burned completely, it would scarcely melt a corner. Only after establishing a robust fire did she begin to notice signs of the ice relinquishing its chill. After contemplating for a moment, Wu Mengmeng realized that the melting process was uncertain and could take an eternity. Therefore, she decided to take decisive action. Gathering more logs and encasing the colossal ice block within a fiery embrace, reminiscent of a chef preparing to grill a formidable piece of ice. Once she completed this task, the enormous ice began to diminish at a visibly accelerated rate. Raising her hand, Wu Mengmeng instinctively attempted to wipe the sweat from her forehead, only to discover that not a single bead of perspiration graced her skin, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Despite the frigid weather, the hall was almost entirely enclosed. A fire was crackling, and she was clad in layers of thick animal hide. After such exertion, how could she possibly be devoid of sweat? Wait a moment. Wu Mengmeng suddenly realized something. Logically speaking, this beast's skin skirt must weigh at least 2 or 3 times more than modern winter attire. However, just moments ago, she seemed to be moving with remarkable agility. When did her physical stamina improve so significantly? Since arriving in this frigid land, she had mostly relied on the beastly form of Jihan for transportation, and she had not found the opportunity to engage in any proper training. As she pondered this, she spun around a few times and took a couple of steps. Strangely, it truly felt lighter. Wu Mengmeng's astonishing prowess left the surrounding beasts in a state of utter shock. How was this feat accomplished? How did the immense ice simply vanish? Indeed, not even a trace of ice remained. How could this female be so formidable? Remarkable. Wu Mengmeng surpassed even Xiaomi in skill. I, too, wish to have her as my companion. Just as Wu Mengmeng absorbed the dialogue, her eyes involuntarily twitched when a sudden, deafening noise erupted from the side, one she had long overlooked. Bang. Chapter 65, The Flower Peacock Sister. What sound was that? An earthquake? An explosion? Wu Mengmeng's head buzzed as she turned her gaze toward Kong Kaya, still dazed. A considerable distance separated her from the colossal ice, and she had been preoccupied with contemplating how to hasten its melting, scarcely paying attention to Kong Kaya's actions, stealing only a few glances now and then. At that moment, she had merely observed Kong Kaya standing motionless before the enormous block of ice, mistakenly believing she was troubled by how to shatter it. Yet now, as she looked closer, her eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? The colossal ice, reminiscent of a meteorite from a television drama, lay shattered into pieces. Kong Kaya had just lowered her fists, releasing her grip, her expression devoid of any pain. She merely furrowed her brows slightly, and her complexion appeared less rosy than before. However, Wu Mengmeng paid little heed to these details. All she could see was Kong Kaya's stance, unmistakably indicating that she had been the one to break the ice. She had actually managed to shatter such a massive chunk. Swallowing hard, Wu Mengmeng suddenly felt a pang of regret for her earlier, unfiltered words exchanged with Kong Kaya. Had she known of Kong Kaya's formidable prowess, she would have certainly been more circumspect. Just as her mind raced with remorse, an even more perplexing scene unfolded before her. Wu Mengmeng, congratulations, you have triumphed. The chief approached with a broad smile, his tone remarkably cheerful, showing no signs of anger over the defeat of the females from his tribe. The gathered beasts erupted in a chorus of cheers upon hearing the chief's declaration. Incredible! Wu Mengmeng has won without employing any partner, they exclaimed. She is undoubtedly the most astute female I have ever encountered. Wu Mengmeng, will you bear offspring for me? Wu Mengmeng stiffly tugged at the corner of her mouth. The presence of males here made the situation quite difficult to manage when encountering a female. Moreover, why were these beastmen not even slightly astonished that Kong Kaier, a seemingly frail woman, could shatter such a colossal block of ice? Meanwhile, Kong Kaier was retracting her hand, admiring her handiwork with a smug expression as she turned to witness Wu Mengmeng's helplessness. However, upon turning, she found that Wu Mengmeng had not even cast a glance at the remnants of the ice. Instead, a pile of flames continued to blaze. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the chieftain approached and announced the outcome of their contest. "This is impossible. What have you done? Where is the ice?" Kong Kaier questioned Wu Mengmeng in disbelief. "The ice? Naturally, it melted," Wu Mengmeng replied, feigning innocence as she pointed to a puddle of water on the ground. Despite the surrounding flames, the enormous ice had left a substantial pool of water after melting, and parts of the fire pit had also been dampened. However, due to the considerable size of the fire, the upper portion remained ablaze. Jihan, standing amidst the crowd of beastmen, smirked upon hearing the results and strode confidently to Wu Mengmeng's side. "Mengmeng, you were truly clever," he praised without reservation, causing Wu Mengmeng to feel a tinge of bashfulness. "Oh, it's nothing much, just ordinary," she replied, scratching her head. "It's common knowledge. Can the females here, like you, also ascend in status?" Kong Kaier inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to Jihan. "Kong Kaier?" Jihan observed Wu Mengmeng's puzzled expression and quickly understood her question. That is the ability bestowed upon her by her partner. Any female who bonds with a mate can gain strength from them, determined by the partner's prowess. The stronger the partner, the healthier the female will be. Wu Mengmeng gasped, taken aback by the impressive bride price of the orc. "Does that mean Kong Kaier could effortlessly crush my skull?" This was her greatest concern. Jihan furrowed his brow slightly. "No, females cannot wield such power at will. Each use leaves them weakened, and they only resort to it in dire circumstances. Even if they could use it freely, he would never allow Kong Kaier the chance to bully Mengmeng." "That's a relief," Wu Mengmeng finally sighed. It was no wonder that females sought out strong males as partners. Although Kong Kaier did not know Jihan, she had suddenly approached him for companionship, revealing her true motives. This was not merely seeking a partner, it was akin to asking for a protective talisman. Upon realizing that Kong Kaier was a typical female, the fleeting regret that had just surfaced in Wu Mengmeng quickly dissipated. A mischievous grin spread across her face as she turned her gaze toward Kong Kaier. "What did you just promise me?" Kong Kaier took 2 steps back, eyeing Wu Mengmeng warily, much like a young bride who had narrowly escaped violation. She had never even considered the possibility of defeat, and under Wu Mengmeng's intense gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. "Kong Kaier, you must keep your word. So many males are watching. Do you want them to know that the illustrious Kong Kaier is merely a female who dares to speak but lacks the courage to act?" Wu Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled broadly. Kong Kaier clenched her fists, her face darkening like a charred crow. It must be said that Wu Mengmeng's threats were effective. "Mengmeng, sister." Kong Kaier nearly spat through gritted teeth, glaring fiercely at Wu Mengmeng, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. "Ah, dear sister." Wu Mengmeng stifled a laugh, responding loudly on purpose. Who would have thought that traversing to this place would lead her to a flamboyant peacock as a sister? Kong Kaier's face was as black as coal, nearly igniting with rage. Ignoring the situation around her, she turned and stormed off. Her partner quickly followed, and before leaving, Inger glanced back at Wu Mengmeng and Jihan, noticing them laughing and conversing, which inexplicably eased his earlier displeasure. He turned away and strode after her. And soon the group of orcs vanished from sight. "So, what do you think? Am I impressive, or what? I've managed to secure your position." Having taken advantage of Kong Kaier, Wu Mengmeng was in high spirits, seeking praise from Jihan. Unbeknownst to her, her tone was laced with a hint of playful coaxing. "Indeed, my Mengmeng is the most formidable." Jihan's deep voice resonated in Wu Mengmeng's ears. His large hand gently ruffled her slightly disheveled hair from running, making it even more tousled. Yet, his silver eyes seemed oblivious to this, filled instead with boundless affection. Hearing Jihan's voice, Wu Mengmeng's cheeks flushed slightly. When had Jihan become so adept at flirting, speaking to her with such tenderness? What was this peculiar tone? Wu Mengmeng, lost in thought, returned to her original seat alongside Jihan, her mind persistently occupied by the image of Jihan affectionately stroking her head. Bang! The arena match resumed. And yet another male emerged victorious. I, too, wish to be Wu Mengmeng's companion. Chapter 66, An Unbreakable Bond with the Serpent for the 5th time. Upon hearing her name called by an unfamiliar male, Wu Mengmeng snapped back to reality, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had the beastmen here gone mad? A glance around revealed the predatory stares of the males fixated on her, and Wu Mengmeng almost believed they perceived her as a delectable treat, ready to devour her. Before she could utter a word of refusal, Jihan abruptly rose to his feet. The male on stage trembled, his bulk quaking with nervousness. This male had merely relied on his substantial size to achieve victory. Jihan cast a cold glance in his direction, casually concocted an excuse with the chieftain, and promptly whisked Wu Mengmeng away. Wu Mengmeng also felt that sitting for an extended period was nothing short of torment, especially when occasionally summoned by name. She sensed that the piercing gazes directed at her were rendering her utterly vulnerable. As soon as the two departed, Little Black eagerly brought a pile of prey to Wu Mengmeng's home. In the following days, Little Black shamelessly lingered at Wu Mengmeng's side, indulging in her hospitality while occasionally stealing a few pieces of the chief's game to curry favor with her, leaving Wu Mengmeng both amused and exasperated. Coincidentally, after the banquet concluded, a cold wave swept in the very next day. However, every household in the bird tribe had placed an ice crystal flower outside their door. Wu Mengmeng remained indoors for 3 days without stepping outside, and it was only upon hearing news that the cold wave had passed that she finally ventured out. With the protective ice crystal flowers, the orcs of the tribe were unscathed, and this cold wave seemed to pass without any notable difference from the usual. Yet, Wu Mengmeng found it peculiar that the passing of the cold wave, typically a cause for celebration, did not evoke joy among the orcs of the bird tribe. As soon as the cold wave subsided, Jihan hastily set out to hunt, determined to preserve his position and prevent Little Black from usurping it. Curious, Wu Mengmeng approached the group of females chatting not far from her home. The cold front had already passed. Yet the males who ventured to the ice plains had yet to return. In previous years, they would always come back before the onset of the cold season. This year, with the cold front behind them, could something have gone awry? The cold season, akin to winter on Earth, marks the coldest days in the frigid lands, typically lasting about a month. By current reckoning, it has been nearly 10 days since the cold season commenced. However, unlike modern times, the frigid lands experience 2 cold seasons each year. Could there be an unforeseen incident? One of my companions is also among the group heading to the ice plains. I wonder when he will return, a younger female inquired uncertainly. It is said that the area where the ice crystal flowers bloom is home to many ice snakes. Each year, males return injured, and shortly thereafter, they succumb to their wounds, remarked an older male, his expression wary, though devoid of genuine concern, only a lingering dread. Oh? Does that mean my companion could be in danger? He is my dearest partner. I fervently hope nothing befalls him, the younger female replied, her face etched with worry as she silently prayed for her beloved's safety. As Wu Mengmeng listened attentively, she couldn't help but glance sideways at the young female, intrigued by her words. The term female here does not imply that all of them are as indifferent towards their partners' lives as the cat Meow Meow. The older female, oblivious to the younger one's concerns, continued to discuss the previous topic. Last year, my partner also participated, and upon returning, he recounted tales of the formidable ice snakes, which obeyed the commands of a singular ice snake king. That ice snake king had a penchant for slumber, and on their return, they nearly disturbed its rest. Had the ice snake awakened, they might not have returned at all. Listening to this description, Wu Mengmeng was reminded of the gigantic python she had encountered upon her arrival in the frigid lands, sending a shiver down her spine. She truly seemed to have a profound connection with snakes. Mengmeng. Suddenly, Wu Mengmeng heard someone call her name. Turning around, she saw Meow Meow, who had arrived at her doorstep, her belly round as a ball, waving at her. The females, engrossed in their conversation, only noticed Wu Mengmeng's presence upon hearing the voice. Since Wu Mengmeng had taught the bird tribe as orcs the use of fire, everyone could now enjoy cooked food, and the females were enamored. Following the events of the last banquet, there was hardly a member of the bird tribe, male or female, who did not recognize Wu Mengmeng. The chatter among the females abruptly ceased, and they all offered friendly nods and smiles to Wu Mengmeng, who reciprocated with a smile of her own. Although they were unfamiliar, she still greeted them before dashing over to Meow Meow. Despite the heavy animal skin clothing making her appear somewhat bulky, Wu Mengmeng ran with a lightness that belied her appearance. Meow Meow, why have you come out? You ought to rest indoors now that your belly is so large. Wu Mengmeng gently assisted Meow Meow into the house. As it was her first experience caring for someone who was pregnant, she feared that a moment's inattention might lead to mishaps concerning the unborn child. Meow Meow smiled and pulled out several small ice cubes from within her animal skin attire. I came to play with you and to show you something. Ever since the last banquet, after Wu Mengmeng had teased her upon learning of her new partner, the way she addressed Meow Meow had changed. Yet, regardless of how Mengmeng called her, Meow Meow enjoyed it. What is it that you brought for me? Wu Mengmeng inquired, curiosity piqued by Meow Meow's tone, which suggested she was presenting a treasure. In Meow Meow's hand were several ice cubes containing conical green objects, each about the length of a finger and as thick as 2 or 3 fingers. Wu Mengmeng's expression shifted to one of surprise. Today, my partner went hunting and, by sheer luck, returned with some life fruits. However, when I tasted one, it had a very peculiar flavor. I recall you mentioning many strange-tasting life fruits. I wonder if this is one of them. If you want it, I shall give it to you. Meow Meow, absorbed in reminiscing about the taste, did not notice Wu Mengmeng's reaction as she extended the ice cubes toward her. Due to the cold snap, many living beings, both plant and animal, had turned into ice. Observing Meow Meow's expression, Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but laugh. This is not like the life fruits you've eaten before. It's called chili pepper. Eating it raw can be quite unpleasant, but I shall prepare it for you this evening. With a smile, Wu Mengmeng accepted the ice cube. The green fruit encased within was indeed a chili pepper. She had always thought that the orcs referred to all fruits as life fruits, only to realize today that they categorized any fruit born of plants, be it fruit or vegetable, under the same designation. Mengmeng, do you truly wish to eat it? Meow Meow asked, her brow slightly furrowing as she recalled her own experience of drinking copious amounts of water after tasting it. Fear not, I used to adore this. You must have bitten into the white part, which is the spiciest, Wu Mengmeng assured her, placing the chili pepper ice cube beside the fire in the room, where it quickly melted. She examined it closely. Although it appeared somewhat different from the chili pepper she knew, the aroma was similar. It won't taste as strange as before. She reassured Miao Miao, who still harbored doubts based on her previous experience, which was unforgettable for someone unaccustomed to spiciness. I promise, it won't tea. Wu Mengmeng, with an unwavering grip on the chili pepper, suddenly recalled something. Ah, does your partner remember where this was found? Could you possibly take me there next time? If we could find some chili seedlings, perhaps we could cultivate our own peppers, allowing us to savor a variety of flavors in the future. Chapter 67. The group assault on Cat Xiaomi. I shall inquire about it upon my return. Without a moment's hesitation, Cat Nyo nodded in agreement. As they chatted within the confines of the room, Wu Mengmeng animatedly discussed with Cat Nyo whether the offspring within her belly would be male or female. If it were female, she mused, she would craft little garments for the babe, as if she were destined for motherhood herself. Mengmeng, your fondness for little ones is evident. Why not have a brood with Jihan Shang? Your offspring would surely be robust, Cat Nyo chuckled, cradling her belly with a serious demeanor. Who would want to bear children with him? Wu Mengmeng instinctively retorted, only to suddenly consider the stark difference between the gestation periods of ordinary humans and those of beastmen females. Her expression dimming unexpectedly. Cat Nyo, misinterpreting her dismay, assumed it stemmed from concerns about her own health potentially affecting her ability to bear children. Do not fret, Mengmeng. You appear to be in good health, albeit a tad slender. The cold spell has passed, and you remain free from illness, in fact. Healthier than several of the females in the chaotic stone cave. After speaking, Cat Nyo found herself momentarily taken aback. Indeed, while Mengmeng appeared frail and delicate, her vitality surpassed that of many others. Both women found their thoughts wandering, each lost in her own contemplations. Wu Mengmeng understood that Cat Nyo had misunderstood. Yet she chose not to expose this misconception, allowing her to continue speaking. It would be prudent to keep the fact that she was not an orc from the frigid lands a secret from any orc for the time being. Speaking of the cold current, Wu Mengmeng recalled an orc they had nearly forgotten. Nyoer, do you think the old veterinarian can still be found? WMNGM reminisced about the elderly veterinarian who had vanished on the road to the bird tribe. She wondered how he fared now. Whether he had discovered his sanctuary, perhaps he already had. Speaking of the old veterinarian, Moni hesitated for a moment, her expression tinged with sorrow. Before the cold wave arrived, no one dared to risk their lives searching for him, now that the bitter chill had passed. The nearest tribe would take 2 or 3 days to reach. The old veterinarian had likely inquired about it long ago, even if he had not encountered danger. The distance from where he went missing to any tribe would have been insurmountable before the cold wave struck. Without the ice crystal flower, his fate seemed all but sealed. At these words, WMNGM cast her eyes downward. Life here slipped away with alarming rapidity, a truth she found difficult to accept. She pondered when it would be her and JHN's turn. The two fell into silence, the room enveloped in tranquility, until suddenly, a cacophony of female voices erupted outside. CIR, it's you who wishes to pilfer the ice crystal flowers from outside your dwelling. Do not speak so recklessly. Who has stolen anything? The cold wave has passed, and the ice crystal flowers, once overused, have lost their worth. Such a worthless trinket. Why would I need to steal it? Humph, so stingy, treating a mere scrap as treasure. Even if it's a scrap, I shan't allow this outsider to have it. Humph. CIR, what shall we do with her? What do you intend? I'm a female too. Do not assume that your companions intimidate me. I have a beastman partner myself. Recognizing the familiar voice, WMNGM and MONI approached the door, and from a distance, they beheld a gathering of females around Kang CIR, while opposite her stood the long-absent MOSHIOM. Upon seeing MOSHIOM, MONI instinctively bit her lip but remained silent. Wu Mengmeng grasped the hand of Cat Nyo and slowly strolled forward. Her tranquil gaze revealed neither malice nor pity. The vast expanse of this region alleviated any concerns regarding land scarcity. Despite the presence of thousands of beastmen in the bird tribe, each dwelling was separated by considerable space, allowing one to easily observe areas several houses away. At that moment, Wu Mengmeng realized that Kong Kaier also resided nearby, a mere few hundred meters from her own abode. Wu Mengmeng, you've come too. This female not only slandered you at the banquet, but today also attempted to steal Kaier's ice crystal flower. How despicable! Exclaimed a lively female, expressing her indignation upon seeing Wu Mengmeng approach. Kong Kaier, having spotted Wu Mengmeng, cast her a glance, presumably due to the humiliation she endured at the banquet, and chose not to engage in conversation. Ice crystal flower? What do you intend to do with it? Wu Mengmeng observed the disheveled Xiaomi, who had been pushed to the ground, her hair a wild mess, a stark contrast to the self-proclaimed most esteemed female of the rock cave she once was. Outside every house inhabited by beastmen in the bird tribe, an ice crystal flower was placed. This flower not only resisted cold waves but also absorbed chill during ordinary times. Unlike the rock cave, which could retain warmth, the ice crystal flower served as a vital assurance for the survival of the beastmen in the tribe. Without it, they would be forced to endure even harsher winters. Who are you to meddle? Are you here to mock me as well? The way I have become is all you're doing, and one day I shall ensure your suffering exceeds mine. Xiaomi, upon seeing Wu Mengmeng, shouted at her with tear-filled eyes. Why was it that Wu Mengmeng and Cat Neo could reside in separate houses while she was crammed with the beastmen of the rock cave? Why were the beastmen here so amiable towards Wu Mengmeng yet so antagonistic towards her? Indeed, I have come to mock you, Wu Mengmeng retorted with a derisive snort, looking down at the pitiful Xiaomi from her elevated position. Since Xiaomi had so brazenly invited mockery, it would be remiss not to oblige her. Cat Neo furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment before speaking with a hint of anger. Xiaomi, no one has wronged you. Your current state is a consequence of your own actions. After the banquet, she had learned of Xiaomi's predicament, having been exposed for framing Wu Mengmeng. No female wished to associate with her, and even the males steered clear of her. Xiaomi had essentially become the pariah of the bird tribe. Despite this, she managed to find a male from the bird tribe to be her partner and moved in with him. Wu Mengmeng could sense the tremor in Cat Girl's voice. She grasped her hand tightly, gently soothing her frayed nerves, hoping to alleviate her tension. Since then, neither of them had mentioned the name Puppy. However, Wu Mengmeng knew that Cat Girl had always kept the memory of Puppy close to her heart. Even the male companion by her side was not a formal mate. She intended to wait until the cubs were born before solidifying that bond. In the eyes of modern individuals, Cat Girl might seem unfeeling and ungrateful, yet Wu Mengmeng understood that. In the desolate cold, Cat Girl was remarkably loyal. For her, Puppy was an irreplaceable presence, regardless of life or death. Don't think that just because you have a backing now, I fear you. You are a harbinger of disaster. You, like Wu Mengmeng, are a calamity. You will bring ruin to all the beast folk. Cat Xiaomi nearly went mad, her hands gripping the snow-covered ground as if it were the person before her. Dear, let us not stoop to the level of a madwoman, Wu Mengmeng said, gently patting Cat Girl's shoulder, fearful that Cat Xiaomi's words might affect her. After all, that shadow had loomed over her for most of her life. Cat Girl shook her head, indicating that she was all right. At that moment, a female suddenly approached Cat Xiaomi and slapped her sharply across the face. Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. What had transpired? Had these two individuals engaged in some scandalous, clandestine affair? Chapter 68. The male returning from the ice field. It is you who has stolen my red flower fruit and taken away the male who was destined to be my mate. The female beside her, evidently furious, confronted her. That slap just now had clearly been infused with the strength of a mate. At this moment, Cat Xiaomi's face was buried in the snow. When she finally lifted her head, her mouth and nose were filled with snow, rendering her utterly disheveled. Yet, none of the females present expressed any sympathy. Instead, they wore expressions of deep disdain. What? She has stolen your red flower fruit? You told me the day before yesterday that the male you sought as a mate had suddenly bonded with someone else. It turns out it was her? Two females nearby exclaimed in astonishment. The red flower fruit is akin to a modern-day aphrodisiac. When consumed, it incites a powerful desire for pairing. Especially in those who have never bonded before, its effects being significantly amplified. Wu Mengmeng had previously heard Miaoyo mention this, and she was utterly astonished. Sensing an undertone of jealousy in the conversation, how could it be that this cat, Xiaomi, had arrived at the flying bird tribe yet remained unsettled? Even going so far as to snatch away someone else's partner? No wonder her methods were so ruthless. Observing the unfolding drama, Wu Mengmeng showed no inclination to intervene. Kaya, she is nothing but a thief. Tomorrow she might very well set her sights on your suitor. We must not let her off the hook. The male, whose mate had been taken from him, grasped the crux of the issue and turned to complain to Kong Kaier. In contrast to the chaotic stone cave, the relationships among the females of the flying bird tribe were considerably harmonious. Regarding matters among females, Kong Kaya held a position akin to their leader. And though she had originally stood aloof and disinterested, her eyes narrowed upon hearing those words. Just days earlier, she had been bested in a contest against Wu Mengmeng. And at that moment, she could hardly bear to hear talk of someone stealing her suitor. Filthy female, what are you staring at? It serves you right that no male is fond of you. You have to resort to theft. Kong Kaier's voice rang out, unyielding as she disdainfully cast a glance at Xiaomi before turning away. Come, let us inform the chief. Yet, would the chief truly expel a female from the tribe? Although the cold wave had passed, the season of chill had not yet concluded, and no one could predict whether another cold front would descend. Thus, the orcs from the stone cave planned to remain until the end of the chill period before returning, and the chief welcomed them, even going so far as to provide them with 2 additional houses for their accommodation. Humph. Then let her have no house, leaving her without a place to stay. Kong Kaya scoffed. This female, similar to Wu Mengmeng, was someone she found utterly detestable. Her gaze shifted, landing on Wu Mengmeng and Miaoyo, who were merely spectators. What are you staring at? You females from the stone cave are truly disgusting, stealing everything in sight. You should leave our tribe at the earliest opportunity. Though her words were merciless and her expression fierce, Kong Kaya lacked the audacity she had displayed at the banquet, inexplicably feeling somewhat diminished before Wu Mengmeng. A realization that eluded her completely. Wu Mengmeng touched her nose, surprised that she was caught in the crossfire while standing still. Despite Kong Kaier's harsh tone, Wu Mengmeng remained unfazed, smiling as she gazed at her and gently pulled Cat Girl aside to create a pathway. You certainly know how to read the room. Don't think that by trying to please me, I will be swayed, Kong Kaier remarked, raising her chin and taking a few steps forward. However, before she could finish her sentence, Wu Mengmeng interjected, By the way, during our competition a few days ago, what did you say? Have you perhaps forgotten something? Wu Mengmeng stroked her chin, deep in thought, murmuring to herself. If the orcs of the Flying Bird tribe were to discover that Kong Kaier was someone who spoke without accountability, one could only wonder if she would become the target of disdain from the males. Before her thoughts could fully manifest, a voice filled with gritted teeth broke the silence. Don't push your luck. Kong Kaier, with a face flushed with anger, pondered when she had ever been threatened in such a manner. This detestable female. She wished fervently that she would leave and never be seen again. Seeing the fierce expression on Kong Kaier's face, the cat girl couldn't help but recall the once timid cat Xiaomi. Yet, to her surprise, Mengmeng showed no fear towards her. Instead, she continued to smile, leaving the cat girl perplexed. Why did Kong Kaier seem to harbor such animosity towards Mengmeng when the latter had done nothing to provoke her? Which Mengmeng arched her brow at Kong Kaier, exuding an air of audacious defiance, as if to say, what can you possibly do to me? This provoked Kong Kaier to the point of gnashing her teeth in frustration. Under the pressure of which Mengmeng's shameless advance, Kong Kaier hastily called out to her, Sister Mengmeng, before storming away with a sullen expression, fearing that Mengmeng might utter something else to infuriate her further. The other females were well aware of the events that transpired at the banquet and understood the strained relationship between the two. However, rather than harboring animosity towards Mengmeng, they appreciated her for teaching them the art of fire-making and thus treated her with kindness. They offered Mengmeng a reassuring comment not to take it to heart before following Kong Kaier into the distance. Wu Mengmeng was also preparing to return with Miao Yuan. At that moment, several male voices erupted in loud shouts from the tribe. The males who had ventured to the icy plains to gather crystal flowers had returned. As the orc community lacked modern communication devices, any news could only be conveyed through the most rudimentary oral means. Given the vast expanse of the Flying Bird tribe, it would take several males with booming voices a good 10 minutes to relay the message to every household. Upon hearing the commotion, orcs from other dwellings poked their heads out to observe, with many already making their way towards the source of the noise. Mengmeng, shall we go take a look? Miao Miao tugged at Wu Mengmeng's hand, sensing her curiosity. But what about your belly? She worried that if too many orcs crowded around, Miao Miao might stumble or get hurt. It's all right. I still have over 10 days until I give birth. Miao Miao gently patted her round belly, resembling a ball. Wu Mengmeng glanced at the house behind her, noting that Jihan had yet to return. However, she felt a sense of relief as she observed the male cat approaching her. Truly, the beastmen exemplified vitality, even during pregnancy. They remained spirited and agile, their robust physiques seemingly unaffected by their burgeoning bellies. Upon re-entering the hall, she found a considerable gathering of beastmen, with many more arriving steadily from outside. Observing the beastmen encircling in a formidable formation, Wu Mengmeng mused to herself about their evident fondness for circles. After traversing nearly the entire perimeter, she finally spotted an opening near the chieftain, allowing her and the cat to step inside. As she entered the circle, her gaze fell upon dozens of brawny males within. Their fur garments were tattered, their bodies marred with various wounds, each one scabbed over in shades of deep purple and black, presenting a rather alarming sight. Were these the same males who had returned from the icy plains with the crystal flowers? Wait a moment. Wu Mengmeng suddenly discovered a perplexing issue. Why was it that a significant portion of the males among them possessed lips of a purplish-black hue? This peculiar sight seemed to align with the typical tropes often depicted in television dramas. The sounds of a report from a male and the chief soon reached her ears, elucidating her confusion. Report to the esteemed chief, of the 25 males, only 20 have returned, of which 15 have succumbed to the venom of the ice snake. It is feared that. The voice of the inspecting male was deep and resonant, yet faltered at the end, as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 69. Bounty Call What is Feared? The chief furrowed his brow, his expression grave, and upon hearing the inspector's words, his countenance darkened ominously. If the antidote to the ice snake's poison could not be procured in a timely manner, it was feared that these 15 beastmen would not endure much longer. The male bowed his head, his tone imbued with profound sorrow. For a tribe, the loss of several formidable males was an unthinkable calamity. These males were all valiant warriors handpicked from the tribe, exceptionally strong, with 4 being 2-striped beastmen and the others being the elite among the 1-striped. Now, 3 2-striped beastmen had fallen victim to the ice snake's venom, one of whom lay unconscious, brought back by the others. It must be noted that the 2-striped beastmen in the Flying Bird tribe could be counted on one's fingers. Should anything happen to them, the loss would be monumental. The beastmen present listened intently to the exchange, their gazes fixed silently upon the poisoned males, the atmosphere in the hall eerily still. At that moment, Abu, standing beside the chief, broke the oppressive silence. Esteemed chief, the ice crystal flowers in the tribe have been fully allocated. After a single cold wave, the existing ice crystal flowers have absorbed nearly all the chill they can endure. It is feared they will soon lose their efficacy, Abu said, frowning. Originally, this group of males had ventured to the icy plains to procure ice crystal flowers to replace those nearing expiration in the tribe, yet now, they not only returned empty-handed but also gravely injured. It seemed unlikely they could make another expedition to the icy plains in the near future. Upon hearing this, the males who had returned from the icy plains wore expressions of deep remorse. We apologize, esteemed chief. It is our failure for inadvertently disturbing the serpent beasts and for not seizing the ice crystal flowers from that ferocious serpent. Allow us some time to recuperate, and we shall surely return to procure the ice crystal flowers. The only male who had not been poisoned but had injured an arm and limped on a leg made a fervent vow. The other males, clustered together, echoed his sentiments. Yes, esteemed chief, trust us, it won't be long before we regain our strength. When we do, we shall return, even if it costs us our lives. To gather the ice crystal flowers, one of the speaking males had a mate and had already sired offspring, even if not for any other reason. He was determined to risk his life to procure the ice crystal flowers, to protect his mate and offspring. Being part of the team that ventured to the icy plains was a matter of pride for him and his family. Yet, this glorious honor was bought at the expense of fragile lives. Hearing their words, the chief pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No. You should focus on your recovery. Do not concern yourselves with the matter of gathering ice crystal flowers. With that, the chief cast a sorrowful glance at the injured and poisoned males and promptly ordered the tribe's beastmen to take them back and care for them in shifts. Most of the males were in a state of unconsciousness, being carried out of the hall without resistance, while a few, when forced to leave, attempted to protest against the chief's decision. But what about the ice crystal flowers? With a gesture, the chief silenced the protesting males, and once again, the hall fell into a heavy silence. The icy plains? The ice snake? The serpent beasts? Wu Mengmeng listened quietly from the side, her gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Unable to shake off the haunting images of the wound she had just witnessed, what manner of terrifying creature could inflict such injuries upon so many males? For 2 striped beastmen and 21 one-striped beastmen were no match for a single serpent beast? Wu Mengmeng murmured to herself. Mengmeng. A deep voice emerged from above. Snapping Wu Mengmeng from her reverie, she looked up to see Jihan's towering figure enveloping her. You have come. Upon seeing Jihan, Wu Mengmeng smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth, and cast aside her earlier doubts. She understood that Jihan could track her by scent. Upon returning from his hunt and finding her absent, he would undoubtedly come looking for her. Unbeknownst to her, a sweet feeling coursed through Wu Mengmeng's heart. Following the events of the banquet, their relationship had noticeably deepened, and she no longer resisted Jihan's presence as she once had. Why did you come out? You could have waited until I returned from the hunt to take you out to play. Jihan took Wu Mengmeng's hand, as if fearing she might flee. He understood that Mengmeng disliked remaining indoors, yet as a male, he had to hunt and could not spare much time to take her out for leisure. Reflecting on this, Jihan felt a twinge of guilt. Wu Mengmeng recounted the recent events to Jihan, omitting, of course, any mention of the incident involving Cat Xiaomi. Just as the two were preparing to return, having deemed the area safe, the chieftain, lost in contemplation, suddenly proclaimed a momentous decision. As everyone had observed, their recent expedition to the icy plains had yielded no ice crystal flowers. Without these precious blooms, the females would indeed face a challenging time ahead. Thus, I have resolved to summon another group of valiant warriors to embark once more to the icy expanse. The chieftain's voice resonated powerfully, reaching the ears of every orc present. Many felt a surge of fervor, yet a number of males expressed their trepidation. After all, even the most formidable warriors of the tribe had failed to secure the ice crystal flowers. What chance did we have? Nevertheless, for the sake of the tribe, we must make another journey to the icy plains. Chieftain, I am willing to join this expedition. Though hesitant voices lingered, they were soon drowned out by the enthusiastic cries of the males eager to volunteer. Chieftain, I too wish to participate. Chieftain, please allow me to join. The majority of those stepping forward were bonded males, and the quest for the ice crystal flowers represented an unparalleled opportunity to prove themselves. If they were to return successfully from the icy plains, how far could they be from finding a mate? As Wu Mengmeng departed, her steps were abruptly halted by the fervent voices of the males. It was well known that this venture was fraught with peril, yet so many males were willing to embark on it? Unaware of their inner thoughts, Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but exclaim. The orcs of the Flying Bird tribe truly exemplify unity. Their selfless commitment to contributing to the community left even her, a model citizen of modern society, feeling inadequate. Jihan, indifferent to the affairs of the Flying Bird tribe, found his interest piqued by the chief's subsequent proclamation. All males participating in this expedition to the ice plains shall have their partner's provisions supplied from the tribe's storeroom upon their return. This declaration sent shockwaves not only through the males but also among the females. Was this truly the case? I too wish for my partner to participate, thereby alleviating our future concerns about food. It was unclear which female first voiced her thoughts, but a tumult erupted among the orcs as they urged their partners to join. Whether bonded or unbonded, the males were eager to take part. Given the scarcity of food, the tribe had opened its storeroom, mandating that each male contribute prey at irregular intervals to ensure sustenance during the harsh season or in case of emergencies. The tribe functioned as a cohesive unit. Unlike the chaotic stone cave, within the Flying Bird tribe, the chief served as a leader, establishing various regulations to safeguard the orcs' well-being. The presence of the strongest warriors instilled a sense of restraint, ensuring that the storeroom remained a coveted yet untouchable sanctuary for all orcs. Chapter 70, Anger Arises. Wu Mengmeng found the reactions of the beastmen rather perplexing. Suddenly, she sensed Jihan's grip tighten. As she lifted her head, poised to inquire about his unease, his deep, melodious voice resonated, eclipsing all other sounds in the vicinity. I will participate. The statement, though not particularly loud, instantly hushed the surroundings. drawing a myriad of curious gazes toward them. Jihan, have you lost your mind? Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, hastily grasping his arm and gently tapping it. Her toes barely grazing the ground as she leaned closer to his ear. The mortality rate in that place is so high, and yet you wish to go? This matter has nothing to do with you. Why stir up trouble? Wu Mengmeng is not a savior like the heroines portrayed in television dramas. She merely wishes to exist here in simplicity and good health, while also utilizing her knowledge to enhance the comfort of her life. Matters that hold little relevance to her are not ones she would willingly engage in. The surroundings remained enveloped in silence, with all the orcs observing them, causing Wu Mengmeng to feel a wave of embarrassment. Well then, you all carry on, she stammered, while Jihan had said nothing. Simply offering a smile of apology to the gathered orcs, racking her brain in vain to devise a suitable explanation for Jihan. Just as she was nervously attempting to gloss over her earlier comments, Jihan took a bold step forward, positioning himself before her. I say, I wish to partake as well. Is living not preferable? Why the rush towards death? Wu Mengmeng, on the verge of tears, found herself unable to reverse her situation. The chief approached with a cheerful demeanor, wearing a look of commendation. Excellent. It is rare for Jihan to take the affairs of our Fania tribe to heart. Upon your return, feel free to take food from the storeroom. The provisions in the storeroom were originally intended for the females, and the males would continuously replenish the supplies. For the chief, it was merely a matter of uttering a few words. Very well, Jihan replied in a calm tone, typically disinclined to converse with any orc. This was precisely the affirmation he had awaited, with the chief's promise of provisions from the storeroom. He could now allocate less time to hunting and devote more moments to accompany Mengmeng. Seeing Jihan's swift agreement, the chief was elated and promptly beckoned, Abu. Quickly note down all the males willing to join the expedition. We must gather them swiftly and set off to the icy plains to procure the ice crystal flowers and retrieve the antidote without delay. Abu nodded and was soon surrounded by a throng of eager males wishing to enlist. If you must go, then take me with you, Wu Mengmeng insisted. Now resolute about the journey to the icy plains, Jihan firmly shook his head. No, Mengmeng. The icy plains are far too perilous. Remain in the tribe and await my return, if you please. I will not go, for the icy plains are equally dangerous. Wu Mengmeng countered, unwilling to yield. I cannot allow you to be in danger. Jihan remained unwavering, shaking his head defiantly. You cannot afford to encounter any peril. Wu Mengmeng corrected him, seemingly striving to make him realize the folly of his impulsive decision. She understood that his intention to venture to the icy plains was for her sake. Mengmeng, be obedient, Jihan said with a tone of resignation. Wu Mengmeng pouted, feeling a tinge of anger. In his eyes, she appeared as a mere child. She yearned to contribute something meaningful, at the very least, to shield him from peril. Although she could not offer much in terms of combat prowess, she could serve as a healer. Accompanying her would be akin to carrying a lighter. In such an environment devoid of dry kindling, creating fire through friction was nearly impossible. The tribe relied entirely on her for fire. By joining him, the group could at least have warmth along the way and bolster their spirits to procure the ice crystal flower. Chieftain, I wish to join as well, Qing Nanyu declared. Striding confidently from the entrance of the hall, his voice, akin to warm sunshine, approached. Yet his gaze did not linger on the chieftain but rather brazenly darted towards Jihan. He had coincidentally encountered the departing group of poison males and grasped the situation. Upon hearing the chieftain's words about Jihan participating, he felt compelled not to lag behind. Jihan cast a detached glance in his direction, his animosity unmasked. Nanyu, have you truly considered this? The chieftain's expression was not one of delight but rather of concern, his brow furrowed. This impetuous youth had always been prone to wandering. Having strayed from his father to the bird tribe, should anything unfortunate occur under his watch, it would surely be a difficult position to explain to his father. Yes, I have made up my mind. Matters of the bird tribe are my concern. I must lend my strength. Chieftain, please allow me to accompany. With a blend of jest and earnestness, Qing Nanyu responded, if Jihan, not a male of the tribe, dares to step forward, how can I cower? Unable to bear Qing Nanyu's fleeting glances towards Wu Mengmeng, Jihan decisively took her leave. Qing Nanyu had yet to display his bravery to Wu Mengmeng. Watching her departing figure with a hint of regret, blissfully unaware of the chieftain's scrutinizing gaze, which too was fixed on the horizon, albeit with a peculiar glint of intrigue. Upon returning home, Wu Mengmeng felt irked by Jihan's unilateral decision-making, choosing to remain silent. While preparing dinner, she sulkily grabbed 2 chilies, discarding their seeds before tossing them into the meat soup, denying Jihan any opportunity to intervene. Once the soup was ready, Wu Mengmeng ladled a spoonful and tasted it, only to feel her throat constrict in shock. Why is this chili so fiery? She gazed into the pot, teeming with meat, as someone who relished spice. She found it overwhelmingly hot, and she wondered how he would manage. Wait, why was she concerned about how he would eat? He never thought of her, always keeping her in the dark. She scooped a bowl of the soup into a stone vessel and thrust it into Jihan's hands brusquely, her tone curt. Before finding a spot to sit with her back turned to him, Jihan, bewildered, pondered, what has come over Mengmeng? An orc. He could not fathom the complexities of a woman's sentiments. Wu Mengmeng sat waiting for quite a while, initially expecting to hear Jihan's call for spicy food within mere seconds. Growing increasingly frustrated, she contemplated playing a trick on him. However, to her surprise, No sound emerged after such an extended period. Could it be that he hadn't drunk anything? Wu Mengmeng glanced back and noticed that the stone bowl in Jihan's hands was already empty. A surge of anger welled up within her as she strode towards Jihan, snatching the bowl from his grasp. Are you foolish? Isn't it spicy? How could you possibly finish it all when it's so fiery? Jihan's lips were a shade of red that bordered on alarming. His complexion appeared more flushed than usual, and his expression was one of discomfort, as if he were enduring some hidden agony. Having never experienced the taste of spiciness before, his first encounter with the intensely hot soup was undeniably unpleasant. Wu Mengmeng was acutely aware that Jihan was suffering from the spiciness. She felt an overwhelming urge to pry open his head and discern what peculiar thoughts resided within. How could someone so astute behave so foolishly at this moment? It's not spicy, Jihan furrowed his brow, contorting his expression as if it might twist into a pretzel. Fearing that Wu Mengmeng might think he disliked her cooking and feel disheartened, he added, everything you make is delicious. He was uncertain about the nature of spiciness, but according to Mengmeng, it must be that sensation in his mouth, which was indeed quite uncomfortable. However, he couldn't let her perceive that he was troubled by such a feeling. Really? Wu Mengmeng gazed at Jihan with exasperation, her teeth clenched, yet ultimately, she refrained from voicing her frustrations. She shot him a fierce glare, but her heart had already softened. Before Jihan could comprehend her tumultuous emotions, she turned and dashed out of the room. Jihan quickly rose to follow her. Was Mengmeng still upset? Had he been too overt in his reactions? He touched his face in confusion, but just then, Wu Mengmeng returned, cradling a few small snowballs in her hands. Just hold them in your mouth. They'll take away the spiciness, she instructed. Wu Mengmeng hurried to Jihan and stuffed the snowballs into his hands. Here was a man powerful enough to vanquish ferocious beasts. Yet he was reduced to a state of discomfort by someone who had nearly become prey herself. A wave of regret washed over Wu Mengmeng. Perhaps he was not as invincible as she had believed. Noting Jihan's lack of reaction, she pouted and personally pressed a small snowball into his mouth. The gentle touch of her fingers prompted Jihan to instinctively open his mouth, and in the next moment, the icy sensation dissipated. With the snow in his mouth, the fiery discomfort in his throat began to ease, and Jihan's expression softened. Yet Wu Mengmeng continued to glare at him, visibly irked. Look at how you're suffering. How could you claim it's not spicy? Was it necessary to deceive me? As she glared at him with her bright, wide eyes, seemingly furious, Jihan perceived a flicker of something beyond mere anger within them. Chapter 71. Mengmeng, don't move. Why are you staring at me? Just enjoy your snow. Isn't it less spicy now? Honestly, how could I possibly fall for someone with such a wooden head? Wu Mengmeng pouted, her voice emerging as if squeezed from her throat. A faint buzzing akin to that of a mosquito. However, Jihan heard her clearly. Mengmeng, what did you say? Jihan was taken aback, his pupils narrowing in surprise and delight as he gazed at Wu Mengmeng. She had never expressed such feelings towards him before. I said, you fool. Wu Mengmeng suddenly raised her voice, her face flushing slightly, though her embarrassment was overshadowed by her irritation. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a tightness around her waist and found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. The warmth of his breath brushed against her neck, and she could almost feel the sensation of his nose grazing her skin. Despite having lived with Jihan for quite some time, she had never experienced such intimate contact with his human form, only with his beastly one. She feared that if his primal instincts were to surge, she would be powerless to stop him. What are you doing? Wu Mengmeng's heart skipped a beat, her words caught in her throat as she was silenced. She stared wide-eyed at this audacious man infringing upon her space. She should have pushed him away immediately, yet in that moment, her mind was blank, rendering her incapable of any response as he pressed her down onto the grass. Jihan wished to meld Wu Mengmeng into himself, her admission of affection shattering the restraint he had maintained for days. The flames of desire seemed to blaze within his silver eyes. His powerful hands firmly constrained her petite frame. For a fleeting moment, Wu Mengmeng's mind was clear. Yet that clarity was consumed by the memory of Jihan silently drinking her soup. She had already grown dependent on him. It was only when she realized how furious she was at his reckless decision, made without consulting her, that it struck her. Yet, witnessing his formidable presence in discomfort from the spicy soup made her heart ache, compelling her to fetch snow for him despite herself. She truly had fallen for him. Wu Mengmeng is not a person given to fantasies. In the past, her mind was filled with images of Jihan shielding her from the ferocious beasts, and of him rescuing her from the clutches of the wandering beastmen. Now, however, her thoughts are graced with visions of a future spent together with him. The animal hide has been cast aside, and the crackling sounds from the nearby fire have dispelled the chill within the room, rendering the cold imperceptible. At the most critical moment, Jihan suddenly paused. Mengmeng, I. His hoarse voice seemed to struggle against some profound emotion, his silver eyes glimmering with a tinge of crimson, causing even the usually composed Wu Mengmeng to blush. Yes, Jihan, let us become partners. Her soft, tender voice floated through the air, as delicate as a whisper carried by the wind. She reached out, embracing him in return. Until now, he had always been the one to protect her, and she had never done anything for him. She yearned to offer him a definitive bond. Wu Mengmeng's words seemed to be the final barrier for Jihan. With a deep growl, Jihan finally relinquished all restraint. When Wu Mengmeng awakened once more, the night had already descended. Her round, flat belly began to protest, and just as she was about to rise, A wave of discomfort coursed through her body, causing her to grimace. Memories of the moments preceding her slumber flooded her mind. Had she truly drifted off without realizing it? To be precise, she had fainted. Was this cat made of iron, impervious to fatigue? As she surveyed the room, puzzled by Jihan's absence, a tall figure strode in from outside. Mengmeng, you're awake. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Jihan approached her with purposeful strides. His deep voice, though not particularly gentle, seemed capable of melting the snow outside. Wu Mengmeng clutched the fur blanket draped over her, acutely aware that, due to the mischief of this fellow, she was clad in nothing beneath. The thought sent a flush of embarrassment to her cheeks. In the current moment, instead of articulating her desire for clothing, her mind wandered on how to express this need. It was already evening. Mengmeng, please wait a moment, Jihan said, his intense gaze lingering on her. His handsome face, having regained its usual composure, now bore a hint of warmth as he turned and dashed out, leaving behind a few words. Before long, Jihan returned, carrying a large stone pot. And with another stone bowl filled with an unknown broth, he placed it before Wu Mengmeng. Wu Mengmeng seized the opportunity while he was out and swiftly donned a set of fur garments. What is this? Wu Mengmeng gazed at the few red, indiscernible objects floating in the bowl, her face etched with confusion. Little red fruits, I've heard that they are quite nourishing for females. To give it a try, Jihan said as he lifted a homemade spoon, bringing one to Wu Mengmeng's lips. Wu Mengmeng hesitated, gazing at him, pondering the origin of the fruit before her. She recalled that such life-giving fruits were absent from her home. I traded food for it with other males, Jihan casually remarked, observing the warmth blossoming in Wu Mengmeng's eyes as she opened her mouth to consume it. Is this a red date? The familiar sweetness danced upon her taste buds, bringing her joy. It seemed that ordinary fruits and vegetables were indeed present here, albeit in rare supply. However, another question soon crossed her mind. Wait. It appears we have ample food at home. Where did you acquire this to trade? Did you? She speculated, realizing he must have ventured out to hunt for red dates while she was unaware. Jihan nodded affirmatively. I heard that females suffer when bonding with their first partner. I wish to nourish your body. Reflecting on Mengmeng's hardships, Jihan felt a twinge of remorse. Coughing lightly, Wu Mengmeng recalled that intimate moment, clearing her throat to divert her thoughts, and she brought the bowl closer, devouring the food voraciously. She had been hungry for quite some time. It was somewhat commendable of him, showing consideration by trading for food to replenish her strength. Though as a modern individual, she recognized the limited efficacy of such sustenance. A warmth enveloped her nonetheless. After finishing the red date soup, Wu Mengmeng let out a satisfied burp. Perhaps due to her lingering fatigue, drowsiness soon overtook her. But then a sudden realization struck. Oh no, I promised to treat Cat Girl to dinner tonight, and I haven't prepared the chili yet. She sighed, deciding it was too late and resolved to discuss it with her tomorrow. After a brief struggle against sleep, Wu Mengmeng finally succumbed, intending to suggest Jihan rest early as well, but upon turning, she found him already reclined upon the animal hide beside her. Ing felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Why did she think this person would be unaware of the need for rest? Although their relationship had advanced further, lying together with a clear mind still made Ing feel somewhat awkward, tossing and turning in her difficulty to fall asleep. Jhin, with a long arm, pulled her into his embrace. In the next moment, Ing sensed something amiss, and her entire body stiffened. Ing, do not move. Chapter 72. How desperate can one be? Wu Mengmeng found herself utterly frozen, holding her breath with wide, glistening eyes, unaware of when her cheeks had begun to flush. My goodness, how desperate could this fellow be? It had barely been a moment, and he was already just as she anticipated that something might transpire once again. A resigned sigh suddenly reached her ears. Just sleep, Mengmeng. His deep voice seemed to suppress something within him, his arms tightly encircling her yet reluctant to let go, prompting a helpless sigh from him. He had heard from other beastmen that a female's first time should not be rushed, and since he had just bonded with Mengmeng, he feared that her body might not withstand further advances. Sensing that Jihan behind her remained still, Wu Mengmeng felt a semblance of relief. She was still in pain after all. Being held by a man for the first time brought her a sense of strangeness, yet it was predominantly warmth and an unusual sense of safety, lulling her into slumber before she realized it. When she awoke again, daylight had already broken. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Jihan's silhouette blocking the doorway, the traces of his warmth lingering in the animal hide blanket, while outside, a cacophony of sounds began to emerge. Wu Mengmeng, filled with confusion, rose to see the rich meat soup that Jihan had prepared. It struck her as odd. What was he doing standing at the entrance? Jihan, this is the live fruit I wish to gift Wu Mengmeng. Could you please deliver it to her? A voice chimed in. This is the fresh game I caught yesterday. The meat is exceptionally tender. A group of males stood not far from the doorway, clutching various items, while Jihan, like a vigilant guardian, stood at the threshold, his brow slightly furrowed, casting a cold gaze upon them. Once their chattering subsided, Jihan spoke in a calm tone. Mengmeng does not require offerings from other beastmen. I do not wish to see you brandishing these items before her again. As he spoke, the golden patterns on his forehead flickered ominously, sending an unexplainable chill down the spines of the males. Jihan, Wu Mengmeng called softly toward the entrance, and he quickly turned and approached her. You're awake? Are you hungry? Jihan inquired gently, a stark contrast to his earlier fierceness, as he positioned himself beside her. A little, Wu Mengmeng nodded, but her gaze lingered at the door. Is something happening outside? What was that sound? Jihan, tending to her like a caregiver, draped a fur blanket over her lower half and brought forth the meat soup, feeding her while casually replying, "It's nothing, just some discarded items from the beasts, which I returned." At the entrance, a group of males lay sprawled in the snow, bruised and battered, their noses crooked. "Why did you strike so fiercely, Jihan?" "My nose is broken," one lamented. "And mine, with this face. Which female would want to be my mate now?" They bemoaned, resembling grotesque pig heads, leaving anyone unaware to think they were failed transformations of beastly swine. "When did you become so helpful?" Wu Mengmeng asked in astonishment, taking a bite of the meat, her words slightly muffled. Jihan silently continued to feed her, choosing not to respond. Wu Mengmeng was blissfully unaware of the tragic events unfolding outside the door, nor did she know the means by which Jihan had returned the items. After finishing breakfast, Jihan unusually refrained from venturing out to hunt. Seizing the opportunity of a leisurely morning, Wu Mengmeng collaborated with Jihan to craft some exquisite kitchen utensils. The rudimentary tools from the chaotic stone cave had not been transported, leaving them with merely a large pot and a few bowls, chopsticks, and spoons upon their arrival. However, after joining the Fania tribe, Wu Mengmeng stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. The resin from the trees here could be converted into oil, a variety unique to the frigid lands. Having encountered rabbits the size of pigs, the sight of oil oozing from the trees no longer struck her as peculiar. The previous meat broth they had consumed had been rather insipid. Although the meat contained some fat, it paled in comparison to the flavor of meat enriched with oil. Moreover, she was aware that the frigid lands did harbor vegetables, albeit in scant quantities. Growing weary of the monotonous meat, her taste buds were nearly desensitized to its flavor. The last time she had fallen from the cliff, she had observed numerous plants. She recalled there were still many areas she had yet to explore. Perhaps even a patch of vegetables awaited her there. With thoughts of vegetables invigorating her spirit, Wu Mengmeng diligently toiled, fashioning a complete set of kitchen utensils, pots, bowls, and plates, specially tailored to her strength. She eagerly anticipated the moment she could revisit the cliff. At noon, she summoned Catgirl and prepared a dish of green pepper and meat using the leftover chili peppers, which were only mildly spicy yet carried a hint of sweetness. Wu Mengmeng's culinary skills had notably improved, earning her abundant praise from Catgirl. Enraptured by the delightful meal, Catgirl remained oblivious to the subtle changes blossoming between Wu Mengmeng and Jihan. After Catgirl departed, Wu Mengmeng observed Jihan forcibly seating her upon the animal skin while he attended to the aftermath of their meal. "Do you truly intend to venture to the ice plains?" She had failed to convince him the previous day. Jihan quickly tidied the dishes and approached Wu Mengmeng. "I have prepared provisions for you during my absence. Upon my return, I shall introduce you to an orc," he stated, his angular features softened by a gentle expression. In the past, he might have set out to depart the day after the cold front had passed, but now, with Wu Mengmeng in his life, he could not permit her to endure the same nomadic existence he once had. He aspired to provide her with a stable home, words she often echoed in his ears. He too yearned for a place that belonged to both him and Wu Mengmeng. It was evident that Wu Mengmeng was far happier residing in the Fania tribe than in the chaotic stone cave. Jihan mused that she must be quite fond of this place. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Mengmeng's contentment stemmed from the fact that cat Xiaomi had not troubled her recently, allowing her life to flourish. However, the ice plains held perilous dangers. What if he too fell victim to poisoning like those orcs? Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brow, her concern for Jihan manifesting more openly than ever before. "Mengmeng, trust me," Jihan reassured her, his silver eyes devoid of fear, instead offering gentle comfort. To ensure a better life for Mengmeng, he needed to embark on this journey to the ice plains. As Wu Mengmeng observed Jihan's resolute determination, an epiphany struck her. "Wait. You wouldn't be joining the expedition to the ice plains merely for the food the chieftain mentioned, would you?" she exclaimed, smacking her forehead. Witnessing Jihan nodding in affirmation, she inwardly chastised herself for her own foolishness, akin to that of a simpleton. How could she have missed such an obvious detail? In her frustration, she had even played a prank on him with chili peppers. Reflecting on this, Jihan truly seemed to have been wronged. "I have inspected the food supplies in the storage. They are well preserved. Once we settle here, we need not worry about provisions," Jihan remarked after a moment of contemplation. "You inspected them? How could they allow you to view such a crucial storage area?" Wu Mengmeng paused, gazing at him in confusion. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 73, Life and Death. A pact with you. Jihan had indeed viewed the storage in a straightforward manner. With his prowess, a one-stripe orc could hardly detect him, and the storage was not perpetually guarded by two-stripe orcs. Upon arriving at the tribe, he had thoroughly explored various locations. Doubting the safety of letting Wu Mengmeng reside there, he had refrained from venturing into the homes of the two-stripe orcs or the chieftain, as he was aware that those of comparable or superior strength would easily detect him. Jihan, however, had no intention of revealing this to Wu Mengmeng, opting instead to obscure the truth. Wu Mengmeng did not press further, yet her gaze towards Jihan held a hint of doubt. She couldn't shake the feeling that he had been keeping a close eye on the supplies. No, that couldn't be right. It must be a misconception. How could Jihan be the type to covet another's provisions? While Wu Mengmeng struggled to uphold Jihan's grand image in her heart, Jihan was already contemplating what prey from the storeroom he would prepare for her as roasted meat upon his return, since he were determined to go. I do not oppose, but I must accompany you, Wu Mengmeng asserted resolutely. She was pleased that Jihan was considering their future. Yet she could not accept that he would neglect his own safety. The memory of Jihan fighting fiercely against the rogue beastmen flashed in her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. If they ventured into the icy plains and encountered that serpentine beast, would he not be risking his life once more? Communication was nearly impossible here, devoid of any devices, and going together would at least ensure she could ascertain his safety at any moment. She did not wish to become a mere waiting figure, longing for his return. No, Mengmeng, you cannot go, Jihan frowned, rejecting her request without a moment's thought. The icy plains were perilous. How could he allow her to accompany him? Why can you go, but I cannot? Wu Mengmeng countered, fearing Jihan would remain steadfast in his refusal, and continued, Jihan, there is a saying in my hometown, through life and death, I vow to be with you. Hand in hand, growing old together. Since I have chosen you, I wish to remain by your side, facing any danger together. She did not want to be a fragile vase, always in need of his protection, nor did she want him to face danger alone. If possible, I would rather confront it alongside you. Despite her frail strength in this frigid land, her modern outlook prevailed. She did not wish to abandon anyone, unlike her father. I will be fine. And I still need to return to wait for you to have little ones. Jihan felt a stir in his heart but still did not concede. He understood that Mengmeng was concerned for his safety. All right then, if you get hurt, I will find another cat to bear young with, Wu Mengmeng mused, stroking her chin as if contemplating which feline beast to choose. She was not in a hurry for Jihan's approval. Regardless of his consent, she would accompany him. Jihan's expression darkened, and he possessively pulled Wu Mengmeng into his embrace, fearing she might genuinely seek out another cat for offspring. In the afternoon, a beastman came to inform Jihan to go to the hall. Wu Mengmeng understood it was about the journey to the icy plains and employed her tenacity to follow him. In the hall, after the chief's selection, the decision was made to form a team of 50 males to venture to the icy plains. Alongside Jihan, there were 4 two-strike beastmen, while the rest were one-striked. The group briefly introduced themselves, for they would soon face challenges together. Jihan stood still, resembling a statue, while Wu Mengmeng curiously scrutinized the males. She did not recognize any of the one-striped beastmen but was familiar with 2 of the two-striped ones. Not far away, Qing Nanyan turned around and caught sight of Wu Mengmeng, flashing her a dazzling smile that nearly blinded her. Wasn't Qing Nanyan a fox beastman? Had she not already chosen Jihan, she might have been captivated by his beauty. However, she realized she had yet to see his beast form. As she pondered, Qing Nanyan approached. Wu Mengmeng, what brings you here? Are you settling in well in the tribe? Jihan instinctively pulled Wu Mengmeng closer to himself, a clear display of territorial claim. Quite well, thank you for your concern, Wu Mengmeng replied, bemused yet complying with Jihan's protective demeanor, her tone tinged with politeness and distance. Qing Nanyan suddenly paused, his gaze shifting as he detected Wu Mengmeng's scent on Jihan, stronger than before. Have you two become mates? He inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Yes. Wu Mengmeng nodded slightly, feeling a bit shy under the scrutiny of the imposing male. A moment later, Qing Nanyan's expression returned to normal, his smile unwavering as he continued to regard Wu Mengmeng, seemingly ignoring Jihan's arm around her waist. Jihan is about to leave for the icy plains. Will you be staying alone in the tribe? Wu Mengmeng was about to respond that she would accompany Jihan, but he abruptly interrupted her. Who you stay with is none of your concern. Jihan shot a cold glance at Qing Nanyan, suspecting his intentions towards Wu Mengmeng. She seemed disinclined towards confrontations. But if she had, true, Qing Nanyan scratched his head, not angered but awkwardly smiling, when suddenly a thought struck him. By the way, the chief mentioned that the partners of the males returning from the icy plains can collect food from the storeroom. Since I have no partner, may I leave the food to you? Jihan had already bonded with Wu Mengmeng, and if he did not step up his game, he would fall behind significantly. Huh? Wu Mengmeng was taken aback, still processing when Jihan shielded her behind him. Their silver and azure eyes met, and the tension in the air was palpable. No need. Keep your food for yourself. Jihan's voice dripped with jealousy. Wu Mengmeng then realized Qing Nanyan was confessing to her. Jihan was right. That food was hard-earned and should be saved for his future partner. She supported from behind Jihan. Stay grounded. You cannot be swayed. Mengmeng, you must hold your ground. You are a woman with a cat. After an internal struggle, Wu Mengmeng finally dared to meet Qing Nanyan's gaze, seeing only regret in his azure eyes, but not the fleeting shadow of despair. Well then, I shall keep it for my future partner. Qing Nanyan's gaze fell slightly, yet his smile remained intact, betraying no sense of loss. The future partner he envisioned had already been chosen. Seeing that Qing Nanyan did not pursue her like other males, Wu Mengmeng exhaled in relief. She held a good impression of him and considered him a friend. Any rift between them would unsettle her heart. As the atmosphere grew awkward, Wu Mengmeng caught sight of Abu not far away. Their eyes met briefly, but he quickly averted his gaze as if he had seen something terrifying. What was happening? The man who had confessed to her just days ago now looked at her as if she were a ghost. Was it really just because she had rejected him? Chapter 74. A world for two. With Mengmeng, the chief's instructions had been conveyed, and to avoid further awkwardness, Wu Mengmeng did not linger, swiftly returning with Jihan. Qing Nanyan stood still, his sunny smile dimmed with melancholy, watching Wu Mengmeng's retreating figure until she vanished from sight, murmuring to himself, she truly is a remarkable female. Could she be the one? In an ephemeral moment, Qing Nanyu's expression returned to normal. He turned around, smiling like an innocent child, and approached Abu. Abu's countenance darkened somewhat. He took a couple of steps back, distancing himself, seemingly oblivious to the smile gracing Qing Nanyu's face, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. What do you intend to do? Abu's voice trembled with suppressed anger and trepidation. I merely wish to inquire if your health has improved. Did I frighten you? I sincerely apologize. Despite observing Abu's reaction, Qing Nanyu's crescent-shaped eyes displayed no trace of remorse. You lunatic, Abu spat through clenched teeth, turning to leave. Yet the image of Qing Nanyu's smile lingered in his mind, a juxtaposition of sunlight and shadow, akin to a demon concealed beneath a shroud of snow. He hesitated momentarily, then uttered, I have already promised you that I will no longer pursue Wu Mengmeng, nor will I have any contact with her. Please do not seek me out again. Qing Nanyu smiled as he watched Abu limp away. Meanwhile, Wu Mengmeng, rarely venturing out, took her time returning, leisurely walking alongside Jihan on the snow-covered pebble path. Each step resonating with a crunch, leaving behind a noticeable footprint. Throughout their stroll, Wu Mengmeng was subjected to the intense scrutiny of numerous males, causing her to regret her decision to take a walk. Although it was still the cold season, the frigid temperatures were terrifyingly harsh, yet merely dry. The cold wave from a few days prior seemed to have swept away the snow from the sky, and there had been no further snowfall, aside from the low temperatures. The weather was remarkably pleasant. Wu Mengmeng initially intended to thoroughly explore the bird tribe, but after walking for a mere 10 minutes, she ultimately gave up. She felt that had it not been for Jihan's presence, she would have been torn to shreds by those males. Unbeknownst to her, ever since she triumphed over Kong Kair's challenge at the banquet and captured the hearts of numerous males, food had been delivered to her home almost daily. However, each time, Jihan, with his helpful disposition, graciously returned it. As Wu Mengmeng returned home and stepped through the door, a shadow suddenly lunged at her, nearly causing her to exclaim in terror as if facing an assassin. The gust of wind stirred by the shadow brushed against her face, and a large hand swiftly seized the dark figure. With a resounding thud, a pitch-black bird was left perched upon the wall. Jihan, with an air of indifference, dusted off his hands, a fleeting shadow crossing his gaze. He had almost forgotten about this bird. Jihan, wasn't your approach a tad too harsh? Wu Mengmeng stared in astonishment at the scene. Though startled by the small creature, she understood why he acted thus. It was flying too swiftly and might have collided with you. I merely intended to slow it down, Jihan replied, cracking his knuckles with a series of sharp sounds. This bothersome bird had taken considerable advantage of Mengmeng while still in its untransformed state. He was aware that Mengmeng did not regard untransformed males as ordinary, but that did not mean he would allow it to act with impunity. Wu Mengmeng gently pushed her forehead, caught between laughter and tears. Squeak. Relish this moment while you can. Once you venture to the icy plains, I shall revel in a world for two with Mengmeng. Xiaomi slid down the wall, quickly regaining his footing. Flapping his wings in agitation, his cries laced with fury. As a fellow beastman, Jihan could comprehend his avian tongue. Although Wu Mengmeng had acquired the ability to understand animal speech after bonding with him, she still needed time to familiarize herself with the nuances of other creatures' languages. A world for two? Jihan maintained a solemn expression, his eyes narrowing as he seemed to ponder the most strategic approach for his next move. Wu Mengmeng gazed at Jihan in confusion, unable to comprehend how he suddenly uttered such contemporary terminology. It seemed she had never heard him speak in such a manner before. She recalled only during their time in the stone cave, when she was still unaware that Xiaomi was an orc, while Jihan ventured out to hunt. She remained in the cave, lost in whimsical fantasies of love, engaging in idle chatter with Xiaomi. Squeak. Squeak. Just the two of us. Wu Mengmeng would revel in the notion of sharing a world meant for two with her most cherished companion. You're unaware, aren't you? Once I transform, I shall become Wu Mengmeng's partner. Xiaomi pranced about on the ground, blissfully oblivious to the peril he was in. Is that so? Sensing Wu Mengmeng's gaze upon him, Jihan released his grip, swiftly scooping up the squirming Xiaomi, and turned his attention back to Wu Mengmeng with a gentle demeanor. He claims he has taken a wrong turn. I shall escort him back. It appeared he needed to contemplate Wu Mengmeng's suggestion seriously. With that, he strode out, firmly grasping the still struggling Xiaomi. Squeak. What are you doing? Let me go. Wu Mengmeng must have told you these things because she likes me. You shall not bully me before I have transformed. Wu Mengmeng could not comprehend the bird language spoken by Xiaomi. She merely sensed his apparent excitement. To her astonishment, Jihan was indeed so eager to assist. Observing the amicable interaction between the two, Wu Mengmeng stroked her chin, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Before long, Jihan returned. WMNGMing, resolute in her determination to cook, busied herself in the kitchen while simultaneously discussing her desire to traverse the icy expanse with JHN. She enumerated every conceivable reason that had crossed her mind in recent days. Take me along. You shall not have to endure the frigid nights alone. Do not underestimate my capabilities. I possess considerable courage and can defend myself. Even if confronted by a serpent beast, I could incinerate it with fire. Besides, you are here to assist me. Wmngming spoke fervently, her words flowing without restraint. Very well, Jhn replied, attentively listening and nodding in agreement. As Wu Mengmeng diligently tended to the fire, adding more fuel, she was momentarily taken aback by the words she heard, nearly tossing her hand into the flames as if it were mere wood. Fortunately, Jihan's quick reflexes saved her from a disastrous mishap. What did you just say? You agree? Wu Mengmeng gazed at Jihan in disbelief. How could he suddenly change his mind after so recently insisting that she should not go? Had her profound affection truly swayed him? Yes, we shall venture to the ice plains together, Jihan replied, his tone tinged with resignation. He feared that if he forbade Wu Mengmeng from accompanying him, upon his return, she might truly seek the company of another male to bear offspring. He felt no concern for Qing Nanyu, as Mengmeng had already rejected him, but the little black bird was a different matter. Mengmeng's indulgence towards him must not be permitted to flourish. Wonderful. Wu Mengmeng, blissfully unaware of Jihan's inner thoughts, joyfully threw her arms around his neck. Jihan was momentarily taken aback but then embraced her in return, a flicker of understanding dawning within him. It appeared that initially denying Mengmeng's request only to later acquiesce brought her such delight, just as Jihan felt a surge of warmth within him. Yearning to act upon it, Wu Mengmeng suddenly leaped away, exuberantly darting around the room. What should we bring to the ice plains? Certainly, we cannot carry too much. We need to take food, and a little salt as well. Observing Wu Mengmeng's animated preparations, Jihan let out a quiet sigh. Attempting to quell the heat coursing through his body, his mouth felt parched, reminiscent of the time he had indulged in spicy food. He bit into a couple of ice chunks for relief, but it provided little solace. Watching Mengmeng lost in her excitement about the journey, he refrained from interrupting her joy and opted to step outside for a moment to cool down, fearing he might lose control. The expedition to the ice plains set off the following morning. The accompanying beastmen carried only furs and ice crystals, while Jihan and Wu Mengmeng brought along a modest supply of food, bundled in furs into 2 packs strapped to their backs. The journey from the bird tribe to the ice plains would span several days, and should they encounter prey along the way, they could supplement their meals. Thus, Wu Mengmeng was careful not to burden Jihan with excessive provisions, constructing a small jar the size of a fist to hold salt, and stitching a small pouch from fur to carry it, both practical and convenient. Upon learning that Wu Mengmeng would be joining them, the other males expressed their astonishment. Those who initially intended to persuade her otherwise quickly retreated under Jihan's frosty gaze. If her partner had no objections, why should they concern themselves? The beastmen of the tribe gathered to bid farewell. Wu Mengmeng had informed Cat Girl of her plans in advance, and as they parted, Cat Girl's eyes glistened with tears. Mengmeng, please ensure your safe return. Cat Girl clutched Wu Mengmeng's hand, as though this farewell might be final. Fear not. Rest assured, I am blessed with great fortune. Neither ferocious beasts nor wandering beastmen have managed to harm me. When I return, it is a pity I shall not be the first to see your offspring. Wu Mengmeng patted her chest with assurance, her gaze lingering on the noticeably enlarged belly of Cat Girl, a hint of regret in her eyes. Now that we are safely back, my little one will surely adore you. I even wish to see them grow up to be your companions. Cat Girl smiled with reddened eyes, her tone finally easing into a more relaxed demeanor. Puff. After much effort, Wu Mengmeng's melancholic sentiment of parting was abruptly shattered. Chapter 75. Camping outside the ice field. The ice field lay to the south of the bird tribe, resembling the geographical features of Earth. Albeit the frigid expanse bore a closer resemblance to the deserts of Earth, devoid of any vegetation and uninhabited by beastmen, save for the ferocious serpent beast lurking within. Along the journey, Wu Mengmeng listened as the beastmen engaged in animated discussions about this serpent beast. They recounted tales of a neighboring leopard tribe's team that, while harvesting ice crystal flowers, inadvertently provoked the serpent beast, resulting in several males being swallowed whole. Furthermore, they revealed that the serpent had been exiled from its tribe for having killed a female within their ranks. The males narrated these accounts with vivid detail, painting a picture of the serpent's brutality and savagery that caused Wu Mengmeng to fervently pray in her heart, hoping they would avoid an encounter with the beast and return home after gathering the ice crystal flowers. Fortunately, aside from the occasional fierce snowstorm and 2 encounters with ferocious beasts while traversing the ice forest, they faced no other dangers throughout their week-long journey. After 7 days of travel, the contingent of beastmen finally arrived a mere kilometer from the ice field, where the shadows of forest and trees vanished from sight, leaving only an endless expanse of snow, a vast white canvas soon to blend into the twilight. Experiencing such breathtaking scenery for the first time, Wu Mengmeng felt a sense of wonder. Had she possessed a smartphone, she would have undoubtedly indulged in taking several selfies as keepsakes. However, entering the ice field would inevitably alert the serpent beast, rendering nighttime even more perilous than the day. Thus, led by Qing Nanyu, the team decided to camp in place and rest, intending to officially venture into the ice field the following day to harvest the ice crystal flowers. In the rear of the group, Wu Mengmeng and Jihan were ostensibly setting up camp, though in reality, it merely entailed spreading animal hides upon the ground and reclining upon them to sleep. However, the nocturnal activities of Wu Mengmeng were considerably more vibrant. After distributing the kindled wood among the males, the 2 huddled around their own fire. The chunks of meat, sliced and sprinkled with salt, soon released an enticing aroma that wafted through the air, captivating the attention of the males in front, who found themselves unable to sleep. their mouths watering profusely yet restrained from making any move. This restraint stemmed not only from Jihan's presence but also from the fact that males generally lack the privilege to partake in meat. It was reserved solely for the esteemed females. Even when encountering potential prey along their journey, they opted to circumvent or chase it away, harboring no intentions of hunting for sustenance. In their eyes, the act of hunting was solely permissible when a female desired meat, leaving them to subsist on the tasteless ice crystal for nourishment. As for the yearning gazes of the males, Wu Mengmeng chose to disregard them. She was neither a savior nor a benevolent deity. The meat before her was the result of Jihan's arduous efforts, and she could not afford to share their hard-earned provisions with them. With one male satisfied, there would be dozens more awaiting their turn. Furthermore, even if she were to allow them a moment's indulgence, it would not address the fundamental issue of food scarcity in this frigid land. It's ready. Eat quickly. You've hardly eaten anything after a long day of travel, Jihan urged as he handed a slice of roasted meat to Wu Mengmeng. Wu Mengmeng had only accepted one, pushing the rest back into Jihan's hands. You must be exhausted after a long day. I've done nothing but sit here, she exclaimed. You should eat too. Over the past few days of travel, her pace was far slower than that of the orcs, thus she had been carried by Jihan. If anyone were to be considered weary, it would surely be him. As she savored the roasted meat, Wu Mengmeng mused that compared to the vibrant nightlife of the modern world, this was a form of finding joy amidst hardship. Aware of Wu Mengmeng's small appetite, Jihan did not hesitate. He held the roasted meat, eating while preparing more so that she could enjoy it while it was still warm. Nearby, the males observed this scene with envy. Wu Mengmeng is far too kind to her partner, sharing meat with Jihan? How enviable, one lamented. Indeed, it's my first time witnessing a female who feeds her partner meat. How wonderful it would be to be Wu Mengmeng's companion. Another chimed in. Stop dreaming. How do you know she is feeding her partner and not just Jihan? Someone countered. Last time, I saw a male who sought Wu Mengmeng's affection get thoroughly beaten by Jihan. Are you sure you still want to pursue her? With no meat to savor. The males could only indulge their imaginations. After hearing the remarks from the other males, a collective sigh of resignation filled the air. Jihan, do listen. It seems they are speaking of some male. Could it be you they are referring to? Wu Mengmeng inquired, her mouth full of roasted meat, her attention drawn to the indistinct chatter of the males in front of her. Her hearing was not as acute as that of the orcs, allowing her only to catch a few vague words, which left her uncertain. Jihan paused in his roasting, casting a cold, piercing glance towards the group of males. The moment they felt his gaze, a chill ran down their spines, prompting them to fall silent, and the atmosphere grew significantly quieter. Wu Mengmeng overlooked these details, only hearing Jihan's casual response. Oh, I believe they're referring to me, probably about the last time I returned the food that had fallen from the male. So that was it. TSK, I never imagined, Jihan, that your good deeds had already spread among so many beastmen in the bird tribe. Wu Mengmeng nodded in admiration. Do you like me this way? Jihan lifted his gaze, and his eyes, like deep pools, rippled with the disturbance of a small stone. Noticing Wu Mengmeng's momentary silence, he added, do you enjoy seeing me do good deeds? Of course. Wu Mengmeng blinked and nodded, then hesitated. Why does this sound a bit odd? Shaking her head, her thoughts returned. As a cat, we must be ostentatious when the time calls for it. Look, you've done a good deed, and everyone appreciates you. I used to worry about your interactions with the beastmen here, but it seems there's no need for concern now. Wu Mengmeng felt a sense of relief, and the admiration in her eyes was quite pleasing to Jihan. All right, Jihan replied earnestly, recalling Wu Mengmeng's earlier advice to him to be more low-key at the banquet. Well, I suppose I'll heed whatever Mengmeng says. Wu Mengmeng, a fresh and gentle voice called from a distance. Looking up, Wu Mengmeng saw Qing Nanyu approaching, holding an unfamiliar game in his hands. Is there something you need? She asked, recalling his confession from yesterday and gazing curiously at the prey he carried. This is a game I accidentally injured while scouting the area. Seeing it near death, I thought to bring it back, since you are the only female here. Please accept this catch, Qing Nanyu said, gesturing towards the sizable prey, his smile radiating warmth in the sunless, frigid land, as if he had transformed into a ray of sunshine. Wu Mengmeng gazed at King Nanyu, her expression fraught with hesitation. The others had asserted that the offering was made due to the absence of females. Was her acceptance of it not a slight against him? Yet to decline would be equally inappropriate, especially with a jealous companion at her side. Ultimately, she turned her head toward Jihan. Jihan narrowed his eyes, his gaze probing the quarry in King Nanyu's grasp. He lingered on the concealed wound, obscured by fur, for an extended moment before diverting his attention. Did they not all desire to partake in this feast? Why not share it with them? For Wu Mengmeng had sufficient provisions now. Jihan raised an eyebrow, glancing toward the males ahead. No sooner had he spoken than the males cast their eyes upon King Nanyu's prize, their attention fixated on the offering. The game presented to Wu Mengmeng by King Nanyu rightfully belonged to her, and as Jihan was her mate, it could be considered his as well. Jihan indicated that it could be shared with them. Would they truly have the opportunity to savor such delectable roasted meat? Chapter 76. The Black Serpent emerges. The atmosphere hung momentarily in tension. Just when Wu Mengmeng anticipated King Nanyu's ire, he unexpectedly smiled and nodded. Very well. I shall take it to them, he declared, then turned with a smile directed at Wu Mengmeng, carrying the prey toward the other males. Jihan observed King Nanyu's departing figure with cold eyes, his gaze fixed on the quarry that still dripped with blood, the firelight casting a trail of crimson upon the snow. Was this prey injured by mere accident, or had it been deliberately captured? Jihan, what are you staring at? Hurry indeed. The meat will be unappetizing once it cools. With King Nanyu no longer a distraction, Wu Mengmeng focused intently on her meal, urging Jihan to finish quickly so they could rest. Tomorrow might herald another fierce battle, and Jihan was her pillar of strength. It was imperative he be well rested. It's nothing, Jihan replied, turning back to her. The earlier frostiness in his demeanor now replaced with fondness as he regarded Wu Mengmeng. Meanwhile, the males had received portions of King Nanyu's offering and were preparing it for roasting in the same manner as Wu Mengmeng had suggested. Many of the males began to reconsider their opinions, now perceiving Jihan as quite the admirable beast. Jihan's unintentional act garnered him the favor of numerous males. After a hearty meal, Wu Mengmeng and Jihan embraced as they drifted into slumber, though the morsels shared among the males were hardly enough to satisfy. The mere taste had brought them considerable contentment. Furthermore, each male had consumed ice crystal fruit to stave off hunger, retiring early to rejuvenate for the next day's quest to collect ice crystal flowers. The following morning, with the first light of dawn breaking, the males rose. Since their arrival in this frigid realm, Wu Mengmeng had forsaken her modern habits of late-night phone use, her routine now transformed into one of remarkable regularity and health. Rising early was now a trivial matter for her, swiftly extricating herself from the animal skin blankets and tidying their belongings alongside Jihan. She joined the main group as they continued forward. Upon entering the icy expanse, Wu Mengmeng failed to spot the famed ice crystal flowers. All that met her eyes was the vast expanse of snow, not a petal was in sight. In truth, the ice crystal flower was unlike any plant she had previously envisioned. It was a blossom born from the intense cold, an elevated form of ice crystal. After some contemplation, Wu Mengmeng inquired of Jihan, only to learn that ice crystal flowers did not flourish in every area of the tundra. To find them, one must venture toward the heart of the icy plains, the coldest region where such flowers could thrive. Coincidentally, the lair of the serpent beast lay precisely in that central domain. As they progressed, each male treaded cautiously, maintaining heightened vigilance. Any rustle or whisper of the wind warranted thorough investigation before they dared to advance further. Wu Mengmeng found it peculiar that there was nothing here, prompting such alarm. However, she soon regretted her initial thoughts. By noon, after traversing a significant distance, the animals paused to rest. More importantly, they were unfamiliar with the path ahead and had not ascertained the correct direction, thus refraining from acting impulsively. Wu Mengmeng's stomach began to growl, prompting her to prepare lunch in situ. Just at that moment, she felt the urge to use the restroom. Glancing around, she saw nothing but flat terrain, compelling her to tug at Jihan's hand, requesting him to lead her to a more secluded spot. Jihan transformed into his beast form, carrying Wu Mengmeng as they sprinted for several minutes, finally leaving the sight of those males behind. Nevertheless, Wu Mengmeng still felt a tinge of embarrassment, so she fashioned a small mound of snow to shield her modesty. After addressing her urgent needs, a wave of relief washed over her. As she was about to pull up her leather trousers and fasten her self-made leather belt, she suddenly felt something brush against her ankle. Jihan, did I not ask you to keep your distance? What are you doing here while I'm in the restroom? Wu Mengmeng's voice was tinged with irritation as she turned around, ready to reprimand Jihan, only to find him several meters away, gazing in her direction, their eyes locked in a silent exchange. Wait, Jihan? What was that thing that just brushed against her ankle? Wu Mengmeng's hand paused for a moment as her neck stiffly turned to gaze downwards. To her astonishment, she noticed several dark holes in the vast expanse of white snow, from which emerged soft, black forms. The very moment one of these serpentine creatures brushed against her leg, her heart raced. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were thick, elongated black snakes. Goodness, there are snakes. With a shrill scream, Wu Mengmeng sprang into action, her feet flying as she attempted to flee. Yet, scarcely had her voice faded when the serpent, seemingly responding to an unseen command, leapt forward, its sinuous body writhing as it lunged toward her. One of the snakes deftly coiled around her ankle. With a resounding splash, she fell. Mengmeng fell headfirst, landing with an ungraceful thud. Mengmeng. In mere seconds, as Jihan sensed something amiss, Mengmeng had already been tripped and sprawled on the ground. He hastily darted over. Are you all right, Mengmeng? Grasping the black serpent coiled around her ankle as if it were a mere strand of straw, he yanked it away, sending it flying. The other serpents, sensing the impending danger, halted a mere 2 meters away from Mengmeng, their predatory gaze fixed upon them. The writhing bodies of the serpents traced patterns in the snow, their triangular eyes resembling dark voids, intent on finding the opportune moment to strike. Jihan, however, was unfazed. A few black serpents were insignificant in his eyes. After thoroughly inspecting Mengmeng and ensuring she was unharmed, he finally felt at ease, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. I'm fine, put me down. I'm not hurt, she protested, kicking her legs in an attempt to be released. These serpents might follow us in the snow, re-emerging at any moment. I should have been more vigilant about the dangers here, and I frightened you, he reassured her, refusing to relinquish his hold. His strong arms enveloped her securely. Though he was not afraid of the small black serpents, The thought of one carelessly biting Mengmeng was unacceptable. Upon hearing Jihan's words, Mengmeng obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, ceasing her struggles. Why are there suddenly so many snakes? She queried, her mind racing at the prospect of these dark creatures lurking just beneath the snow. Being in Jihan's embrace felt far safer. Noticing that Mengmeng had ceased her questioning and was now clinging to him, Jihan's spirits lifted. I have never been here before either. I presumed that black serpents would only inhabit areas close to the ice crystal flowers. It seems we are not far from where they grow. And these serpents must have been disturbed from their hiding places beneath the snow. As he carried her back, he continued to explain, so these serpents must be ordinary ones. Correct? Mengmeng's gaze remained locked on the snow, wary of the possibility of more serpents emerging. Indeed, they are just ordinary snakes. With me here. You need not fear. Hearing Jihan's voice provided her with considerable reassurance, yet visions of the writhing black serpents persisted in her mind. They had not even caught a glimpse of the ice crystal flowers, yet already encountered such a multitude of snakes. What if they reached their destination, only to find themselves in a serpent's den? On their journey, Mengmeng had already heard from the males that the snakes here, like the ice crystal flowers, favored the cold. The closer one approached the blooming grounds, the more numerous the black serpents became. As she pondered this, a voice called out to them from a distance. What has happened? Mengmeng, are you all right? Are you hurt? Wu Mengmeng retracted her thoughts, shifting her gaze from the snow-covered ground to the distance, where Qing was hurriedly approaching her. Chapter 77, Finding the Ice Crystal Flower. What brings you here? Wu Mengmeng shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Her eyes fixed on Qing with an odd expression. After all, she had come here to address her urgent needs. Was there some peculiar inclination that prompted his arrival at this moment? TSK. Wu Mengmeng could not suppress a shiver, her gaze towards Qing growing increasingly peculiar, as she resolved to maintain a distance from him. Just now, you called out, and everyone heard it. I came to see if you were in any danger. Qing smile vanished, and Wu Mengmeng looked at him with genuine concern. Upon hearing his words, Wu Mengmeng's expression momentarily froze, quickly followed by an awkward smile. Is that so? It's nothing serious, just encountered a few black snakes, but they have already been chased away by Jihan. Wu Mengmeng, feeling embarrassed, turned her face aside. What had she been thinking? Here was a bright young man, and she had foolishly regarded him as a lecherous figure. Black snakes? Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's words, Qing, who had initially felt relieved that she was unharmed, suddenly changed his countenance, his tone laced with concern as he asked in return. Yes, black snakes, what about it? Wu Mengmeng, bewildered, nodded, unsure of Qing reaction. Qing frowned, casting his gaze towards Jihan's rear. Not far away. The keen eyesight of the beastmen allowed him to spot the dark hole from which the snakes had emerged, although the snakes had long since vanished. After a moment's hesitation, Qing voiced his concerns. I have been here before and know that all the black snakes are under the command of the serpent beast residing in the heart of the ice field. That serpent beast harbors a deep loathing for beastmen. If these black snakes detect any trace of beastmen, they will report back to the serpent beast. I fear it won't be long before we are discovered. Qing spoke with evident worry. Is it that serious? Wu Mengmeng's face paled. If she hadn't ventured out to relieve herself, she wouldn't have been detected by those black snakes. Qing nodded solemnly, his usual sunny demeanor replaced by a serious expression. Noticing Wu Mengmeng's anxious look, he softened his tone and gently spoke. Do not fret too much. The closer we get to the center of the ice field, the more black snakes there will be. Being discovered is inevitable. If anyone is to blame, it is merely my failure to inform you of this earlier. It is my fault. Let us return for now. Qing tone carried a hint of regret as he took full responsibility. How can this be your fault? Wu Mengmeng quickly waved her hands. Upon returning to the group, Qing swiftly relayed the current situation to everyone. After some discussion, they unanimously agreed to hasten their efforts to gather the ice crystal flowers, determined to do so before the serpent beast noticed them. However, the pressing issue was that they had no idea where to go. The males in the group had never been to the ice field and were unaware of where the ice crystal flowers grew. Wu Mengmeng, neglecting her lunch, hastily packed her belongings and realized that her companions were not in a hurry to depart, only to discover they were lost. I have an idea. Though I am uncertain of its efficacy, she proposed as she stepped forward. What idea? The males regarded Wu Mengmeng with great respect, believing her to be an astute female whose words were worth heeding. These black snakes are likely aware of the whereabouts of the beast, and consequently, the ice crystal flower. If we were to capture one of the black snakes, it could lead us there, she suggested, a notion inspired by the counsel of Jihan and Qing. Had she not needed to relieve herself, this idea might not have occurred to her. The males, suddenly enlightened, lauded her suggestion and hastened to the spot where she had previously encountered a black snake to capture one. With the guidance of the black snake, the group finally found their way. Initially, only an occasional black snake would be startled and emerge from the snow, but now, every few steps, they had to be cautious of stepping on one. Now, they were assured of their path. The creatures of this frigid land were remarkably intelligent, discerning which beasts were to be respected and which were to be avoided. The orc group led by Wu Mengmeng could effortlessly crush them with a mere flick of their fingers, thus they dared not provoke them. Instead, they languidly lay upon the snow, their eyes half closed and lazily watching as the orcs moved away. Encountering the anthropomorphized gazes of these black serpents sent an involuntary shiver down Wu Mengmeng's spine. The ice crystal flower. It is the ice crystal flower. We have arrived. Wu Mengmeng had been trailing behind Jihan when a sudden exclamation from one of the males ahead startled her. She lifted her body from Jihan's back to peer forward. To her astonishment, the once boundless expanse of snow was now adorned with numerous silvery floral formations. Each crystalline blossom, approximately the size of 2 fists, resembled exquisitely carved crystal, shimmering with a translucent brilliance. If the sun were to grace this icy terrain, it would undoubtedly sparkle like a celestial jewel from above. Having discovered the ice crystal flowers, the males in front had ceased their advance. Perched on Jihan's back, Wu Mengmeng observed that the deeper they ventured into the icy plain, the denser the clusters of these flowers became. Moreover, the temperature seemed to plummet as they approached, as if an unseen force exuded an aura of chill. While Wu Mengmeng curiously examined the ice crystal flowers, the males ahead began to excitedly gather them. This is my first visit to the ice plain, and I must say, the journey has been rather smooth. Once we collect these ice crystal flowers, we need not worry about food for our future mates. One of them exclaimed, "Enough chatter. Hurry and gather them. Did you not see that the black snakes have fled? They must be alerting the serpent beasts. If we do not hasten, we shall all be devoured." "Surely not. They fled out of fear. This ice plain is not particularly perilous," another replied. Just as the males dispersed to collect the ice crystal flowers, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Thunderous rumblings. What is happening? Why is the ground cracking? My ice crystal flowers. The beast staggered as one male bent down to pluck a flower, only to find a gaping chasm opening beneath it, causing the flower to plummet. Wu Mengmeng, hold on tight. Jihan's silver eyes narrowed as he swiftly evaded the fissure that had split the ground beneath them. Wu Mengmeng clutched Jihan tightly, responding to him with her actions. Had it been in the past, she would have likely been terrified to the point of losing her composure. However, having witnessed grand spectacles and faced death twice, she had become more resolute. Now, she took the opportunity, while Jihan evaded the chasm beneath their feet, to widen her eyes and observe the changes around them. Before long, Wu Mengmeng realized that this was no mere crack in the ground. The reason for the fissure in the snow was astonishing. "Ah, what in the world is that?" A male's terrified cry for help pierced the air. Jihan paused momentarily, allowing Wu Mengmeng to glimpse the direction from which the sound emanated, her eyes widening in shock. Indeed, they had stumbled into a den of serpents. Wu Mengmeng gasped softly in amazement. Not far away, a colossal black python, as thick as a human thigh, had emerged from the depths, its gaping maw clamped down on a male's leg, hoisting him helplessly into the air. Logically speaking, as a beastman, one should be able to contend with a mere python. Even if bitten, it shouldn't lead to a desperate plea for help. During this time, Wu Mengmeng had gained an understanding of the strength of the patterned beastmen. Upon witnessing this gruesome scene, she did not foolishly rush forward to save him without considering her own capabilities. Just as she pondered, Wu Mengmeng suddenly noticed something amiss. The male being bitten had lips that were turning purple. It was the black python. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not let it bite you, or you will succumb to ice and poison. We must capture it. Only the blood of the black python can counteract the ice poison. With so many males here, we will surely be able to catch it." Around her, several males gasped in alarm, further confirming her suspicions. No wonder everyone feared the black python rather than the small black snakes, not merely due to its size, but because this black python harbored a deadly venom. It seemed that the males returning to the tribe had also fallen victim to this toxin. These black pythons were indeed cunning, hiding beneath the icy crystal flowers in the snow, which explained why even the formidable beastmen had succumbed to their poison. Just as the beastmen surrounded the black python, preparing to join forces to capture it, a more terrifying scene unfolded. "Look, over here. Everyone, be careful. There are many black pythons. They are lurking underground." From the previously cracked ground, dozens of black pythons emerged, and the fissures continued to widen, leaving them unaware of how many more pythons lay hidden within. The attempt to rescue the bitten male failed, and instead, they found themselves encircled by these black pythons. "Forget about capturing it alive. We must first eliminate these snakes," exclaimed a male who had previously ventured into the icy plains and recognized the immediate actions necessary for survival. "Ah, how can these snakes be so fast?" The air was filled with exclamations of alarm from the males, as the number of black pythons surged from a dozen to over 20, continuously emerging from the crevices and moving at a speed that was nearly impossible to track, attacking the males. "Jihan, don't worry about me. You should go help," Wu Mengmeng urged, patting Jihan's back, signaling him to set her down. She could not afford to be a burden during this critical moment. The ground had ceased its tremors, and the fissures had stopped expanding. She realized that the black pythons only moved in areas where the icy crystal flowers grew. As long as they kept their distance, they would not be attacked. At least for now, the pythons were focused on the males, so she was safe. Jihan carried Wu Mengmeng to a safer distance before placing her down, his silver eyes fixed upon her. "Roar. Take care of yourself. I will be back shortly." Seeing the concern in Jihan's gaze, Wu Mengmeng nodded, suddenly taken aback. Had she just heard Jihan speak? Yet he was in his beast form. That voice seemed to resonate from within her mind. Before she could comprehend the reason behind it, Jihan had already turned to join the fray. With the emergence of over 20 black pythons, their numbers stabilized. Although the males were terrified, they were not without strength after a brief moment of chaos. They paired off to combat the black pythons together. However, the black pythons moved with astonishing speed, while the pattern beastmen possessed great strength to withstand them. They lagged far behind in speed, constantly on guard against being bitten, which significantly hampered their efficiency and placed them at a disadvantage. In a short span of time, 3 or 4 males were bitten by the black pythons, collapsing in the snow, incapacitated. Wu Mengmeng's gaze anxiously followed Jihan, who, with remarkable agility, navigated effortlessly among the black pythons, narrowly escaping their gaping maws multiple times, and swiftly dispatched several with lethal precision. In stark contrast, the other males struggled. Both Abu and Qing Nanyu also triumphed over the black pythons, while an unknown 2-striped beastman appeared to be grappling with his formidable opponent. Despite the heavy casualties, they managed to contain the situation. Aware that Jihan could handle the black pythons with ease, Wu Mengmeng hastily set to work. She retrieved several oil-soaked hides from a satchel at her waist, fastening them to a sturdy wooden stick. Turning her back to the others, she placed her hand at one end of the stick and summoned her mental energy. With a flicker, a small flame leapt forth, swiftly igniting the hides. Wu Mengmeng persistently crafted numerous fire sticks, inserting them into the snow. The little black snake that had been eyeing her menacingly retreated in fear, keeping its distance. Observing this scene, Wu Mengmeng finally felt a sense of relief. It was not that she was unafraid of snakes, she merely feigned calmness. Fortunately, she had made the right choice, for snakes favor darkness and fear fire. Over the past few days, she had been secretly honing her skills, becoming increasingly adept at wielding this ability. At least she no longer found herself utterly exhausted after merely igniting a few flames. These preparations had been made long before her arrival, intended to ensure that Jihan could focus on the battle without worrying about her. While beastmen are formidable, they are ultimately vulnerable to fire. Although she could not contend with monstrous creatures like the black python, she could certainly safeguard her life against these smaller black snakes. After forming a circle with the fire sticks in the ground, Wu Mengmeng clapped her hands, unaware that her every move was being observed by a pair of pitch-black eyes. Hiss. Wu Mengmeng anxiously observed Jihan, her heart racing, when an unusual sound suddenly reached her ears. Glancing around, she noticed that the small black snakes had receded to a considerable distance, and the sound did not seem to originate from them, for it lacked their coarse timbre. Wait. Coarse? The more she listened, the more this sound resembled an amplified hissing, akin to a serpent flicking its tongue. Hiss. As the noise grew closer, Wu Mengmeng's body stiffened. Fear gripped her, yet she was apprehensive that a loud outcry might disrupt Jihan. With a gulp, she summoned her courage and slowly turned around. In the next moment, she gasped in shock. Less than 2 meters behind her loomed a pair of fist-sized, inverted triangular eyes, their abyss-like black pupils reflecting her terrified expression. If one were to describe it, her mouth was agape as if it could swallow an egg whole. Snakes, snakes. Wu Mengmeng stammered, unable to utter a coherent word. Her lips trembling, the word spirit lodged in her throat. Had this serpent attained sentience? Its girth was greater than her waist. A mere bite would scarcely suffice to fill its gaps. Wu Mengmeng's legs trembled uncontrollably as she anxiously gazed into the eyes of the enormous serpent before her. She dared not move a muscle, let alone call out to Jihan. Even the slightest blink seemed a potential provocation to this fearsome creature. With her eyes wide open and her chest rising and falling in a frantic rhythm, Wu Mengmeng forced her mind to conjure an escape plan. However, before she could gather her thoughts, the colossal serpent reared up, its height towering over her by several times. In the next moment, the immense shadow surged past her, racing towards Jihan, who stood closest to her. Jihan, run! Wu Mengmeng's heart tightened as she witnessed the giant serpent's gaping maw poised to strike at Jihan, who was ensnared by several black pythons. Without hesitation, she seized a torch from the ground and hurled it at the colossal serpent. The creature, immense in size, was bombarded by the torch, causing swathes of searing black smoke to rise from its previously inky skin. The giant serpent, in agony, spat blood and slowed its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Jihan deftly evaded the serpent's assault. Observing this, Wu Mengmeng exhaled a sigh of relief. However, her momentary respite was short-lived. Jihan was far from a match for the serpent, suffering repeated blows from its relentless attacks. Wu Mengmeng relentlessly ignited torches and hurled them towards the colossal serpent. Her attention fixated on the enormous creature that had wrapped itself around Jihan. After suffering the searing pain of several torches, the serpent's inky triangular eyes narrowed slightly. Its tail, as thick as a barrel, swung toward her with great force. She could not react in time, instinctively closing her eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain and impact. Yet it never came. Instead, she felt a tightness around her waist. In the next moment, her feet left the ground. Opening her eyes, she discovered that the serpent had ensnared her with its tail, lifting her into the air and drawing her towards its massive head. Oh my gosh! Wu Mengmeng finally screamed in terror. It intended to swallow her whole. Roar. Mengmeng. Jihan, who had just been flung aside, scrambled to his feet. Upon seeing Wu Mengmeng captured by the serpent, he let out a low growl and leaped forward in a flash. Jihan, be careful, Wu Mengmeng shouted anxiously. The serpent, instead of advancing towards her, turned its head toward Jihan. For an inexplicable moment, it seemed that the serpent paused in response to her cry. Allowing Jihan to reach its side, the serpent reacted swiftly. Its tail, undeterred by its massive size, swept toward Jihan with astonishing speed, even faster than Jihan, who was a two-pattern beastman. Caught off guard, Jihan let out a muffled grunt as the serpent's tail struck him, sending him crashing back into the territory of the black python. The impact was enough to shatter a boulder, yet Jihan remained oblivious, quickly rising from the snow, shaking off the frost. Just as he was about to rush to Wu Mengmeng's aid once more, his silver eyes suddenly narrowed. Good heavens! How many more are there? The males watched in horror as black pythons emerged in droves. The fissure that had nearly been level began to tremble again, and one after another, black pythons poured out. Their numbers so overwhelming that they were beyond counting. Roar. Damn it. Jihan's anxious gaze darted towards Wu Mengmeng, who was being whisked away by the serpent. At that moment, his path was completely obstructed. Chapter 79. Fattening up before the feast on the icy plains, Jihan repeatedly charged forward, sending the black pythons that blocked his path flying. Yet these serpents seemed to be heedless of their lives, as if commanded to surround him relentlessly. Although most of the black pythons focused on Jihan, the situation for the other males was dire as well. Led by Qing Nanyu, 3 two-pattern beastmen fought alongside several one-pattern beastmen to fend off the black pythons. But still, one-pattern beastmen fell prey to their bites. In no time, only a handful of one-pattern beastmen remained, and even the unidentified two-pattern beastman showed signs of fatigue. Abu transformed into his beast form, a massive black eagle, valiantly battling the black pythons. Though he was a natural enemy to serpents, facing multiple black pythons with speed rivaling that of two-pattern beastmen was still a formidable challenge. In contrast, Qing Nanyu, in the form of a large azure bird even larger than Abua's black eagle, maneuvered gracefully among the black pythons, rescuing several males before suddenly circling above Jihan. Do you need my assistance? Qing Nanyu's beast form emitted a unique, melodious sound. Jihan, crushing a black python's head beneath his claw, glanced up at Qing Nanyu hovering above but chose to ignore him, swiping at another serpent and severing it at its vital point. Unbeknownst to him, his size had grown larger than an average tiger. Seeing Jihan's indifference, Qing Nanyu merely smiled, a hint of amusement in his tone, and joined the fray. After the giant serpent departed, no more black pythons emerged from the ground. Eventually, after a grueling battle, Jihan managed to slay the last of the black pythons. The icy blood splattered across the pristine snow, leaving chaotic footprints, serpent imprints, and severed, bloodied serpent sections in its wake. The crystalline flowers on the ground had been buried beneath the earth, and the remaining males noticed this troubling fact. Surely there are no more black pythons left? One male queried. The crystalline flowers. There's still some over there. Let's hurry and collect them. Enduring their injuries, they suppressed their excitement from narrowly escaping death and limped deeper into the snow-covered expanse. At the edge of the black serpent corpses, more vibrant crystalline flowers bloomed. First, we need to detoxify. Abu, displaying his wits, called on several unpoisoned males to collect the black python's blood to administer to those afflicted. The venom of the black pythons was highly paralyzing. Though it was not lethal, it could incapacitate any beastman instantly. No one knew when more black pythons might reemerge. And if they were poisoned and unable to detoxify, they would either perish there or be fortunate enough to be half alive when brought back. In the extreme cold, being paralyzed was akin to being sentenced to death. Moments later, the poisoned males consumed the black python's blood, but after a while, the paralyzing sensation showed no signs of abating, leaving them utterly immobile. What's happening? Why isn't the black python's blood working? How could it not work? Didn't the chieftain say that the blood of a venomous snake could neutralize the ice poison? The males were in a state of panic, while Abu, frowning seriously, recalled the chieftain had entrusted him and Qing Nanyu with leading the team. Now that such a situation had arisen, he had to find a solution. Otherwise, if more black pythons appeared, they would have no chance against the looming threat of the serpent beast yet to emerge. While Abu had been engaged in battle with the black pythons, he had not noticed Wu Mengmeng's abduction. Now, observing that Jihan was alone, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, only to be met with Qing Nanyu's gaze directed his way, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. It no longer mattered where she was. Qing Nanyu smiled at Abu, preparing to approach Jihan to discuss searching for Wu Mengmeng, but suddenly the earth shook again. A one-pattern beastman, who had ventured alone to gather crystalline flowers, sprinted back from a distance. There's still a black python over by the crystalline flowers. Abua's expression darkened as he quickly instructed, get the poisoned males over there. At this point, everyone realized that the black pythons only lingered near the crystalline flowers. As long as they maintained their distance, the serpents would not pursue too far. Minutes later, Jihan and the other males arrived at the spot where Wu Mengmeng had recently stood, watching as the black pythons gradually retreated back beneath the snow. Observing this scene, the males furrowed their brows, their faces etched with despair and complaints. What do we do now? As soon as we approach, those black pythons come charging out at us. We can't collect the crystalline flowers, and so many of our brothers are poisoned. Damn it. We thought we had dealt with them, but who knew there were so many? We haven't even encountered the serpent beast yet, and we're already in this predicament. The male spoke with palpable anger and frustration, yet felt utterly helpless. The black pythons seemed endless, and no one knew how many more lay hidden beneath the surface. Jihan, where is your partner? Why is she missing? At last. The male had discovered the disappearance of Wu Mengmeng. Jihan, now transformed into human form, cast a cold glance back, his expression grim, without uttering a word. He meticulously searched the snow for any trace of Mengmeng and the serpent beast. Indeed, he had recognized that it was the very serpent beast residing deep within the icy expanse that had abducted Mengmeng. It was rumored that this male was exceedingly ferocious, preying exclusively on beastmen, including Mengmeng herself. The traces on the ground had been erased by the small black serpents, leaving him to follow the scent. Having determined the direction, Jihan swiftly transformed into his beast form and leaped forward, his silhouette vanishing at a remarkable pace. Abu, stay here and keep watch. I shall investigate, he instructed. Heading towards the lair of the serpent beast, Qing Nanyu furrowed his brows slightly, patting Abu's shoulder. The latter instinctively shivered, but nodded without hesitation. With that, Qing Nanyu also transformed into his beast form, circling momentarily in the air before pursuing Jihan's direction. Abu had no choice but to remain with the other males. Knowing that since the serpent beast was not present, they were temporarily safe. The strength of their current group of males was already inferior to the previous one, with less than half of them being second-tier beastmen. To their dismay, they had suffered significant losses upon arrival. What would happen if they confronted the serpent beast directly? Abu focused intently on the horizon, where the crystalline ice flowers were tantalizingly close yet utterly out of reach. How were they to complete their mission and return? Wu Mengmeng was left dizzy and disoriented by the giant serpent's tail, her stomach roiling as if it might expel its contents. Yet her body remained unsteady, overwhelmed by discomfort. As she endured the tumult within her, she finally managed to open her eyes and survey her surroundings, only to discover that Jihan had long since vanished. She was no longer in the same place. Glancing down at the serpent's tail still coiling around her, nearly enveloping her entirely save for her chest and above. She felt a tightness that was uncomfortable but not unbearably painful. But where was this incessantly writhing giant serpent taking her? Gazing at the creature beneath her, her mind raced with countless thoughts, all coalescing into two words: thrill, excitement. Ultimately, Wu Mengmeng's little heart could not withstand the strain, and she succumbed to slumber amidst the swaying motion. Time passed, though how long she could not tell. Gradually, her consciousness began to coalesce, and she struggled to lift her heavy eyelids, only to be greeted by an expanse of darkness. Around her, faint glimmers of light twinkled. After a considerable moment, her eyes finally adjusted to the obscurity, and her gaze was captured by a shadow not far away. What was that? In the dim, sparse light, which seemed to trickle down from above, Wu Mengmeng at last discerned the figure standing there, unclothed. What kind of exhibitionist was this, and where on earth was she? The memories of the events preceding her unconsciousness flooded back. She had been taken away by that monstrous serpent. Were it not for the twinkling lights and the barebacked individual, she might have believed she had been swallowed whole by the creature. Brother? Sister? May I inquire where this place is? Were you also captured by that terrifying giant serpent to serve as its meal? With great caution, Wu Mengmeng surveyed her surroundings, finding no trace of the giant serpent, which emboldened her to inquire further. The atmosphere was chillingly eerie, the temperature even lower than that outside, causing her to shudder inexplicably. Why did it feel so hauntingly sinister? While she pondered this, the figure of a strikingly beautiful, yet audacious individual rose to their full height, revealing a tall and slender physique. It turned out that this beauty was a man. Why was he silent? Could he possibly be mute? Wu Mengmeng gazed curiously at his back. At that moment, he turned around and approached her. As if to address the doubts swirling in her mind, he drew near, his towering figure exuding an air of elegance rather than bulk. He halted 2 meters away, and a cool, resonant voice drifted into her ears. Fengyanning, is that you? Huh. Fengyanning. Wu Mengmeng paused in surprise, then quickly waved her hand in denial. You have mistaken me for someone else. My name is Wu Mengmeng. A flicker of hesitation crossed the eyes of the masculine figure. Wu Mengmeng suddenly understood, her expression reflecting comprehension. Is Fengyanning the name of your girlfriend? I mean, your partner. Do I resemble her? In truth, there are many who share similar appearances in this world. You must be longing for her too much, leading to this misunderstanding. Another poignant love story, Wu Mengmeng mused internally. Upon hearing the term girlfriend from her lips, a glimmer of light flickered in the male's eyes. With such a stoic visage, you must have angered her to be cast out, right? Let me tell you, winning back a partner requires coaxing, Wu Mengmeng earnestly analyzed. How about this? Take me out, and I shall teach you the art of charming your partner. What do you say? She blinked eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation. The male narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly contemplating seriously, before responding, No, Fengyanning is my mother. Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. His mother? She was actually mistaken for his mother by a male who appeared to be even older than her. Clearing her throat, Wu Mengmeng shook off the shocking thoughts and focused intently, widening her eyes to scrutinize the male before her. With long legs and a simple animal skin skirt concealing his vital parts, he possessed an impeccable physique adorned with 8 sculpted abdominal muscles. His muscular lines were more elongated and graceful than those of a woman, complemented by a face that bore an eerie, delicate beauty akin to ancient sculptures. Were it not for the absence of feminine features on his chest, she might have mistaken him for a woman. Well then, if you were indeed my mother, that would constitute an even greater error. I am merely 20 years old and not yet married. How could I possibly have a son of your age? Wu Mengmeng swiftly gestured to the male, explaining that taking advantage of others is not commendable, even if the opportunity was presented willingly. After speaking, she couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. He was rather handsome, with a face that seemed to have stepped straight out of a comic. Yet, there appeared to be a lack of clarity in his mind. Could he possibly be a fool? Marriage? The male hesitated for a moment, seemingly fixated solely on that word. His dark eyes, which seemed to meld into the shadows, locked onto her intently. Only a mother would wield fire, speak of a girlfriend, and utter such peculiar phrases as marriage. You are not her. Who then are you? The sharpness of his words left Wu Mengmeng momentarily dazed. Could he also be a traveler from another realm? She muttered softly to herself, allowing that thought to overshadow his previous statements. What? His cold voice roused her from her reverie, prompting her to quickly shake her head. I mean, you are truly mistaken. I've only been in this place for a few dozen days and do not know you at all. Just look at my face. It bears no resemblance to your mother. Does it? Please, take a closer look. Wu Mengmeng grasped her own face, stretching her neck forward to allow the male to scrutinize her closely, regardless of the circumstances. Her priority was to escape from this situation. The male furrowed his brow seriously, a fleeting glimmer of doubt crossing his cold, stern visage as he examined Wu Mengmeng once more. Indeed, she did not resemble him very much, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Mengmeng let out a sigh of relief. Her suddenly reappeared son had finally come to understand his identity. How do you know all this? Who are you? The male voice became noticeably colder. I'm Wu Mengmeng. It's not just your mother who can possess this knowledge. Everyone where I come from is aware of it. Wu Mengmeng was reluctant to engage in further conversation, casually diverting the topic. Noticing the male's sudden silence, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate, so she spoke to console him. Don't be anxious. We must find a way to escape from here in order to locate your mother. Do you have any idea where we are? Why is it so dark? As she spoke, Wu Mengmeng glanced around, failing to discover any exits. Darkness enveloped them, with only faint, seemingly unreachable glimmers of light visible before them. Just as her words faded, the male's elongated, deep-set eyes fixated on Wu Mengmeng, reflecting the hint of confusion on her face. Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback by his reaction. As her gaze met his eyes, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Wu Mengmeng took a couple of steps back, her heart filled with trepidation. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired with a hint of perplexity. Could this be the lair of that enormous serpent? The moment the words escaped her lips, the male's pupils constricted sharply. This primal reaction sent a shiver down Wu Mengmeng's spine, causing her to swallow hard. She nearly forgot that everyone here was a beastman. Surely, she hadn't uttered anything amiss that might provoke his ire? As her mind raced with confusion, the male abruptly turned his back to her and walked away. Wu Mengmeng exhaled in relief, cautiously patting her chest. The intensity of his gaze had made her feel as though she were being scrutinized by some fearsome creature, an unsettling sensation given that he was undeniably handsome. How odd it was to feel such trepidation in his presence. After observing her surroundings for a moment, Wu Mengmeng realized she was in a confined space with a lofty ceiling, so high that even her jumps could not reach it. The area was expansive, yet she seemed to be tucked away in a corner, her fingers grazing the earthen walls. A hypothesis began to form within her mind. Was she currently beneath the ground? There had been no signs of hills or caves on the icy expanse above. Yet, why were only she and that male present in this place? Desperate for clarity, Wu Mengmeng turned once more to the solitary figure. The male, initially resting against the wall with his eyes closed, opened his deep-set gaze upon hearing her voice and cast a languid glance in her direction. You wish to leave? His tone had shifted from one of vulnerability to a chilling detachment, as frigid as a block of ice long preserved in frost. Indeed, yes. Wu Mengmeng nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Although the gaze of the male sent chills down her spine, at least he was willing to acknowledge her. Perhaps he knew a way to escape this place. Do you know how to get out of here? She inquired. His deep, languid gaze settled upon her, the dark pupils narrowing slightly, evoking an irresistible sense of reverie. Moments later, he coldly uttered 3 words. I don't know. Chapter 81. He is that serpent beast. Jiao Qi had initially intended to observe the usual parade of beastmen who came to meet their demise, while casually replenishing his provisions. To his surprise, this time, a female accompanied them. He discreetly observed her for quite a while without being detected, only to discover that she possessed the ability to conjure fire. Without a second thought, he decided to bring her back with him. Having dwelled in the icy plains for several decades, he had not witnessed fire for 10 long years. The last time he had seen it, everything was still unchanged. Gazing at this female, he suddenly realized how much time had passed. so long that he could no longer recall his mother's face, only the memory of her constant corrections, urging him to call her mama. He was aware that she was not his mother, yet he harbored a flicker of hope, seeking confirmation. What he did not anticipate was that this female was blissfully unaware of his identity, even asking him how to escape. A fleeting coldness flickered in his profound black eyes before tranquility returned. In that brief moment of contemplation, he heard Wu Mengmeng's voice filled with regret. What should I do? She sighed, her lips forming a pout. Suddenly abducted, she had no knowledge of Jihan's current situation, wondering if he had sustained injuries from those black pythons. Jihan was formidable. If it were only 1 or 2 black pythons, it would be manageable, but with so many, she wished there was some realgar powder available here. Being snakes themselves, surely the serpents of this frigid land would also fear such a substance? Not only was it a challenge to find realgar powder now, but even escaping had become a daunting task. With a heavy sigh, Wu Mengmeng's expression turned somber as she took a few steps back, only to hear the man's icy voice once more. Is that male your partner? Do you wish to find him? Xiaomi leaned languidly against the corner of the wall, his cold gaze drifting toward Wu Mengmeng accompanied by his voice. Yes. At his inquiry, Wu Mengmeng momentarily froze before nodding in affirmation. The intimate term partner brought a hint of suspicious pink to her fair cheeks. No sooner had she spoken than a low growl resonated from above. Roar. Mengmeng, where are you? Upon hearing the sound, Wu Mengmeng's eyes suddenly brightened, and she instinctively looked upward. Jihan, is that you? I am here. Her emotions slightly stirred. She cupped her hands around her mouth, nearly leaping with joy. Merely hearing the voice alleviated much of the fear that had settled in her heart. A roar. As if responding to her call, the low growl above intensified. However, the distance was too great for Wu Mengmeng to discern it clearly. She could only surmise that the familiar voice belonged to Jihan. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, accompanied by the sound of collapse, leaving her uncertain of what transpired outside. Xiaomi observed Wu Mengmeng's excited demeanor, and a peculiar glimmer flickered in his deep-set eyes. He abruptly rose, startling Wu Mengmeng. Do you need something? Why are you staring at me? Wu Mengmeng curled up her body, gazing at the man before her with a mix of confusion and trepidation. She could not shake the feeling that his eyes held no emotion. Aren't you going out? Let me take you. Xiaomi silently regarded Wu Mengmeng, his eyes resembling 2 pitch-black voids, which only flickered slightly when he mentioned going out. Wu Mengmeng regarded him with suspicion, questioning, Did you not claim to be unaware of how to exit? Xiaomi offered no response to her inquiry, instead meandering a few steps in a particular direction. Noticing her failure to follow, he casually inquired, Are we going or not? If we linger any longer, I fear that entrance may be breached by that male. Yes, let's go. Wu Mengmeng promptly nodded, internally scoffing. Just moments ago, you professed ignorance. Yet upon reflection, she realized that this male was, after all, a pitiable being. It seemed evident that he was aware of the way out, yet chose to remain in this desolate place. There must be some underlying reason. What a peculiar character he is. Could it be that he was apprehensive of the giant serpent outside, and only now, upon hearing Jihan's voice, dares to lead me forth? Wu Mengmeng murmured softly. Wu Mengmeng trotted a few steps behind Xiaomi, who moved with the swiftness of a whirlwind. She, being 2 heads shorter than him, found it utterly impossible to keep pace with his strides. After a few minutes, the man abruptly came to a halt. Wu Mengmeng, panting, halted several meters behind him, her mouth agape as she was about to inquire about the situation. Suddenly, it felt as though something was falling from above. Bang, bang. Immediately after, a series of impacts resounded, each reverberation seeming to carry immense force. Wu Mengmeng gently touched her head, feeling numerous gritty particles amid her hair. Just as she was astonished by the occurrence, a thunderous crash resonated ahead, heralding the descent of a heavy object. A beam of light abruptly invaded Wu Mengmeng's vision. Instinctively, she shut her eyes and covered them with her hands, peeking through a narrow slit, desperately attempting to acclimate to the sudden brightness. A deep, feral roar echoed, now no longer distant, and Wu Mengmeng's face lit up with joy. Jihan, she exclaimed, her heart soaring as she finally adjusted to the light, lowering her hands just in time to see a white figure leaping down from above at great speed. It became evident that the previously empty space had been breached, a hole opening above from which a cascade of accumulated snow fell. The beastly Jihan stood atop the snow, his blazing silver eyes seemingly capable of melting the ice and snow in their path. Just as she was about to rush forward, the man ahead moved faster than she could react. No, it was more than just a step ahead. Before Wu Mengmeng could comprehend, the figure of Xiaomi darted forward, his speed far beyond that of an ordinary human, even knowing she was surrounded by beastmen. Witnessing one move so rapidly in human form left Wu Mengmeng astounded. However, the scene that unfolded next sent her into a state of despair. With a hiss, his body transformed into a colossal serpent, a form strikingly reminiscent of the creature that had brought her here. He was the serpent beast? How had she not realized that? In this realm devoid of other beastmen, there could be no one but that serpent beast. With this realization, Wu Mengmeng anxiously turned to Jihan, shouting, Jihan, be careful. For a fleeting moment, She caught sight of the man's forehead before his transformation, adorned with 3 black markings that resembled ancient tribal tattoos, dark and ominous. He was a 3-pattern beastman. Wu Mengmeng cupped her hands around her mouth, calling out to Jihan with a voice trembling with disbelief. Seeing Wu Mengmeng standing unscathed, Jihan's heart, which had been suspended in worry, finally settled. However, his focus quickly returned to the approaching Jiao Qi. Sensing the perilous aura emanating from Jiao Qi, Jihan's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that the serpent beast would possess such formidable strength. The vast serpent body obscured much of the light, its dark, triangular eyes fixated on Jihan, while its crimson tongue flickered like a harbinger of danger. On the brink of crisis, Jihan hesitated not for a moment, even facing a 3-pattern serpent beast. His silver eyes held no trace of fear. In a flash, he darted towards the enormous serpent's head. Chapter 82. If you die, who will protect me? The black serpent, immense yet remarkably agile, evaded Jihan's attacks multiple times, his claws merely slicing through empty air, in a matter of swift movements. The previously small opening had been widened several times through repeated collisions. The spot where Wu Mengmeng originally stood had been blanketed by the fallen snow. She retreated several dozen meters to avoid being buried beneath it. Glancing back at the battlefield of the 2 beasts, she found it had vanished from the cave. Stunned, she gazed at the shadows that had disappeared, her expression one of bewilderment akin to a perplexed emoji. As Wu Mengmeng struggled to navigate through the snow, laboriously climbing over the hill-like drifts to reach the cave entrance, she discovered that Jiao Qi and Jihan had already been engaged in a fierce contest for some time. What was the purpose of her relentless pursuit, subjected to such trials? Wu Mengmeng, breathless and weary, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of regret. With her hands on her hips and her chin raised with great effort, she gazed into the distance. Jihan's speed had diminished significantly compared to earlier, yet the serpent continued its relentless pursuit, showing no signs of slowing down. In a short span of time, it became evident that Jihan was struggling to keep up. Her heart, which had not yet settled, tightened once more. It was clear to even an outsider like her that Jihan was no match for the serpent. This beast was far superior, a stark contrast to the stray serpent they had encountered before. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air as Jihan was struck by the serpent's tail, her white figure instantly blending into the snowy landscape, sinking deeply into the ground. Jihan. The name struck Wu Mengmeng's heart like a heavy blow, causing her heartbeat to falter as if a beat had been lost. With a shout, Wu Mengmeng rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing the feminine voice, the serpent tail of Jiaoqi momentarily halted, and at that instant, Jihan, who had been pinned beneath the serpent beast, suddenly pushed it aside and sprang forth from the snow. However, the abnormal pause of Jiaoqi quickly dissipated. As if it had merely been an illusion, the crimson forked tongue of the serpent, unbothered by the cold, was exposed to the frigid air. Jihan leaped back. Retreating several meters, the force of his movement left a long trail in the snow. A flicker of exhaustion crossed his silver eyes, soon reflecting the formidable black serpent tail above him. He had exhausted all his strength in his escape from beneath the serpent beast. Realizing he could not evade this impending strike, this serpent beast was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, despite its overwhelming power, it refrained from delivering a lethal blow. No, Wu Mengmeng, unable to reach him in time, watched in horror as the serpent tail swung perilously close to Jihan. She had never witnessed Jihan in such a state of helplessness. Even against the previous feral beast, he had managed to hold his ground. Now, however, he appeared utterly defenseless. It was dire. Both their lives were on the brink of being sacrificed to the serpent beast. Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's voice, Jihan's heart trembled, and instinctively, he dropped to the ground and rolled aside. He could not afford to be harmed. Just then, the serpent beast, Jiaoqi, suddenly veered in midair and struck the snow with tremendous force, creating a deep and lengthy crater in the ground. Jihan, having narrowly escaped disaster, fixed his gaze on Jiaoqi, a strange glint of wariness evident in his eyes. This was the second time. Did it have ulterior motives? Suddenly, a flicker of azure above caught Jihan's attention, and before he could devise a strategy to confront Jiaoqi, he heard Wu Mengmeng's startled cry. Ah! Wu Mengmeng, completely focused on Jihan, had not yet exhaled in relief upon seeing him unharmed when she noticed something soaring towards them from afar. In the next moment, she felt her fur coat tighten abruptly. Meow? Whom did I provoke? As if one serpent were not enough, now there's a bird. Wu Mengmeng turned to find a pair of massive claws clutching her fur coat. She was suspended in midair, acutely aware of the gust from the bird's flapping wings striking her face, leaving her chilled to the bone. What truly unnerved her, however, was the sheer height at which she found herself. Could it be said that a person who was not afraid of heights could be terrified into developing a fear of them? Roar. Upon identifying the azure figure, Jihan growled, for the first time feeling no anger towards another beastman for being near Wu Mengmeng. What he did not anticipate was that the serpent beast reacted even faster than he, instantly shifting its focus towards Wu Mengmeng, its colossal body twisting swiftly in the opposite direction. With a swift motion, he followed suit. Wu Mengmeng kept her gaze fixed on the ground beneath her, her body swaying precariously as it dangled, fearing that the next moment could lead her to a gruesome fall, utterly mangled. How could a snake leap so high? As she contemplated the gruesome fate that awaited her, a shadow suddenly darted before her eyes, striking the azure wings of the great bird on her back, which let out a sharp cry. Goodness! If you're going to lift me up, at least fly with some steadiness. Wu Mengmeng could only feel her body and the large bird behind her plummeting rapidly. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a dark shadow loomed over her. The familiar sensation of confinement returned to her waist, making her feel like a mere ball, tossed hither and thither without respite. After a bout of dizziness, Wu Mengmeng realized she was once again atop the serpent beast's tail. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated as the injured bird lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Roar! Upon witnessing Wu Mengmeng being seized by Jiao Qi once more, Jihan grew frantic, letting out a low growl as he prepared to charge forward. Jiao Qi, however, was unyielding, turning to face Jihan with narrowed, ominous eyes, an air of disdain radiating from him, completely dismissing Jihan's presence. Jihan, do not come over. Wu Mengmeng, quick to notice Jihan's intentions, shouted to deter him. This fool, knowing full well he could not contend with the serpent beast, still sought to confront it head-on. I apologize, Mengmeng. It is I who cannot protect you properly. Jihan pawed the snow beneath him, his voice tinged with remorse. Then you must not get hurt. You still have to protect me. What will I do if something happens to you? Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brows deeply, fearing Jihan would act foolishly again. Although no wounds were visible on Jihan's body, she knew that the recent attack must have inflicted considerable harm, likely obscured by his white fur. Having spoken, she turned her head and beheld Jiao Qi's eyes, cold and reminiscent of Jihan's past yet entirely different, recalling his peculiar behavior in the cave. You must have guessed it. I hail from the same place as your mother. You care for her deeply and must yearn to know everything related to her. An idea struck her, and with determination, she clung to the serpent's tail and shouted at Jiao Qi. As her words fell, the menacing aura emanating from Jiao Qi's eyes indeed diminished significantly. Wu Mengmeng sensed the serpent's tail loosening around her, realizing that her words had indeed held some influence. She quickly cast a glance at Jihan, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions. The enormous serpent had flicked its tongue toward Wu Mengmeng, nearly brushing against the tip of her nose. Wait. Could you perhaps change your appearance? I find it quite difficult to communicate with a snake, and I truly cannot comprehend what you are saying. A shiver coursed through Wu Mengmeng as the enormous serpent flicked its tongue at her, leaving her with an enduring psychological scar regarding snakes. Little did she anticipate that a mere suggestion would unexpectedly lead to her release. As Jiao Qi transformed into human form, Wu Mengmeng scarcely had time to comprehend the situation before darkness enveloped her vision. Chapter 83. The Phoenix's entrance lacks special effects. Jihan? She called out, somewhat perplexed by the icy sensation that graced her eyes. Do not look, you will not like what you see. Jihan had transformed into human form unbeknownst to her, swiftly covering her eyes the moment Jiao Qi took shape. What? Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. As Jihan lowered his hand, Jiao Qi had already concealed the crucial areas. Observing the two, who were still brimming with aggression and poised for battle, Wu Mengmeng promptly stepped forward, positioning herself between them. Jihan, he means me no harm, so do not worry. After reassuring Jihan with a few words, she swiftly turned her attention back to Jiao Qi. Serpent beast. As long as you do not inflict harm upon us, I shall disclose the details concerning your mother. Wu Mengmeng gazed earnestly at Jiao Qi, realizing only now, in the illumination of normal light, that his features appeared even more handsome. In truth, she had harbored suspicions ever since he uttered those peculiar words. The beastman could not possibly comprehend the concept of marriage, a term so modern. Perhaps she was not the sole traveler in this realm, and if her conjecture held true, the mother of this serpent beast might also be a traverser. Do you truly know? Where is she now? A glimmer of light flickered in Jiao Qi's dark, penetrating eyes. Release them first, and I shall tell you. Absolutely not. Jihan was the first to object, stepping forward to grasp Wu Mengmeng's arm. Mengmeng, you cannot remain here. I cannot allow you to face the serpent beast alone. Despite enduring excruciating pain, Jihan concealed any trace of anguish. His gaze resolute and unflinching as he regarded Jiao Qi from a distance. Very well. Jiao Qi surprisingly acquiesced, as though Jihan were merely a fleeting snowflake, inconsequential in his eyes. Mengmeng, I assure you I am fine. Look, I just spent quite some time alone with him, and he did not harm me. I believe he is not as terrifying as you all imagine. Moreover, I have ways to safeguard myself. Wu Mengmeng smiled reassuringly at Jihan. For the first time, she felt grateful for her modern upbringing. She hoped her temporary strategies could buy time against the serpent beast. No, how could I abandon you? Jihan resolutely shook his head, unwavering in his intent. Regardless of Mengmeng's ability to protect herself, he could not leave her side. This was his duty, a solemn promise to her. Wu Mengmeng glanced at Jiao Qi, noticing his patience as he quietly awaited her response. Relieved, she redirected her focus to Jihan. You have not abandoned me. Currently, we cannot defeat him. Only by ensuring your well-being can you return to rescue me, correct? Observing Jihan's continued reluctance to depart, Wu Mengmeng added, Jihan, do you not trust me? No, of course I trust you. Wu Mengmeng did not afford Jihan the opportunity to utter more words of refusal. Since you believe in me, heed my counsel. Depart from this place and devise a means to rescue me. He is a three-striped beastman. Even if all the males from the frozen plains were to converge here, they would not prevail against him, would they? She understood that Jihan must be injured, and prolonging their stay here would be detrimental to both. Do you still wish to take me back? Then hasten and find a solution. Wu Mengmeng gently nudged Jihan's arm, her expression solemn, her eyes reflecting an unwavering trust and reliance. All right, I promise you. Observing the flicker of light in Wu Mengmeng's gaze, Jihan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Wu Mengmeng was remarkably astute. He understood that she was unlike any female he had ever encountered, as if she did not belong to this realm. Yet, despite her exceptional qualities, he felt utterly powerless to protect her, forcing her to confront danger alone. A profound sense of guilt and self-reproach filled Jihan's heart, solidifying his resolve to grow stronger. With Jihan's agreement, Wu Mengmeng finally felt at ease. Don't worry about me. I will wait for you here. I believe in you. Her bright eyes seemed to replace the sun, becoming the warmth Jihan needed. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the direction of the large bird that had just landed beside Wu Mengmeng. Turning her head, she noticed the snow pile shifting. Qing Nanyu, what are you doing here? You were the one who just captured me. Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she recognized Qing Nanyu emerging from the snow. It turned out that Qing Nanyu's beast form was indeed that of a blue bird. Upon hearing this, Qing Nanyu smiled at Wu Mengmeng, offering no denial. He had overheard their conversation and was somewhat surprised that Jihan had truly left Wu Mengmeng, a female, in the presence of a snake beast, a notion that struck him as unexpected. The snake beast had clearly not aimed to kill Jihan, but the blow that had struck him was very real, had it not been for his robust physique. He might have been shattered. Meanwhile, Zhao Qi had long been observing Qing Nanyu. Hearing Wu Mengmeng's words, his dark eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing, and he rarely allowed a smile to grace his features. The phoenix of the Qingfeng tribe, who would have thought it could be mistaken for just a large bird? Qingfeng. Phoenix? Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Qi's sudden interjection, but quickly regained her composure, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked at Qing Nanyu. You are indeed a phoenix. The legendary phoenix. I never expected it to truly exist. As a descendant of Yan and Huang, how could anyone remain unexcited upon witnessing a creature thought to exist solely in ancient lore? Yet, she mused, so this is what a phoenix looks like? It appears quite similar to an ordinary bird. I had imagined they would have a more dramatic entrance. Murmuring softly to herself, Wu Mengmeng shook her head, dismissing these impractical thoughts. Was she losing sight of the essence of the moment? Was this truly the time to be preoccupied with what a phoenix looked like? In the face of Zhao Qi's cold sarcasm, Qing Nanyu showed no signs of anger. Instead, he offered a gentle smile and replied softly, I just learned that the true form of a Jialong is a snake beast. What are you two talking about? Do you know each other? Wu Mengmeng inquired, puzzled by the interaction between Qing Nanyu and Zhao Qi. Not really. It's nothing, they replied in unison, deepening Wu Mengmeng's suspicion. Then what are you two? Wu Mengmeng was still puzzled by how Zhao Qi had suddenly become so amiable. She observed the pallor of his skin grow even colder. His gaze as frigid as ice directed towards her. Quickly tell me, what do you know? Do you know where she is? Tell me. Perhaps due to the presence of other males, Zhao Qi refrained from mentioning the word mother again. Yet he exhibited an unusual agitation whenever the topic arose. If you want them to leave now, I will tell you. Wu Mengmeng shook her head and exchanged a glance with Jihan. Reluctantly, Jihan nodded, assuring her to remain calm. Zhao Qi cast a disinterested glance at Jihan and Qing Nanyu, unwilling to engage in conversation. He transformed into his beast form, coiling his serpentine tail around Wu Mengmeng and departing with her. Witnessing this scene, Jihan struggled to suppress his impulse to charge forward, gritting his teeth as he transformed into his beast form and turned away. After running a considerable distance, convinced that even if he turned back now, it would be challenging to locate Wu Mengmeng, Jihan finally halted. The white figure seamlessly blended with the snow, and Qing Nanyu, after much effort, managed to catch up to him. In his beast form, Qing Nanyu landed on the snow, his pupils reflecting Jihan's unwilling expression as he emitted a cry. Questioning him in the language of beasts, are you truly going to allow Wu Mengmeng to remain with him? Chapter 84. The ongoing days as a captive, Wu Mengmeng gazed quietly at Zhao Qi, her initial fear from being captured now replaced by a weighty sense of trepidation. What do you know? Please tell me. After bringing Wu Mengmeng back to the underground cave, Zhao Qi transformed into human form to facilitate their communication. Wu Mengmeng discovered that he did not possess the same exhibitionist tendencies as other orcs. After transforming into a human form and donning a skirt made of animal hides, he finally appeared before her. It must be attributed to the influence of his mother during his childhood. I can share all that I know with you, but first, You must answer a few questions for me. Wu Mengmeng endeavored to maintain her composure, concealing any signs of vulnerability from her counterpart. After all, she was completely unaware of the circumstances. Nevertheless, she genuinely wished to contribute in some manner, considering they both hailed from the modern era, and she had also experienced motherhood. She was eager to inquire about certain matters. What questions? Feel free to ask. Zhao Qixio's tall and slender figure stood at a distance, his voice resonating with a chilling clarity, as if it had been encased in ice. In the depths of her heart, Wu Mengmeng felt a tumult of anxiety, fearing that a single slip would reveal her facade, leading him to transform into a beast and devour her. After a moment's contemplation, she formulated her inquiry. Do you know what kind of beast your mother is? Where does she hail from? Did she share with you tales of fire and marriage? Zhao Qi furrowed his brow slightly, as if genuinely perplexed by Wu Mengmeng's question. I do not know. It seemed as though he had only just grasped the implications of her inquiries. His frown deepened as he continued. Indeed, fire is a skill she imparted to everyone in the tribe, yet I am aware that it has never been utilized in other tribes. She claimed it was something she brought from her homeland. Wu Mengmeng cautiously probed further. Has she never mentioned where she is from? If he remained oblivious, it would be a fortuitous outcome. Her earlier insistence on urging Jihan to depart had been driven by selfish motives. She was reluctant to discuss such matters in his presence, not wishing to deceive him, yet the thought of revealing her non-beastly nature filled her with trepidation, fearing he might not accept it. Moreover, Qing Nanyu's presence compounded her anxiety. If Zhao Qi were to discover that his mother was not of this world's beasts and subsequently link her to the same origin, there would be no absolution for her, no matter the depths she might plunge into. She had first-hand experience of how unreasonable the beasts here could be. At times, public opinion and rumors wielded a razor-sharp edge, capable of extinguishing a life effortlessly, even if she posed no threat to them whatsoever. In the past, some beasts in the tribe had expressed curiosity about her homeland, wishing to visit, but she had told them that her home lay far away, and she could not find her way back. Zhao Qi appeared to be lost in tranquil recollection. Wu Mengmeng felt embarrassed. Indeed, modern individuals are remarkably similar, even in the excuses they devise. So it is, like your mother, I hail from the same origin, a place abundant with treasures absent here, perhaps forever unreachable. Wu Mengmeng spoke with a hint of nostalgia, yet she felt no longing whatsoever. Her current days were far more blissful than those of the past. She was no longer alone, for companionship graced her side. Even if the living conditions were somewhat lacking, what did it matter? She preferred this place. Though fraught with peril and shrouded in uncertainty, it was he who bestowed upon her an unprecedented sense of security. Soon, Wu Mengmeng managed to gather her scattered emotions. What happened to your mother? Why can't you find her, and why did you mistake me for her? Although Qing Nanyu had just claimed not to recognize him, she remained skeptical. He had mentioned a tribe, suggesting he must have a place of residence. Why, then, did a beast reside in this desolate tundra? Doubts arose from the depths of her heart. Wu Mengmeng gazed at the expressionless face of Zhao Qi, suddenly realizing that his cold demeanor was not an innate trait. Indeed, he did not possess the ferocity that the male spoke of. At least, in her eyes, the definition of ferocity was devoid of familial affection. Although he seemed like a frigid being without any emotions, when she mentioned his mother, she discerned a subtle tremor in his eyes. Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's inquiry, Zhao Qi's countenance darkened, his deep gaze appearing as if stained with ink. The air lingered in silence for an extended period before he finally parted his cold lips. Some events transpired. I left the tribe and have not seen her since. However, I have heard the orcs within the tribe speak of her disappearance, and some claim she has perished. In truth, he was aware that those rumors were a blend of truth and falsehood. He had always known, even a female, in the merciless hands of such beasts, would not meet a favorable fate. The mother he remembered was one who would never yield to any beast. He was acutely aware that his father had always known of her origins, yet had never uttered a word to any orc. Although he never spoke of it, he could sense that the hometown she described as lost might not be a place they could ever reach. For reasons unknown, observing Zhao Qi, who exuded an aura of unapproachability, elicited a desire within Wu Mengmeng to offer him comfort. Why did she find him somewhat pitiable? After speaking, Zhao Qi stood motionless, his eyelids lowered, not even blinking, as if time had come to a standstill, causing Wu Mengmeng to unconsciously slow her breath. Then why did you not return to search for her? Have you not gone back? With a cautious tone, Wu Mengmeng broke the tranquility of the moment, her prior apprehension transforming into profound curiosity. As she spoke, her voice dwindled gradually. She was uncertain how to frame her questions in a manner that would not evoke his sorrow. Although he displayed no outward emotion, she sensed that recalling these matters weighed heavily on his heart. There's no turning back, and I shall not return, he had told her. She urged me not to go back. Zhao Qi lifted his gaze, his expression as perpetually indifferent as ever, his voice as cool and clear as water, suggesting that these words bore no significance for him. Wu Mengmeng fell silent, firmly concluding that she was a child afflicted by longing. Do not fret. Typically, those who traverse realms possess extraordinary talents. I mean, Given that your mother was capable of bearing such an exceptional son, she must be remarkable in her own right. Perhaps she is currently enjoying her life in the tribe. With a jesting tone, Wu Mengmeng spoke, yet upon seeing Jiao Qi's unresponsive demeanor, she couldn't help but touch her nose. Very well, this is hardly amusing. If you truly wish to see her, you could simply return and seek her out. Why is it that her insistence on you not going back deters you? Are you afraid to return? Wu Mengmeng boldly inquired. As anticipated, Jiao Qi's figure stiffened in the darkness. Well, if you really do not wish to return, you might consider enlisting the help of a beastman to accompany you back. Do not fret about the possibility of being unable to find her. Individuals like us could be chosen by fate at any moment. Perhaps she has already returned to her homeland. Having been accustomed to such antics, she barely managed to halt herself. After so many days, hearing that other modern individuals have visited this place for the first time was exhilarating, to say the least. No sooner had she spoken than Wu Mengmeng noticed Jiao Qi turning his head, his dark gaze fixated intently upon her, causing her heart to quiver with an ominous premonition. Chapter 85. The will to survive is remarkably strong. I will not abandon Mengmeng. In the boundless expanse of the snowy landscape, Jihan lowered his gaze, not glancing at the nearby Qing Nanyu, yet his tone was resolutely firm. What is your plan? Even if we all band together, we are no match for that serpent beast, not to mention the male who is afflicted with ice and poison. At this point, we may have no choice but to seek an antidote from that serpent beast. The illusion of a human form. Qing Nanyu raised an eyebrow and calmly articulated the reality. Upon hearing this, Jihan's heart sank. I shall seek out the chieftain. He is also a three-striped beastman. With so many males poisoned here, he cannot possibly turn a blind eye. This is our only viable option. You intend to return to the tribe to find the chieftain? The journey is so long that by the time you return, the serpent beast and Wu Mengmeng may have already given birth to their young. Qing Nanyu regarded Jihan with a smile, his tone grave. Were it not for his smiling face, one would hardly discern his true thoughts. Normally the gentlest, Qing Nanyu could be as sharp-tongued as any beast when provoked. Jihan's expression darkened at his words. Do not concern yourself with me. Focus on finding an antidote for those males before worrying about anything else. He shot back coldly, refusing to be undermined. What Qing Nanyu had stated was indeed his greatest concern. Although the serpent beast had not harmed Mengmeng, what if it were to forcibly bond with her? She would surely be unable to resist. From the icy plains to the flying bird tribe, even if he were to travel alone at the fastest pace, it would still take him over 10 days to return, not to mention whether the chieftain would risk his tribe's safety for these males and Mengmeng. This serpent beast has survived in the icy plains for so long, commanding so many snakes. An ordinary three-striped beastman might not stand a chance. Females like Wu Mengmeng, do they truly prefer such ferocious males? Qing Nanyu teased lightly, observing Jihan's stony silence. Soon, his smile shifted to a rare seriousness. I can fly swiftly. Perhaps I should return to find the chieftain. Please do me the favor of informing them not to act recklessly, and wait for my return from the tribe before making any plans. Jihan lifted his gaze to meet Qing Nanyu's unusually sincere expression, and despite his lingering dislike, he tacitly accepted the proposal. Turning, he dashed towards the area where the ice crystal flowers thrived. Disliking Qing Nanyu was one matter. Ensuring Mengmeng's safety was another. Since he had taken the initiative, how could he be foolish enough to disregard Mengmeng's well-being? Watching Jihan's retreating figure, Qing Nanyu wore a knowing smile. That fellow seems to have some interest in females. I had previously heard he despises beastmen. Any beastman he encounters either succumbs to ice and poison or faces a gruesome demise at his hands. This development is rather intriguing. A three-striped beastman. I wonder how you will respond. A soft murmur was swiftly whisked away by the biting wind across the snowy expanse. As a colossal azure bird appeared against the clear sky, its splendid feathers creating a graceful arc in the air before vanishing from sight. What do you intend to do? Why are you staring at me? I refuse to go. Wu Mengmeng felt an unshakable chill as she caught sight of Jiao Qi's malevolent gaze. She shivered, wrapping her arms around herself, retreating slightly, her expression alarmed as she regarded him warily. She wished she could slap herself awake. Surely, she must be foolish to suggest such an idea, effectively digging her own grave. Yet, the moment the words left her lips, a pang of regret struck her. Who was in front of her? The merciless serpent beast, and here she was, a feeble captive. To offend him would be tantamount to courting death. That is not what I meant. You see, this is such a significant matter, and as a mere female, I am certainly ill-equipped to handle it. After much contemplation, I believe it would be wiser to seek a stronger male, a beastman you trust, who would be more suitable for this task. Wu Mengmeng swallowed hard, her demeanor composed yet spouting nonsensical remarks. What do you think? Noticing Jiaoqi's unblinking gaze, a shiver ran down her spine. Summoning her courage, she found herself stammering uncontrollably. The mere thought that the handsome man before her could transform into a colossal serpent at any moment sent her heart racing. She felt an irrevocable enmity towards serpents in this lifetime. Suddenly, Jiaoqi averted his gaze, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Before her heart could settle, another thunderous revelation struck. All right, let your partner go. What? Jihan cannot. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Mengmeng rejected the idea. She would not venture into a place that even this three-striped beast man dared not enter, nor would she ever wish for Jihan to go there. That serpent beast, appearing so lethargic, had a wickedness that ran deep, truly desiring someone else to meet their demise. Who knew what perilous depths awaited in that so-called tribe? How foolish she had been to feel pity for him just moments ago. Indeed, she must have been blind. Why can't he? Jiaoqi's cold eyes pierced through her once more, a hint of barely perceptible confusion lingering within his icy demeanor. Because I cannot make decisions for him, and you do not trust him enough. This beast must possess adequate knowledge of your tribe. Otherwise, how could he assist you in locating your mother? Wu Mengmeng was aware that her excitement might have provoked Jiaoqi, so she hastily fabricated a clumsy excuse. Jiaoqi cast a cold glance at Wu Mengmeng, remaining silent. Wu Mengmeng could hardly endure the sudden silence in the air. After a while, she finally could not restrain herself and asked, Brother Snake, I have shared everything I know with you and even offered my suggestions. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Once she posed her question, she hoped to depart at an earlier hour. However, as she observed the abrupt transformation of Wu Mengmeng into a sycophant, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Jiao Jiao's dark eyes. Upon hearing her words, Wu Mengmeng quickly gazed at him with eager anticipation, hoping for his forthcoming response. Yet, a minute passed, and Jiao Jiao's lips remained tightly sealed, as if glued shut. Brother Snake, do you truly have nothing to say? WMNGMing blinked her eyes, attempting to make her hints more evident, yet she hesitated. Brother, have you perhaps forgotten something? She thought. With her presence here, shouldn't arrangements be made to ensure her departure? However, there was no response. GOQ observed WMNGMing and wondered if her eyes were uncomfortable. Otherwise, why would she be blinking incessantly? A perfectly healthy female. Could it be that her sight was impaired? WMNGMing was nearly exasperated to the point of bloodshed. The title of the most oblivious male in the frigid realm undoubtedly belonged to him. After pondering for a while, she could no longer contain her impatience and decided to speak plainly. I have fulfilled my promises to you. May I leave this place now? Upon saying this, she carefully watched GOQ. No, came his cool voice, devoid of any hesitation. Why not? WMNGMing pressed, growing anxious. When she initially negotiated terms, she had only mentioned allowing JHN and Qing in NY to leave first, as she needed to discuss matters concerning the modern world with him privately. Yet, having conveyed all she intended, he still refused to let her go. What could this mean? Could it be that he was dissatisfied with her earlier responses and intended to keep her as sustenance? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. Driven by an intense desire for survival, she wasted no time waiting for GOQ's reply and forced a cheerful smile. Brother Snake, may we reach an agreement? I just conceived an excellent idea that could help resolve your dilemma, but you must grant me one more request. You have a better solution? GOQ regarded WMNGMing with a skeptical gaze. Although his mother had claimed that the females from her hometown were exceptionally intelligent, he remained unconvinced by the female before him, who seemed preoccupied with her escape. Indeed, WMNGMing replied with determination. Noticing GOQ's lack of the anticipated enthusiasm, she felt somewhat disheartened and decided to abandon the suspense. If you allow me to leave, I will disclose this solution to you. Impossible. GOQ rejected her without a moment's thought. This female was cunning and astute. If he released her, she would certainly not assist him further. Then let me tell you this. If you find my suggestion acceptable, will you let me go? Wu Mengmeng took a step back, tentatively inquiring. She had already lost all sense of boundaries here. What on earth did they want from her? Jiaoqi cast a glance at Wu Mengmeng, as if sensing her imminent emotional collapse, and spoke with indifference. If the task could be accomplished, I might consider it. She was not his possession. Must she seek his approval to leave? What kind of world was this? Internally crumbling, Wu Mengmeng silently lamented, yet wore a smile of appeasement on her face. What do you think? A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Well, go on, he replied. Are you not troubled by the lack of orcs to accompany you to the tribe? The orcs who journeyed with me to the ice plains could be of assistance. As long as you help them with the antidote and promise to allow them to take the ice crystal flowers back, they would surely agree to assist you on your trip to the tribe. Wu Mengmeng vividly recounted the demands of the serpent beast. Even if they disagreed, they would not dare to refuse. What did it matter? After all, they were numerous and powerful, and she had at least endeavored to secure the antidote and the ice crystal flower for them. It wasn't entirely dragging them into the fray, was it? In her heart, Wu Mengmeng engaged in a dialogue with herself, determined to quell any feelings of guilt. Would she agree? Jiaoqi wore a perplexed expression, quite aware of his own nature. Over the years, every orc who came to the icy plains regarded him as a monster. They either sought to slay him or to flee in terror. It is worth mentioning that today marked the first time in many years that he had spoken so extensively. Although he harbored disdain for those orcs, he would only target those who bore malicious intent towards him. The males accompanying this female also shunned him. So why would they willingly assist him in seeking the beast within the tribe? Of course they would. I have never been one to deceive. If you do not believe me, you may put it to the test, and you shall see for yourself. Wu Mengmeng confidently asserted that the serpent beast could compel them to confess, patting her chest in assurance. Xiaoqi gazed into Wu Mengmeng's eyes, which were filled with skepticism. Then let us proceed. To where? Wu Mengmeng stared at Xiaoqi in astonishment, momentarily unable to comprehend his words. Wasn't he supposed to go and detoxify those males? Taking a couple of steps forward, Xiaoqi halted once more, turning back to cast a nonchalant gaze upon Wu Mengmeng. For all these years, he had been entangled in the events of the past, never once considering the notion of seeking help from beasts. Indeed. Internally astonished by Xiaoqi's unexpected willingness to agree so readily, it was utterly unlike him to act in such a manner. Wu Mengmeng hurriedly quickened her pace to catch up. Upon emerging from the cave, she was met with a familiar silhouette. Jihan, what are you doing here? As she stepped out, she noticed Jihan standing not far from the entrance, seemingly awaiting something, his gaze fixed intently on the cave's mouth. In that instant, Jihan also spotted Wu Mengmeng and Xiaoqi. Mengmeng, he hasn't harmed you, has he? Upon seeing her, Jihan disregarded Xiaoqi's identity as a three-pattern beastman. His sole concern being Wu Mengmeng's safety. He strode over and enveloped her in his embrace. No, I just spoke with him. He is willing to provide an antidote for the poison male. Upon encountering Jihan, Wu Mengmeng was wholly enveloped in joy, momentarily oblivious to the presence of Xiaoqi standing nearby. Poor Xiaoqi, after many years, found himself engaged in conversation with a beastman for the first time, only to be inundated with a wave of romantic affection. Detoxification? Jihan loosened his grip on Wu Mengmeng slightly, casting a suspicious glance at Xiaoqi. Upon noticing that Xiaoqi's physique was not as robust as his own, he relaxed his hold on Wu Mengmeng a fraction, only to be seized by a sudden thought, urgently inquiring, has he coerced you into anything? Or did you agree to something with him? Jihan gazed at Wu Mengmeng with palpable anxiety. How could this serpent beast possibly have such benevolent intentions? Surely Mengmeng wouldn't. He dared not pursue the thought further. No, he has matters that require our assistance as well, which is why he is willing to help us with the detoxification. We must retrieve the ice crystal flower for him, but after we have gathered it, we will owe him a favor in return. Wu Mengmeng remained oblivious to the fluctuations in Jihan's emotions, mistakenly believing he was merely concerned for her well-being. Assistance? Really? He hasn't done anything to you, has he? Jihan, still uneasy, carefully inhaled the scent lingering on Wu Mengmeng, relieved to find no significant changes. Fortunately, that serpent beast had not harmed her. Yet, why did Mengmeng consistently speak on behalf of that creature? Contemplating this, Jihan cast a disapproving glance toward Xiaoqi. Unaware of the unfolding situation, Xiaoqi, sensing Jihan's gaze, felt a surge of confusion and uncertainty within. Could it be that the female was deceiving him? Would those males truly agree to assist him? Indeed, you shall find out soon enough. By the way, how did you end up here? I specifically instructed you to leave first. What compelled you to return? Wu Mengmeng cast a reproachful glance at Jihan. In his human form, the injuries he had sustained in his beast form had transformed into a tapestry of bruises, vivid purples and blues staining his skin like a splash of dye. How could she not feel a pang of sorrow? The formidable Jihan had been reduced to such a state. A flicker of regret flitted through her mind for having assisted that serpent beast. I am not worried about you. It is nothing. I feel no pain at all. Qing Nanfeng has already returned to the bird tribe to seek the chieftain. He flies swiftly, and it won't be long before the chieftain arrives to confront the serpent beast. Jihan stated, not even casting a glance at the nearby Xiaoqi, entirely unconcerned that his words might provoke him. Observing Mengmeng's expression and her hesitant hand reaching out, torn between the desire to touch his bruises and the fear of doing so, he understood her distress for his injuries. How could it not hurt? Are you foolish? Wu Mengmeng gazed at him with a sense of frustration, angrily slapping the bruise on his chest. To her surprise, Jihan remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. It truly does not hurt. I am not a female. A few injuries are inconsequential for a male. Aware that Wu Mengmeng was worried for him, Jihan felt a surge of happiness within. Even though his body was weary, he did not feel any pain. To him, this discomfort was trivial. It is impossible to communicate with you. Let us hasten to the males. Observing the wounds adorning Jihan's body, she felt utterly helpless, unable to provide him with any treatment. A sudden wave of inadequacy washed over her, prompting her to urge a swift resolution to their matters so they could return to the tribe together. She wished to prevent Jihan from suffering any further injuries. Indeed, Jihan nodded, casting a glance at Xiaoqi, who stood quietly by, not intruding upon them. This sight eased his mind somewhat, and he transformed into his beast form. Carrying Wu Mengmeng away, Xiaoqi also morphed into his beast form and followed suit. At the fringes of the ice crystal flower-esque growth, the beastmen from the bird tribe awaited their return. Upon seeing Jihan bringing Wu Mengmeng back, the beasts erupted in joy, initially believing that Jihan had vanquished the serpent beast. However, their elation was short-lived as they noticed a massive serpent trailing behind Jihan, instantly engulfing them in panic. The serpent beast. It is that very serpent. They cried. Everyone flee. How could Jihan have lured the serpent beast here? Is he attempting to lead us all to our doom? Yet, burdened with the poison males, they found themselves unable to escape. Is this how we are to perish here today? I have yet to find my mate. Before Wu Mengmeng could descend to the ground, she was taken aback by the incessant wails of the males ahead. Most troubling of all, she overheard them speaking ill of Jihan. What a heartless bunch they were. She had gone to great lengths to secure the antidote and the ice crystal flower from the serpent beast for their sake. Otherwise, she could have easily compelled the serpent beast to take action against them. Despite her displeasure at the male's remarks, Wu Mengmeng dismounted from Jihan with determination and earnestly explained. Everyone, please remain calm. The serpent beast is not here to harm you. It has come to assist us in curing the poison. Wu Mengmeng endeavored to amplify her voice, striving to stabilize the chaotic males around her. How could it be possible? How could the ferocious serpent beasts ever assist us in detoxification? Wu Mengmeng, have you lost your senses? To believe in the serpent beasts? Goodness, you dare to speak in their defense. Have you perhaps allied yourself with them? No wonder you managed to return alive from their clutches. Do not trust them, everyone. They surely intend to deceive us into staying, only to be devoured by the serpent beasts. Flee at once. Wu Mengmeng was overwhelmed with exasperation. How could these males possess such boundless imagination? They could easily pen novels. Even in modern times, each would surely have a skill to provide for their families. Just as the males were eager to flee, and Wu Mengmeng felt utterly helpless against them. Xiaomi, who had been following closely behind, swiftly positioned herself before them. Naturally, the startled males did not remain still. They scattered in all directions, seeking alternate escape routes. There was only one serpent beast, yet they were numerous. Surely, not every male could be intercepted. Each male harbored a glimmer of hope as they attempted to flee. However, they were unprepared for the sudden emergence of a black python from the ground, which obstructed their path and quickly encircled all the males within a large ring. What do you intend to do? Jihan, Wu Mengmeng, have you conspired with the serpent beast? The males, realizing their escape was futile, glared furiously at Jihan and Wu Mengmeng, as if it were they who had ensnared them here. One may indulge in a careless meal, but one must not speak recklessly. We have not conspired with the serpent beast. I have clearly stated that it came to assist you in detoxification. Why are you fleeing? Wu Mengmeng would certainly not allow others to malign her character, standing at the periphery of the black python's circle as she observed them. In truth, she possessed a deep understanding of the sentiments harbored by these males, having once been ensnared in the shadows cast by the serpent beasts and these black pythons herself. However, she was acutely aware that at this juncture, the males had already concluded that she was colluding with the serpent beasts. Regardless of how ardently she might attempt to clarify her position, they would undoubtedly remain deaf to her explanations. It must be said that at a critical moment, the serpent beast proved to be rather formidable. You, with your malevolent heart, claim you are not in league with the serpent beasts. Then why have you ensnared us? If Wu Mengmeng were to possess an emoticon at that moment, she would most certainly choose the expression of a bewildered face. Had she not articulated her intentions clearly enough? I have stated that I am here to antidote you. Wu Mengmeng's voice resonated with exasperation as she glanced at Xiaomi. The beastly form of Xiaomi surveyed the males, and while uncertainty regarding their willingness to assist her lingered in her heart, she opted to place her trust in Wu Mengmeng for the time being. With a sudden motion, the serpent's mouth, which had been flicking its tongue, abruptly opened, exposing its sharp fangs to the air, startling the males who instinctively recoiled towards the center of the circle. The once vocal males, who had vehemently accused Wu Mengmeng, now found themselves silenced, akin to wilting flowers. Just as the males presumed that the serpent beast had grown irate and intended to devour them, its ivory fangs unexpectedly turned upon itself. In a swift moment, the fangs lacerated its own tail, crimson blood flowing forth and staining the snow beneath. Yet, the serpent beast's healing abilities appeared remarkably potent. The blood flowed for but a brief period before the wound sealed itself, ceasing the flow. Observing Xiaomi's self-inflicted wound, the males were momentarily taken aback, realizing that there was no intent to harm them. At that moment, Xiaomi had already transformed into human form, standing outside the black python circle, her cold and indifferent voice penetrating the ears of each male. My blood is ice, the antidote to poison. Feed these blood-stained snowflakes to the poisoned males, and they shall recover. Is it truly an antidote? Can the serpent beast be so benevolent as to provide us with a cure? The males exchanged glances filled with skepticism, their gazes flitting between Xiaomi, Wu Mengmeng, and Jihan. Although no one responded to their inquiries, the undeniable fact remained that the serpent beast had not harmed them. Finally, after a prolonged hesitation, Abu, who had remained silent among the males, stepped forward, casting a quiet glance at Wu Mengmeng. With a wave of Xiaomi's hand, the black python, as if obeying an unspoken command, parted the circle to allow Abu passage. The males watched as Abu collected the snow flecked with Xiaomi's blood, diligently feeding it to the poisoned individuals. In no time, some began to show signs of recovery, their once paralyzed bodies regaining movement, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. Why would you aid us in detoxification? What is your ulterior motive? Observing the genuine alleviation of the male's afflictions, Abu furrowed his brow as he regarded Jiaoqi. Although the serpent beast had yet to inflict harm upon them, he could still sense the aura of danger emanating from it. He did not believe that the serpent beast would suddenly exhibit such benevolence without expecting something in return. With this thought, Abu cast another glance at Wu Mengmeng, his instinct suggesting that she was indeed intertwined with this matter. Did she save us? With Abu stepping forward, the other males began to regard him as their anchor, turning their attention towards Jiaoqi. A motive? Having not conversed with beastmen for an extended period, Jiaoqi found herself at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts. Allow me to speak. Wu Mengmeng gazed at the two sluggish beasts and decisively interrupted the hesitant Jiaoqi. His willingness to assist with the antidote came with a stipulation. There was a task that required our cooperation. If we agreed to lend our aid, he would grant us the opportunity to harvest the ice crystal flower without causing us any harm. Wu Mengmeng succinctly highlighted the key points. Is what you said true? Can we really pluck the ice crystal flowers? Are the serpent beasts truly so accommodating? Questioned a skeptical male. Jiaoqi discerned the disbelief in his tone, furrowing his brow, yet maintaining a calm demeanor. There are plenty of ice crystal flowers in the icy expanse. If you desire them, feel free to collect, he replied indifferently. These flowers held little value for him. The reason he had fostered the notion of guarding them from the beastmen over the years was merely due to his disdain for them and a desire for solitude, which led to the creation of the venomous black pythons. Upon his arrival at the frozen plains, he had chosen his dwelling based on the fact that the areas with denser growth of ice crystal flowers were invariably colder, conditions that suited him perfectly, hence his vigilant presence in this locale. Chapter 88. Return to the bird tribe. After a series of tribulations, the males finally grasped Jiaoqi's intentions. Whether out of fear of his formidable strength or for the sake of the ice crystal flowers, they acquiesced to his demands. Thus, the matter was settled. The beastmen were exceptionally steadfast in their promises. Once they committed to a course of action, they would strive to fulfill it, lest they retract their agreement. Those shameless wandering beastmen were an exception to this rule. From initially having only Wu Mengmeng and Jihan as aides, the number of males had swelled to dozens, which left Jiaoqi relatively pleased. When the males insisted on returning to the tribe with the ice crystal flowers before aiding Jiaoqi with his tasks, he unexpectedly consented. The proceedings unfolded surprisingly smoothly, and Jiaoqi refrained from forcibly detaining anyone. However, Wu Mengmeng sensed something peculiar in the way Jiaoqi gazed at her, prompting her to avoid direct eye contact. Before their departure, the males promised to return to Jiaoqi after delivering the ice crystal flowers to the tribe. As the males joyfully gathered the flowers and discussed their plans upon returning, Wu Mengmeng observed Jiaoqi standing alone at a distance, his gaze unfocused and exuding an unusual melancholy. Soon, they had collected ample ice crystal flowers and merrily embarked on their journey home. As they departed, Wu Mengmeng glanced back. He remained there, motionless, lost in thoughts unknown. Perhaps he was not thinking at all. Solitude had simply become his habit. The return journey was slower than their initial trek, encumbered by the weight of the ice crystal flowers each male carried. Nevertheless, after 9 days, they arrived back at the bird tribe. Initially, Wu Mengmeng had harbored concerns about encountering Qing Nanyu and the chieftain en route, pondering how to explain their circumstance, for she was well aware of the beastman's stubbornness. These males had witnessed the serpent beast's antidote firsthand, yet the chieftain might not believe them or permit them to assist a notorious serpent beast. However, as they approached the entrance of the bird tribe, Wu Mengmeng saw neither Qing Nanyu nor the chieftain, leaving her puzzled as she entered the tribe alongside the others. Upon seeing the victorious males return, the beastmen of the tribe flocked to greet them, cheers resounding in Wu Mengmeng's ears. Having survived a life-or-death ordeal, she felt immense gratitude for being alive alongside Jihan, trailing at the rear of the group as they made their way to the hall. Inside, she spotted the chieftain but noted the absence of Qing Nanyu, and curiously, none of the beastmen from the rocky caves were present either. My warriors, you are all champions of the tribe. The bird tribe takes great pride in you, and I assure you that the provisions promised will not be lacking. The chieftain began addressing the assembly, and the males appeared exuberant, while the females cast them admiring glances. Chieftain, this is the antidote for the poison. Abu has also brought back the snow tainted with Jiaoqi's blood. Due to the cold, as long as the snow was kept away from the fire, it would not easily melt. Excellent. Quickly, take it to the poison males for their cure. The chieftain seemed genuinely pleased, repeating his approval several times before gesturing for the other beastmen to take the antidote away. After all this toil, everyone deserves a well-earned rest. Go home and recuperate. Having delivered a series of remarks, the chieftain finally ceased his lengthy discourse, allowing the assembly to disperse. As the males departed, Wu Mengmeng seized the opportunity to approach the chieftain. Chieftain, has Qing Nanyu not returned to the tribe? Upon hearing her inquiry, the chieftain's smile faltered momentarily, and a flicker of unusual light flashed in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. Nanyu, wasn't he with you on your journey to the icy plains? I was just wondering why he did not return with you. The chieftain turned back, his face illuminated with delight, though a hint of confusion lingered when he mentioned Qing Nanyu. He did accompany us to the icy plains, but he returned a few days ago. Wu Mengmeng's expression morphed into one of astonishment as she murmured, "Is that so?" The chieftain mirrored her bewilderment for a brief moment before dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand, smiling at her without dwelling on it further. He may have ventured elsewhere. Nanyu has always enjoyed wandering. Perhaps his visit to our bird tribe was merely a whim, and after you obtained the ice crystal flowers, he decided to explore other locales on his way back, hence his absence. As the chieftain's voice echoed in her ears, Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brows. Though his reasoning held merit, she did not know Qing Nanyu well enough to fully accept it, yet she felt that something was amiss. But Qing Nanyu did not depart after they secured the ice crystal flowers. Hadn't he returned to the tribe to fetch aid? How could he have vanished so suddenly? Wu Mengmeng wished to inquire further, but upon sensing the gaze of Jihan beside her, she cheerfully sealed her lips. After all, he was a robust creature, unlikely to lose his way in this frigid expanse or be abducted by anyone. She decided it was best not to fret unnecessarily, lest the jealous soul beside her become incensed. By the way, Chief, I noticed that the orcs from the stone cave have been absent. Have they departed from the bird tribe? Wu Mengmeng pondered for a moment before voicing her lingering curiosity. Given the considerable commotion within the tribe, it was inconceivable that not a single orc from the Wanshur cave would come to investigate. Moreover, as she traversed from the entrance of the flying bird tribe, she had not encountered any familiar orcs from Wanshur cave. Had they returned to Wanshur cave during her absence in the ice plains? You've just returned, so you might not be aware. This year's cold season arrived early, and just a few days ago, as it concluded, the orcs from Wanshur cave had already begun to pack and depart. Nevertheless, fret not. You and Jihan are welcome to remain here without haste. The chieftain patiently elucidated to Wu Mengmeng. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, Wu Mengmeng sheepishly touched her nose, her voice slightly muffled. So that is the case. They returned to Wanshur cave so soon. As she spoke, her thoughts drifted to Katnyo. What about Katnyo? It seemed she was about to bond with a male from the tribe. Did she return to Wanshur cave as well? Knowing Katnyo's nature, she must have come to see me upon hearing the news of my return, right? Yes, she returned to Wanshur cave with that male. Before she left, she entrusted me to convey her message to you, assuring you not to worry about her. She is well cared for by her new companion and has settled in at the flying bird tribe, female. The chieftain's stern visage softened unexpectedly, revealing a gentleness that seemed incongruous with his usual demeanor. For some reason, Wu Mengmeng felt an inexplicable oddity, though she could not pinpoint its source. After all, she was not a person of great stature. The chieftain had no reason to deceive her regarding this matter. Chapter 89. Discovering the anomaly. Thank you, chieftain. Wu Mengmeng expressed her gratitude before returning with Jihan. They had agreed that upon their return, the males could rest for a while, so there was no urgency to head back to the ice plains immediately. However, after a period of rest, Wu Mengmeng still sensed something amiss and decided to check on Katnyo's former dwelling next door. The door stood firmly shut, suggesting no beasts resided within. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Wu Mengmeng pushed the door open and stepped inside. Katnyo had been her first true friend since arriving in the frigid lands, and she had assumed Katnyo would remain at the flying bird tribe. Now that she had suddenly departed, Wu Mengmeng felt a touch of discomfort. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon a heap of burnt wood in the center of the room. In the far corner, amidst the ashes, something appeared to remain, though the dim light obscured her view. As she approached, Wu Mengmeng realized it was the stone barrel she had taught Katnyo to use for storing meat. Wait a moment. If Katnyo returned to Wanshur cave, why did she not take the stone barrel with her? Wu Mengmeng gazed at the stone bucket in confusion, and as she approached it, she discovered there were still items inside. The meat had not been taken. Food was of utmost importance. How could the cat girl possibly leave without taking the meat? A wave of perplexity washed over her, and Wu Mengmeng finally discerned what was amiss. There were no longer any puppies in the rocky cave. Why would she return? Here, there were males eager to be her companions, rendering any need to revisit the rocky cave unnecessary. She recalled how the cat girl had been elated upon realizing she could remain here, not at all resembling someone intent on leaving. How could she have suddenly departed? Wu Meng returned home, burdened by questions that eluded her understanding, only to find Jihan had prepared dinner. By the time they arrived back at the tribe, the afternoon sun had already begun to wane. Mengmeng, after you finish your meal, rest a while. You must be thoroughly exhausted from these past few days, especially having to accompany me on this arduous journey, Jihan said, handing her a bowl of steaming broth. Had it not been for his selfish desire to keep her from seeking companionship with others, Wu Meng could have enjoyed a serene existence in the tribe alongside another partner, free from the trials they had endured together. The recent expedition to the icy plains had only deepened his uncertainty. Could a mere beast truly safeguard her well-being? It is I who should be weary from this endeavor, she replied. Wu Mengmeng gazed at Jihan, noting that the bruises on his body had faded over the past few days, leaving no trace of his injuries. Yet, the memory of Jihan being mercilessly defeated by the serpent beast tugged at her heartstrings. I am male, I am not weary in the slightest. Jihan replied with a tender gaze, as if it were his due. How could you not be tired? Never utter such words again. I do not wish for you, a beast, to bear the burden alone. Though I may not be of much assistance, at the very least, let me be aware of any matters that arise. Wu Mengmeng gazed earnestly at Jihan. Accompanying him to the ice plains had indeed been an ill-fated decision. The mere recollection sent a shiver of trepidation down her spine. In that moment, she had been consumed by her emotions, driven solely by a desire to follow Jihan to the icy expanse. Observing the brilliance of Wu Mengmeng's dark eyes, Jihan did not hesitate and nodded affirmatively. Very well. He had faith in Mengmeng. The following day, Jihan set out in search of life fruits for Mengmeng, fully aware of her aversion to meat. Wu Mengmeng remained troubled by the inexplicable departure of Miao and, unable to comprehend the situation, resolved to seek out the chieftain for answers. As she wandered through the tribe, she found herself lost after several circles. Dazed and disoriented, she continued for over 10 minutes, on the verge of surrendering, when suddenly, she spotted a glimmer of hope. With a squeak, a dark figure swiftly approached her from a distance. It was Xiaohe. For the first time, Wu Mengmeng felt an overwhelming joy upon seeing Xiaohe. Even more exhilarating than the moment she discovered bird eggs and contemplated the prospect of consuming them. With a chirp, Xiaohe soared to her side, coming to an abrupt halt before joyfully circling around her. This behavior was a remnant of the fright instilled by Jihan, making Xiaohe hesitant to leap directly onto her. Xiaohe, could you lead me to your father? I have matters to discuss with him, Wu Mengmeng inquired gently. Chirp. What do you need him for? Come play with me. Xiaohe flapped its wings in mild displeasure, spiraling above Wu Mengmeng's head. Wu Mengmeng felt utterly dizzy in his presence. Ever since she had bonded with Jihan, she sensed that she could now comprehend a smattering of the beast language spoken by other beastmen. She looked at the pouting little black creature with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Please take me to find your father first. Once we have finished our business, we can play together, all right? Upon hearing her agreement to play, the little black one reluctantly nodded. Although she currently resided in the flying bird tribe, with Jihan around, there were limited opportunities for them to spend time alone together. They soared through the air, circling before heading in a specific direction. After approximately 20 minutes, Wu Mengmeng finally laid eyes on the chieftain's abode. Upon entering with the little black creature, she noticed the absence of any inhabitants. It seemed that only the chieftain and the little black one dwelled there. Where is the chieftain? Is he not home? Wu Mengmeng pondered, a hint of confusion creeping in. Suddenly, with a curious chirp, the little black one vanished into thin air. Just as Wu Mengmeng was left bewildered, the little black creature reappeared from an unexpected nook, landing on the ground and flapping its wings in a playful manner. Are you implying that the chieftain is not at home today? Wu Mengmeng observed the comical antics of little black, speculating on the intentions behind his expressive gestures. Noticing that Wu Mengmeng grasped his meaning, little black excitedly nodded his feathery head. Chirp chirp. Since he is absent, let us engage in play. I shall take you to see the treasures I have collected. Wu Mengmeng found herself torn between waiting here for the chieftain's return or seeking him out another time, when she was unexpectedly urged forward by Xiaohong. The chieftain's residence boasted an expansive courtyard. Without familiarity with the layout, one could easily become disoriented. After a lengthy, winding journey with Xiaohong, they finally arrived at a house that appeared quite grand. While the homes of other orcs in the tribe resembled modest rural dwellings, the chieftain's abode resembled a miniature park, prompting Wu Mengmeng to exclaim, how splendid it must be to hold such a position of authority. Even one's home is more opulent than that of the average orc. Xiaohong, brimming with excitement, pulled Wu Mengmeng into the house, which was adorned with luminous crystals, casting a bright and dazzling light throughout the interior, truly a sight to behold. To her surprise, Xiaohong possessed quite a flair for the whimsical. Wu Mengmeng exclaimed in admiration, this house must have been crafted by Xiaohe. Apart from him, it is unlikely that any other orc would prioritize their hunting experiences in the adornment of a dwelling. Squeak. This is prepared for you, my father said. You will reside here in the future. Knowing your fondness for luminous crystals, I sought them out especially for you. Xiaohe, brimming with excitement, hopped around on the ground. Although he had not transformed and could not articulate human speech, his enthusiasm remained undiminished. Wu Mengmeng only grasped the general idea, still struggling to fully comprehend the meaning. She cast an appreciative glance at Xiaohai and began to explore the room. Truly resourceful. Surely, you haven't placed all your ice crystals here, have you? The shimmering light crystals filled her with joy, reminiscent of the dazzling lights of modernity. As she admired them, she couldn't help but marvel. Just then, her gaze caught a protrusion in the corner of the wall devoid of light crystals. Her voice faltered as she approached it. Jiji, Xiaohai behind her, continued to exuberantly recount his grand achievements. Yet Wu Mengmeng remained oblivious. Raising her hand towards the protrusion, she was about to inspect it closely when a deep, resonant voice suddenly startled her from behind. Xiaohai, Wu Mengmeng, what brings you here? Chapter 90. Is it fragrant? I haven't bathed in many days. Upon hearing the sound, Wu Mengmeng instinctively withdrew her hand, suddenly feeling a sensation akin to that of a thief caught in the act. Turning around, she was startled to find a man standing at the doorway, seemingly appearing from nowhere. It was the chief. Without waiting for Wu Mengmeng to respond, Xiaomi darted in front of the chief, communicating in the language of beasts that it was he who had brought Mengmeng here. "Oh, so it was you who brought her," the chief remarked, a serious expression dissipating from his face, replaced by a warm smile as he gazed kindly at Wu Mengmeng, his tone imbued with a paternal gentleness. "This is a special arrangement by Xiaomi. I heard you have a fondness for luminous crystals. How do you find this place? Is there anything you dislike?" Though his tone was approachable and accompanied by a smile, an inexplicable unease stirred within Wu Mengmeng. "It's quite nice. You are truly kind to Xiaomi." Wu Mengmeng discerned the tenderness in the chief's tone and, recalling the protrusion she had barely glimpsed earlier, inexplicably chose to conceal it. "That's wonderful. If you enjoy it, you can often come and play with Xiaomi. He adores you." The chief's eyes curved with delight as he gazed at Wu Mengmeng, a smile gracing his lips. Wu Mengmeng chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, uncertain of how to respond. Feeling a shiver run down her spine under the chief's penetrating gaze, she hastily shifted the topic. "By the way, esteemed chief, I had intended to approach you just now. There is a question I wish to ask." "Oh? What question do you have?" "Please, do ask." Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng mention the word question, the chief's smile noticeably faltered, revealing an air of discomfort. Wu Mengmeng scratched her head and lowered it slightly, feigning shyness as she spoke. It was not a matter of great importance. She was merely pondering the imminent arrival of the kittens in Catgirl's belly, and she wondered if Catgirl had left any parting words for her in her hurried departure. How curious. Wu Mengmeng could not help but notice that the chief's expression seemed to soften upon hearing her words. They had departed early in the morning, and Catgirl had entrusted a few words to the beast before leaving. At that time, the kittens had yet to be born. However, there was no need for concern, as by now they should have reached the rocky cave, where a companion of the beastmen would be there to care for them, ensuring their safety. "Oh," Wu Mengmeng nodded thoughtfully, her tone still laced with deep concern. Yet, she remained uneasy. She had even prepared a little leather outfit for the kittens. It seemed she should take some time to return and check on Catgirl. After muttering to herself, Wu Mengmeng cast another glance at the chief. "Thank you for your understanding. I apologize for the intrusion." Wu Mengmeng nodded in gratitude to the chief, but in that fleeting moment of lowering her head, she failed to notice the strange glimmer that flickered in the chief's eyes. "It's nothing. However, you have just returned from the icy plains. You should rest a bit longer within the tribe. If you are concerned, I can send a male to the rocky cave to assist in bringing your belongings. As a female, you ought not to overexert yourself." Hearing the evident concern in the chief's voice, Wu Mengmeng suddenly felt a pang of guilt. The chief did not appear to be one who would deceive her. If he intended to trick her, why would he still offer to send a male to the rocky cave? Had she been too quick to judge his intentions? "Then I must trouble you, chief." "Thank you." With this thought, Wu Mengmeng smiled shyly at the chief before bidding him farewell and departing. Little Black eagerly accompanied Wu Mengmeng home, lingering at her doorstep for quite some time before finally taking his leave. Shortly thereafter, Jihan returned, empty-handed in his search for the life fruit but bearing 2 beast crystals. "Did you confront a ferocious beast?" Wu Mengmeng inquired, eyeing the 2 red beast crystals in Jihan's hands, reminiscent of the one he had shared with her in the rocky cave. "Yes, I found no life fruits, but I managed to obtain these. Mengmeng, you should have them. These red beast crystals are quite suitable for you. Isn't it said that beast crystals can enhance an orc's strength? You should eat them instead." Wu Mengmeng understood that he was referring to her ability to wield fire. During this period, she had pondered over her powers. Initially, they were quite feeble, but after consuming that shard of beast crystal, it seemed her abilities had been gradually augmenting. However, this enhancement appeared to have plateaued since then. It seemed that this red beast crystal could indeed enhance her capabilities, yet she could merely kindle a small flame. Perhaps it would be more beneficial for Jihan to consume it, allowing him to grow stronger instead. The red beast crystal was of no use to her, as she had already ingested other beast crystals in the ice forest, and this particular crystal seemed to clash with her essence. Jihan shook his head and pressed the beast crystal into Wu Mengmeng's hand. Upon hearing his words, she reflected on the fact that he was far more knowledgeable about the matters at hand, and thus she did not refuse, placing the crystal into her mouth. What appeared to be as hard as iron melted away like ice cream upon contact. Suddenly, a warm current surged through her body, spreading throughout her being. Wu Mengmeng felt invigorated, brimming with energy, and even experienced a slight warmth coursing through her veins. She shed a layer of beast skin clothing and then sat down to voice her concerns to Jihan. It was indeed peculiar. Even if the cat girl's companion could consume in abundance, it was unlikely they would leave food scattered about the dwelling. Were they perhaps planning to return? After listening to Wu Mengmeng's account, Jihan furrowed his brow slightly. The matters that concerned her were also of great significance to him. He wished for her not to be burdened by worries regarding other beastmen. The best course of action was to resolve the issue swiftly, allowing her heart to focus solely on him. Surely, they would not leave without taking the food, especially with a male companion by the cat girl's side, ensuring that nothing would go to waste. Wu Mengmeng shook her head, swiftly dismissing Jihan's conjecture. Sigh. I wonder how the cat girl is faring now. Don't worry. Perhaps I could find some time to return to the Chaos Stone Cave and check on her. Jihan raised his hand and gently brushed Wu Mengmeng's forehead. And I'm here too. However, I am uneasy about you being alone in the bird tribe. It would be wiser to seek assistance from other beastmen to accompany you back. All right. That is indeed a splendid suggestion. Wu Mengmeng clapped her hands, a hint of displeasure evident as she pulled his hand down from her head. Don't pat my head. I'm already short. Upon witnessing Wu Mengmeng finally smile, Jihan's lips curled into a subtle grin, and he once again placed his hand upon her head. Despite her earlier protest, Wu Mengmeng glared at him, feeling frustrated. His strength was overwhelming, rendering her unable to pull away his hand, thus she had to relent. With Jihan's reassuring words, Wu Mengmeng felt a sense of relief. That very day, she ventured out with Jihan to seek assistance from the orcs. Coincidentally, the carcasses of the ferocious beasts Jihan had slain in the ice forest had yet to be transported back. So they sought the males of the tribe to help divide the surplus remains. Wu Mengmeng retained a portion for herself, while the rest was handed over to the tribe's storeroom. Having received benefits, several males willingly agreed to make the journey to the chaotic stone cave. What are you doing? Do I smell odd? Upon returning home, Wu Mengmeng observed Jihan, who was persistently inching closer to her, and she wore a puzzled expression. Yes, it's delightful. Jihan could not resist enveloping Wu Mengmeng in his embrace, burying his head in her hair. Is that so? I haven't tea-bathed in many days. Wu Meng couldn't help but twitch her lips. She raised her hand, but didn't have the heart to push Jihan away. Instead, she gently embraced him. Never mind, she thought. If he feels fragrant, so be it. Mengmeng, have you felt any discomfort in your body these days? Or has anything changed from before? Jihan's voice, muffled as it was while buried in her hair, did not diminish its deep and melodious tone. Discomfort? Not at all. I feel perfectly fine. I could even run a marathon right now without any issue. Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the meaning behind Jihan's words, and inquisitively asked, why the sudden question? Chapter 91. You bear life. I provide nurture. Jihan remained silent, burying his head against Wu Mengmeng as he nuzzled her. After a while, he spoke with a hint of melancholy in his voice. It seems that we did not manage to create a little one last time. Mengmeng, do you desire a child? Shall we have a litter of kittens? His magnetic voice and warm breath caressed Wu Mengmeng's ear, causing her body to soften, leaving her feeling ethereal and light. As Wu Mengmeng was about to speak, her mouth was abruptly silenced by a certain feline. After a brief moment, she finally found the opportunity to voice her thoughts, her tone slightly breathless and soft from the recent intimacy. I have a question I wish to ask you. What question? Please, do ask. If I were unlike other females, and our offspring were different, would you disdain me? Would you come to dislike our progeny because of that? For the first time, Wu Mengmeng did not express such resistance when discussing the topic of offspring. Her voice carried a note of uncertainty, tinged with a hint of worry. It doesn't matter. As long as it's your child, I will cherish it, Jihan replied without hesitation. That's a relief, Wu Mengmeng murmured, burying her head in Jihan's chest, emitting a soft sound, and fell silent. Despite Jihan's reassuring response, a heavy stone still lingered in her heart. Jihan was eager to have children, yet what if, during her pregnancy, others among the beastmen noticed something amiss? The possibility of discovery weighed heavily on her mind. Jihan, is there any female from a different species that carries their young for an extended period? Wu Mengmeng asked cautiously. An extended period? How long? Jihan was perplexed by her sudden inquiry, assuming she was new to such matters and perhaps frightened. He had heard that females often felt anxious during their first partnership and experiences of motherhood. Well, is there any female that carries for longer than what is typical here? Say around 9 to 10 months? 9 months? 10 months? I'm not sure. I haven't heard of such females. Why do you ask? Jihan questioned, puzzled, shaking his head. Realizing he might be overthinking, he quickly added, Mengmeng, please do not worry. If you are not ready for children yet, we can wait. I will follow your lead. Hearing Jihan's clumsy attempt at comfort, Wu Mengmeng felt a warmth spread through her heart. No, I do want children. I am just concerned that I may not be able to care for them properly. Wu Mengmeng sighed, fully aware of Jihan's excessive thoughts, and swiftly redirected the conversation. She was not lying. Had her origins been revealed to the beasts inhabiting this place, she would lack even the ability to protect herself, let alone safeguard the little one. This was a matter of great concern for her. Fear not, for I am here. You need only focus on bringing forth life, Jihan stated with utmost sincerity. Wu Mengmeng was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The poignant moment was utterly shattered by his remark about her merely giving birth. Fearing the revelation of her peculiar condition, she hesitated at a critical juncture, leaving Jihan to venture out into the frigid night air to cool off. Wu Mengmeng was engulfed in a profound sense of guilt, yearning to consult a female companion regarding potential solutions to her predicament. However, the feline was currently absent from the bird tribe. With a sigh, she pondered that she should refrain from igniting flames so carelessly in the future. Yet, she realized that it was not she who had sparked the fire. This cat was, in fact, a spontaneous combustion entity. Days passed, and the male who had ventured to the stone cave had yet to return. The cold season had waned, and the temperatures had become considerably milder. Wu Mengmeng, feeling rather bored, wandered leisurely through the tribe, taking the opportunity to familiarize herself with the surroundings. This way, she would not find herself lost in the future when Jihan was no longer by her side. She chose not to accompany Jihan on this outing, instead committing the paths to memory bit by bit. The houses here all bore a striking resemblance to one another, and where there were no houses, the land was either barren or occupied by oil trees. Wu Mengmeng gradually familiarized herself with the paths of the tribe, meandering along for approximately half an hour. As she walked, the routes she had just traversed began to blur in her memory. Was the way back to the left? No. It seemed to be to the right instead. Wu Mengmeng, with a sorrowful expression, gazed at the fork in the road, torn between which path to take in order to return. Suddenly, she heard a feminine voice not far away. Wu Mengmeng, are you out to play as well? Would you like to join us? Wu Mengmeng looked over in confusion and spotted several females beneath a nearby large tree. One of them, who appeared familiar, was speaking. Although Wu Mengmeng did not know them personally, it was rare for any female in the tribe to be unfamiliar with her. After all, she had taught them to harness fire, allowing them to enjoy delicious food and stay warm at night. No female harbored ill feelings towards Wu Mengmeng. Indeed, upon seeing her, the females greeted her warmly. Approaching them, Wu Mengmeng smiled and immediately noticed the figure of Kong Kaier standing among them. Recalling the events from the last banquet, she offered her a slight smile as well. Oh, I'm just out for a casual stroll. What are you all discussing here, Sister Kai? Wu Mengmeng deliberately addressed Kong Kaier at the end. Who is your sister? I belong to the Peacock clan. Which clan do you represent to try and forge a connection with me? Kong Kaier scoffed, looking disdainfully at Wu Mengmeng, her tone laced with animosity and dissatisfaction. She vividly remembered how this female had embarrassed her at the last banquet. Wu Mengmeng broke into a smile, unfazed by the situation, and her laughter became even more joyous. Have you forgotten so quickly? At the banquet, you didn't say anything like this. I still remember how endearing it was when you called me Sister Mengmeng. How is it that you no longer recognize me? As she spoke, Wu Mengmeng shook her head with a look of regret, causing Kong Kaier to widen her eyes in disbelief. You, who called you dear? Don't speak nonsense. If it weren't for your fortunate victory over me, you wouldn't be here boasting. Kong Kaier, filled with indignation, found her innate pride preventing her from showing any weakness to Wu Mengmeng at that moment. With her chest held high and her temper flaring, she retorted, Indeed, my luck is quite remarkable. WMNGM continued to gaze at Kangcir with a smile, which only deepened Kangcir's unease. Kangcir soon realized that WMNGM's tongue was sharper than that of any other female, and understood that further conversation would only lead to her own detriment. Thus, she huffed softly, turned her head away, and pretended WMNGM was non-existent. Observing Kangcir's reaction, WMNGM couldn't suppress a chuckle, finding the proud little peacock rather amusing. The other females, accustomed to Kangcir's demeanor, saw nothing inappropriate in the exchange between the two. They all knew that Kangcir harbored a dislike for WMNGM, and although they envied her, they were reluctant to offend WMNGM on Kangcir's behalf, thus choosing to ignore the seemingly confrontational interaction. WMNGM, why are you out here alone? Where is your partner? One female inquired curiously, noting that females typically ventured out accompanied by males, as the more partners one had, the more esteemed one appeared. Among this group of females, Kangcir was undoubtedly the most glamorous. JHN, I simply wished to take a stroll by myself, so I did not accompany him, WMNGM replied. Wu Mengmeng lifted her gaze, casting a glance towards a group of males standing not far away, fully aware that these males were the companions of the females here. Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's words, several females displayed expressions of bewilderment. Wu Mengmeng, has Jihan upset you? Indeed. With someone as formidable as Jihan, how could you venture out without him? Has he angered you? Or are you in search of a new partner? The females could not suppress their imaginations and began to gossip. Chapter 92. The disappearance of the cat girl. No, not at all. Wu Mengmeng awkwardly shook her head, only then realizing the disparity between modern thought and that of the beastmen. After the departure of the cat girl, she had not interacted with females for quite some time, almost forgetting their living habits. Although Wu Mengmeng denied it, the females seemed to wholeheartedly believe her words, wearing expressions that conveyed their understanding, casting ambiguous glances in her direction, their tones rife with envy. I must say, Wu Mengmeng, you are indeed fortunate to have such a formidable partner as Jihan, a two-pattern beastman. I heard just a few days ago he vanquished a ferocious beast in the ice forest and distributed its remains among the tribe. Many females envy you. Is that so? Wu Mengmeng chuckled awkwardly, wiping her forehead. Indeed, even other two-pattern beastmen in the tribe generally hesitate to venture deep into the ice forest, let alone confront ferocious beasts. Another female exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Wu Mengmeng felt a tinge of confusion. Are ferocious beasts truly so formidable that even two-patterned beastmen find them challenging to defeat? Wu Mengmeng inquired. Perplexed, one of the nearby females cast a curious glance at Wu Mengmeng and replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. There are many types of ferocious beasts, and even the weakest among them poses a threat that only a strong two-patterned beastman would dare to face. Moreover, if one were to venture into the depths of the ice forest and encounter a pack of ferocious beasts, there would be nothing left but remnants of bones." The female earnestly explained. Oh, Wu Mengmeng scratched her head in bewilderment. If she were to tell them that the first time she witnessed Jihan slay a ferocious beast, he was still a one-patterned beastman, would they believe her? Recalling that moment still sent a shiver down her spine. After listening to the females, she realized just how perilous it was to enter the ice forest to hunt ferocious beasts, causing her to feel a sense of trepidation. Jihan is indeed powerful, but what if he encountered a beast as formidable as the snake beast, or faced multiple ferocious beasts? That could spell disaster. No. She must have a serious talk with Jihan when she returns, urging him to refrain from taking such risks. Noticing Wu Mengmeng deep in thought, the females assumed her contemplation was a result of their persuasion, filling them with a sense of accomplishment. With such a wonderful partner, you ought not to harbor any anger towards him. In my opinion, you are undoubtedly the luckiest female in the Chaos Stone Cave. The females clasped their hands beneath their chins, expressing their admiration with envious sighs. As Wu Mengmeng pondered how to navigate the awkward topic, she suddenly recalled the rock cave and seized this opportunity. By the way, do you know when they departed? When I returned, they had already left without a chance to bid farewell. The chieftain offered little insight. Perhaps other orcs might be aware of the situation. How had she not considered this sooner? Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's inquiry, the females shook their heads in unison, indicating their uncertainty, save for one who tentatively responded. I've forgotten the exact day. It seems they left quite early in the morning without notifying anyone. We only learned of their departure through the chieftain. They showed little interest in the visiting orcs, as none of them possessed suitable mates among that group. Oh, I see. Thank you. Wu Mengmeng expressed her gratitude to the females. After engaging in light conversation for a while longer, she bid them farewell and departed. As she walked home, Wu Mengmeng couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The orcs from the rock cave shouldn't have been so hasty in their departure, after all. This was a splendid dwelling, and the cold season had just passed. According to the females' earlier remarks, they seemed to have left in quite a rush. But what could compel them to leave the Fania tribe so abruptly? While mulling over this conundrum, Wu Mengmeng continued her journey home, only to suddenly look up and realize she was standing on a completely unfamiliar path. It seemed she had indeed lost her way. Wu Mengmeng glanced around in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Had she known to inquire about the direction home before departing, she might have avoided her predicament. After wandering for half an hour, utterly fatigued, Wu Mengmeng decided to rest against a nearby tree. Before long, Jihan, returning from outside, noticed her absence in the dwelling and, following her scent, came to her aid, guiding the lost Wu Mengmeng back home. Wu Mengmeng possessed a certain childlike quality, as if she were still a little one. Upon returning home, she collapsed onto a bed fashioned from grass and animal hides. After a long day of walking in her uncomfortable leather and wooden shoes, her feet felt as if they might perish from the pain. Mengmeng, the male from the stone cave, has returned today. Jihan, noticing Wu Mengmeng sprawled on the bed in her weariness, felt a pang of concern for her. Really? What did he say? How is Catgirl doing? Has the cub been born yet? The moment Wu Mengmeng heard anything related to the stone cave, she sprang up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, to the point where Jihan almost felt a twinge of jealousy towards Catgirl. In modern times, she had few friends, but upon arriving in this frigid land and meeting Catgirl, she truly experienced the essence of friendship. The nature of Catgirl suited her well, unlike other females. She was not frivolous in matters of love, aligning closely with Wu Mengmeng's values. Having known each other for quite some time, they had developed a bond, and now, after their sudden separation, Wu Mengmeng felt aimless and discontent. Although she could play with the females of the flying bird tribe, their friendliness was not accompanied by familiarity, and she felt far less at ease than she did with Catgirl. Not everyone around her could become a confidant. After experiencing a fleeting moment of jealousy, Jihan adopted a serious expression, slightly furrowing his brow as he looked at Wu Mengmeng. The male said that there were no beastmen in the stone cave. It was empty. They may not have returned to the stone cave. At his words, Wu Mengmeng's mouth fell open in astonishment. What? How can that be? It's been so many days. The male went to the stone cave and returned. How could Catgirl and the others not have arrived yet? With this thought, Wu Mengmeng's worry deepened. She bit her lip and murmured anxiously. Could something dangerous have happened on the way? Seeing her fatigued and anxious demeanor, Jihan's heart ached for her. He moved closer, wrapping her in his embrace, and spoke softly to reassure her. Nothing will happen. The cold season has passed. They did not traverse the depths of the ice forest, where dangers lurk. Perhaps they have simply relocated to another dwelling. Though this possibility was slim, it was not entirely out of the question. Yet, despite Jihan's comforting words, Wu Mengmeng's concern did not wane. her brows remained furrowed. Why would Cat Girl want to return? She could easily reside in the flying bird tribe. Surely her mate would keep her there, especially with the cub on the way. It's unlikely she would risk traveling back to the stone cave at this time. Wu Mengmeng opened her dark, bright eyes, her mind racing with thoughts that eluded her comprehension. However, the more she pondered, the more she felt that something was amiss about the cat girl's return to the rocky cave. Could there be hidden circumstances? With each passing moment of contemplation, unease gnawed at her heart, and she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the cat girl might be in trouble. Don't fret, Mengmeng, he reassured her. Even if she encounters rogue beastmen or fierce creatures, that male has the capability to help the cat girl escape. She is not in any real danger. Perhaps in due time, news of her will surface. He had witnessed the male companion of the cat girl, a bird-like beastman, and rescuing a female should pose no challenge. Jihan's comforting words brought Wu Mengmeng back to her senses. Wu Mengmeng realized that she had been overly anxious and gently tapped her head to calm herself down. You are right. Haste does not yield results. Observing Jihan's worried expression, she felt a pang of guilt and made an effort to compose herself, not wanting to cause him undue concern. By the way, is there still no news regarding Qing Nanyu and the tribe? His sudden disappearance is rather peculiar. Speaking of disappearances, Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but think of the mysteriously absent Qing Nanyu. Chapter 93. The chief's basement. Although the chief had provided an explanation, it was utterly unconvincing. Unless Qing Nanyu had callously abandoned the poisoned males to revel in freedom elsewhere. Yet, she did not perceive Qing Nanyu as such a heartless and ungrateful beastman. Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng mention another male, Jihan's demeanor darkened, resembling coal in its intensity. Though he understood there was no ulterior motive, he couldn't shake his discomfort. No, I inquired. The beastmen in the tribe said they haven't seen Qing Nanyu since he went to the ice plains. Despite his lingering dissatisfaction, he responded to Wu Mengmeng's question with a sullen tone. He certainly did not wish for Mengmeng to feel that his unease stemmed from Qing Nanyu's presence. With a sense of helplessness, Wu Mengmeng rubbed her forehead. It seemed that ever since she adopted that cat, which had been left devoid of its fur, her life had become riddled with troubles. First, she found herself in this desolate, frigid land, where she became the excrement of a python. Then, she nearly had her teeth filled with the remains of a ferocious beast in a rocky cave, encountered brutal feral beastmen, and faced an extraordinarily rare cold wave. Given these circumstances, if she were fortunate enough to return to the modern world, her first act would surely be to purchase a lottery ticket. Jihan, thank you. Thank you for your existence. Suddenly, Wu Mengmeng embraced Jihan. Were it not for him, she would have likely perished 100 times over in this isolated place. In response to Wu Mengmeng's affectionate gesture, Jihan's expression softened, and he chose to disregard her words. After a prolonged silence from Jihan, Wu Mengmeng began to doubt whether expressing her gratitude was a bit too sentimental. Jihan, under the impression that Wu Mengmeng was referring to his assistance in locating the beastmen, casually replied that it was nothing and immersed himself in the warmth of her embrace. The following day, in an unprecedented move, Jihan set out to search for the missing beastmen. Wu Mengmeng wished to join him, but lamentably, she lacked the necessary instincts to contribute meaningfully, so she obediently remained at home, crafting leather garments and awaiting his return. The news of Jihan's departure from the tribe was first discovered by Xiaomi, who promptly visited Wu Mengmeng's home, emboldened by Jihan's absence to seek her out without restraint. As Wu Mengmeng pondered the peculiarities of her situation at home, she was suddenly startled by the voice of Xiaomi from outside. A flash of insight struck her. Indeed, she had yet to fully comprehend that mysterious object from yesterday, as her contemplation had been abruptly interrupted by the return of the chieftain. In retrospect, it seemed that the chieftain had appeared somewhat anxious at that moment. Stroking her chin in deep thought, Wu Mengmeng found herself increasingly convinced that the object bore a resemblance to some kind of switch. With this thought in mind, she stepped outside. Xiaohe, will you still take me to see that room today? Observing Xiaohe's joyful demeanor in the absence of Jihan, she couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Yet, she knew she had to enlist his help. Silently apologizing to Xiaohe in her heart and vowing to treat him better in the future. Ever since she discovered that Xiaohe was an orc, she had regarded him as a child. Utilizing a child in such a manner weighed heavily on her conscience. Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng express a desire to see the house he had arranged, Xiaohe eagerly nodded his head, believing that he had, through his own merit, captured Wu Mengmeng's affections away from Jihan. Is your father at home? Can we go when he is not around? Please don't tell him we visited, all right? Wu Mengmeng understood that although Xiaohe was somewhat childish, he was still capable of comprehending her words. Beasts are inherently simple-minded, seldom pondering the underlying reasons behind events. Moreover, Xiaohe harbored little affection for his father, having been nurtured solely by Wu Mengmeng since birth. Thus, he naturally leaned more towards her. After contemplating earnestly for a moment, Xiaohe nodded, emitted a couple of chirps, and then flapped his wings, taking flight. Wu Mengmeng understood that he had returned to check whether the chieftain was at home. She felt a surge of gratitude and silently recalled. Good little black. I fed you so many exquisite roasted meats in the cave of stones, and every night I recounted bedtime stories to you. Before long, Little Black returned, informing Wu Mengmeng that the chieftain was indeed not at home at that moment. Elated, he led Wu Mengmeng to his home to play, his mind bustling with dreams of the day when she might come to live with him. Wu Mengmeng, consumed by her lingering doubts, made her way directly to the room adorned with luminous crystals. She approached a corner, her gaze fixating on a solitary protrusion devoid of any crystals. This time, no one interrupted her as she extended her hand to touch the irregularity. It was merely an ordinary stone. Upon closer inspection and a few tentative presses, she discerned nothing amiss. Could it be that I am overthinking this? At that moment, Xiaohe, noticing Mengmeng's actions, fluttered over. Squeak, Mengmeng, do you fancy this stone? It lacks the beauty of the crystals and is quite hard. My crystals can't even be inserted into it. Mengmeng, managing to grasp Xiaohe's words, nodded in understanding. No wonder this room was devoid of crystals except for this stone. However, why was it that crystals could be inserted elsewhere, but not here? With her mind in a perpetual state of tension, Mengmeng began to feel fatigued. She sighed and leaned against the wall to rest. To her astonishment, as her back pressed against the stone, it suddenly shifted, nearly causing her to lose her balance. How could it possibly move? Wu Mengmeng staggered for a moment, turning to gaze at the stone with a look of confusion, only to realize that the stone seemed to have shifted slightly. It occurred to her that when she leaned against it earlier, she had done so at an angle. This implied that the stone was indeed movable. With this thought, Wu Mengmeng pressed her hands against the stone, attempting to push it. To her surprise, it actually budged, albeit with some difficulty. Summoning all her strength, she gradually nudged the stone aside. Just as she managed to push it to its limit, leaving it immovable, she pondered the peculiar nature of the stone when suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed in her ears. In the next moment, a dark, gaping hole slowly materialized beneath her feet. This was... Wu Mengmeng's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated the existence of such a place within the room, and her doubts deepened. Jihan, the little black creature beside her, noticing the opening, hopped curiously near the entrance. You don't know what this is either? Wu Mengmeng inquired. The little black creature shook its head, signaling its ignorance. Gazing at the darkened entrance, Wu Mengmeng, driven by an irresistible impulse, picked up a scattered luminous crystal from the ground and leaned closer to the opening. To her surprise, she discovered that the cavern contained a staircase. Her curiosity piqued. She boldly descended with the crystal in hand. The light emitted by a single crystal was insufficient to illuminate her path. Wu Mengmeng could only discern the steps beneath her feet. After approximately 2 minutes of descent, she reached the end of the staircase. Holding the crystal, she glanced around. Her eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, revealing some semblance of her surroundings. It appeared to be a space reminiscent of a cellar. However, the oppressive darkness rendered it impossible for her to ascertain its size, and it was only the presence of the little black creature trailing behind her that bolstered her courage, prompting her to cautiously explore the area. Did the orcs also possess a penchant for creating cellars? Yet, this space seemed utterly vacant, devoid of anything. Jihan, the little black creature, softly chirped behind her. Wu Mengmeng was unaware of what he was calling himself. Her mind was solely focused on uncovering the nature of this place, when suddenly a terrifying thought surged within her. Chapter 94, discovered by the chieftain. An empty underground chamber. No, it may not necessarily be devoid of contents. The true expanse of this subterranean space remained uncertain. The chieftain must have had a purpose in constructing this basement, yet it appeared to contain nothing at all. The tribe's possessions were all stored in warehouses, and it seemed unlikely that the chieftain would create a basement merely for the sake of storing personal belongings. But what if it was indeed intended solely for the storage of items? Within the confines of her mind, Wu Mengmeng wrestled with an internal conflict. As if two diminutive figures were engaged in a fervent debate within her thoughts. She shook her head, casting aside these musings. Ultimately, her uninvited venture into the chieftain's underground chamber today was undeniably her own misstep. Since there was nothing to be found, perhaps she had overthought the situation. It would be prudent to depart swiftly. With this resolve, Wu Mengmeng turned, calling out to the distant figure of Xiaohe. Xiaohe, let us leave. As she began to walk, her trajectory seemed slightly askew. Guided by Xiaohe's calls, she readjusted her course, lifting her foot in preparation to exit, when suddenly, a creaking sound emanated from beneath her. What was that? She wondered, sensing that she had stepped upon something. Taking a step back, Wu Mengmeng crouched down, bringing her luminous crystal closer to the ground, only to discover a feather. How could there be a feather here? Could it be that the chieftain once transformed in this very place, shedding this feather? Wu Mengmeng, filled with curiosity, picked up the feather and examined it closely. She discovered that the feather was somewhat large, slightly longer than her palm, and remarkably soft, although it had been slightly crumpled under her foot. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a vibrant shade of azure, and an image suddenly flashed in her mind of the azure-feathered beast she had encountered on the icy plains. Little Black, is your father a black eagle? Is his plumage as dark as yours? Wu Mengmeng turned her head, seeking confirmation from Xiaohe with a questioning gaze. Xiaohe nodded. then excitedly shook his head, attempting to swat away the feather in Wu Mengmeng's hand. All right, I understand this is not your father's feather. Be good. Don't cause a fuss. Wu Mengmeng hastily raised the feather high, sensing an unusual presence surrounding it. Her instincts urged her to keep this feather for the time being. Whether it belonged to the Azure Nanshan could easily be confirmed by inquiring with Jihan upon her return. No sooner had she thought this than she suddenly heard a series of footsteps approaching. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly tucked the azure feather into the pocket of her leather garment, a pocket crafted in accordance with modern conventions. Just as she secured it, the footsteps came to a halt right behind her. Suddenly, Wu Mengmeng's body stiffened, and in the next moment, a chilling voice echoed from above. How did you enter? Chief! Chief! Wu Mengmeng turned around, and the luminous light perfectly illuminated the chief's face. In this shrouded darkness, not only did the sound seem eerie, but even the normally serene visage appeared ominous. We had inadvertently stumbled upon that stone, caught sight of the cave entrance, and upon entering, you arrived immediately thereafter. Wu Mengmeng evaded the chief's scrutinizing gaze, instinctively concealing the truth that she had sought him out herself. Oh, this is merely a place for me to store my belongings. It was only recently prepared, yet it has already been appropriated by Xiao He for the placement of luminous crystals. It is entirely empty, devoid of any amusement. You should leave. The chief maintained his profound stare on Wu Mengmeng for an extended period, offered an explanation, and then guided her away. Wu Mengmeng, with a fluttering heart, followed closely behind. Xiao I seemed to sense that the chieftain was not particularly pleased and silently trailed after her. Before long, they arrived outside the dwelling. Fearing that the chieftain might notice her discomfort, Wu Mengmeng quickly devised an excuse to leave, with Xiao Hai cheerfully following suit, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere. As she observed Wu Mengmeng and Xiao Hai departing, the last vestige of a smile faded from the chieftain's face, leaving it expressionless. His deep-set, wrinkled eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of inscrutable emotion. I hope you know nothing. If not, then Xiao Hai, regardless of your feelings, it will be of no consequence. The courtyard was devoid of any orc presence, and the chieftain's coarse voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness and age, resonated like an amplified echo, reverberating through every corner of the yard. He fixated on the doorway for an extended period, until he himself could not recall what he had just uttered. The strange look on his face eventually returned to normal, and he lowered his head slightly, clearing his throat. When he lifted his gaze again, a familiar smile adorned his face, and he turned to re-enter the house. After departing from the chieftain's residence, Wu Mengmeng walked alongside Xiao Hai on the tribal path, her heart still racing uncontrollably. She retrieved the feather from her leather pouch, its details strikingly clear in the natural light, albeit slightly soiled, likely from being stepped on. A bold hypothesis began to take root in her mind. After escorting Wu Mengmeng home, Xiao Hai shamelessly lingered for a share of roasted meat before departing in high spirits. While males typically subsisted on icy crystals, Wu Mengmeng regarded both genders as equals, so she made sure to offer Xiao Hai roasted meat. Due to the side effects of the icy crystals, the males usually only ate when hungry, with no fixed mealtime. This was a norm among the orcs of the frigid land. Once Xiao Hai had left, Wu Mengmeng gauged the time and realized it was likely around noon. Although other orcs lacked a sense of time, she always kept track. Jihan was aware of her habits, ensuring he returned for their 3 meals a day, no matter where he was, to prepare food for her. As she reflected on Jihan's recent exhaustion from incessant toil, she felt a pang of regret for having refused to bear him offspring. Wu Mengmeng had prepared lunch, eagerly awaiting Jihan's return. As anticipated, at the appointed time, the beastly form of Jihan emerged from the ice forest. Before even stepping inside, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. Transforming into his human guise and donning his fur garments, the two of them savored the roasted delicacies while exchanging accounts of their day's endeavors. Did you uncover any clues regarding the cat girl today? Wu Mengmeng inquired. Alas, no. I scoured the vicinity of the path leading to the chaotic stone cave, but found nothing. Jihan replied, shaking his head. Although his expression remained largely unchanged, a profound seriousness lingered in his silver eyes. After an exhaustive search, he had detected no signs of any beastmen having passed through. This suggested that it was highly probable they had not returned at all. He shared his conjecture with Wu Mengmeng. Upon hearing Jihan's deductions, Wu Mengmeng began to piece together her observations from the past few days within the tribe, as her inner suspicions threatened to surface. I visited the chief's residence again today. Can you guess what I discovered? Wu Mengmeng fumbled through her pocket and retrieved the feather she had deliberately kept. Upon seeing the feather, Jihan's expression changed dramatically. Wu Mengmeng initially believed she had stumbled upon a significant clue, her bright eyes widening in anticipation as she gazed at Jihan. Are you seeking a birdfolk beastman as a companion? Why are you holding a feather from the Qingnan bird? Have you been searching for him these past few days? Jihan's muffled voice drifted into Wu Mengmeng's ears. Huh. Wu Mengmeng was taken aback for a moment, then quickly interjected to interrupt Jihan. Wait. What are you saying? I haven't finished yet. I found this in the chief's home. He has a concealed basement that I discovered by chance. There was nothing inside, but I picked this up. Chapter 95. The cat girl has been here. Wu Mengmeng placed the feather before Jihan, elucidating her concerns, fearful that if she were to slip up, this fellow might have already devised names for the future offspring she and Qing Nanyu would have, pondering whether he might even bully their progeny. Did you find it in the chief's household? After hearing Wu Mengmeng's explanation, Jihan's rampant speculations finally ceased, and he regarded her with a hint of skepticism. Indeed. Are you certain this belongs to Qing Nanyu? It seems he rarely adopts his beast form within the tribe. And this is the first time I've encountered him in the ice fields. How could his feather possibly be found in the chief's basement? Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brow, one hand grasping her head in deep contemplation. In truth, she had formed a conjecture, yet she hesitated to believe it. Indeed, the feather bore his scent, intertwined with a faint, metallic tang of blood, discernible despite its subtlety. Jihan nodded, recognizing that Wu Mengmeng was addressing a matter of significance, thus refraining from indulging in jealousy over Qing Nanyu at such a critical juncture. The scent of blood? Could it be that something untoward had transpired? Wu Mengmeng murmured to herself. Jihan raised an eyebrow, secretly hoping that something had indeed occurred to Qing Nanyu. Observing Wu Mengmeng lost in thought, Jihan felt a pang of sympathy for her concern and, with a single statement, unraveled her speculation. Qing Nanyu must have engaged in combat with someone formidable, otherwise, he would not have sustained injuries. As for the reasons behind his presence there, though he left the thought unfinished, the implication was unmistakable. His appearance in the chieftain's dwelling could not be coincidental. Could it truly be linked to the chieftain? Wu Mengmeng was reluctant to accept such a notion. The chieftain had always treated her kindly, especially since he was the father of Little Black. If the disappearances of the cat girl and Qing Nanyu were indeed connected to him, then Little Black was surely unaware. Jihan shook his head, contemplating. Perhaps there are connections, or perhaps not. We have not been in the bird clan for long, and there may be many mysteries yet to uncover. He had previously contemplated settling here with Mengmeng, drawn by the apparent tranquility, yet now it seemed that the serenity might conceal deeper complexities. Feeling a wave of frustration, Wu Mengmeng scratched her scalp. Jihan gently placed his hand on her head, clasping her hand in his, offering words of reassurance. If that is the case, finding them through the chieftain would bring clarity. After lunch, Wu Mengmeng and Jihan set out to inquire among the other beastmen about the layout of the tribe. Due to the strong territorial instincts of the beastmen, there was considerable distance between households. Most of the tribe consisted of residences for the beastmen, with the chieftain's abode at the center, adjacent to the storerooms. After thorough inquiries, they acquired a general understanding. However, these areas were frequented by beastmen or guarded, making concealment of the missing individuals improbable. Just as Wu Mengmeng prepared to return, believing their investigation fruitless, the last beastman suddenly recalled something. Oh, there are many abandoned storerooms to the west of the tribe, remnants from long ago. Since the chieftain changed, new storerooms had been built near his residence, and the old, desolate storerooms to the west had not seen a beastman in ages. They must have long been forgotten. As the beastman reminisced, Wu Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, bright and eager as she gazed at Jihan. After listening intently to the beastman's memories, Wu Mengmeng expressed her gratitude with palpable enthusiasm. Thank you. However, could you refrain from mentioning to the others that I inquired about this? If possible, allow these meats to serve as your reward for my thanks. Wu Mengmeng handed a piece of meat she had brought with her to the orc. Of course, no problem, the orc replied with a beaming smile, accepting the offering without a second thought. After leaving the orc's dwelling, the two did not return but proceeded directly to the abandoned storeroom located to the west of the tribe, as indicated by the orc. The storeroom was quite rudimentary, large, empty spaces that, while referred to as buildings, were merely structures used for food storage. Particularly in its abandoned state, it appeared more like a jumble of rubble than an actual building. There were around 10 such storerooms, each roughly the size of a small courtyard, indicating that the area was relatively spacious. This place indeed seemed quite neglected. As she surveyed the dilapidated storerooms, Wu Mengmeng accompanied Jihan as they ventured inside each one. After inspecting all 10 storerooms, they found no trace of any orc. This is the last one, Mengmeng, Jihan remarked, having completed his examination of the final storeroom's corner. Turning his gaze towards Wu Mengmeng, whose expression was one of disappointment. Could it be that we were mistaken? Perhaps it has nothing to do with the chief. Maybe the cat girls have simply gone elsewhere. Wu Mengmeng felt a twinge of frustration, yet she had to accept the reality before her. They had thoroughly scoured the tribe, uncovering no hiding place for the orcs. The only abandoned storeroom yielded no signs of their presence. Jihan's keen sense of smell could detect the scent of orcs. If they had indeed been here, he would have sensed it. However, Jihan asserted that there were no traces, indicating they had not visited this place. Do not worry, Mengmeng. We shall return and search more diligently, Jihan reassured her, aware of her eagerness to locate Cat Girl, concerned for her safety. He reached out to comfort her, but before his hand could reach Wu Mengmeng, she abruptly dashed to the corner of the storeroom. What is this? A symbol? Wu Mengmeng's gaze was suddenly captivated by several black symbols in the corner. Approaching the corner, She crouched down and brushed her fingers over the black markings on the ground. Though they were referred to as symbols, they were merely a haphazard collection of scribbles, indecipherable in meaning, yet they weighed heavily on Wu Mengmeng's mind. This was significant because the orcs here could not read or write, and she had only spoken of such things during her conversations with Catgirl, who had expressed curiosity about the idea of using charred sticks as writing instruments. At that time, Catgirl had shown a keen interest in learning, sparking in Wu Mengmeng the desire to teach the orcs how to read. However, that thought had been suppressed after they ventured into the icy plains. The black symbols appeared chaotic, as if hastily drawn, with smudges suggesting they had been rubbed by someone's hand. Nearby, there were also traces of white powder, which Wu Mengmeng dismissed as dust accumulated over time. Her gaze remained fixated on the black symbols for a long while before she finally stood up and turned her attention to Jihan. Catgirl has been here, she said, and upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's voice, Jihan strode over with purpose. Wu Mengmeng had never spoken to him about the matter of writing. Most of the time, he had been out hunting, so he was unaware of her basis for concluding that the Catgirl had visited this place. Yet, there was no trace of any beastman sent here. Jihan furrowed his brow slightly. As a beastman, he naturally trusted his sense of smell. Although Wu Mengmeng held great faith in Jihan, she placed even greater trust in the black symbols before her, which could still be partially erased, indicating that they had been drawn not long ago. This meant that the Catgirl had been here quite recently and had marked these symbols. What reason could she have for coming here if there was nothing amiss? Wu Mengmeng's dark eyes were fixed intently on the ground, her mind racing with myriad thoughts. Suddenly, she recalled something and, with a hint of uncertainty, inquired, Jihan, is there anything or any method to eliminate the scent on the orcs? Chapter 96. Cleaning the storage room in modern times. There are air fresheners and perfumes to mask unpleasant odors. Although such items are unavailable in the frigid wilderness, the primal forces at play cannot be overlooked. Might there be something that could eradicate or obscure the inherent scent, thus preventing the orcs from detecting our presence here? Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's question, Jihan pondered earnestly for a moment before shaking his head. No, there is no such thing. The odor of orcs is notoriously difficult to conceal. Even if it were thoroughly masked, it would still exist and be detectable. Fearing that Wu Mengmeng might doubt his words, Jihan added, outdoors, amidst a cacophony of scents, it may be possible to confuse the senses, rendering certain odors undetectable. However, in this enclosed space, devoid of other fragrances, the scent can linger for an extended period. After a moment of silence, when Wu Mengmeng was at a loss, Jihan suddenly twitched his nose and leaned closer to her, nearly brushing his face against hers. What are you doing? Startled by Jihan's sudden proximity, Wu Mengmeng pressed her hand against his face, pushing him away, bemused by his unexpected behavior. She initially thought perhaps she had worried him too much, and he was trying to lighten her spirits. I'm fine. Since we haven't found anything, let us just head back. As she spoke, Wu Mengmeng took Jihan's hand, ready to leave the storage room. Wait, Mengmeng. However, just as she was about to take a step, Jihan caught her arm. Turning back, she saw his serious expression, devoid of any jest, his gaze fixed upon her face, radiating earnestness. I just had a sudden thought. While there may not be anything to mask the scent, there exists a fruit with a remarkably unique aroma. Orcs who encounter the scent of this fruit will have their sense of smell disrupted, preventing them from detecting other odors. His deep, resonant voice was music to Wu Mengmeng's ears. Really? Is there such a thing? Wu Mengmeng gazed at Jihan in astonishment, her eyes darting with curiosity as she cast an inquiring glance his way. Well, there should be something here, Jihan nodded, already aware of what she was about to articulate without her needing to voice it. Until now, he had been troubled by the absence of any scent belonging to other beastmen, but upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's question, he realized he had fallen into a misunderstanding. The lack of other aromas did not necessarily imply their absence. Perhaps it was simply beyond his ability to perceive. He had been overly confident in his own capabilities for far too long. Jihan, look over there. Wu Mengmeng recalled the white powder she had just seen. She tugged at Jihan's arm and pointed towards that spot. Could it be related to this? There were no signs of any live fruits in sight. The only conspicuous element was that peculiar white powder. As a person of modern times, she understood that live fruits could be dried and ground into powder. Although she was unaware of the exact appearance of the live fruits Jihan described, the connection she made was not without merit. No other storerooms bore any symbols, and she had never encountered this white powder in the other warehouses. Jihan's gaze fell upon the white powder in the corner, and as he prepared to investigate further, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, an orc trudging through the snow, producing a crunching noise. Wu Mengmeng was taken aback. Having spent such a considerable time in this frigid land, perhaps due to the influence of the orcs, her senses had become remarkably acute. She exchanged glances with Jihan, their eyes gravitating towards the storeroom door that they had just shut moments before. In the next instant, the footsteps ceased, and the door swung open. The storeroom, devoid of windows, plunged into near total darkness upon closure. However, Wu Mengmeng had brought a luminous crystal in advance. Even so, when the door opened, She was momentarily blinded by the intense light from outside. Just as she had closed her eyes, a large hand covered them, its warm touch assuring her that even in the enveloping darkness, she would not succumb to fear. Is it you? What brings you here? Wu Mengmeng heard a somewhat familiar voice whispering in her ear. Just taking a casual look. Jihan lied with a calm demeanor, his gaze resting indifferently on the other person, exhibiting no signs of guilt. What? Is it forbidden to come here? Listening to Jihan's composed inquiry, Wu Mengmeng nearly succumbed to laughter. The atmosphere, which had been palpably tense, instantly became less so thanks to his words. Once her eyes adjusted, Wu Mengmeng extended her hand to create a small gap by moving Jihan's large hand aside and peered through it towards the door, only to discover a familiar figure. He stood at the entrance of the storeroom, backlit and with a puzzled expression. However, after hearing Jihan's question, he maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "No, it's permissible to come here. It's just that this storeroom has been abandoned for quite some time. How did you come to know of this place?" Wu Mengmeng decisively pulled Jihan's hand down and boldly gazed at Abu. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the tribe without truly exploring it, she had recently heard about the existence of these abandoned storerooms and felt a surge of curiosity about their appearance. She wished to investigate and familiarize herself with the tribe. Acting timidly would only render them more suspicious. Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's explanation, Abu nodded in understanding, albeit still unable to comprehend the allure of the abandoned storerooms. However, considering that both Jihan and Wu Mengmeng were not originally from the tribe, perhaps their curiosity stemmed from never having seen such places before, so he did not dwell on it further. Since these abandoned storerooms are of no particular interest, what brings you here? Wu Mengmeng inquired. As she observed the silhouette of Abu against the light, Abu took a couple of steps inward, allowing Wu Mengmeng to discern the expression on his face, which could best be described as devoid of any notable emotion. The chief asked me to clean these abandoned storerooms. I didn't expect to find you here. I thought the chief had summoned you to assist as well. Abu's voice remained as calm as ever, though a hint of doubt flickered in his gaze. Oh, Wu Mengmeng nodded, acknowledging his statement. Jihan recalled that Abu had once sought Wu Mengmeng as a partner, which did not endear him to her. Since there is nothing for us here, we shall take our leave. Without waiting for Abu's response, Jihan took Wu Mengmeng away. Watching their retreating figures, Abu furrowed his brow slightly. After contemplating for a moment, he proceeded to clean each storeroom as per the chief's instructions before heading to the chief's residence. Chief, while I was cleaning the abandoned storerooms today, I encountered Wu Mengmeng and Jihan. Oh, is that so? The chief's gentle smile momentarily faltered upon hearing Abu's words. Which storeroom did they visit? Upon returning home, as soon as they crossed the threshold, Wu Mengmeng and Jihan exchanged knowing glances. Did that orc not claim that the abandoned storerooms had long been devoid of inhabitants? Why would the chief send Abu to clean those useless storerooms? Wu Mengmeng voiced the question that had lingered in her heart throughout the journey. Chapter 97. The severely wounded Qing Nanyu. Jihan, can you perceive the scent now? To the west of the bird tribe, where it met a cluster of low hills, a white figure swiftly carried a petite individual. Wu Mengmeng held a damp hide against her nose as she lay on the back of the beastly Jihan. Similarly, Jihan's nose and mouth were covered by a mask fashioned from the same hide, creating a rather comical appearance. A low growl escaped Jihan, nearly causing the mask to slip away. Wu Mengmeng quickly freed one hand to secure it in place, while raising her gaze towards the direction Jihan was observing. Concerned that the other party might scatter white powder throughout the vicinity, Jihan refrained from removing the hide immediately upon detecting the scent. As for Wu Mengmeng, her intent was simply to align with Jihan, hence the mask she wore. To her astonishment, there truly was the scent of Qingnan feathers. Could it be that he had left this trace behind before departing for the icy plains? Wu Mengmeng gasped in astonishment. After returning with Jihan yesterday, they had pondered the matter of the abandoned storeroom. Both she and Jihan believed that there was no justifiable reason for the chief to instruct Abu to clean the storeroom. Curiously, the storeroom contained powders capable of disrupting the orc's sense of smell. Perhaps the chief was aware of the powders that required cleaning. Or perhaps he had placed them there himself. Consequently, Wu Mengmeng devised a plan to dampen the animal hide with water and cover her mouth and nose. This would prevent Jihan from detecting the scent of the life fruit, thus safeguarding his olfactory senses. Given that the storeroom housed such substances, it was plausible that they had encountered similar white powder along their journey from the tribe. They resolved to investigate further at the far end of the storeroom. Scents can linger over great distances. If orcs had traversed this vicinity, remnants should remain. Hold on tight, Wu Mengmeng. There is an opening ahead, and I shall take you up. Jihan growled softly, quickening his pace. All right, Wu Mengmeng replied, gripping Jihan's fur tightly and embracing him firmly. In the midst of the rush, she glimpsed the opening Jihan had mentioned, which was even higher than the entrance of the rocky cave they had previously encountered. As Jihan leapt, Wu Mengmeng found herself pressed against his back, as though standing in midair, a thrill coursing through her that compelled her to clamp her mouth shut, lest she inadvertently cry out and attract the attention of other orcs in the tribe. Wow, Jihan, you're incredible. So high up. If I didn't know you lacked wings, I might have thought you were soaring, she exclaimed. Once they landed, Wu Mengmeng sensed the wind around her cease. And only then did she dare to open her eyes and speak. Jihan emitted a low growl of pride and stepped forward into the opening. Wu Mengmeng straightened herself on Jihan's back and extracted a luminous crystal from her pocket, illuminating the increasingly dark surroundings. Ever since her expedition to the ice plains, she had taken to carrying the crystal with her, lest she inadvertently find herself in a pitch-black locale, rendering her sightless. That sensation was far from pleasant. Jihan, can you detect the scent of the beastmen? Would you like me to assist you in removing the hide? It must be quite uncomfortable to wear, no? The senses of beastmen are far more acute than those of humans. While humans can adapt to wearing masks, it is not necessarily the same for beastmen. Wu Mengmeng still remembers how this morning, when she helped Jihan put on the beast's skin, he sneezed violently several times before becoming somewhat accustomed to it. Jihan shook his head, and without any assistance from Wu Mengmeng, the beast's skin had already fallen to the ground. The moment he had just opened the beast's skin, he caught a whiff of a certain white powder. Jihan could sense that his sense of smell was no longer as acute. However, he had already detected the scent of qing and feathers in the air, rendering the presence of the beast's skin inconsequential. This cave was indeed quite deep. Wu Mengmeng perched upon Jihan's back, unfastening the animal hide, one hand grasping the luminous crystal as she reached forward, striving to discern the interior of the cave. It was an utterly ordinary entrance, not nearly as expansive as the chaotic rock cavern, yet ample enough for the passage of common beastmen. Echoes of growls and the rhythm of breathing filled the air. As they advanced, Jihan abruptly halted his steps, lowering his voice to whisper to Wu Mengmeng. Could it be? Is it possible that it is Qing Nanyu? Wu Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise, eagerly peering ahead. Unfortunately, the visibility within was so poor that she could discern nothing of what lay inside. Upon hearing Wu Mengmeng mention Qing Nanyu, Jihan expressed his displeasure with a sharp call, quickening his pace. After a series of twists and turns, Wu Mengmeng found herself utterly disoriented, nearly dizzy from the winding path, when Jihan abruptly halted. Qing Nanyu? It seemed they had reached the end of the cave. Wu Mengmeng lifted her light crystal and gazed upward, spotting a figure leaning against the wall in the distance. Jihan lowered his body. Wu Mengmeng dismounted from Jihan's back, her voice laced with incredulity. Holding the crystal light, she stood in a daze for a considerable time before stepping forward a couple of paces, her eyes widening as she gazed at the shadowy figure. How could it have come to this? Whom had they offended? The astonished voice of Wu Mengmeng emerged from her mouth, which was agape as if it could swallow an egg whole. In the corner, against the wall, stood a figure draped in tattered animal hides, resembling a soul just returned from the battlefield, marked by wounds of various sizes, the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Qing Nanyu's hands and feet were bound by an unknown restraint, and upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's astonished exclamation, he gradually opened his eyes. When he realized that the person before him was Wu Mengmeng, a warm smile graced his pale, handsome face, as if the injuries and bindings did not belong to him. You have come? He uttered weakly, his pale lips barely parting. This scene, even for Wu Mengmeng, who had witnessed the near-lifeless Jihan, sent a chill down her spine. Jihan. She turned her head, casting an inquiring glance towards Jihan, who still retained his beastly form. Jihan glanced at Qing Nanyu with reluctance. However, sensing the tremor in Wu Mengmeng's voice, he understood that she would not abandon him in his time of need. Relenting, he decided to assist this once, considering Qing Nanyu had returned to help Mengmeng summon reinforcements. Jihan approached Qing Nanyu, raising his paw and swiping it across him. With a tearing sound, Qing Nanyu felt his body weaken and collapsed onto the ground. What on earth is happening? Who bound you here? Who inflicted these wounds upon you? Wu Mengmeng inquired, her desire to aid him stifled by the presence of Jihan, fearing he might feel jealous, yet unable to suppress her curiosity. After resting for a moment, Qing Nanyu propped himself up against the wall, seemingly regaining a measure of strength. He smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth, and directed a gentle smile towards Wu Mengmeng. We must leave the Fania tribe swiftly. Staying here will put you in danger. Following his smile, Qing Nanyu's expression turned weary. Tilting his head, appearing indifferent to his own injuries, as if he felt no pain. As a modern individual, Wu Mengmeng found the gruesome scene unbearable and turned to Jihan with pleading eyes. Jihan, shall we take him away? The mysterious disappearance of Qing Nanyu and the cat girl was suspicious. Perhaps they could uncover some clues about the cat girl from him. What if she was in a predicament similar to Qing Nanyu's? Wu Mengmeng found it difficult to accept the situation, growing increasingly anxious. Although Jihan was utterly reluctant to assist Qing Nanyu, he understood Wu Mengmeng's character, repeating in his mind that Wu Mengmeng was not worried about Qing Nanyu, but rather about the cat girl. He felt somewhat reassured and prepared to lift Qing Nanyu. However, as he approached, Qing Nanyu extended a hand to stop him, firmly refusing. No, you need not concern yourselves with me. I can leave on my own. Since you have found me, he will soon be aware. Before I depart, you should hastily leave the bird tribe and seek refuge elsewhere. Observing Qing Nanyu's reaction, Wu Mengmeng became even more curious. Furrowing her brow, she asked with a hint of seriousness. He? Who is he? Is he the one who brought you here and caused you such harm? Qing Nanyu nodded slightly, parting his lips to reveal, he is the chief. Leaning against the wall, his words emerged as pale and feeble as his countenance, laced with a touch of resigned amusement, as if he bore no anger. Upon hearing Qing Nanyu's revelation, Wu Mengmeng felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her insides churning with tumultuous emotions. The chief? It was the chief who injured you and imprisoned you here? So, all this time you were missing, the chief has been deceiving us. Wu Mengmeng gazed at King Nanyu in disbelief. She vigorously dug at her ears, seemingly attempting to ascertain whether she had just experienced an auditory hallucination. To her astonishment, under her scrutinizing gaze, King Nanyu weakly nodded, denying her the opportunity to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Upon my return from the icy expanse to the Fania tribe, it was evening when I sought the chieftain at his abode. On my way, I encountered an orc who mentioned he was near the abandoned storeroom, so I proceeded to search for him. However, when I arrived, at this juncture, King Nanyu suddenly paused, her gaze shifting subtly, as if recalling something of profound significance. She lifted her eyes, her azure irises glancing at Jihan and Wu Mengmeng, who stood side by side, an exquisite pairing, their expressions a blend of amusement and intrigue. Leaving her statement unfinished, observing King Nanyu's unwillingness to elaborate further, Wu Mengmeng felt a surge of impatience. Why do you always leave your thoughts half-spoken? What did you discover? Mo unconsciously tightened her grip on the luminous crystal, her heart racing with anticipation and anxiety as she gazed at Qing Nanyu. She yearned to hear, yet dreaded the words that might unfold. To her surprise, Qing Nanyu merely smiled, shook his head, and showed no intention of elaborating further, diverting the conversation instead. It's nothing. In any case, you can no longer remain in the bird tribe. I shall be departing shortly. While I have yet to recuperate, you must leave at once. Otherwise, my departure will alert the chief and reveal your presence, preventing your escape. Qing Nanyu's smile was fleeting, swiftly transforming into a serious and earnest expression. Wu Mengmeng is not the type to easily give up. The more Qing Nanyu hesitates to speak, the more determined she becomes. You have yet to explain why he has caused you such harm. Are you not relatives? We have done nothing wrong. Why can we not remain in the Faniaza tribe? Is there something you are concealing from us? Although Wu Mengmeng trusts Qing Nanyu, she senses that there is something concealed within his words. It's nothing. Please don't inquire further. Just leave quickly. Qing Nanyu's gentle smile has vanished, replaced by a resolute expression as he turns his gaze towards Jihan. Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brow, as it was indeed a rare sight to see the usually gentle Qing Nanyu display such a serious expression. Though she did not doubt him, she couldn't help but wonder why he chose to conceal the truth. Why was he so insistent on urging her to leave the bird tribe? What was it that warranted such secrecy? Jihan, if you wish to protect Wu Mengmeng, you must hasten to take her away from the bird tribe and never return. Qing Nanyu had already decided to cease his conversation with Wu Mengmeng and shifted his focus towards Jihan. Wu Mengmeng, filled with exasperation, stepped in front of Jihan, obstructing Qing Nanyu's gaze towards him. Unless you clarify your words, we shall not depart. Wu Mengmeng gazed resolutely at Qing Nanyu, determined to uncover the truth behind the circumstances. Could the disappearance of the cat girl and the orc from the Wanshur cave be linked to the chieftain? Surely, you must know something, right? What exactly did you discover in the storeroom that prompted the chieftain to act this way towards you? A barrage of questions elicited a helpless smile from Qing Nanyu. Observing Wu Mengmeng's unwavering stance, imbued with confusion yet resolute conviction, Qing Nanyu suddenly tilted her head, noticing Jihan's affectionate gaze fixed upon Wu Mengmeng. Very well. Since you are so insistent on knowing, Qing Nanyu's expression shifted to one of doubt, igniting a sense of foreboding in Wu Mengmeng. I encountered the orcs from the Wanshur cave in the abandoned storeroom. They were all there, and at first, I was alarmed, only to learn that the chieftain had captured them and imprisoned them in that storeroom. Is it the storeroom closest to here? With each revelation, Wu Mengmeng's expression grew increasingly anxious. Indeed, Qing Nanyu nodded slightly, her eyes appearing more spirited after a prolonged rest, gazing at Wu Mengmeng with a hint of surprise. You two discovered them? In that abandoned storeroom? The chieftain is usually cautious in his actions. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to injuring someone simply to conceal his affairs. Upon hearing this, Wu Mengmeng's heart sank. The implication of Qing Nanyu's words weighed heavily on her. No, she replied, furrowing her brow deeply, shaking her head at him. There was nothing in the storeroom. They must have been moved by the chieftain to another location. Why would he do this? What could be his objective in imprisoning the orcs from the Wanshur cave? Jihan, with a solemn expression, surprisingly initiated conversation with Qing Nanyu. In response, Qing Nanyu offered a wry smile, caught between the desire to speak and the reluctance to divulge. You all must be aware that food is scarce in the tribe, and he is a man of ambition. My visit to the Fania tribe was indeed motivated by this matter. Many orcs have vanished after passing through the Fania tribe, and I suspect. Her words trailed off as she paused, assessing Wu Mengmeng's expression, seemingly torn over whether to share further details. Could a female tolerate such news? What doubts lingered? Wu Mengmeng gazed at Qing Nanyu with a hint of anxiety. One of her hands was firmly clasped by the transformed Jihan, while she instinctively extended her other hand to grasp his tightly. Speak, Jihan urged Qing Nanyu, convinced that Mengmeng could accept what was about to be revealed. He had an inkling of the truth. He had traversed many tribes in the past, each harboring its own clandestine histories, often kept hidden from outsiders, which had never piqued his interest. However, this time it pertained to Mengmeng, a matter close to her heart. The missing beastmen had all been consumed by him, treated as mere sustenance. Despite the warmth of his voice akin to the gentle sun, a sudden chill enveloped Wu Mengmeng, assailing her from all directions. Consumed. Wu Mengmeng appeared somewhat dazed, her head bowed as she murmured to herself, lost in her own thoughts. Mengmeng. Jihan grasped Wu Mengmeng's hands gently, enveloping them within his larger palms. His voice tenderly calling her name. It's all right. I'm fine. Brought back to reality by Jihan's words, Wu Mengmeng lifted her gaze and managed a faint smile. The cat girl, being female, should logically be preserved for last. Such femininity is invaluable, and surely the chief would not resort to consuming even a female. Wu Mengmeng consoled herself. Yet deep down, she understood that if the chieftain was capable of such inhumane acts, he would scarcely be concerned with whether his prey was male or female. To her astonishment, the chieftain had indeed been deceiving them all along, even claiming that Cat Girl and the others had returned to the chaotic stone cave. Wu Mengmeng found it difficult to calm the turmoil within her heart. Now that we are aware that the chieftain has taken Cat Girl and her companions. Wu Mengmeng's gaze suddenly flickered with hope as she looked at King Nanyu. The latter seemed to have already anticipated what she wished to express, and shook her head. I understand what you are attempting to convey, but it would be unwise to pursue it further. The chieftain is a three-striped orc, and we are no match for him. But what else? Wu Mengmeng asked anxiously. She had never realized before how much King Nanyu relished in keeping her on edge. His fragmented words were driving her to the brink of exasperation. Of course, she was aware that collectively they would stand no chance against the chieftain of the three-striped orcs, nor would it be prudent to recklessly confront him in search of the orc. However, it was imperative to grasp the situation fully in order to devise a more effective strategy. Moreover, you just mentioned that there are no orcs in the storeroom. The chieftain must have relocated them, yet I have no idea where they have been taken, King Nanyu replied, her tone laced with helplessness. Her azure pupils reminiscent of the scarce vitality in this frigid land. Even King Nanyu was left in the dark. Wu Mengmeng gently pressed her forehead, initially believing that Qing Nanyu might provide some clues. Yet, it turned out he too was unaware of the whereabouts of Cat Girl and her companions. I have nearly rested enough. Soon I shall depart from this place. Do you not intend to leave the Fania tribe as well? Qing Nanyu gazed at the two motionless figures, his gentle eyes reminiscent of warm steam rising from a hot spring, shrouded in mist, growing increasingly inscrutable the longer one looked. Mengmeng, Jihan softly tugged at Wu Mengmeng's hand. But Cat Girl remains in the chief's clutches. Can you bear to watch her newborn offspring be consumed by him? If we stay, we might still find an opportunity to trace Cat Girl's whereabouts. However, should we depart now, the chief is bound to notice something amiss, and our chances of returning to search for Cat Girl would be severely hindered. Mengmeng, he speaks with reason. The chief is a third-pattern beastman, and having been discovered by him multiple times, he may already harbor suspicions. We ought to explore alternative methods to locate Cat Girl. Though reluctant to heed Qing Nanyu's counsel, Jihan found himself powerless to persuade Wu Mengmeng otherwise. Were it not for his insufficient strength to confront the chief, and had Mengmeng wished to remain, he would undoubtedly support her decision. Yet, currently lacking the power to ensure her safety within the tribe, he could not afford to take such a risk. The ferocious beasts he had slain days prior in the ice forest, and the beast crystals consumed, had indeed augmented his internal strength. Yet relying solely on beast crystals to enhance one's abilities proved to be an imperfect solution. His internal power was nearing a plateau, and further consumption of beast crystals seemed to yield diminishing returns. He could only wonder when he might ascend once more. Very well. Ing lowered her head, refraining from further rebuttal, oblivious to the peculiar gleam in JHN's eyes. Observing Ng's despondent demeanor, JHN felt a pang of guilt. However, the paramount concern was to ensure Ng's safety. Since the decision to depart had been made, it would be prudent to act swiftly. I advise against retrieving any belongings from the house, lest you attract the attention of the beasts, Huing Ny kindly cautioned. As he propped himself against the wall, gradually rising from the ground, Wu Mengmeng cast a questioning glance towards Jihan. They still had their provisions within the dwelling, and she understood the significance of sustenance to them. To take it would surely alert the chieftain, yet to leave empty-handed from the tribe felt unbearable. Not only was there uncertainty about finding prey in the days ahead to satiate their hunger, but the thought of the food remaining behind weighed heavily on her heart. Fear not, I shall ensure you are not left wanting, Jihan replied nonchalantly, as if the food, which could mean life or death to other orcs, was merely a trivial matter to him. Wu Mengmeng pursed her lips and nodded, conceding, since all the risks and tribulations had been shielded from her by Jihan. What was there to fear? Observing the intimate interactions between the two, Qing Nanyu's lips curled into a gentle smile, devoid of bitterness, her eyes shining with clarity. The trio approached the cave's entrance, where Jihan transformed into his beast form, carrying Wu Mengmeng. As they leaped out of the cave and onto solid ground, Wu Mengmeng was taken aback to find a figure standing before them. No, it was a beastman. You all knew? Abu stood expressionless on the snowy ground outside the cave. The snow beneath his feet compressed into a hollow. His gaze fell upon Wu Mengmeng, now lacking the fervent sincerity that had characterized their first encounter. Wu Mengmeng felt a shiver down her spine under Abu's intense gaze, yet she braced herself and feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? You know everything? Are you here to have fun as well? Wu Mengmeng feigned nonchalance as she glanced around, noticing that Qing Nanyu had already slipped into the cave. This emboldened her somewhat. She pondered when Abu had arrived, and whether he had seen Qing Nanyu moments before at the cave's entrance. If he had, being the chief's guard, he would likely report back to the chief. Both were second pattern orcs, yet she wondered who among Jihan and Abu possessed greater strength. Wu Mengmeng pondered internally, reluctant to allow Jihan to take any risks. Instead, she resolved to cleverly deceive him. Do not hide. I have already seen you. The chieftain is aware of your plans to undermine him and has specifically sent me to investigate. I did not expect that you two would actually find your way here. Abu cast a fierce glance at the entrance behind Wu Mengmeng. What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Wu Mengmeng's heart, though she feigned calmness and pretended to be oblivious. Unbeknownst to her, Qing Nanyu had stealthily emerged from the cave and approached Jihan. To her astonishment, the chieftain had divulged such matters to you. You truly are his invaluable aid. Are there many beasts in the tribe assisting him with this endeavor? A faint smile graced Qing Nanyu's face as he regarded Abu. Abu furrowed his brow, and upon seeing Qing Nanyu, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. You need not concern yourself. None of you shall leave this place today. Upon hearing Abu's unabashed loathing, Qing Nanyu's smile widened even further. With an unruffled demeanor, he stepped forward, drawing closer to Abu and Wu Mengmeng, his tone laced with evident amusement. What a surprise. I recall not long ago you were beseeching Wu Mengmeng to be your partner, and now you turn your back on her? Surely, you must understand the fate that awaits her should she fall into the chieftain's hands. Can you truly stand by and watch as she is subjected to him? The crescent shape of Qing Nanyu's eyes ignited a sudden blaze of anger within Abu, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge as he bellowed, "You be silent." Abu's eyes widened in shock as he glared at Qing Nanyu. Were it not for the brutal beating he received from Qing Nanyu when he pursued Wu Mengmeng, who had threatened him against approaching her, he might have already found a partner by now. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The chieftain had promised him that if he assisted in capturing them, he would grant Wu Mengmeng as his mate. Once the chieftain dealt with Jihan, Wu Mengmeng would belong solely to him. Supporting the chieftain's endeavors was an obligation he could not shirk. Do not speak nonsense here, for I shall not be deceived. Everything the chieftain does is for the tribe's sake, as long as we retain you here. The more he spoke, the more agitated Abu became. His chest heaved in a tumultuous rhythm, as if striving to suppress something within. Just as he spoke, Wu Mengmeng narrowed her eyes, intent on grasping the words that followed. Unexpectedly, he lifted his head, his keen gaze imbued with a ferocity that was unmistakable. Wu Mengmeng was taken aback, and before she could react, Abu had already transformed into his beast form, his black wings flapping in the air, creating a fierce wind as he lunged toward her. Chapter 100. The Great Escape in the Frigid Land. Jihan swiftly dodged to the side, carrying Wu Mengmeng. Simultaneously, a cyan figure suddenly invaded Wu Mengmeng's line of sight, positioning itself between her and Jihan. I will block Abu. Jihan, you must quickly take Wu Mengmeng away. Qing Nanyu spoke rapidly, unfamiliar with the Phoenix Beast's language. Wu Mengmeng did not fully comprehend his words, but recognized his intent to assist through his actions. Roar. Jihan understood clearly. His silver eyes, cold as ice, glanced at the large, bloodied cyan phoenix, showing no intention of politeness. With a low growl, he hastened to flee towards a nearby hill with Wu Mengmeng. You're actually helping them escape? Abu, with bloodshot eyes, looked incredulously at Qing Nanyu. The chief must have told you that as long as you remain in the bird tribe and can conceal the two of them, you won't be harmed. Don't you also wish to be Wu Mengmeng's companion? The two beasts exchanged words in their beast tongue, with Abu's tone filled with astonishment. As he watched Jihan and Wu Mengmeng's figures fading from sight, his heart burned with rage. However, with Qing Nanyu blocking his path, he felt powerless. He had thought Qing Nanyu would come to his senses and not oppose the chief. After all, if Wu Mengmeng left and spread the news, even though Qing Nanyu hailed from the Qingfeng tribe, the chief might not let him off easily. Is that so? Qing Nanyu chuckled lightly, his voice devoid of fear or concern. Then you must realize that if anything happens to me here, the Qingfeng tribe will eventually come knocking. Do you believe you can evade them then? His voice, gentle as a spring breeze, or an unyielding resolve. Humph. You can wait until that time to speak, Abu stammered, staring at the mirth in Qing Nanyu's eyes, feeling increasingly displeased. Remembering the chief's assurance, he cast aside his inner hesitations. As long as Qing Nanyu perished, no beast from the Qingfeng tribe would ever know what had transpired in the bird tribe. The massive black eagle screeched and dove toward the cyan phoenix. The latter swayed slightly. Despite being gravely injured, he struggled against the fierce onslaught of the black eagle, but still managed to gain no advantage. His azure pupils radiated a different brilliance from the usual Qing Nanyu, revealing his determination to seize what he desired without relying on any beast's generosity. Having left the tribe, Jihan ran westward for a short distance before heeding Wu Mengmeng's suggestion to circle around behind the tribe and head eastward. They had escaped from the west side of the hill, and any ordinary beast would likely assume they continued fleeing in that direction. Even if they did not think so, the search would commence from the west. As long as they passed the storeroom, the scent trails left by Jihan and Wu Mengmeng would be disrupted, concealing their whereabouts. Surely, the pursuers would not discover them so quickly from the west to the east. Although Jihan wholeheartedly agreed with Wu Mengmeng's plan, he continued his relentless pace after leaving the tribe, not pausing until dusk fell and night enveloped them. He finally found a small cave in the icy forest to take refuge. Hunting at night was perilous, and they had brought no provisions. Fortunately, Wu Mengmeng's keen eyes spotted a fruit-laden tree along their escape route, and she swiftly harvested all its fruits. Though there were fewer than 10 in total, they were invaluable treasures in this environment. Jihan, there's no need to go out hunting. Let's eat this, Wu Mengmeng said, pulling him away from the cave entrance where he had been pacing. They sat beside the newly kindled fire, and the temperature around them rose instantly. After a day of cold winds, both Jihan, robust as he was, and Wu Mengmeng, fragile in comparison, felt their bodies relax under the warm glow of the flames. Go ahead and eat. I am not hungry, Jihan insisted, pushing the life fruit back into Wu Mengmeng's embrace, gazing at her with tenderness. You've been running all day, and if you are not hungry, then neither am I. I will not eat, she replied. Wu Mengmeng pouted, gazing at Jihan's chiseled visage. His earnest expression could have easily deceived her, were it not for her awareness of his formidable appetite. With that thought, she placed the 2 life fruits in her hands onto the ground, adopting a stance that conveyed her refusal to eat unless he did. Jihan, observing her defiance, felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, feeling a twinge of hunger himself, he resolved to indulge. He reached down, retrieved the 2 life fruits from the earth, and meticulously wiped one clean before handing it to Wu Mengmeng with utmost seriousness. With a crisp crunch, he took a bite of the other, which remained untouched by his efforts. Wu Mengmeng finally opened her mouth, clutching the life fruit that Jihan had handed her, and began to nibble on it. Remarkably, despite the scarcity of fruit in the frigid lands, each fruit was extraordinarily sweet, surpassing even the freshest produce harvested in modern times. After consuming one, Wu Mengmeng felt her lethargic body regain some strength, and her mind, previously dulled by the day's winds, began to clear. Reflecting on the perils of her departure, a wave of concern washed over her. Qing Nanyu bore injuries, and Abu, being a dual-pattern beastman, was uncertain of his fate. Had he managed to escape? Or had the chieftain recaptured him? Throughout her journey, worry gnawed at her, as she grappled with the fact that they had been aiding them, yet feared Jihan's jealousy, leading her to refrain from asking. Surely, he could hold his own against Abu. Jihan's tone remained indifferent, not at all reflecting the discontent Wu Mengmeng had imagined. Wu Mengmeng looked at Jihan in astonishment. When did he become so familiar with Qing Nanyu? How could he possibly know whether Qing Nanyu could contend with Abu? For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing Jihan's words, Wu Mengmeng found herself believing him without question. Jihan would never deceive her. After satisfying their hunger, the 2 nestled together in the cave for a peaceful slumber. Even the pile of grass and animal skins, which Wu Mengmeng had initially mocked, were absent. Instead, in the corner of the cave, Jihan moved the fire closer, transforming into a beastly form to envelop the petite Wu Mengmeng in his embrace, shielding her from the slightest chill. The following morning, Wu Mengmeng awoke feeling a slight itch on her face. As she reached up to push it away, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was it not furry? Opening her eyes, she was met with a pair of silver orbs shimmering like stars, fixed intently upon her. When did you wake up? The hand resting on her waist signaled the proximity between them. Despite their already intimate relationship, Wu Mengmeng felt her ears flush with warmth at the sight of such affectionate gaze from Jihan. Just now, Jihan's eyes remained steadfastly locked on Wu Mengmeng. Why didn't you call me when you woke up? Aren't we supposed to set off today? Hurry and get up. Wu Mengmeng pretended not to see and averted her gaze, inquiring while attempting to push Jihan away as he sat up. To her surprise, Jihan not only did not release her, but instead tightened his embrace around her waist. Just as she had raised herself slightly, Wu Mengmeng found herself instantly falling back into his arms. Chapter 101. This is yesterday's goodnight kiss. What are you doing? Wu Mengmeng felt a sudden warmth by her ear as a deep, melodious voice resonated nearby. Before Jihan could complete his sentence, Wu Mengmeng's cheeks flushed, and she rudely pressed her palm against his mouth, her voice barely above a whisper. What are you thinking? Hurry up and get up. It's broad daylight. Have you lost your mind? What mind? Jihan's silver eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. As Wu Mengmeng struggled, he slightly loosened his grip. allowing her to sit up while he continued. Didn't you mention that in your tribe, after the beastmen bond, they share a mourning? What was it called? Wu Mengmeng felt an internal string snap at his words. Mourning what? Could he not articulate his thoughts more clearly? She had thought he was about to. Mengmeng, what's wrong? If you don't like it, then forget it. Before he could finish, something soft covered his mouth. But it was just for a brief moment before the sensation departed. Good morning kiss. Wu Mengmeng swiftly turned away, her ethereal voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. Her heart raced, pounding furiously. What was happening? They were already in that kind of relationship, yet sharing a simple kiss made her feel like an inexperienced girl in love. It was utterly ridiculous. It was all Jihan's fault for being so irresistibly charming. Yes, entirely his fault. Jihan reached out, his fingertips brushing against his lips as he observed Wu Mengmeng's retreating figure, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth that he himself was unaware of. A mischievous glint flickered in his silver eyes. With a swift motion, he pulled the blushing, heart-racing girl into his embrace. What? Wu Mengmeng's eyes widened as she gazed into his smiling silver eyes. She attempted to push him away, only to find his hand firmly clasping the back of her head. Just as she felt on the brink of breathlessness, he finally released her. That was a make-up for yesterday's goodnight kiss. Throughout the day, Wu Mengmeng felt an inexplicable sense of frustration while riding on Jihan's back. How could she feel like she had been teased by him? As a modern individual, she had merely shared a bit of contemporary customs, yet here she was, being flirted with by a primitive beastman. This simply would not do. She needed to find an opportunity to regain her footing. After managing their food situation with live fruits in the morning and noon, by the afternoon, Jihan found a small cave and set Wu Mengmeng down. Jihan, where are we headed now? Back to the stone cave, or somewhere else? They had already left the bird tribe far behind. If they were discovered, it wouldn't take long for them to be caught up. Since they hadn't been pursued yet, they should be safe for the time being. Let us head back to the stone cave. Jihan pondered for a moment. He had initially intended to take Mengmeng directly to find Laotai. He had planned to leave the bird tribe for some time after the cold period, considering it as a potential future residence. However, knowing Mengmeng would never abandon her cat, he decided not to bring it up. Back to the stone cave? That works. At least we'll have a place to stay and one tea have to sleep under the stars every night. I wonder how the cat is doing now. Wu Mengmeng nodded, her thoughts drifting to Catgirl, her tone growing somewhat melancholic. What sort of days had she been enduring? Escaping from hardship, finding a place to settle, only to encounter such a psychologically twisted orc. It felt akin to humans living among cannibals in a primeval forest. Was heaven playing a cruel jest upon her? When would life settle into a semblance of tranquility? Was she being compelled to seek refuge in isolation? In this desolate wilderness, devoid of orcs? Should Jihan venture out to hunt, she would be in constant peril. Arriving in such a place felt like an immense trial for someone as fragile as her. After 2 days of stifling turmoil, Wu Mengmeng could no longer contain her grievances. Yet, once her complaints subsided, reality remained to be faced. Mengmeng, stay in the cave and don't venture out. I will scout the vicinity for any prey and ensure you have a hearty meal tonight. Having kindled a fire, Jihan cautioned Wu Mengmeng while the daylight still lingered. With only 2 live fruits left, if he failed to hunt, it wouldn't matter if he went hungry tomorrow. But it would spell starvation for Mengmeng. Be cautious. Return before darkness falls. Wu Mengmeng nodded. Unlike her time in the tribe, she now faced the uncertainty of nighttime dangers. Jihan had spent a tiring day and still needed to hunt. She worried that his body would not withstand the strain. Jihan, however, was far from the fragile figure Wu Mengmeng envisioned. He intended to assure her that all was well, but upon seeing the concern in her eyes, he merely smiled and nodded. Very well, I shall return soon. Transforming into his beast form, Jihan leaped into the night, swiftly vanishing from the cave entrance. The natural cave was small and shallow, measuring only a few dozen square meters. Wu Mengmeng found a corner at the back, dragged the fire closer, and seated herself against the stone wall. For a while, the cave was filled only with her breathing and the crackling of the burning wood. The air within the cave was initially frigid, but gradually warmed due to the fire. Having spent the day resting against Jihan, even without engaging in any strenuous activity, Wu Mengmeng, as an ordinary human, began to feel the discomfort. Leaning against the wall, she lifted her fur garment and rubbed her lower back through the closest layer of hide, trying to ease the stiffness and mild pain. Jihan was already exhausted from their journey, and she did not wish to be a burden, fearing that delays might attract the chieftainess' ire. Thus, she remained silent, enduring her discomfort. Having always led a sheltered life, her physical constitution was not robust. Yet since arriving in this frigid land, she felt invigorated, as if she could easily participate in a school sports day, running distances of 1,000 or 2,000 meters without difficulty. After kneading her back, she finally felt some relief. The warmth from the fire enveloped her, and the gentle glow illuminated her face. Unconsciously, she began to drift into slumber. Suddenly, strange sounds pierced through her drowsiness. What is that? The sky is nearly dark, yet how is there such a bright light in that cave? I don't know. Could it be a special luminous crystal? Let us go and take a look. Awakened abruptly by the peculiar calls, Wu Mengmeng opened her eyes, realizing she had fallen asleep without noticing. Glancing around the cave, she discovered that Jihan had not yet returned, and the fire was nearly extinguished. Ngming rose to her feet, preparing to retrieve the wood that Jhn had gathered not far away. Intending to add a few pieces to the fire, suddenly an odd sound pierced her ears, causing her movements to freeze. Hell, there is the scent of a female. There must be a female inside. Recognizing it as the call of a beast, Ngming's complexion paled. That was certainly not Jhn's voice. If it had been a familiar sound, she could have discerned whether it belonged to a beastman or a common wild animal, but this sound was entirely new to her, and she had no idea what it was. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she felt beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. Just as her heart raced in fear, she glanced around, seeing no place to hide. Before her mind could formulate a clever escape, the sound drew closer to the cave entrance. Two shadowy figures appeared at the mouth of the cave. Chapter 102, Leopard Spots, Leopard Gallbladder. It was a female, with an unfamiliar, beastly language echoing in the air. Ngming beheld two leopards. They were huddled tightly in the corner, suddenly fixating their gaze on her, sending a chill down her spine. The eyes of the two leopards sparkled with delight as they approached her, their noses drawing nearer while they sniffed, their gazes burning with intensity, rendering Ngming motionless with fear. Could these two leopards also be beastmen? What were their intentions? In the brief moment that Ngming remained frozen in place, the two leopards engaged in a short exchange. Where did this female come from? Why is she alone here? One of the smaller leopards paced back and forth around Ngming. Who cares where she is from? Since we encountered her, she belongs to us. The larger leopard, however, gazed longingly at Ngming. Yet there is another male sent here. She must have a mate, right? The smaller leopard's yellowish-gray eyes reflected hesitation, its gaze lingering on Ngming with a hint of reluctance. You talk too much. Whether she has a mate or not, what I find is mine. The larger leopard, slightly impatient, shifted its excited gaze away from Ngming. Just as she struggled to comprehend their conversation, looking bewildered, the larger leopard finally ceased its unnerving stare. In the next instant, she felt the ground beneath her give way. Wu Mengmeng's eyes widened in astonishment, and before she could react, a gasp escaped her lips. Thus, two leopards, infused with an exhilarating energy, one carrying Wu Mengmeng in its jaws, departed from the small cave in swift succession. The jarring motion contrasted sharply with the stability she experienced while being carried by Jihan. Despite his rapid pace, he always managed to keep her comfortable. Hey, where are you taking me? Her voice trembled, barely audible, fragmented and disjointed, requiring careful attention to decipher. Wu Mengmeng felt as if she were on a roller coaster, observing the actions of the two leopards. At last, she could confirm that they were indeed beastmen. If they were ordinary leopards, they would likely have begun their meal after merely catching a whiff. The voice of Wu Mengmeng was drowned out by the howling wind. She was uncertain whether the two leopards had heard her words, but the jolting had undeniably intensified. Within the ice-clad forest, painted white by the snow, a white silhouette darted swiftly through the trees, moving with such agility that it did not disturb the snow resting atop the branches. The beastly form of Jihan grasped a prey that was merely half his size, his thoughts consumed by Mengmeng, as he hurried back with utmost speed. After several minutes, Jihan approached the vicinity of Xiaoshandong, when suddenly, his silver eyes narrowed, and his nostrils flared. A growl escaped him. There was the scent of other males. This was dire. Mengmeng. The white figure accelerated, finally reaching the entrance of the cave moments later. Upon catching the strong scent of unfamiliar males wafting from the cave's mouth, his heart sank. The prey he held fell to the ground with a thud as he dashed inside. His anxious gaze scanned the interior of the cave, which appeared desolate. In the deeper recesses lay a heap of ashes from a fire, but there was no sign of the males he had detected, nor could he find Wu Mengmeng. Mengmeng, he called out, filled with hope despite not seeing her, but his voice echoed back to him in the silence. Despair washed over him. His silver eyes turned bloodshot, resembling crimson orbs, brimming with fury. Without a moment's hesitation, Jihan spun around and bolted out of the cave, disregarding the prey he had discarded, and pursued the scent relentlessly. I warn you, once we return, do not speak of this to anyone, nor disclose our encounter with the female to other males. Wu Mengmeng, feeling disoriented, closely observed the stars emerging above her head. Suddenly, she sensed that the two leopards had slowed their pace. The larger leopard, holding her, turned its head to converse with the other. How delightful. The smaller leopard seemed to nod in understanding. The two leopards twirled in place for a moment, engaged in what appeared to be a discussion. After a brief interval, perhaps reaching a consensus, they resumed their journey. With a renewed spirit, Wu Mengmeng opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, realizing that they had departed from the ice forest and were now entering a place resembling a canyon. After traversing a narrow path, the once constricted route suddenly broadened, revealing scattered houses in the distance. However, the two leopards did not lead her straight ahead. Instead, they circled around the inner edge of the canyon, making a considerable detour before finally arriving at a house that spanned over 100 square meters. Wu Mengmeng finally touched the ground. As her feet met the earth, her legs gave way, and she sank down onto the ground. Once she regained her composure, she noticed that the two leopards had transformed into human forms. "Are you all right, my dear? Perhaps you are fatigued. Do come inside to rest," spoke the larger of the two leopards, whose human guise was more imposing than that of the other male, his booming voice resonating in harmony with his robust physique. "Brother, is she unable to rise?" inquired the shorter, leaner male behind him, his voice tinged with curiosity. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Mengmeng found herself in a quandary, unsure of how to negotiate with them. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two males, her mind was instantly engulfed in confusion. The robust and towering male turned to glare at the other male with a hint of displeasure in his voice. "You are not a female. What do you know? Silence your tongue and swiftly procure some food. We now have a female to care for." Wu Mengmeng felt utterly bewildered, sensing an uncanny resemblance to being treated like a pet. Did they truly believe they had adopted a stray cat? As she internally scoffed at the absurdity, the lean, dark male promptly nodded. "Oh, very well. I shall go at once. I will ensure the female is well-fed and plump." With that, he hastily departed. "Do not take offense, female. He simply lacks eloquence," the robust male remarked once the lean male had left. He then turned to Wu Mengmeng, his demeanor shifting to one of bashfulness as he scratched his head, evidently embarrassed in her presence. Noticing her silence, he momentarily feared he had misspoken, but then a realization dawned upon him. "Ah, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Leopard 1, and this is my brother, Leopard Dan. You will be residing with us from now on. Ideally, it would be splendid if you could bear us a couple of litters." "Leopard 1, Leopard Dan?" Wu Mengmeng squinted her eyes in slight confusion, pondering who could have such a talent for naming. The two names were indeed quite distinctive. Leopard 1 rarely engaged in conversation with females, and the excitement of speaking with Wu Mengmeng made him oblivious to the subtle hint of surprise in her words. "Wait a moment." Wu Mengmeng suddenly rose from the ground and took 2 steps back, her attention finally drifting away from the two names that had captivated her, shifting instead to a matter of greater significance. Chapter 103. "What do you mean there are females and offspring? Where on earth am I? I hardly recognize any of you." Wu Mengmeng regarded Leopard 1 with a wary expression. These two leopards were rather presumptuous, weren't they? Is it customary in every realm to simply seize a female upon sight and take her away to bear offspring? How utterly chilling. Noticing the unfamiliar scrutiny in Wu Mengmeng's gaze, laced with skepticism and detachment, Leopard 1 remained unfazed, instead offering a conciliatory smile. This is my tribe, the flower leopard tribe. You are the female we discovered from the outside, and we shall be your mates." Although a smile graced Leopard 1's face, his tone was laced with utmost seriousness and caution. After a moment, he recalled something else. "By the way, dear female, please refrain from wandering about aimlessly. Should other males spot you, I cannot guarantee your safety. I would hate for you to be taken by another male. My brother and I will take good care of you, so rest assured." Leopard 1's words sent a chill down Wu Mengmeng's spine. What did he mean by being taken by other males? Was this tribe a band of marauders? Her experiences since her arrival in this world had indeed been extraordinarily colorful. Wu Mengmeng was not in the mood to delve into the minutiae. Her sole desire was to clarify one matter with the leopard man. "I already have a partner, and I am not seeking another. Surely, you will not coerce females into mating and bearing offspring?" The thought of them immediately discussing progeny frightened her, prompting her to express her stance with urgency. "Having a partner is of no concern. We shall wait until he finds you. We will not force you. But you cannot leave this place." Despite the words professing no coercion, his tone was exceptionally resolute. Was this not akin to banditry? They claimed not to compel her, yet forbade her departure. Were they to imprison her here for eternity? Moreover, from the implications of the leopard man's words, it seemed entry into this location was quite challenging. Would Jihan struggle to locate her? No matter, she resolved to ascertain the situation here first. Once Jihan found her, they would leave together. As she entered the dwelling with the leopard man, Wu Mengmeng remained vigilant, keeping her distance until she was assured that he meant her no harm and merely intended to keep her there. With this realization, she breathed a sigh of relief. Ultimately, the absence of danger was a comfort. Outside, she risked being captured by the chief of the bird tribe, while here, although the timeline for her exit remained uncertain, his words suggested that remaining indoors would mitigate peril. Yet, she pondered Jihan's current state. Would he worry upon discovering her absence? As dusk settled, casting a dim hue across the sky, the leopard man, who had been stationed nearby, suddenly rose with an expression of delight. After such a lengthy absence, he has finally returned. Yet, before the words fully escaped his lips, a frown marred his features. What is this? Has he brought other males with him? Wu Mengmeng was taken aback by the sound of Bao Wen's muttering. His serious expression, tinged with a hint of anger, suddenly instilled in her a sense of foreboding. Why had she abruptly lost faith in the notion that remaining here would ensure her safety? Bao Wen abruptly strode outside, and Wu Mengmeng, driven by curiosity, followed suit. Her eyes immediately fell upon the gaunt figure of Bao Dan, accompanied by a pack of males. Indeed, she had not misjudged. it was a whole group. Before long, a robust male led the throng to the entrance of the house. Was this the female that Bao Dan had mentioned? She was undeniably striking, though her fertility remained a mystery. Could it be that these brothers had such extraordinary luck, returning from a hunt with a female in tow? No, she too must seek a mate. Such a remarkable female could not be monopolized by the two of them. The females within the tribe were already scarce and ought to be shared among all. Yet, they had the audacity to hide her away. The gazes of the approaching males swept past Bao Wan, landing squarely on Wu Mengmeng, who stood just by the doorway. These males, appearing in humanoid form, allowed Wu Mengmeng to comprehend their discussions, sending a chill down her spine. What sort of place had she been brought to? Previously, at the chaotic stone cave and the bird tribe, the male's open courtship had already astounded her, but the restless demeanor of this group before her was something altogether different. Wu Mengmeng suddenly felt that the rugged cave and the males of the bird tribe were, in fact, a congregation of true gentlemen. While her thoughts meandered through a myriad of reflections, she was abruptly struck by an intense gaze. Raising her head, she found the robust leader of the males. His dark yellow pupils slightly dilated, as if he had encountered a delectable feast, fixated upon her. Wu Mengmeng swiftly averted her gaze, wishing to avoid any contact with the other party lest she inadvertently attract trouble. At some point, Bao had pulled Bao Dan away from the group of males and stepped back, reprimanding him sternly. What on earth are you doing? Did I not expressly instruct you to keep the matter of the females to yourself? Who told you to speak of it? Now everyone knows, and how are we to retain the females? Females invariably choose strong partners, and in their tribe, these two could only be regarded as average. With so many more formidable males around, if they became aware of the existence of the females, it would surely spell the end for them. To Bao Wen's astonishment, Bao Dan, with a pained expression and scratching his head, appeared equally baffled. I remember your words. I didn't tell them anything. Then how did they find out about the females? Bao Wen queried, skepticism lacing his tone. His foolish younger brother, whose strength surpassed his own, was somewhat lacking in intellect. They had been inseparable since childhood. They caught a whiff of the female scent on me and asked what was going on. I told them you forbade me from telling them, and then they insisted on following me. Bao Dan replied, looking somewhat aggrieved, his dark, thin face genuinely pitiable. Wu Mengmeng, overhearing the exchange, couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Were these two brothers merely here for comedic relief? After her laughter subsided, she realized that perhaps she should be the one concerned. So, it seemed that this group of males had come over for something entirely different. Wu Mengmeng suddenly felt that it would be necessary to implement a family planning policy in the frigid lands. Otherwise, the population ratio would become alarmingly skewed. Bao Wen glared at Bao Dan with a look of exasperation, his teeth clenched, yet he could not muster any reproachful words. The surrounding males, having overheard the conversation between the brothers, confirmed their suspicions and grew increasingly discontented. Bao Wen, how can you be so selfish? The choice of a mate is a matter for the female herself. On what grounds do you deny us this knowledge? Indeed, your female is a member of our leopard clan. Let her choose her partner freely. The males clamored, expressing their grievances. How is this fair? Bao Wen's face flushed crimson as he stood before Bao Dan, confronting the accusations from all the males. At that moment, behind him, Wu Mengmeng raised her hand quietly, as if she were a schoolchild eager to answer a question. I believe that such an important matter as choosing a mate should be left to me. Don't you think? Chapter 104. This female shall be mine. Murmurs of agreement resonated among the males at Wu Mengmeng's words. Behold, even the females expressed their desire to make their own choices. Who will you choose? They inquired. Choose me. I am a two-striped beastman, and I can provide you with meat every day. A throng of males, sensing their chance, vied fervently to showcase their worth, nearly unveiling their undergarments in the process. As Wu Mengmeng remained neutral, Leopard Wen's expression grew increasingly grim. Yet, this was a decision made by the female herself, and he could not intervene, left only to watch with a face full of reluctance and discontent. Behind Leopard One, Leopard Dan was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, only aware that the female, once meant for him and his brother, was now being presented to all. Ahem, I must speak up. Wu Mengmeng cleared her throat lightly and regarded all the males present with utmost seriousness. They varied in height and build, a dazzling array that left her somewhat bewildered. Even a connoisseur of handsome men could be overwhelmed, especially in the presence of such imposing figures. The males nodded eagerly, their expressions brimming with anticipation, each hoping to be the one chosen by her. I already have a partner, so I shall select none, Wu Mengmeng declared. Upon hearing her words, both Leopard One and Leopard Dan were momentarily elated, relieved that the female had not chosen another male. However, they conveniently overlooked the fact that her decision not to select was not due to them. The other beasts were evidently taken aback, unwilling to accept that they could not possess the enchanting female before them. Before further discord could arise, a robust male who had remained silent at the forefront suddenly stepped forward, striding confidently to Wu Mengmeng's side. Wu Mengmeng could even sense a formidable dominance emanating from him that was absent in other males. This female I shall possess. The robust male grasped Wu Mengmeng's wrist, asserting his claim of sovereignty over the other males ahead. Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brows, attempting to withdraw her wrist, only to discover that the strength of her opponent far surpassed her own. Raising her gaze, she was met with a pair of cheerful, dark yellow eyes fixed upon her. Hee, female, come with me. Wu Mengmeng remained silent, contemplating the situation. With so many males present, they would need to subdue each other before attempting to take her away. How brazen they were. Just as she anticipated a confrontation among the robust males, the expected scenario did not unfold. Instead, the previously boisterous males suddenly adopted a tone of grievance. Chief, there are over a dozen mates among the females in the tribe. And now that a new female has arrived, you've claimed her for yourself. Indeed, Chief, what are we supposed to do as males without mates? Wu Mengmeng was taken aback as she observed the once assertive males transform into timid figures. What had become of these males? One of them was the chief of the tribe. Enough of your chatter. If I want her, I shall have her. If you have the capability, then you may aspire to be chief as well. As the sole three-striped beastman of the flower leopard tribe, Ballet had always been proud, arrogant, and unruly. Upon uttering these words, silence fell among the males, save for a couple of the bolder ones who muttered under their breath. If we were capable of being chief, would it fall to you? If you desire a female, either defeat me, Ballet, or venture out to find one for yourself. Ballet waved his hand in irritation, his tone exceedingly brusque. Wu Mengmeng gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the chieftain of a tribe? It seems more like a child's playhouse scenario. Wu Mengmeng realized she had no voice in the matter as she was brought to the home of the leopard chieftain. The spacious dwelling, unlike that of the avian chieftain, lacked an expansive courtyard, making the leopard chieftain appear almost impoverished by comparison. In the corners of the house lay heaps of ice crystals, alongside a dozen live fruits. The cold climate here allowed the fruits to remain unspoiled for months. This was knowledge Wu Mengmeng had gleaned from Catgirl during her time in the stone cave. In the modern world, even fruits stored in a refrigerator would spoil within a few days. Yet here, the fruits seemed to exist in a state where time stood still, remaining fresh indefinitely. Female, I have no meat here. Please, partake of these live fruits today. Feel free, do not hold back. Tomorrow, I shall venture out to hunt. Just tell me what you desire. Upon leading Wu Mengmeng inside, Leopard Lay noticed her lingering gaze on the live fruits and assumed she was hungry. Eager to please and fearing her dissatisfaction, he hastily offered explanations, confidently thumping his chest in assurance. Providing live fruits as sustenance for a female was, after all, a matter of great pride, no matter the context. However, what Leopard Lay did not realize was that Wu Mengmeng had grown weary of live fruits after her days with Jihan. All she truly craved now was meat. No thank you, I am not hungry. Wu Mengmeng maintained a respectful distance from Leopard Thunder. However, no sooner had she spoken than he leaned in closer, gazing at her with an earnest expression. Do you think my home is too humble? He inquired. Not at all. Tomorrow, I shall procure the finest dwelling in the tribe for you. No, that's unnecessary, Wu Mengmeng replied, her lips twitching slightly. Are you certain that's the approach you wish to take? Fear not, my dear, Leopard Thunder assured her earnestly. Please, do express any dissatisfaction you may have. His demeanor was a stark contrast to the earlier agitation he displayed towards the males, now embodying a sincere attentiveness. Wu Mengmeng even believed that the orcs here had mastered the skill of face-changing from traditional opera. Before she could formulate a response, a male voice suddenly echoed from outside. Chief, there is a two-pattern orc at the entrance of the tribe attempting to force his way in. What should we do? Leopard Thunder's expression darkened as he strode to the door, impatiently bellowing. What else can we do? Are you a fool? Of course we must stop him. Can't we handle a single two-pattern orc with so many of us? The voice outside paused momentarily before drifting back in softly. Chief, have you forgotten? I am indeed a pig orc. Upon hearing the presence of a male, Wu Mengmeng felt an immediate surge of anxiety, apprehensive that Jihan would be unable to contend with the formidable males of their tribe. No, it was not merely a concern about his inability to triumph. She was certain of it. What truly frightened her was Jihan's stubbornness, his unwavering resolve to confront them head-on, potentially leading to his injury. However, upon eavesdropping on their conversation, she nearly succumbed to laughter. May I approach? That male might be my partner. I was captured by Bao Wen and Bao Dan, and my partner is unaware of my situation. He must be frantic with worry. Wu Mengmeng cautiously interrupted their conversation. Your partner? Leopard Thunder's expression, initially one of displeasure, shifted upon hearing Wu Mengmeng's words. However, a sudden thought seemed to ease his demeanor, and he readily agreed. Just a two-pattern beastman. There are plenty of them in our tribe. If I were to disable him, this female would certainly lose interest. Very well, let us proceed. I shall show you. Leopard Thunder transformed into his beast form, resembling a spotted leopard twice the size of an ordinary one. Wu Mengmeng took a few steps back and waved her hand, insisting, I'll go by myself. She feared that this leopard might carry her off like Leopard One did. Leopard Lay, taken aback by Wu Mengmeng's refusal, had no choice but to transform into human form once more and personally escort her. Along the way, Leopard Lay incessantly extolled the virtues of the flower leopard tribe, mentioning how the tribe was abundant with two-pattern beastmen. After she bore him offspring, she could choose other two-patterned beastmen as companions. He spoke of the tribe's males being warm and hospitable, lavishing affection upon the females, ensuring she would never be mistreated. Wu Mengmeng began to suspect she had stumbled into a pyramid scheme. However, she realized that while she was uncertain about the scheme, she had undeniably entered a den of bandits. Upon arriving at the entrance of the tribe where she had entered, Wu Mengmeng spotted a familiar white figure in the distance. Chapter 105, Under Duress. I accept you. Following the scent left by Wu Mengmeng, Jihan quickly located the entrance to the flower leopard tribe. Just as he crossed the threshold, he was confronted by several males. Who dares intrude upon the flower leopard tribe? A stout brown-spotted leopard blocked Jihan's path, its fierce countenance resembling a guardian spirit. Step aside. Jihan's silver eyes flashed with anger, his voice cold as if shattering ancient ice with a hammer, striking fear into the hearts of the males before him. The aura of a powerful being pressed heavily upon them. The hefty leopard trembled, its gaze wavering, and its jaw quivered. Stop. You are not permitted to enter. Do you not know our chief is a three-patterned beastman? If you proceed, do not blame us for being rude. The stout leopard, sensing its own weakness, resorted to invoking the chief as a threat. Its dull yellow eyes darted around, contemplating the recent news that the chief had acquired a female with a companion. Could this male be that companion? Casting a cold glance at the stout leopard, Jihan feigned ignorance of the threat and continued forward. With each step he took, they retreated. I told you not to move. Did you not hear me? The stout leopard, feeling humiliated, mustered the courage to step forward, but before it could utter a word, Jihan kicked it aside, silencing it as it crashed to the ground. The guardians at the tribe's entrance were mostly one-patterned beastmen of average strength. Witnessing Jihan effortlessly defeat their strongest male, they dared not advance. What are you waiting for? Quickly summon more beastmen. The stout leopard, flustered, scrambled to its feet and shouted at the males behind it. As Jihan continued deeper into the tribe, the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. He knew that while one-patterned beastmen posed little threat, there were indeed more formidable foes within the tribe. He had to rescue Mengmeng without wasting a moment more. Despite knowing he was outmatched, the stout leopard, filled with indignation, led the other males in a charge against Jihan. Uninterested in a prolonged battle, Jihan found himself surrounded by several leopard males. As he dispatched them, reinforcements arrived from within the tribe, 20 to 30 males, among whom were 3 or 4 two-patterned beastmen. Jihan frowned, his cold gaze assessing the aggressive males. He discerned that they would not allow Mengmeng to leave, yet he felt no fear as he advanced to meet them. If they were intent on obstructing him, he would fight. Now at the pinnacle of his ascension as a two-patterned beastman, Jihan was unassailable by the one-patterned beastmen, the newly promoted two-patterned beastmen. Eager to display their prowess and impress the females, soon realized they were no match for Jihan, even when united. Before long, the group of males found themselves overwhelmed. At that moment, Jihan caught a whiff of Mengmeng's scent approaching. Turning to look, he saw her following closely behind a male. His sharp gaze fell upon leopard Lei, and Jihan's silver eyes darkened. This male seemed formidable, perhaps even stronger than he was. Momentarily distracted, Jihan was soon engaged again, as 2 more two-patterned beastmen joined the fray. He had no choice but to redirect his focus and continue battling the males. Jihan. Upon witnessing Jihan besieged by numerous males, Wu Mengmeng's heart tightened, nearly prompting her to cry out. Aware that Jihan could not afford any distractions at that moment, she glanced at Leopard Thunder and managed to suppress her impulse. Chief, are those not males from our tribe? Why are they attacking him? Wu Mengmeng feigned ignorance as she inquired. They were likely unaware of her acquaintance with Jihan, nor did they comprehend the nature of their relationship. He is not a male from our tribe. Any outsider who intrudes must face death, Leopard Thunder stated nonchalantly. Wu Mengmeng's hands, concealed beneath a voluminous beast-skin cloak, were tightly clasped together as her anxious gaze wandered into the distance. Jihan indeed displayed formidable prowess. Faced with numerous formidable adversaries, he exhibited no signs of trepidation, remaining composed under pressure, and even managed to defeat several males. Yet, the weight of concern in her heart remained unrelieved, although she was aware of his capabilities. Witnessing the battle filled her with trepidation. After a moment of silence, she glanced at the equally intrigued Ballet, who was observing Jihan with keen interest. Chieftain. This male is merely a two-pattern beastman. Knowing that there exists a powerful three-pattern beastman like you in the tribe, how dare he venture in here? Could it be that he has some pressing matter? Ballet, who was typically arrogant and self-willed, found Wu Mengmeng's words to resonate with him. Most notably, a female had praised him for his strength. What could be more exhilarating for a male than the admiration of a female? You make a valid point, Ballet nodded, yet fell silent thereafter. What business did this male have? Why should it concern him? Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback. Why did the chieftain's thought process differ so from others? Shouldn't one inquire as to why Jihan had intruded upon the tribe? After a brief interval, Wu Mengmeng, unwilling to relent, continued. Is this male truly a two-pattern beastman? How is it that none of the two-pattern beastmen in the tribe can best him, yet he stands his ground against so many males? Could it be that he has come seeking to ally himself with the chieftain? Upon hearing this, Ballet's thick brows furrowed, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. His gaze was fixed upon the white figure besieged by males, his tone brimming with excitement. This male is indeed impressive, surpassing the 2 pattern beastmen of my tribe. Bao Lei licked his lips, his eyes glinting with fervor. If he were to ascend to a 3 pattern beastman, he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. However, he was acutely aware of the arduous path to ascendance for a 2 pattern beastman. It was precisely due to the difficulty of advancement that many 2 pattern beastmen contemplated seeking guidance from 3 pattern beastmen, and such instances were not uncommon in the past. Yet, once a 2 pattern beastman ascended to 3 pattern status, their strength would be significantly enhanced, and the awakened power could potentially eclipse that of those who had previously ascended. Typically, 3 pattern beastmen were reluctant to engage in endeavors that could jeopardize their own interests. But Bao Lei was different. He had always been proud and self-assured. Should he have a 3 pattern beastman subordinate whom he had personally promoted, it would serve as a tremendous affirmation of his own strength. As soon as Wu Mengmeng spoke, the first thought that crossed Leopard Thunder's mind was this possibility. He felt a stirring within, just as Leopard Thunder was preparing to approach, benevolently intending to accept Jihan. Wu Mengmeng quickly called out to him. Wait, Chief, this is merely my conjecture. If you do not trust him, you may ask him to assist us with the task first. If he diligently completes it, it will prove his sincere intentions. Her words seemed to be genuinely in Leopard Thunder's best interest. Leopard Thunder, not pondering further, found her reasoning compelling. Very well, you are truly astute. Let us proceed as you suggest. Leopard Thunder exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, and immediately walked over. The males, upon seeing Leopard Thunder, retreated one after another. Although Jihan was unaware of the unfolding events, he surmised that the changes among the males were due to Wu Mengmeng. I understand your intentions, male. I am not an unreasonable chief. If you can assist me with a certain task, I will reluctantly allow you to join the Flower Leopard tribe. Leopard Thunder assumed an air of arrogance, as if bestowing a significant favor upon Jihan. Jihan appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth was this fellow talking about? Chapter 106. The search for the cub. Observing Jihan's perplexed expression, Wu Mengmeng suppressed a laugh. This Flower Leopard chief was indeed astonishingly confident, and she found herself in awe. Chief, I happen to have a task that requires a male's assistance. May I speak with him? Wu Meng, aware of Jihan's reticence, felt compelled to step forward and seize the initiative to avoid any slip-ups. If you have matters to discuss, simply tell me, she urged, sensing that Bao Lei perceived her demeanor as somewhat aloof. Upon catching the pleading look in Wu Meng's eyes, Bao Lei found himself unable to withstand such a gaze and readily agreed. Thus, Wu Meng's earlier attempts to speak favorably of Jihan became justifiable. She indeed required the assistance of a male. Bao Lei, not dwelling on the implications, inquired, one of my young ones has gone missing. If you can help me retrieve my cub, the chief will grant you entry into the Flower Leopard tribe. Would you be willing to do this? Her voice rang clear, and her dark eyes sparkled with anticipation. Jihan regarded Wu Meng as though she were a stranger, listening to her proposal. After a brief moment of hesitation, he quickly regained his composure. It was evident that Wu Meng intended for him to use this opportunity to infiltrate the Flower Leopard tribe or perhaps to extricate himself from his current predicament. Very well, Jihan replied, his silver eyes gleaming with resolve. Seeing his prompt acceptance, Bao Lei's trust in him deepened. What beast clan do your young ones belong to? I will also send beasts to assist in the search. We shall surely find them. The loss of a female's cub was no trivial matter, and he felt it imperative to take action. Wu Meng casually fabricated a tale about a young one, prompting Leopard Thunder to command the males of the tribe to embark on an overnight search. Jihan naturally departed the tribe alongside those males. Consequently, the males became familiar with Jihan, and in the future, they would not obstruct his entry to the tribe as they had today. Upon returning to Leopard Thunder's abode, he incessantly chattered in her ear, yet Wu Meng absorbed none of it, her thoughts lingering on Jihan outside. She wondered how he fared now. Having been besieged by so many males, was he injured? Female, you must be hungry. Have a live fruit to quell your hunger. Leopard Thunder offered solicitously. No, I am not hungry, Wu Meng replied, shaking her head and gazing outside. The night had fallen. Leopard Thunder did not press her further, for males are often blunt in their speech and seldom grasp the intricacies of a woman's heart. He prepared a bed of grass for sleeping, adding several layers of animal hides for comfort. As night enveloped them, Wu Meng distanced herself from Leopard Thunder, settling in a corner. The beastmen were agile and had light sleep. Hence, there was no concern of Wu Meng escaping. At the slightest sound, Leopard Thunder, being a 3-striped beastman, would be the first to notice. Wu Mengmeng leaned against the corner, utterly devoid of sleep. This marked the first night in recent days without a fire. Perhaps it was due to the peculiar ability within her, but she felt no chill. Her mind drifted through a myriad of images, some from before her arrival in this frigid land, others from after. Time slipped away, and a sense of weariness gradually enveloped her. Amidst her drowsiness, Wu Mengmeng inadvertently dozed off against the wall. Rarely prone to dreaming, she found herself immersed in a peculiar dream. In it, she was the size of a child, engulfed in flames within a diminutive house that seemed to expand exponentially due to the raging fire. Outside, a cacophony of voices reached her ears, and Wu Mengmeng strained to hear clearly. Suddenly, the sounds of ambulances and fire trucks pierced through, and a cascade of icy water drenched her, jolting her awake from the nightmare. Her dark pupils widened in shock as she stared through the air towards the opposite wall, her gaze unfocused. After all these years, why did these memories resurface? Wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, Wu Mengmeng rose, her eyes regaining clarity, attributing her chill to the absence of furs for warmth. Just then, she indeed heard the raucous voices from outside. It turned out that not all the sounds she had perceived in her dream were mere figments of her imagination. Regardless, the presence of orc voices brought her a measure of calm as she stepped outside, curiosity guiding her. Upon reaching the doorway, she beheld a group of males engaged in fervent debate. I found it first. Nonsense, I was the one who discovered it first. Stop arguing. If it weren't for my brother diverting the beast, would you have captured it? One male proclaimed, this cub should rightfully belong to me. Just as she pondered their quarrel, one of the males suddenly shouted, a female. The female has come out. The males surrounding the entrance turned their attention to Wu Mengmeng in unison. A few surged forward, while most remained enviously behind. What is this? Wu Mengmeng inquired, leaning against the doorframe, her expression puzzled. Among those pushing forward were Leopard 1 and Leopard Dan, whom she had only met the day prior. Female, I found your cub, the foremost male exclaimed, only to be pulled back by another male who clamored to speak. Nonsense. I was the one who found it. The argument escalated once more, yet Wu Mengmeng's gaze was drawn to Leopard Dan, disheveled and protected by Leopard 1. Please, cease your bickering. Regardless of who found the cub, I am profoundly grateful. May I see the cub first? Wu Mengmeng interjected, interrupting their dispute. She had never lost a cub. How could they have possibly found one? Given their nature, she hoped the cub wasn't stolen from another orc. The males finally paused, and the ones in front turned back to her. Wu Mengmeng followed their gaze, and there, in Leopard 1's hands, was a small gray cub. Indeed, it was real? Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This cub, she thought, is my brother Baodon's doing. He risked his life to divert the ferocious beast, allowing us the opportunity to bring him back. The greatest credit should indeed belong to my brother. Baoan, one hand gripping tightly and the other supporting, felt the cub squirming intermittently, attempting to bite him but failing to do so. In this moment, he did not forget to assert his claim to the merits of their endeavor. The bond between the two brothers had been forged through years of reliance on one another, a rarity in such a frigid land. In the world of beastmen, once they reach adulthood, they typically reside alone, and it is unheard of for an entire family of beastmen to live together. Baodan, born a twin, struggled due to his congenital shortcomings, rendering him less astute than other beastmen. He often appeared somewhat naive, making survival a challenge. However, despite his lack of cunning, his strength surpassed that of his elder brother. As a first pattern beastman, he could hold his own against some second pattern beastmen, suggesting that his ascension was imminent. Who knows? Perhaps in their lifetime, he might even attain the status of a third pattern beastman. Upon hearing this, Wu Mengmeng gazed at the disheveled and mud-streaked Baodan, then turned her attention to the other males engaged in a competitive struggle. Indeed, it appeared that Baodan had exerted the most effort. Wu Mengmeng found the Leopard Dan to be excessively innocent and simple-minded. However, recalling that it was due to the two brothers that she had become ensnared in the predicament of the leopard tribe, she refrained from engaging in excessive pleasantries with them. She approached closer to examine the cub, feigning an air of indifference. This is not my cub. You must be mistaken. In truth, she had no cub at all. How could they have genuinely located one belonging to her? After speaking, Wu Mengmeng cast a puzzled glance at Leopard 1. Where did you find him? Although the cub was not hers, she recognized him. Chapter 107. The understanding big sister, Hongmei. During her time at the bird tribe, Wu Mengmeng had encountered him. At the banquet, while she kindled the bonfire, a small wolf cub had emerged, injured by the flames. She vividly remembered that day, as it marked her successful demonstration of fire at the bird tribe. Over a month had passed, yet the cub still bore faint traces of the burn. Despite having faded considerably, the connection to the bird tribe made her recognize him instantly. Since arriving in the frigid lands, he had been the closest beast cub she had seen. Thus, when conversing with these males, it was inevitable that she would use this cub as a reference. And it was understandable that they would mistake him, as she had described him based on the appearance of that little wolf cub. We found him in the ice forest, where he was being pursued by a fierce beast, nearly falling prey to its jaws. Indeed, that was a close call. Had we arrived even a moment later, he might have been devoured by the beast, some males boasted, while others expressed their concern on behalf of Wu Mengmeng. Meanwhile, Leopard Dan gazed at the cub in bewilderment, and Leopard 1, with pursed lips and a complex expression, seemed to be contemplating something profound. Wu Mengmeng furrowed her brow. Why had the young wolf cub suddenly left the flying bird tribe to venture into the ice forest, only to be captured by fierce beasts? Such a young cub surely would not be eager to hunt. However, after much contemplation, she realized that these were not the matters she ought to concern herself with at this moment. Wu Mengmeng was met with the expectant gazes of numerous males. This is not my cub. You have mistaken, she said, slightly bending down to approach the little wolf cub. The cub bared its teeth at her, yet she remained unperturbed, smiling gently as she reached out to stroke its head, smoothing its fur. Perhaps recognizing Wu Mengmeng, the wolf cub ceased its struggles and gradually became docile, letting out a soft whimper as it assumed a posture of contentment. What? This is not your cub? The males, who had just been basking in their triumph and ready to take credit, were left dumbfounded. If it was not a female's cub, then their efforts had been in vain. Leopard One was also taken aback, his eyes betraying a mix of joy and frustration. Just as he was about to set the cub down, Wu Mengmeng spoke again. However, I am familiar with this cub. It belongs to the tribe where I previously resided. Is there anyone who could assist in returning it? Its mother must be terribly worried about her lost offspring. Wu Mengmeng turned her gaze towards them. Although she had not yet embraced the role of motherhood, she could not help but empathize. If her child were to vanish, she would undoubtedly be consumed by worry. Leopard One immediately cradled the wolf cub once more, exclaiming, I shall go. I will deliver it. Assisting the female would surely earn her favor in the future. Just as Leopard One departed with Leopard Dan and the wolf cub, Leopard Lay returned, dragging several prey behind him, while the onlooking males had yet to disperse. What are you all doing here? Don't you have your own business to attend to? Upon witnessing the female being threatened by the males, Leopard Lay became infuriated, his temper flaring as he drove them away. These ill-intentioned rascals, ignore them, my dear. While leading Wu Mengmeng inside, Leopard Lay offered his counsel. I have captured several prey today. You haven't eaten anything since yesterday, so please choose something you like and indulge. He placed the bloodied carcasses before Wu Mengmeng, wearing a solicitous smile. I do not wish to eat, Wu Mengmeng replied, shaking her head. It was not that she was not hungry. Rather, she could not eat. Starting a fire here might provoke the beasts of the leopard tribe, who could view her as a harbinger of disaster. This chieftain seemed capricious and ill-tempered, unlike the more affable chieftain of the bird tribe. Reflecting on the bird tribe's chieftain caused Wu Mengmeng to pause, her gaze dimming. Observing her expression, Leopard Lay misconstrued her reaction as distaste for the prey he had brought, and in his distress, he hastily cast the carcasses aside. No worries. If you do not fancy these, I will venture out again and surely find something to your liking. Known for his single-mindedness, Leopard Lay was determined that the female would not endure hunger. As Leopard Lay prepared to leave once more, Wu Mengmeng seized the opportunity to ask, May I take a stroll outside? Despite the chieftain's volatile temperament, he displayed remarkable patience towards her. Leopard Lay suddenly smacked his forehead, as if recalling something vital. How could I forget? You must be bored. I shall escort you to the females in the tribe for some amusement. Following Leopard Lay through the village, Wu Mengmeng carefully memorized the path. Before long, she encountered a group of females gathered together. The weather was pleasant, devoid of snow. Several animal skins lay scattered on the snow, with a few females lounging lazily upon them, unbothered by the cold. Each female was accompanied by one or two males, some providing massages, while others fed them, resembling the lords of ancient times. Ah, chieftain, what brings you to our gathering of females today? One of the females, plump and reclining with her legs crossed, was the only one to speak. Squinting as she dozed, she slightly opened her eyes upon hearing footsteps, glancing at Leopard Lay but failing to notice Wu Mengmeng behind him, before closing her eyes once more. Hongmei, the chieftain has come with a female, chimed in another robust female, stifling her laughter. Upon hearing this, the female named Hongmei abruptly opened her eyes, turning her gaze towards Wu Mengmeng behind Leopard Lay. You truly found another female as your companion? Hongmei's brown eyes glimmered with a dark light. Though her words were accusatory towards Leopard Lay, her gaze was fixed intently upon Wu Mengmeng. Wu Mengmeng discreetly retreated a couple of steps, sensing that this female was not particularly welcoming. Leopard Thunder promptly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wu Mengmeng, casting a disdainful glance at Hongmei. Of course, I would never consider forming a bond with a hefty woman like you. Do not assume that just because the females in the tribe do not choose me as a mate, I am devoid of options. My female is far more attractive than you. Leopard Thunder wore a smug expression. However, upon hearing these words, Wu Mengmeng suddenly felt that something was amiss. One can indulge in flesh, but one must not speak carelessly. I am not in a partnership with him. Wu Mengmeng hastily clarified. Upon hearing her words, Hongmei's sharp gaze finally retreated, and she looked at Leopard Thunder with a smile. Did you hear that? The female has no inclination to be your mate. With a cheerful demeanor, Hongmei stood up and approached Wu Mengmeng. You two were captured, right? Do not be afraid. Even if he is the chieftain, he would not dare to coerce you. Wu Mengmeng was successfully brought into the female ranks by Hongmei. However, this sudden transformation left her somewhat bewildered. Moreover, what did it mean to be captured as well? Observing the female named Hongmei, who resembled a caring older sister, Wu Mengmeng felt a flicker of doubt, but nonetheless nodded in agreement. Being captured wasn't he entirely inaccurate. Seeing the female being intercepted by Hongmei, Leopard Lay grew anxious. Female, do not listen to her nonsense. I genuinely wish to be your partner. Do not believe a word she says. After saying this, he glared at Hongmei with reddened eyes, filled with fury. Hongmei, I warn you, do not bully my female. If you dare to do anything to her, be prepared for the consequences. The expression on Leopard Lay's face seemed to convey a stern warning. Hongmei chuckled, her chubby hands playfully pulling Wu Mengmeng closer, while her other hand pretended to elegantly smooth her coarse hair. Of course, I would never bully her. I am already quite attractive as I am. Chapter 108. The Bandit Den Ba. Leopard Lay spat in disdain. With your physique, you resemble the neighboring boar beast. How can you claim to be attractive? I fear that if I gaze upon you too long, I might lose my appetite for ice crystals. Hongmei tightened her grip on Wu Mengmeng's plump hand, and Wu Mengmeng sensed trouble brewing. You dare compare me to a boar beast? At least I am better than you. You old bachelor. It's no wonder you have no mate. Hongmei glared at Leopard Lay with gritted teeth. Seeing that he had successfully provoked Hongmei, Leopard Lay felt a surge of satisfaction. His heart lightened considerably. Female, wait here for me. I shall return shortly. Stretching his neck, Leopard Lay smiled at Wu Mengmeng, who was shielded behind Hongmei's large frame. Though he and Hongmei never got along, he knew she treated females well, so he felt at ease leaving Wu Mengmeng in her care. After saying this, Leopard Lay gave Hongmei a triumphant nod, and before she could unleash a torrent of curses, he departed. Meanwhile, Wu Mengmeng began to suspect something was amiss. Had these two beasts experienced something together? Otherwise, why would there be such animosity? Since her arrival in this frigid land, she had never witnessed a male treat a female in such a manner. After Leopard Lay left at such a rapid pace, Hongmei stomped her large leg in frustration. That damned Leopard Lay. I refuse to believe that there is a male I cannot obtain. After gazing in the direction of Leopard Lay's departure, Hongmei turned to Wu Mengmeng, still simmering with anger. Do you fancy the chief? Wu Mengmeng asked, somewhat taken aback. She had discerned Hongmei's determination from her tone and learned that the leopard chief was named Leopard Lay, which indeed matched his fiery temperament. Before Hongmei could respond, a nearby female cheerfully interjected, You've just arrived in the tribe and are not yet aware. Everyone knows that our Hongmei has her eye on the chief. However, the chief is unwilling to take Hongmei as a mate and has even declared that he would choose any other female in the tribe over her. Gossip is the nature of women, and female beasts are no exception. With the arrival of a new companion, the females were elated, flocking to Wu Mengmeng to introduce themselves, all while disregarding Hongmei's dark, coal-like expression. Why? Wu Mengmeng was even more perplexed. Was the chief truly so lacking in romantic sensibility? Even if he did not harbor feelings, was it necessary to be so dismissive? If she were treated in such a way, she would be furious and might have long ceased to harbor affection. Hongmei was indeed quite persistent. Could it be because they disdained Hongmei's size? One female blurted out candidly, showing no restraint. What of being chubby? I consume my partner's prey, not his. Hongmei angrily interjected, glaring at the loquacious female. Wu Mengmeng glanced at her, then discreetly observed the nearby females who had gathered around. She noticed that Leopard Hongmei was indeed more robust and substantial than the other females. Do you think I am overweight? Have I become a cause for your disdain? Leopard Hongmei suddenly inquired of her companions. The companions exchanged knowing glances and shook their heads in unison. Not at all. You are not overweight in the slightest. How can we ever harbor any dislike for Mei Mei? Even if you were to grow 2 or 3 times larger, we would still embrace you. Their expressions were sincere, and their tone unwavering. Wu Mengmeng was taken aback, and she finally understood why Leopard Hongmei was more robust than the other females. It was evident that she was pampered by her companions. Humph, you all just know how to deceive me. Leopard Hongmei pouted and waved her hand at her partners. Yet a shy smile blossomed on her face. The other females cleared their throats. Wu Mengmeng coughed softly twice, trying to withdraw her hand that was still held by Leopard Hongmei. Oh dear, she almost forgot about the female beside her. It was then that Leopard Hongmei remembered Wu Mengmeng's presence, snapping back to reality from the praises of her companions, and affectionately pulled her to sit down. I am Leopard Hongmei, the eldest female in the tribe. Since you are still young, you may call me Sister Hongmei. Perhaps it was due to Wu Mengmeng's expressed desire not to become Leopard Lay's partner that Leopard Hongmei was particularly friendly towards her. Once she opened her mouth, she could not stop talking. Our tribe has very few females. There are several hundred males, yet we have fewer than 10 females. With your arrival, you have become a treasure. Wu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she was being regarded as a member of the tribe. That simply would not do. She had never expressed a desire to remain here. Sister Hongmei. Wu Mengmeng suddenly clasped Leopard Hongmei's hand. When you asked me earlier if I was also captured, what did you mean? Are there other females in the tribe who share the same fate? Observing the confusion in Wu Mengmeng's keen black eyes, Leopard Hongmei smiled gently. Of course. It is not just you. I, too, was captured, and so were they. Wu Mengmeng was left dumbfounded. Have I truly stumbled into a den of bandits? She blurted out, unwittingly voicing her thoughts. What? Leopard Hongmei inquired, puzzled. Wu Mengmeng quickly shook her head, diverting the topic. I find it rather peculiar. Why do you not seek a way to return? Beside her, a voluptuous female chuckled softly. Seek a way back? What purpose would that serve? The males here are capable of sustaining us. Their strength is formidable. Why return to the dying companions we left behind? Indeed, in the frigid lands, males seldom live beyond 25 years. Only those who ascend to the rank of a 3-patterned beastman before that age can extend their lifespan by a mere decade. I once resided in a humble burrow in the east, amidst a tribe of ordinary males. Even if I were to return, their days are numbered. What good would it do? I would merely endure hunger and the bitter cold. Leopard Hongmei nodded in agreement, recounting her own tale. She gestured toward a slightly shorter companion beside her. Look at my partner. 2 months ago, I bore him a litter of cubs. Yet he has but a month left to live. Where we reside matters little, especially since conditions here are not unfavorable. The other females shared her sentiments, nodding in unison. For them, the greatest pursuit in life was simply to be well-fed and warmly clothed, alongside finding a robust partner. The males of the flower leopard tribe were scarce in number, and they too sought strong companions. Thus, what was there to lament? Following the gaze of Bao Hongmei, Wu Mengmeng turned to look at the male figure, noticing the reluctance in his eyes. She averted her gaze, feeling a sense of helplessness within. The words spoken by them were indeed not without merit. Having been brought to this place, the males of the leopard tribe would undoubtedly be reluctant to let them go. As time passed, their original companions had perished, and they were left with the constant need to seek new partners. Little female, do not be afraid. If you do not wish to bond with that ruffian Bao Lei, I shall take charge. Bao Hongmei, observing Wu Mengmeng's dazed expression, mistakenly believed her concern was for Bao Lei. Really? Thank you, Sister Hongmei. Wu Mengmeng snapped back to reality, her eyes brimming with tears as she decisively embraced Hongmei's sturdy arm. With Hongmei's assurance, she felt a sense of relief. It was evident that although Bao Hongmei and Bao Lei appeared to be adversaries, with Bao Lei being the chief, Hongmei seemed to possess a more dominant presence. One could only wonder what actions Bao Hongmei had taken to instill such trepidation in Bao Lei. Sister Hongmei, are there any vacant houses in the tribe? I do not wish to reside with the chief, Wu Mengmeng inquired, seizing the moment. Naturally, Hongmei was delighted by the prospect of Wu Mengmeng separating from Bao Lei. She enthusiastically offered one of the vacant dwellings, previously occupied by one of her partners, for her to reside in. Wu Mengmeng expresses her profound gratitude. Had it not been for the chief's overwhelming dominance and the unfamiliarity of the leopard tribe, which collectively ostracizes Jihan, settling here would indeed be a commendable choice. Most importantly, the females here exhibit remarkable friendliness. Wu Mengmeng was taken aback, as the females beside her inquired about her past, urging her to move on swiftly. Little did they know, she had no intention of doing so. Mengmeng, you mentioned you have a partner and offspring. Why are you no longer residing in your original tribe? Hongmei asked curiously. Wu Mengmeng had just revealed her name to them. Some matters had arisen, preventing her from returning for the time being. She deftly sidestepped the topic, providing evasive responses. It was merely a temporary setback. Inevitably, she would return. After listening to the discourse from Hongmei and the other females, Wu Mengmeng felt a sudden clarity. It wasn't that she aligned with their perspectives, but rather that she was even more determined to alter her circumstances. Yet, in her current state of vulnerability, she felt powerless to effect any change. The only course of action available to her was to fortify herself. A small seed of resolve had begun to sprout within her heart. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the conversation once again turned to Hongmei. Hongmei, I remarked, you are truly remarkable. Despite the chief's rejection over the years, you have not given up. With a mindset of infiltrating the enemy ranks. Wu Mengmeng listened with great interest to the gossip. After all, did they not consider the nature of our sister Hongmei? The chieftain rejected Hongmei. Yet she still managed to leave him without a companion. Upon finishing her words, a chorus of laughter erupted among the females. What exactly did Sister Hongmei do? Wu Mengmeng was curious. There seemed to be more to the story. Mengmeng, you have just arrived and are still unaware that Hongmei is the big sister among us females. She has set her sights on the chieftain, and naturally, the sisters dare not compete with her. Consequently, no female in the tribe is willing to become the chieftain's mate, including each newcomer. The speaker, seemingly close to Hongmei, shared both good and bad tales without fear of offending anyone. So that is how it is. Sister Hongmei is truly impressive. Wu Mengmeng gave a thumbs up in admiration. This leopard tribe is indeed fascinating. The females here seem to possess a genuine temperament, quite different from those she had encountered before. Hongmei, with her head held high, chuckled. I am not impressive. If I were, I would have already captured leopard thunder. I merely seek a companion who can stay by my side for a long time. I am not young anymore and do not wish to witness my partners leave one by one. As she spoke, Hongmei lowered her head and let out a soft sigh. Having reached the age of 30, most females at this stage have already seen a succession of partners. Although she had many partners, each left her far too soon. Orcs, like humans, possess emotions. While perhaps not as intricate, they are ultimately not devoid of feelings or loyalty. Wu Mengmeng chuckled softly, a flicker of helplessness glimmering in her eyes. Sister Hongmei is so persistent. I believe the chief will eventually sense your sincerity, she gently reassured. She had never been one to place great importance on appearance or physique. Yet it was only natural for anyone to spare a glance at handsome men and beautiful women, while averting their eyes from the overweight and unattractive. Moreover, in this frigid land, external beauty held little significance. The chief's remarks about Sister Hongmei's weight were clearly intended to provoke her, as anyone with discernment could perceive. It was unclear how these two had come to clash, and how much further their journey might unfold. It seems quite difficult, interjected a female companion. What do you mean? Wu Mengmeng inquired, curiosity piqued, sensing they were about to delve into a crucial matter. It all began when Sister Hongmei smeared the juice of the red fruit on the chief's ice crystal. Little did she know, he would discover it. Since that incident, their relationship has soured, and they can hardly exchange a few words anymore. Wu Mengmeng could not help but burst into laughter. It turned out to be a case of overpowering advances. She had heard from Miao Miao that the red flower fruit was akin to an aphrodisiac. Sister Hongmei, your bravery is truly admirable. Hongmei rolled her eyes, exasperated, and waved her hand dismissively at the female who had spoken. Enough, enough. How long ago was that? Why bring it up now? After saying this, she turned to grasp Wu Mengmeng's hand, perhaps tired of the topic, shifting the conversation to her. Mengmeng, you are far too thin. In a few days, I shall introduce you to some of the males in our tribe. I know a few good ones. Once you join our tribe, I will ensure you become plump and rosy. The way she looked at her was reminiscent of a mother-in-law sizing up a daughter-in-law, sending shivers down Wu Mengmeng's spine. Sister Hongmei, I am not in a hurry. However, time waits for no one, so you must seize the moment. Wu Mengmeng countered, holding Hongmei's hand firmly, her tone earnest. Rest assured. Sister Hongmei, as long as you and the chief are happy, I shall not seek a partner. But please, do not bring up this topic like a mother urging for marriage. I am truly frightened. How old was she, yet already being pressed for a second or third marriage? This world was utterly daunting. Engaging in cheerful conversation with the females, time passed swiftly, and before long, half the day had slipped away. Wu Mengmeng did not return to Bao Lei's abode, but instead went to the house that had been vacated by Hongmei. As she had not eaten for a while, Hongmei kindly offered her some food, which she gratefully accepted. After their parting, the house was left in solitude, occupied solely by her. She gathered some wood and secretly lit a fire, roasting meat to offer Hongmei a delightful taste. Fortunately, this house was free from the presence of orcs. And although Hongmei was curious about the cooking method and praised the deliciousness of the meat, she refrained from probing further. Orcs are notoriously stingy when it comes to matters of food, always weighing their inquiries carefully. Although Wu Mengmeng was eager to share her knowledge of fire with everyone, she found herself alone without Jihan by her side and decided it was prudent to exercise caution and not draw attention to herself. She suppressed her desire to speak out, hoping for another opportunity in the future. Upon returning to her room, she rested while consuming the remnants of roasted meat, reflecting intently on the information she had gathered about the leopard tribe. It was only after listening to Hongmei and the others that she learned the leopard tribe was relatively new, unlike the bird tribe, which had existed for over a century. The leopard tribe, on the other hand, had only been established in the past decade. Initially, it was led by the chief, Leopard Lei, and his family of beastmen, who discovered this area to be suitable for settlement and claimed it as their own. No one knew the origins of these beastmen or why a group of males had suddenly appeared in this region. But it was clear that a tribe could not function without females. At first, only Leopard Lei's elderly mother was present as the sole female. But after her passing within a couple of years, Leopard Lei devised a plan to capture any females encountered outside. Through this method, a few females eventually joined the tribe. Leopard beasts were naturally swift, and once they successfully abducted a female or two, they became adept at the process. Moreover, Leopard Lei's bandit-like disposition allowed him to establish himself as a formidable leader in this territory. Contemplating all of this, Wu Mengmeng reached a disheartening conclusion. Escaping from this place would be a considerable challenge. Lost in thought, she sighed when suddenly Leopard Lei's voice resonated from outside her door. Female, why do you insist on staying in that plump woman Hongmei's room? Come back with me. I have caught a variety of game that I am certain you would enjoy. Leopard Lei shouted insistently. The females in the tribe were notoriously picky about their food, and he assumed that Wu Mengmeng's reluctance to return was due to her disinterest in his catch. I will not go without finding my cub, she replied resolutely. Wu Mengmeng approached the door and casually fabricated an excuse. She certainly could not return with Bao Lei. After much persuasion, she finally managed to send Bao Lei away, albeit reluctantly. Once back in her room, Wu Mengmeng ravenously devoured the remaining meat, letting out a satisfied belch. This time, she was genuinely famished and had overeaten. Content. She patted her belly and stood up, taking a luminous crystal from the room and carefully concealing its light. She peered outside from the doorway. The orcs maintained a rather regular schedule. Barring any special events, they typically retired to rest a couple of hours after dark. Even those who remained active were preoccupied with the pursuit of procreation, having little time to heed the commotion outside. After observing for a while and confirming that no orcs were in sight, Wu Mengmeng, clutching the luminous crystal, stealthily ventured out. Indeed, she was preparing to escape. With Jihan unable to enter the tribe, it was better for her to devise a means of escape rather than await her fate. Even if orcs guarded the tribe's exit, she would take her chances, guessing that Jihan would not stray far. As long as she could reunite with Jihan before alerting the orcs within the tribe, she would have an opportunity to flee together. In the pitch darkness of the night, the moonlight was scant, insufficient to illuminate the snowy ground. Fortunately, she had earlier procured a luminous crystal from Sister Hongmei, preventing her from being completely blind. The terrain of the flower leopard tribe was uncomplicated, and the females were rather straightforward. Today, she had subtly gathered information, discovering that a mere mention of Lucy would grant her passage out of the tribe. Well before nightfall, Wu Mengmeng had determined her direction. With the glow of the crystal guiding her, she walked for over half an hour when she suddenly spotted two faintly glowing openings in the distance. Already somewhat fatigued, she felt her legs weaken at the sight. Were there ghosts? No, it was the orcs. Had she been discovered? Mengmeng murmured nervously, her hands tightly clutching the luminous crystal, her expression solemn. She had devised 100 excuses for when the orcs discovered her escape. In mere seconds, those piercing eyes vanished. Suddenly, a low, gentle voice reached her ears. Mengmeng, GHN, is it you? Wmngm's face brightened with joy. Before she could search for his figure, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. However, the momentary elation faded as she regained her composure. Jihan, how did you get in? Isn't there a male guarding the entrance to the tribe? You weren't discovered? She had only traversed a small portion of the distance from the tribe's entrance to this place in half an hour. The fact that Jihan had made it here without a sound piqued her curiosity. How had he managed it? Surely, if he had overpowered the male guard, it would have alerted the orcs inside the tribe, at the very least causing some disturbance. It couldn't possibly be so eerily quiet. Sure. Jihan's icy fingertips brushed against Wmngm's lips. I went back to find some white powder used by the bird chief to divert the guard. And I haven't been discovered yet. Jihan explained in a hushed tone, his deep voice resonating like a note escaping from a stringed instrument. What? You took such a great risk and even went back? Wmngm gasped, covering her mouth in shock, a mix of anger and concern washing over her. Yet she dared not make too much noise, resigning herself to silence. No, I searched elsewhere and didn't enter the bird tribe, Jihan told a small lie. Where else would one be so fortunate as to find such a rare substance? He had ridden back through the night, gathering a bit of white powder while no one was in the abandoned storeroom, using the method Wmngm had previously devised. He covered his mouth and nose all the way, blending into the leopard tribe to find her. That's good, perhaps due to her taut nerves. Wmngm did not ponder too deeply and chose to trust Jihan's words. She had never doubted him. Let us leave here quickly. If we are discovered, we will be in trouble. Realizing that remaining in the leopard tribe was perilous, Wmngm broke free from Jihan's embrace and urged him. All right. Jihan, though reluctant to let her go, recognized that this was not the time for tender moments. It's all right. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Comforting himself, he then transformed into his beast form. As Wu Mengmeng was about to turn over, she suddenly locked eyes with a pair of distant, yellowish glowing pupils. Chieftain. Wu Mengmeng felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. What a curse tongue. She had never visited any temple for blessings, yet it seemed that whatever she uttered came to pass. Not only Wu Mengmeng, but Jihan also grew vigilant, positioning Wu Mengmeng behind him, eyeing Bao Lei as if he were a formidable adversary. Bao Lei had initially intended to leave, but fearing that Wu Mengmeng might go hungry, he chose the freshest and most tender prey to deliver to her. To his dismay, however, he found Wu Mengmeng missing from the room. Following the scent, he discovered her whereabouts only to be confronted with a startling revelation. If he wished to take the female, he should have consulted him first. Bao Lei was infuriated. He had previously consented to accept this male into his tribe, yet now the male attempted to abscond with his female. He had not realized this sooner, and in front of the female, it was utterly humiliating. In his rage, Bao Lei struggled to comprehend how Jihan had managed to slip in unnoticed, cursing the male guard's incompetence in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, that day his reaction had led the males to believe he had already accepted Jihan as part of the tribe. Jihan, be cautious. He is a 3-pattern beastman. As the tension escalated and it appeared that a confrontation was imminent, Wu Mengmeng tugged at Jihan's arm, urging him to avoid a direct clash with Bao Lei. She was unaware of the true strength of a 3-pattern beastman, but she had witnessed Jihan's encounter with the 3-pattern serpent beast on the icy plains. If the 3-pattern beastman possessed such formidable power, Jihan would surely be at a disadvantage. It was said that the serpent beast was savage. Yet Wu Mengmeng felt that Bao Lei might not be any more amiable. Female, he secretly entered with the intention of abducting you. Did he not? Come here. You will be safest by my side. Bao Lei appeared to be restraining the violent impulses within him, beckoning to Wu Mengmeng. He sought to secure the female first to prevent any potential harm should a fight ensue. Unexpectedly, Wu Mengmeng retreated behind Jihan. Jihan glanced back, his silver eyes calmly assessing Wu Mengmeng, as if to inquire, since when have you grown so close to this male? Wu Mengmeng understood and smiled, gently pushing Jihan. Even at this moment, Jihan still expressed concern over such matters. Chieftain, I must confess that I deceived you earlier. He is my partner, and today he has come to take me away from here. I shall not return with you. Wu Mengmeng seemed to ponder how to articulate her thoughts clearly in order to mitigate Bao Lei's anger. Afterward, she could not help but mention her primary concern, Hongmei. By the way, if you truly seek a companion, why not revisit Hongmei? You both seem quite compatible. It was her first inclination to play matchmaker. I would never consider that plump woman as a partner. The mere mention of Hongmei ignited Bao Lei's ire, his expression one of disdain. Suddenly, he realized he was missing the point. What? He's your partner. Chapter 111. Approach me again, and I shall not be polite. Observing Wu Mengmeng and Jihan nestled closely together, it was evident they had no intention of departing with him. Even a fool like Bao Lei could discern that. Wu Mengmeng has been deceiving him all along. The female actually deceived him for the sake of that male. Leopard Thunder felt a surge of rage. And upon glancing at Jihan, he found him utterly displeasing. Ignoring Wu Mengmeng's presence, he was determined to settle the score with him. Be cautious. As Wu Mengmeng's pupils constricted, she instinctively raised her leg, intending to shield Jihan. After their separation, she increasingly recognized Jihan's significance in her heart, a reflexive response. Yet Jihan was swifter. His imposing white figure swiftly traversed past Wu Mengmeng, positioning himself to intercept Leopard Thunder from a distance, preventing him from approaching her. Frustrated, Leopard Thunder unleashed his full strength from the outset. Although Jihan was a notch below him in prowess, he was by no means weak. However, when faced with Leopard Thunder's full-force strike, Jihan was undoubtedly sent flying. Jihan! Wu Mengmeng gasped, her grip tightening unconsciously. Regret flooded her for her earlier thoughts. This was perilous for Jihan. Without uttering a word, Jihan was plunged into the deep snow, yet he rose once more. His silver eyes, devoid of any tumult, resembled an unyielding snow-capped mountain in a frigid realm, unwavering in the face of Leopard Thunder's wrath. With a roar, Leopard Thunder, furious that his first strike had not vanquished Jihan, dashed towards him again with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the distance, Wu Mengmeng instinctively clutched her garment, even halting her breath. As anticipated, Jihan was once again sent flying. The disparity in strength was staggering, and Wu Mengmeng felt a tumult of anxiety within her, silently praying that her speculations would prove fruitful. This cycle repeated itself until Jihan had been hurled away 7 or 8 times, his pristine white fur now dusted with snow. Yet he had not even had the chance to shake it off. The ferocity of Leopard Thunder's attacks replayed like a scene from a film. Within his murky, dark yellow pupils swirled a tempest of rage. He could not fathom that a mere second-tier beastman could elude his grasp. Yet, despite this thought, a flicker of barely perceptible agitation and unease danced in his eyes. How infuriating. He had never encountered such a resilient second-tier beastman. After being struck repeatedly, Jihan remained unfazed. He sensed that this male possessed formidable strength and would likely soon surpass the second tier, ascending to the third tier. Contemplating this, a glint of ruthless determination flashed in Leopard Thunder's eyes. He would not grant him the opportunity to ascend. It was an impossibility. WMNGM gazed as JHN was repeatedly sent flying, her heart filled with trepidation at such a spectacle, yet she felt compelled to observe. She needed to comprehend that mere adherence to convention would not suffice for survival in this realm. Much like in combat, a passive defense would yield no results. Only by taking the initiative could one emerge victorious. In her past, she had been indifferent to these truths, content to be a spectator, enduring and merely getting by. She acknowledged, albeit unflatteringly, that this was a form of cowardice, a habitual state of being. To alter the ingrained patterns of her soul was an arduous task, one she had not even recognized within herself until now. Yet, witnessing JHN struggles awakened a dormant part of her, igniting a flicker of resilience within. With a blend of concern and determination, she turned her gaze toward the battlefield. When she finally discerned the shadow of Boli in motion, her heart leaped with joy. She could see clearly. It seemed her assumptions had not been in vain. Once more, JHN rose, his legs sinking deep into the snow, his gaze resolute and unwavering. In mere moments, Boli's assault surged toward him, a cacophony of thunderous strikes sending plumes of snow into the air as he charged forward. Just as Boli's claws were about to reach